Shua. Sure enough, in an instant, many strong people in Zhanlong Hall cast their eyes on the delicate body of Shangguan Shiyu. Shangguan Shiyu has a small reputation in the War Dragon Hall. After all, Shangguan's reputation in the whole forbidden area in the north is absolutely loud, and Shangguan Shiyu awakens the blood of his ancestors. Such a beautiful lady of a big family, like a firefly in the dark, can't hide its light in any low-key way. However, through Dong Cheng's words, many strong people who absorbed the dragon qi in the Dragon Hall were unhappy. It's obvious that Dong Cheng's words are not rough, and he asked many brothers to take risks to absorb excessive dragon qi for one person. Even if all the adults come, they may not do so. Originally, Shangguan Shiyu had a good reputation among the registered disciples of the whole inner mountain, but now it seems that she gives people a feeling of being proud and unruly. It's hard to say, but it's arrogant. The beautiful eyes of Shangguan's poetry are flowing, and there is a flash of unhappiness between her eyebrows. Naturally, she knows the purpose of Dong Cheng's commander. She is definitely not well-intentioned. But Dong Cheng is really right. She has occupied the moral commanding point. If she insists on waiting for Qin Sheng, it will definitely cause public anger. If it is sent back to elder martial brother Yi Jing, it will only increase his worries. Shangguan's poem Rain's chest is undulating, and there is anger in his heart that cannot be vented. Lord, would you and I take a step back? All of a sudden, Dong Cheng said, we wait until the sun sets. If Commander Qin Sheng doesn't arrive on time, then I don't really love it. It is true that Dong is much older than Shangguan Shiyu, and he is much more experienced in dealing with people than Shangguan Shiyu. After all, Shangguan Shiyu is the legitimate daughter of the big family. He is afraid that his future achievements will be far beyond himself. Dong Cheng can't completely annoy Shangguan Shiyu, the future star, because of such a small thing. He is not afraid of 10,000 just in case Shangguan Shiyu will rise up and hate himself. He will wear his shoes at that time. He will take off his skin even if he doesn't die. Dong Cheng himself is a strong man of 3 holy regions, and he understands such a simple truth as keep a line in everything, and meet each other in the future. Besides, he has seen the dread of the big clan. If the Shangguan Shiyu is forced to hurry, she will use the power of the big clan to crush herself just like killing a cockroach. Shangguan Shiyu thought for a while, and then combined the current situation. Finally, he clenched his teeth and nodded. The next time passed by little, and soon the sun began to set. Ah, Qin Sheng, you didn't come at last. Shangguan Shiyu's face is very ugly. He can't help shaking his head. Even though she was very reluctant to let things happen like this, she was not able to change it. Dong Cheng smiled and said, I'm sorry, elder martial sister, it seems that younger martial brother Qin Sheng didn't come. In that case, then. At this time a very fast voice came into the War Dragon Hall. Wait a minute. The sound accompanied by the soul force seemed to come from far away, and then a fierce force came from the explosion. Finally, in the last moment when all sunshine disappeared, Qin Sheng's right foot stepped into the War God Hall. Come on, everything is coming too soon. There is also the fierce atmosphere, which is fleeting. Many registered disciples in Zhanlong Hall, even those in triple or even quadruple Holy Land, look at the unknown man in amazement. Qin Sheng, you are here at last. Shangguan Shiyu looks as if Qin Sheng appears on the Zhanlong Hall from nothing, and a touch of ecstasy appears on his beautiful and amazing face. All smiles are beautiful. Since the awakening of Shangguan's blood power, Shangguan Shiyu's whole life has undergone tremendous changes. Originally, it could only be regarded as the middle and lower beauty and temperament, but now it has changed into a young generation of goddess-level disciples who can rank in the top 3 of Heilong Mountain Temple. The ecstasy of Shangguan Shiyu made all the registered disciples in the War Dragon Hall stunned. God, the goddess smiled, because the unknown boy smiled. Heaven, earth, is he Qin Sheng? The guy with the soft meal? I don't agree. Why is the goddess of poetic rain arched by that pig? There are many admirers of Shangguan Shiyu in Zhanlong Hall. Of course, their strength is not low. Most of them are also triple holy regions, and even some of them are gifted disciples of quadruple holy regions. Among the many admirers, the goddess howled because of Qin Sheng's smile. They are talented disciples who have melted many holy regions. They will have a chance to become true disciples in the future. They all lose their temper because of this. Someone else. Qin Sheng also became a saint in the flesh. He broke 2 disciples of the same realm with one hand. It's not true. After Qin Sheng, people will be able to become true disciples 100%. Are you sure of it? In Zhanlong Hall, there are also registered disciples who are not girls. They appreciate Qin Sheng very much. I feel that this younger martial brother is not a thing in the pool. It's inevitable for Hua Long to rise to heaven. Even some female disciples thought that it was not Qin Sheng who had a soft meal, but Shangguan Shiyu who had climbed up to Qin Sheng. He is Qin Sheng? Dongqing takes a look at Qin Sheng, and the triangle eyes contract suddenly, because he feels a sense of inexplicable danger. He has been in every battlefield in the north for many years, and can smelt 3 holy regions. His sharp sense of God is of great help to him. The surface of this child looks ordinary, and it can feel the breath of saints. In 9 out of 10, it is in that 50 times of space-time training room that a heavy holy land has been successfully melted. Dongqing's conjecture is inseparable from 9, Qin Sheng really reached a holy land. However, what Dongqing didn't guess was that Qin Sheng not only smelted 1 holy land, but also built 2 holy bodies and 3 holy spirits. The double holy body is enough to frighten people. Once the triple holy spirit comes out, it will definitely frighten Dongqing to cry for his father and his mother. Hearing this, Qin Sheng smiled awkwardly and said, "It's good to catch up with the impact on the Holy Land." In recent years, Qin Sheng's desperate practice is to save his father. If he missed this task, he would regret for life. Whether it's catching up or not, we have to ask Commander Dongqing again. Shangguan's poem Rain said coldly, and the cold eyes fell on Dongqing in the distance. When Qin Sheng heard this, he felt that the words of Shangguan's poem Rain had something to say. Qin Sheng is the strong one of the 3 holy spirits. How sharp is the sense of spirit and spirit? How can the hostility of Shangguan Shiyu to Dongqing be concealed from him? What's more, Shangguan Shiyu has no cover at all. Even a secular mortal who doesn't know a little martial arts can see that Shangguan Shiyu is very dissatisfied with Dongqing. When Dongqing heard this, he saw the cold eyes of Shangguan Shiyu, and suddenly his heart was thumping. It's better to offend villains than women, especially beautiful women from big families. Dongqing's 10,000 steeds galloped past. He had already let go. He had not forced Shangguan Shiyu so hard before. It never occurred to me that this Shangguan Shiyu, who is also a registered disciple of the Double Holy Land, should be so vengeful. In addition, his awakened lineage of the big nationality makes it possible for him to fight with Dong. It's really not certain who wins and who loses. Coughing and coughing. Dong Qinggan coughed a few times, which resolved the embarrassment, and smiled. That's up to date. Brother Qin Sheng, we have been waiting for you in Zhanlong Hall for more than 3 days. Dongqing turned his eyes to Qin Sheng, and in a few words, he made it clear. When Qin Sheng heard this, he felt embarrassed. He turned his hand and threw more than 200,000 Lei Hu Jin. You have been waiting for a long time. This is Qin Sheng's small idea. Please accept it. Qin Sheng said with a smile. With a wave of Qin Sheng's hand, these Lei Hu Jin were directly distributed to all the disciples of the fire hall in this side hall. Shangguanshiyu and Qin Sheng are not included. Each of them is 10,000 thunder and tiger gold, not much. Here, 10,000 tiger gold per person? A disciple of Huadian is a little confused. He is just a registered disciple of Qin. He can be selected by Huadian. Although he has some talents, he is only a holy land. His ability to earn Lei Hujin is limited. 10,000 thunder tiger gold, for him, is really a large sum of money. $1 million of Lei Hujin can make Qiu Feng in the Little Holy Land feel sad. That's the Little Holy Land. A large part of the registered disciples in the War God Hall are only the cultivation of the Holy Land after all. It will take at least 1.5 years to earn 10,000 thunder and tiger gold. Even when they are unlucky, 3 or 5 years is not certain, which is hard to say. It's not only those Fire Hall disciples who have 1 or 2 holy realms that exclaim, but even Dongqing is ignorant. As a strong man of the 3 holy realms, he can't do or afford to reward his subordinates with 10,000 Lei Hujin. In front of him, Qin Sheng even directly threw out 280,000 Lei Hujin in the middle of waving. That's 280,000 Lei Hujin. It's not 208 Lei Hujin. This kind of big hand, even the real big clan's legitimate son, can't do it. The corners of Dongqing's mouth twitched severely for several times. Finally, he could only take the 10,000 thunder tiger gold suspended in front of him without a smile. 10,000 thunder tiger gold, Dongqing is absolutely enchanted. If he doesn't accept it, he will swear. There is no warrior who can't survive with Lei Hujin, even Dongqing, who smelts multiple holy regions. Qin Sheng said with a smile, "It's not too late. Since we've been delayed for such a long time, Elder Martial Brother Dongqing, shall we start now?" Dongqing shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Before we set out, there is another thing to deal with in advance, that is, the 3 of us, who will be the Lord?" "Who will be the Lord?" When Qin Sheng heard the words, he looked back at Dongqing's commander. There was a look of doubt between his eyebrows. The positions of the Fire Hall are divided into the main hall, the deputy main hall, the unified hall, the deputy unified hall, and finally the commander and ordinary disciples. There is no such position as Lord here. It seems that Qin Sheng saw the color of doubt on his face. Shangguanshiyu smiled a little. How amazing the appearance of Qin Sheng was. She said with a smile, "This task has 3 leaders, all of whom are at the same level. Naturally, we should choose one leader to come out and lead this task. Of course, this kind of Lord election is usually a hidden rule, but the Fire Hall does not have a clear stipulation to do so. What the elder martial sister said is very true." Commander Dongqing also said with a smile, "Don't be surprised, younger martial brother Qin Sheng. This task is to go to the sealed ancient battlefield, which is extremely dangerous. It really needs to be careful. If it's an ordinary War Dragon Hall task, you don't have to spend so much time choosing a lord, but this time it's different." Dongqing, the commander of the War Dragon Hall, immediately created a boundary, which cut off the contact with the outside. "Younger martial brother Qin Sheng, do you know the task of this ancient battlefield?" Dongqing carefully transmits the message to Qin Sheng and Shangguanshiyu. He is so mysterious that Qin Sheng cannot help being curious. In other words, Qin Sheng really didn't know what the task of going to the ancient battlefield was really about. Without any hesitation, Qin Sheng asked directly, "Do you know Elder Martial Brother?" "I don't know." Dongqing shook his head very simply. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he was a little upset. "Since you don't know it, you still talk about farts, pretending to be mysterious. But I learned from some source that this time it should be a rescue mission." Dongqing said, "It should be the Peerless Tianjiao who saves a big clan." "Rescue Tianjiao?" Qin Sheng frowned. "What's the dangerous place in the ancient battlefield?" "There was a place where gods fell down. Of course, it's just a legend. But it's true that they died in a large holy land. That kind of dangerous place makes Qin, who is the most powerful on the surface, complete the triple holy land. Qin, who he is, can see Qin Sheng's disbelief in the deepest part of his eyes. Don't believe it, that's what intelligence is. I'm sure it's 78%. The commander Qin didn't know where he came from, so he had to make a military order. What's more, I also know that in the ancient battlefield, it's not only the commander level of our fire hall, but also the 2 vice commanders and 1 commander have already rushed to the ancient battlefield from other places. This time, Qin surprised Qin Sheng and Shangguan Shiyu. Whether they are the vice Dutong or the real Dutong adults, their strength is far superior to the 3 of Qin Sheng. If they help them to complete a rescue mission, the suspected target or the peerless pride of a noble family. It sounds a bit reliable. Then, senior brother Qin, do you mean to be the Lord? Qin Sheng asked with a smile. Qin is wasting so much talk. He just wants to be the Lord. Qin Sheng has no interest in his position. The most important thing is to go to the ancient battlefield and find his father who has been missing for more than 10 years. A so-called lord is just a kind of vanity. Qin doesn't care. Ha ha. Qin didn't respond and smiled twice in embarrassment. Such a performance will soon be self-evident. I have no objection. Qin Sheng has just entered the fire hall, and Qin doesn't know how many years he has been in the fire hall. He is estimated to have accumulated a lot of contacts in the fire hall. When Qin came to be the Lord, Qin Sheng thought about it. It seems that there is no loss. It's just the beauty of being a man. Qin Sheng is willing to do it. Besides, Qin Sheng is excited and unfamiliar with the ancient battlefield, which is a dangerous place. Although his strength has been improved a lot, he is still awed by the ancient battlefield. I'm against it. At this time, a clear and melodious voice sounded in the main hall of the War Dragon Hall. Many registered disciples who took part in the mission of the ancient battlefield to rescue the great family's peerless Tianjiao looked at Shangguan Shiyu in surprise, and their eyes were flickering. Elder Martial Sister, you. Qin was also stunned. Even though he didn't expect to hear from Shangguan Shiyu, his heart was burning with dreadful anger, his body surface was faintly glowing, and he suppressed the dreadful fluctuation of Holy Land. If it wasn't for the terrible blood power of Shangguan Shiyu in front of him, and her Shangguan family even looked at the whole forbidden area in the north, it would be extremely terrible. Qin passed away. Why are you against it? In terms of strength, Qin is the strongest. In terms of intelligence, Qin is the most. In terms of seniority, Qin is the oldest. Qin's heart is roaring wildly. Of course, this kind of words can't be said in the face of Shangguan's poem Rain. After all, once something is said, the terrible effect is unpredictable. Ha ha, I don't know why the elder Martial Sister objected. Do you think I don't have the qualification? Qin stepped forward 2 steps, and his eyes gradually became fierce. He was the leader of the 3 holy regions. His breath was like the sea. No matter how he suppressed it, it could make people marvel and awe. At this time even Qin Sheng was very curious to see Shangguan's poem Rain. In the face of Qin's pressing step by step, Shangguan Shiyu glanced coldly at the sharp breath of his body, which flashed under his eyelids. Indeed, I think some people are more qualified to be lords. Shangguan poem Rain Light said. Qin also stopped pretending, sneered, and then asked, here are our 3 leaders. The senior officials and younger martial sisters are quite lords, so it's time to speak. There's no need to mention other people. Don't use others to humiliate Qin. Qin, the commander in the rage, doesn't intend to lick the rain of the Shangguan poem anymore. The commander also has the dignity of the commander. Besides, Dongqing has been following the Dutong adults, but he has had some grudges with Yi Jing. I'm not interested in being lord. Hearing this, Shangguan Shiyu shook his head gently, and the crystal fingers of jade pointed at Qin Sheng, saying, I think Qin Sheng is more qualified. As soon as the voice came out, the whole side hall of Zhanlong Hall was silent and dead. What? Dongqing was stunned. He took a look at Shangguan's poem Rain, and then at Qin Sheng. Finally, he had a wild laugh. Dongqing is furious and laughs, ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke Dongqing has heard this year. What Dong has come true is that he can't control it at all. At first, he wanted to stay on the front line in everything. He'll see each other later. After all, Shangguan Poetic Rain is the proud daughter of Shangguan people. In the future, it will become a small holy land, even a terrible existence of the great holy land. But he can't help it. If Shangguan Shiyu wants to be the lord himself, plating a layer of gold, and measuring his face in front of other generals, it's really beyond reproach. Dongqing can understand and tolerate it completely. However, this Shangguan poem Rain is not like this. She wants to gild her little lover. This pair of dog men and women. Dongqing cursed angrily. He had long heard that Shangguan Shiyu had something to do with Qin Sheng. At first, Dongqing didn't want to believe it, but now it is. Qin Sheng was a little sorry for Dongqing, but when he heard this, he suddenly felt a little upset. Dongqing, what do you mean? Qin Sheng's faint smile, which was originally on his face, converged in an instant and gradually showed a cold and merciless color. Dongqing smiled and said, What do you mean by me? You don't really think you want to be lord, do you? Next, the commander Dongqing didn't give Qin Sheng any face. He didn't even give the face of the official Shiyu, let alone Qin Sheng's little white face. It's true that Qin Sheng is a little gifted. He becomes a saint in the flesh and has a certain chance to become a saint in the future. However, how hard is the way of physical cultivation? Even the cats and dogs in the outer mountain are very clear. How can we go smoothly after we have broken the path of inheritance? Everyone is saying that Qin Sheng is a prodigy of the heaven and becomes a saint in the flesh. But it's clear that the path of physical repair is not easy at all. Maybe, 100 years later, hundreds of years later, Qin Sheng still stays in a holy body. Dongqing said ironically. I had no interest in the so-called lord at all. Qin Sheng said coldly, but now I am the lord. Ha ha, it's funny. Dongqing did not show any weakness and said in a deep voice, Do you think the lord is really a false name? Responsible for the lives of many of our brothers. What are you? There is only one holy body and one holy land. Dongqing's voice was full of ridicule and disdain. When we arrived at the ancient battlefield, we would not want to throw out hundreds of thousands of thunder and tiger gold and live. Naive. The ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. There are all kinds of situations. Although money can make the devil push the mill, there are some terrible creatures. Even more Lei Hu Jin will not be merciful. Dongqing Zhao has long despised Qin Sheng as a black sheep. If he didn't have a soft meal, he would not have achieved much. At this time, Qin Sheng stepped out step by step, and the dragon qi on the dragon hall was boiling instantly. You want to do it? Dongqing sneers and flashes away with a slap. Phew! Qin Sheng's eyebrows are split and he shoots an arrow. His speed is so fast that he can't get into Dongqing's body with a puff. Ah! Dongqing screamed, knelt on the ground and held his head tightly. Am I qualified now? Qin Sheng stood in front of Dongqing and looked down coldly at the commander of the three holy regions. Is that enough? Qin Sheng's voice was bland, with terrible indifference. Qin Sheng was at the top of his body. He didn't release a strong yuan force storm. Such a simple question and answer seem to ask a simple thing. However, it is precisely because of this that Commander Dongqing is pale with fear, and his face is full of horror. Not only that, the forehead of Commander Dongqing is full of sweating. Although the pain deep into the bone marrow and soul gradually recedes, it still hurts his brow and heart. How could it be? Isn't Qin Sheng the king of soft rice? Rely on the thigh of Shangguan Shiyu to get the key training of Hailongshan Temple. Was it the spirit attack or the sword attack? There are many thoughts in the mind of the Commander Dongqing. Qin Sheng's method is too weird. It's too strong to say that it's the spirit attack. It's the sword attack. He doesn't really feel any extra sword breath. In the side hall of Zhanlong Hall, many ordinary disciples of Huadian were stunned and petrified. They just know that Qin Sheng, a man of great physical integrity and terrible physical cultivation talent, cannot be his opponent at all. However, what they did not expect was that the leader of the three holy regions, Dongqing, had been suppressed by Qin Sheng. That's Dongqing. He's not a cat or a dog. Among the many leaders in the fire hall, he's a medium-sized power. Qin Sheng's terrible performance made some spearheads, especially some ordinary fire hall disciples who were divided to follow Qin Sheng's leader, shocked. This feeling is like drenching a bucket of cold water from head to toe. Fortunately, I didn't speak much. One of the thin disciples of the fire hall of the Double Holy Land couldn't help but be afraid. His strength was relatively strong among the ordinary disciples of the fire hall. He was really unconvinced to let him follow a Qin Sheng whose accomplishments were lower than his own. Fortunately, I was going to see him make such a big move and make a profit. Another disciple of the fire hall, with a bald head and fierce eyes, could not help but take a breath of cool air. It's obvious that no matter Dongqing or other ordinary disciples of Huadian who are strong in strength, they don't look down upon Qin Sheng. They all regard Qin Sheng as a soft rice king and rely on Shangguan Shiyu to get a commander. In fact, they should not be blamed for this, because Qin Sheng's beating Tang Gung and Ling Ningxuang in Tiangang Pavilion did not cause much waves in the whole inner mountain. Even though Qin Sheng let the water hall, which can't last forever, all eat shriveled. After all, Tang Gung and Ling Ningxuang have a very common reputation in the whole mountain, and they are not peerless Tianjiao. Because of this, Qin Sheng didn't get attention. This guy 500 days in Tiangang Pavilion, the strength has soared again. Shangguan Shiyu's beautiful eyes are moving. She looks at Qin Sheng in a complicated way. She couldn't see Qin Sheng before. Now she thinks she has awakened her ancestral vein, and her talent and strength have skyrocketed. However, she still has an invisible sense of frustration in the face of Qin Sheng. This feeling is that no matter how hard she tries, she seems unable to catch up with Qin Sheng. The most important thing is that Qin Sheng, a guy who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger all day, doesn't look strong on the surface. In fact, turning over his hand can suppress the strong in a higher level, or even two. Breathe. Commander Dongqing took a deep breath, and the sharp pain in his brow and heart that even the strong man who melted the three holy regions could not bear finally disappeared like the tide. If you have not guessed wrong, this son is vicious in heart. Dig a hole for me at the beginning. Dongqing was very angry, but he dared to be angry and dare not speak. After all, he didn't want to bear the pain that just went deep into the bone marrow and soul. He should have practiced some kind of secret skill, not spirit attack or sword attack. It's really good to have a soft meal. I can really fight for 300 years less. Dongqing has long heard that the big clans store all kinds of terrible secret arts. Those secret arts are far more terrible than martial arts. They are amazing, unheard of and so powerful. Once he heard of several legends, one of which was a big clan in the deep north of the Forbidden Area. He didn't know whether it was the White Tiger clan or the Zhuke clan. Anyway, it was the Four Beast clan. In fact, the northern restricted area is dominated by the 4 beast families, and the 4 inheritance areas are just attached to the 4 beast families. We can even say that the 4 beast families don't even care about the 4 heritage sites. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu. This is the 4 god-beast clan in the North Forbidden area. They are powerful and have innumerable geniuses and powerful people. Any young strong man who comes out of the 4 god-beast clan can sweep the 4 inheritance areas. Of course, the 4 beast family is very secret, and its strength far exceeds that of Shangguan Shiyu. Dongqing once heard that those 4 beast families can directly pass on the secret arts to those family disciples who are weak and have little talent, that is, the secret arts separated from the dead clan elders. Even if they only pass through the pulse environment, they can beat the strong one in the Holy Land with one slap. This is the horror of secret arts. Of course, Dongqing suspects that Qin Sheng has secret arts, which is just one of his inner conjectures. In his opinion, even if Qin Sheng has some secret arts of Shangguan clan, its power is not very rebellious. Maybe he can fight across 1 or 2 realms. Qin Sheng waited for a long time, but Dongqing was just changing, and didn't respond to him. Ha ha, it seems that you are not satisfied. Qin Sheng's eyes were cold and his eyebrows were shining. The terrible smell of Emperor's sword was looming. Dongqing almost peed and his face was pale. Clothes? I take it. Dongqing can't help shouting, without any drag. Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "What about you?" Qin Sheng looked around and glanced at all the people in the side hall of Zhanlong Hall. "We are willing to follow Lord." The powerful voice echoed in the main hall, and there was a terrible dragon spirit emerging. Good. Qin Sheng nodded contentedly and said, "Let's go then." At this time a bald man ran out with his butts up and down and said with a smile, "I have seen Lord, my name is Guanhu, disciple of the Fire Hall of the 2 Holy Regions. This tube tiger is the guy who originally wanted to rip off, but now he has to hold his thigh." When Qin Sheng heard this, he looked at the bald Guanhu and could feel the powerful Yuan force and Holy Land force in his body. He was a qualified dog leg. Well. Qin Sheng nodded his head indifferently. He could not show too good a face when dealing with this kind of dog leg. It was right to be indifferent. Qin Sheng asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" Guanhu didn't show any dissatisfaction with Qin Sheng's ruthlessness. Instead, the degree of flattery was more intense. He tried to squeeze out a cheap smile and said, "Lord, I'm glad to serve you. First of all, we need to get combat equipment such as warships. Almost all the tasks of Zhanlong Hall are extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life, so you will also provide very excellent equipment. I'm really angry about this tiger." In the distance, Dongqing led him to watch the scene. Guanhu had been licking him before. Unexpectedly, he was suppressed by Qin Sheng and turned to lick Qin Sheng. This kind of grass is the most hateful. Although Commander Dongqing was very angry, he could only be angry, but could not speak. No way, who calls their own strength inferior to others? Yes, lead the way. Qin Sheng's words were few. He directly ordered Guanhu to lead the way and through 3,000 lei and Hujin. Guanhu takes over 3,000 thunder and tiger gold, and her smile becomes more intense. "My darling, I'm too extravagant, isn't it? Take me 3,000 thunder and tiger gold?" The ordinary disciples of the fire hall of other people were dumbfounded and stunned, as if they were petrified. But the golden lei Hujin reminded them that this is a true thing. Qin Sheng's hand is thousands of thunder and tiger gold. Money makes the mare go. Qin Sheng sneers, "This is the eternal law. Even if it is as strong as the Holy Land or even the great sage, as long as it has enough interests, it can still become Qin Sheng's dog leg." Soon, under the leadership of Guanhu, they came to another side hall of Long Hall. There are terrible strong people guarding here, standing in line. There are 12 strong people who are immeasurable. The first one is the strong one in the little Holy Land. It's a little saint. Qin Sheng's heart was stormy, and he could not help shivering. This little sage was obviously more powerful than that Qiu Feng. He had white hair and a young face. It seemed that he was not much bigger than Qin Sheng. Who is the Lord? Xiaoxing spoke in a light voice, but it exploded in Qin Sheng's ear. Qin Sheng took a few steps and said respectfully, "Sir, I am the Lord." "You?" That little saint was curious and couldn't help looking at Qin Sheng twice. Obviously, with Qin Sheng's strength, he was the lord of the group. However, he didn't see any scenes of the little sage in Long Hall. He just looked at Qin Sheng curiously and didn't pay much attention to it at all. When he turned his hand, he threw out a ring and said, "There are 3 battleships and positioning transmission symbols in it. If you light the transmission symbols, you can use them. 1 goes to the ancient battlefield and 2 come back." It's obvious that little saint is afraid of any danger, so he gives Qin Sheng more directional transmission talisman. "Smell words," Qin Sheng nodded, "will accept ring up." Qin Sheng waved and said, "Let's go." Outside the mountain, Qin Sheng had a hand, and a warship appeared out of the sky. The warship is not big, at most it's 20 or 30 meters long. The whole body is made of unknown wood. Its surface is covered with terrible evil spirit. Its defense is amazing. Qin Sheng guessed that even the strong, who smelt the 5 holy regions, can't break it. "Go aboard." Qin Sheng didn't have any superfluous nonsense. He soon led everyone aboard, and then ignited the positioning conveyor. Boom. The positioning conveyor is golden in color. When it is lit, it will rise in a flash against the storm, and there are terrible thunder fires around. It's just a teleporter. How could it cause such a terrible celestial phenomenon? There are many levels of transmission talismans, such as this kind of transmission talismans in the North Restricted Area, which can shake the law power of the North Restricted Area, and it will cost terrible energy to move the heaven and earth. This positioning transmission given by Zhanlong Temple comes from a huge source. Once ignited, the power of being sealed directly surpasses the angry strike of the powerful of the 9 holy regions. My spiritual realm is still a little worse. Qin Sheng's sharp eyes, horror and vast soul force act on the slowly burning, directional transmission. The spirit lines depicted above are extremely complex. Even though his spirit realm has reached the triple Holy Spirit realm, it feels very difficult to understand. In Qin Sheng's view, those who can make this directional transmission and directly transmit the warship to the ancient battlefield must achieve the minimum accomplishments of Little Holy Land. Qin Sheng is very clear that the spirit realm of the Little Holy Land is not only the lowest, but also the 9 holy spirits. As for some strong Little Holy Land people who are good at spirit, they are afraid to reach a more terrible realm. Above the Holy Spirit state is the legendary Holy Spirit state. It's hard to touch a small Holy Land warrior with weak state strength. If my spirit level is higher, I can tamper with the spirit pattern of these directional teleportation charms and turn them into a more terrible version of purple crystal thunder! Qin Sheng thought to himself. Each of the 3 powers contained in the directional teleportation can kill a unified power of the 9 holy regions. Of course, all this is just one idea of Qin Sheng. It's more difficult to tamper with the transmission symbols from the small Holy Land than to climb to the sky. It's ridiculous. If you want to control a warship, you can't have secret skills. At this moment, he looked at Qin Sheng with a wry face, waiting to see Qin Sheng make a joke. All the warships in the War Dragon Hall are excavated from the ancient battlefield. They belong to the antiques of 10,000 years ago. In fact, they are also historical relics. Those warships have been in a state of disrepair for a long time. Many powerful people in Heilong Mountain Temple, even the most powerful people in the Great Holy Land, have participated in the restoration. Their power is not as strong as 10,000 years ago. However, there are 3 nails in the broken ship. It's okay to resist the attack of the Little Holy Land. As for the restored warship in Qin Sheng's hands, it was besieged by the most 6 powerful holy regions. The hull could no longer bear it, and it was disintegrated directly. Qin Sheng gave a cold snort, and the violent Yuan force broke out from his body and was continuously transmitted to the warship. It's really difficult for those who are able to achieve these goals to become fighters below the Triple Holy Land. A little carelessness may lead to terrible backfire and heavy damage. However, after 10 or so breaths, a terrible white light will submerge the warship, making everyone on board unable to open their eyes. In a quarter of an hour, the white light gradually disappeared. After a while of weightlessness, the ancient battlefield finally arrived. Bang! The ancient battlefield is full of light, falling directly to the ancient battlefield, setting off a lot of dust. The yellow sand is all over the sky, the blood moon is the same day. This is the first mirror image introduced into Qin Sheng's eyes. Looking around, he found that the visibility here is very low, and only the naked eye can see a distance of 100 meters at most. Qin Sheng, however, has the eye-catching, the terrible existence of the double holy body, and the visibility in the ancient battlefield is so low. I'm afraid you can only see about 10 meters away if you change to another warrior in Holy Land. Soul power. Qin Sheng turned his soul power and activated his eyes. He was able to see a picture 10 miles away. The visibility suddenly soared 100 times. If it was spread out, I would be scared to pee. I can only see Commander Dongqing, who is 30 meters away. Yellow sand, rubble, corpses, random graves. This is the legendary ancient battlefield? Qin Sheng can't help but rattle. There are too many dead bodies here. Most of them don't know how many years they have been dead. Apart from a bone that can shine, they have been corrupted. Of course, there are still fresh bodies, but the blood is black. It's fresh. In fact, it's estimated that they have been dead for hundreds of years. Ancient battlefield, death is the eternal theme here. Is everyone okay? Qin Sheng's golden eyes changed back to the original state, and looked around many Fire Hall disciples on the warship. Dongqing and Shangguan Shiyu are good. After all, they are 2 leaders at the command level, especially Dongqing. He is not the first time to come to the ancient battlefield. After all, he adapts to the atmosphere here. However, other people are not the same. Most of them are the warriors at the top of the Holy Land. Even if they are like Guan Hu, the strong men of the Holy Land are not suitable for the dead places like the ancient battlefield. Well? What flavor, so fragrant? At this time a fragrance spread over, like a slip of smoke, from the sky. A young man in a custom-made Fire Hall armor couldn't help but take a breath and feel his pores spray out. This is the most fragrant thing he has ever heard in his life. This fragrance also contains rich unknown energy. Take 2 more breaths, and I feel like I can become a double Holy Land. At this time, the man in the armor turned red and roared crazily, how itchy my body is. He began to take off his customized armor of the Fire Hall, and then desperately scratched his face, which soon became bloody. Lord Lin Dong is crazy. A companion shouted to Qin Sheng for help. Get out of the way. Qin Sheng roared and hurried to the stern of the warship. He found that the Fire Hall disciple named Lin Dong was really mad. He scratched his eyes and dug out his own pearls. That's not enough. He even dug out his Tian Lingai. He's poisoned. Qin Sheng's face changed wildly. He shouted, everyone, stop breathing and don't smell the fragrance. Unfortunately, it was later. Another female disciple began to take off her armor and tried to dig out her heart. Qin Sheng groaned coldly. He grabbed the female disciple with one hand. The spirit of nine death enveloped his delicate body and turned to poison. There was no match for the spirit of nine death. Within 3 breaths, the female disciple woke up and Qin Sheng continued to rescue other poisoned disciples. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Sheng finally solved the crisis. It's a pity that Qin Sheng, the young disciple named Lin Dong, didn't rescue him, but he died after all. Lin Dong first inhaled those inexplicable fragrances, but also inhaled the most. The attack is the fastest. Lin Dong died miserably. He dug out all his organs. He's greedy. I only dare to take 2 of that fragrance. He's killing himself to take it. Lin Dong comes from a small family, and the double holy land is the strongest in his family. A group of onlookers were talking about each other, each pale. Lord, I advise you to activate the defense border of warships. In ancient battlefields, sometimes breathing can cause death. At this time, Dongqing said with a smile. Shangguan's poem Rain and Apricot eyes stared and locked Dongqing. There was a flash of anger in his eyes and forced him to ask, Dongqing, you know this situation in the morning. Why didn't you say it earlier? The dead Lin Dong didn't belong to his subordinates. He died. In fact, at the moment when he just came to the ancient battlefield, Dongqing Gong passed on his voice to all his subordinates, shielding their breath. Being forced by the rain of Shangguan's poems, and with such a strong attitude of questioning, Dongqing's face was not angry at all, and he said with a light smile, Shangguan's younger martial sister, you want to add your guilt. Why bother? Let's not say that the ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. There are all kinds of situations. It's not 100% that the air will spread extremely poisonous. You may not know that it's really bad luck. There are some dust on the skin, and there were some true disciples of Jiucheng Holy Land who lost their lives. I can't let everyone huddle up on a warship, be a huddle-headed turtle, can I? In a few words, Dongqing shirked all his responsibilities. Besides, I don't know that our Lord doesn't even know this common sense. It is Dongqing's saying that makes many disciples of the fire hall face each other angrily. Hearing this, Qin Sheng also flashed a flash of warm anger between his eyebrows. He knew that Dongqing was deliberately planning to jump Qin Sheng to the fire pit and wait for the excitement. What made Qin Sheng even angrier was that he was in vain looking at the danger of life and death of the disciples in the fire hall. Such people should fight. Pa. In a rage, Qin Sheng slaps him in the past. Dongqing is triumphant. He is ready to occupy the moral commanding height and make everyone dissatisfied with Qin Sheng, so that he can usurp the throne and become the Lord again. Dongqing fantasizes about his dream. He smashes his dream into pieces and returns to reality. All changes are too fast, whether it's Shangguan Shiyu or Dongqing. They never thought Qin Sheng suddenly slapped himself. Dongqing covers his face, takes a big gulp of red and swollen, even his teeth are broken. He is shocked, disbelieving, angry, and complex emotions emerge on his face. Qin Sheng, how dare you smoke me? Dongqing looks up to the sky and roars. It's Qin Sheng who is clearly to blame. How dare he be so upright and brave? Is it true that you can do whatever you want? What's more, Qin Sheng is so strong that he can slap himself at will. He doesn't even have time to respond? These questions echoed in Dongqing's mind, but he was waiting for another slap. Pa. Dongqing's face is red and swollen on both sides. He takes 3 steps backward and kneels on one knee. It's so deceiving. I'll cut you off. Dongqing's eyes in a rage burst with terrible evil spirit. Once he turned his hand, he would break Qin Sheng with a knife. Dongqing, calm down. Shangguan Shiyu is also ignorant. She didn't expect Qin Sheng to go crazy suddenly. Is that anger? Although she didn't want to understand, she was still in front of Qin Sheng. You. Get out of the way. Dongqing was bathed in a hot flame, which was the hallucination of Yuanli. The three holy realms were generated in an instant, enveloping Qin Sheng and Shangguan's poetic reign. Chang. The spirit saber is glittering and dazzling. It is extremely gorgeous and dangerous. Many of the disciples in the fire hall were shivering, afraid to speak or even breathe too much, for fear of touching the commander of the three holy regions in the rage. 9 holy realms, each different holy realms, the power contained in the body, are far from each other. Shangguan Shiyu, get out of the way. Qin Sheng patted Shiyu on the shoulder, walked in front of him, looked at Dongqing in a cold and heartless way, and said coldly, the first slap is for Lin Dong who died. You know that there are all kinds of dangers in the ancient battlefield, but you don't warn. This is your dereliction of duty as a subordinate. It's time to fight. As for the second slap, I don't think you're upset. There's no other reason. On the warship, Qin Sheng explained the reason why he slapped Dongqing twice. When Dongqing heard this, he was immediately blocked in the heart, and his windpipe was about to explode. What's the reason for this? If you are not convinced, try it. Qin Sheng said coldly and mercilessly, it's reasonable for me to kill you for breaking the rules below. Hearing this, Dongqing, as if hearing the funniest joke in his life, laughed angrily and said, with you, the king of soft rice who emphasizes the Holy Land, is also worthy of beheading me? Qin Sheng ignored, turned and left, murmuring, I didn't smoke those 2 slaps just now? Qin Sheng's voice was very light, as if he was telling the least important thing. Dongqing is holding the spirit knife, and his sharp nails are unconsciously trapped in the skin in the rage, but he still doesn't feel any pain, which is a great shame. Looking at Qin Sheng's back, he really wants to sneak attack and cut off Qin Sheng's head. But in the end, Dongqing didn't dare to do it, because his hot face reminded him that Qin Sheng was right. He slapped himself so easily. If the first slap is a coincidence, what about the second? In front of the public, Dongqing was slapped twice by Qin Sheng, who was obviously better than himself. How could Dongqing not want revenge? However, when he mentions the spirit knife, he trembles. He is afraid, which comes from the fear of death. In short, he is afraid. Not afraid of 10,000, just in case. If Qin Sheng had the ability to kill him and the courage to do so, he would not have died in vain. I can't take that risk. Dongqing tells himself to bear with the danger of the ancient battlefield and the arrogance of Qin Sheng. He will die once. The fog began to grow, and the yellow sand was still very dense. A heavy Holy Land warrior could see more than 10 meters here at most. There must have just been some creature that gave off this gas. Qin Sheng's eyes were glowing silently, and his eyes were shining with gold. If we change to other holy regions, even the strong of the triple holy regions, we dare not walk alone in the fog and yellow dust storm, because the visibility is too low. However, Qin Sheng is different. He has a powerful soul, and he has cultivated a golden eye. He can see clearly within 10 miles. The culprit has been found. Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly moved, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw some flowers twinkling with oil-green flame in a pile of yellow sand in the distance. Flowers, like lanterns, constantly emit fragrance and mingle in the air. This unknown lantern even produces soul poison. Once inhaled, even the martial artists in Holy Land can produce hallucinations and then become the nutrients of these plants. Qin Sheng murmured and looked at a large number of bones under the flowers. Cut it. Qin Sheng came down from the sky, the double holy body was running, the crystal rune light, twined with 2 auras of spirit pattern, and stepped heavily on those lantern flowers. Man, dare you provoke me? Obviously, the lantern flower that can produce soul poison has already produced wisdom. It emits fragrance from its mouth and shoots countless sharp tentacles out of the yellow sand. The tentacles were extremely sharp, tearing the air, crackling down on Qin Sheng's body, setting off a lot of sparks, but they could not hurt Qin Sheng's half-inch skin. Sanctify the flesh? Dabu, I eat it as dabu. Lanterns and flowers are totally crazy. The whole yellow sand area is boiling. Human skeletons climb out from under the yellow sand and kill Qin Sheng. I don't know what to do. Qin Sheng wanted to rely on the holy body to blow up all the human skeletons, but he didn't want to make much noise because he felt a little stabbing pain on his eyebrows and heart, and he could feel that there were terrible creatures coming here. Fight fast. Great ship, now. Qin Sheng sacrificed his holy land, and a huge wheel was formed in an instant under the intermingling of endless Yuan forces. Boom. The wheel at this moment, like the ring above the gorgeous stars, slowly rotates. It seems to be slow, but in fact, it has a huge attraction. The lanterns and flowers were uprooted, and without any resistance, they were sucked into the wheel. Pooh. The huge wheel rolled, and the lantern flowers, which were 3 miles in circumference, were crushed into several pieces. What is this? Human, let me go. The lanterns and flowers that had already produced wisdom suddenly made a shrill scream, but Qin Sheng was not merciful and moved his holy land in silence. In less than 3 breaths, there was no sound at all. This is Qin Sheng's first time to fully exert the great will Holy Land. Unexpectedly, it is so strong. The flower demon is good at spirit poison. My spirit realm is not low. If it doesn't kill me, it can only be crushed by my holy land alive. In terms of physical attack, the flower demon may be the most powerful force around the peak of the Holy Land, but in terms of spirit attack, it is easy to let down the warriors of the Holy Land. Even so, Qin Sheng couldn't help but lament the dread of his great will Holy Land, because it would take a long time for ordinary martial artists to clean up the flower demon. As soon as the great wheel Holy Land came out, several breath flower demons died. What a pure soul power! Qin Sheng couldn't help but look ecstatic. This great wheel Holy Land can not only fight, but also refine the corpse of the flower demon and turn it into the most pure soul power? This makes Qin Sheng realize for the first time that his talent in martial arts is not as low as it seems. For a long time, Qin Sheng was good at alchemy, then soul refining, body refining, and even sword training. After absorbing the soul power tempered by the flower demon, I can reach the peak of triple Holy Spirit. Qin Sheng was ecstatic again. The danger of the ancient battlefield was terrible, but the rewards and gains were also very rich. How long does it take for him to be promoted to triple Holy Spirit? Within a few days, now he is ready to break through to quadruple Holy Spirit with a few breaths. If this is passed on, it will definitely scare and cry a group of true disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple. Well? All of a sudden, Qin Sheng suddenly turned around. His eyebrows and heart hurt so much that his blood was running out. What's that fast approaching? Qin Sheng's eyes were burning wildly, and he could only see a huge black shadow in one building, but he couldn't see clearly what it was, and then his eyes were split and blood was dripping. There are terrible creatures approaching. Qin Sheng's heart was still palpitating. He wiped the blood from his eyebrows and eyes, turned it into a streamer, and returned to the warship. Transfer. It was too late to explain to the disciples of the fire hall on the warship that they offered a transmission talisman directly. This is not the directional transmission talisman given by the War Dragon Hall, but the transmission talisman collected by Qin Sheng before. It can only be transmitted for about 5,000 li. We are all seated. There are terrifying creatures approaching. Qin Sheng was driving the warship, and at the same time, his eyebrows and heart were crazy to shoot out the soul force, which ignited the transmission talisman suspended on the warship. The transmission talisman tore a door, submerged the warship, and was ready to be transmitted to a place 5,000 miles away. As for where it would be transmitted, whether it was directly transmitted to the terrible desperate situation of the ancient battlefield, Qin Sheng could not control so much at this time. At this time, there was a violent riot in the sky and the earth. The next palm was on top of the cloud. The whole body was black, with extremely sharp nails. It was twined with the force of thunder. With a light stroke, it could tear the terrible void cracks. This is the ancient battlefield. Some gods have fallen down. They are so strong that they can tear the void with their bare hands. It's a great saint. Qin Sheng's face was white, and others were also blindfolded, lying on their knees, afraid to look up. That's a great saint. He destroys the sky and destroys the earth. This is an ancient battlefield. Who knows whether this great saint-level creature was left over 10,000 years ago or grew up recently? How could this happen? Dongchun was frightened to cry directly. His tears were raging. He didn't want to die. He shivered and said, "This is just the periphery of the ancient battlefield. How can there be creatures at the level of great holy land? It's unreasonable. It's not reasonable at all." The big black hand that came down from the sky just reached out a finger and was ready to destroy the warship. "No one can cut me." Qin Sheng roared and his blood was hard to breathe. He used the forbidden system and 9 death magic skills to sacrifice the great wheel. He was desperate to block the finger from the great saint. Qin Sheng is crazy. Shang Guanxiu looks pale and shakes her head. She doesn't dare to look at it again. She wants to block one finger of Desheng with a heavy holy land? It's just a dreamer talking. Let alone the great sage. Even in the small holy land, Qin Sheng will be crushed by a finger without any suspense. Sure enough, the wheel broke into 3 pieces. Qin Sheng vomited blood, his body began to collapse, and his vitality began to dissipate. At the critical moment, Long Dawei stood up, his strength recovered a lot, but he was still beaten bleeding. If there was no Tai stove to isolate most of his strength, he would also be beaten to sleep again. Finally, the warship disappears and disappears in a flash. In the dark and oppressive cave, Qin Sheng slowly opened his eyes. It hurts. Qin Sheng felt a headache, and his bones seemed to be all broken. Where is this? In the dim light, Qin Sheng looked around and slowly turned his eyes. However, he found that Yuanli was exhausted. "Qin Sheng, you finally wake up." Qin Sheng took a look at a woman's melody. It turned out to be Shangguan's poetic rain. At this moment, Shangguan's poetry rain is still a unique face and temperament, but the strong worry between the eyebrows gradually dissipated. "Well." Qin Sheng nodded. He turned his hand and threw out a big medicine, which contained supreme blood. Even those who have melted multiple holy regions will be jealous when they see it. Even if they meet greedy people, they will even start looting. After the medicine was put into the stomach, the broken giant ship Holy Land had already been healed again and slowly turned. Even a circle has not been completed, it has been refining all the energy. "I'm too hurt." Qin Sheng's low voice spread to the distance and attracted the attention of other disciples in the fire hall. Long Dawei said with bad breath, "It's a miracle that you have not destroyed all the gods and forms, because of the positive impact of the creatures at the level of the great sage." Long Dawei mentions the great sage-level creature who only sees his fingers, and immediately causes a silence. Indeed, the creatures of the great sanctuary level can crush them thousands of times with only one finger. It's not only Qin Sheng, they didn't die. It's a huge miracle. It's impossible for a great sage to kill a person 1,000 times. However, Qin Sheng, the Lord with only one holy land, stood in front of him. Next, Qin Sheng took out 10 big medicines at a draught, and reluctantly recovered more than half of his body and soul. Seeing this scene, Commander Dongqing could not help but take a breath of cool air. I'm afraid that he didn't even take the legitimate son of Shangguan family into consideration. 10 big medicines are eaten at a time. Each one is worth a lot of money. Even the real disciples are reluctant to take it. Qin Sheng's face was still a little white. Looking at the Shangguan Shiyu, he asked, "How long have I been in a coma?" 3 days and 3 nights, replied Shangguan Shiyu. Smell speech, Qin Sheng some frown, he also did not think, he actually fell into a deep sleep so long time. It's just a finger. It's not something I can bear. If it wasn't for the 9 dead magic power and the giant wheel to protect my vitality, it would have been dead for a long time. After all, it comes from the inheritance of the eldest martial sister who is also walking in 9 days and 10 places. In addition to the huge wheel made of the stone tablet and the stone sword, Qin Sheng finally survived. It's a pity that it hasn't been refined into a 3rd death. Qin Sheng said in his heart. 9 death skill. It's the ultimate practice. It's hard to find opponents in 9 days and 10 places. Of course, it's not so easy to practice. The so-called elder martial sister is just the 5th death. If it can be refined into the 3rd death, I'm afraid it can kill the strong at the level of small holy land with one slap. 9 death skill is not something that a cat and a dog can contend with. Once they practice the 3rd death, it's easy to walk across the forbidden area in the north. Then don't waste time. Let's go. Qin Sheng stood up, frantically running Yuanli, digesting the power of the 10 miraculous drugs, go to meet the point. Wait a minute. At this time, Dongqing was in front of Qin Sheng. Well? Qin Sheng looked at Dongqing displeased, and there was a flash of impatience in his eyes. Dongqing, it's a lot of things. Before the coming of the great saint, Qin Sheng slapped him twice. Now Qin Sheng suspects that Dongqing is trying to find the place while he is weak. Don't get me wrong, Lord. I want to apologize to you, Commander Dongqing said with a smile. Apologize? Qin Sheng was surprised at this. Dongqing is a true commander of the Triple Holy Land. As long as he is given enough time to reach the Triple Holy Land, it is not too difficult to become a true disciple. Before that, because he was fighting for the Lord, his face was red with Qin Sheng. The most important thing is that Qin Sheng slapped him twice in front of the public. Such a disgrace, Dongqing not only didn't want revenge, but apologized instead. Shangguan Shiyu's beautiful eyes are flowing with crystal light, and she says, "What kind of medicine does Dongqing gourd sell?" Qin Sheng squints at Dongqing and says, "Why apologize?" Dongqing falters and falters. Finally, in the hot eyes of countless Tao, he plumps down on one knee and says, "Lord, if you have offended me before, please forgive me." This kneeling is amazing. It's Dongqing. Everyone is puzzled. Even if we apologize, isn't it enough? We should kneel down? In fact, only Dongqing knows that the ancient battlefield has changed and is definitely not the former adventurer's paradise. 3 days ago, they just came to the edge of the ancient battlefield, and even caused the killing of the great saint-level creatures. If Qin Sheng didn't have a big killer in his body, he would have been Dongqing for thousands of times. Dongqing was not convinced before. He thought that Qin Sheng was just a soft guy, holding the big legs of the Shangguan clan. But he ate continuously in front of Qin Sheng and saved his life 3 days ago. He knew that Qin Sheng, who was despised and even unworthy of being Lord, was not so simple on the surface. People are not eating soft food, but really strong. To escape from the heaven and the obliteration of the great Holy Spirit, let alone a guy of the Holy Land. Even the strong of the little Holy Land can't do it. But Qin Sheng did it. This kneeling, no loss. In these 3 days and nights, Dongqing has figured out a lot. He didn't have to fight with Qin Sheng for a long time. Instead, he wanted to live. He would kick his foot on the steel plate. Dongqing looks up at Qin Sheng and feels that if this son can go back to Heilong Mountain Temple alive after this ancient battlefield, the name of Qin Sheng will definitely spread throughout the Heilong Mountain Temple. Even Dongqing felt that this son was more terrible than the genius of the vice temple leader. Let's be clear about what happened before. Qin Sheng said in a deep voice that he did not punish Dongqing. Good. It's clear. Dongqing didn't have any affectation either. He stood up directly. Lord, as if he were going to the assembly place now, it would be better to wait until tomorrow morning. Dongqing said, the ancient battlefield is more terrible than before. The creatures at the level of the great sage are all moving around. The night is the most dangerous time of the ancient battlefield. Hearing this, Qin Sheng took a look at Shangguan's poem Rain. Don't delay this mission, will you? Shangguan Shiyu shook his head and said, the task is important, but at present many disciples of Huadian are injured. It's really not good to move in the ancient battlefield at night. Qin Sheng nodded his head and ordered, we'll fix up the night and start again in the morning. After a night of cultivation and adjustment, Qin Sheng finally completely restored the physical and spiritual injuries. Boom. The warship pulled out, turned into a streamer, and disappeared in the sky of the ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield also has a huge territory. After all, there was a place where gods fell. According to Qin Sheng's estimation, the area of the ancient battlefield will never be smaller than the wasteland of the 36 dynasties. There should be a staging area ahead. Qin Sheng, holding a star disk, pointed to a Tuqing in front of him and said lightly. Tuqing is very small, about 10 meters high. This height, let alone the Holy Land, is extremely powerful. Even the martial artists who have access to the vein can cross it at will. It's just a cover-up. In fact, it's a steel fortress armed to the teeth. Who are you coming from? A cold and heartless voice blew in Qin Sheng's mind. If Qin Sheng was not powerful and the 9 death magic was powerful, he would definitely feel the collapse of his soul if he became a 4-fold holy soul. Who? Qin Sheng took a deep breath, because the other side was a little sage. He said, my name is Qin Sheng, Lord of the Fire Hall of Heilong Mountain Temple. Just after the words fell, Qin Sheng threw out the keepsake. If there is no keepsake, the little saint who is hidden in the inner part of Tuqing is scared to death. There are all kinds of terrible things in ancient battlefields, adventurers, robbers, and monsters disguised as human beings. In addition, the recent events in the ancient battlefield are chaotic and terrible enough. The little sage who is not far away is not careful. Don't resist. I'll extradite you to the city. After 10 breaths, the little saint and the great talent sent back a flash of white light and lightning. With a terrible breath, the whole warship was enveloped in an instant. Don't move, everyone. Qin Sheng looked back at the group of angry hall disciples with pale faces, especially the weak ones, and comforted them. Boom. The border was opened one by one, and the warships slowly entered the city. There is a world here. It's not earthy at all. Instead, it's very prosperous. It's just covered up by the border layer by layer. Are you the Lord? The little sage was wearing gold armor, covering his face, only showing his sharp eyes. He locked Qin Sheng, a little surprised and confused. Qin Sheng's strength is not very strong in this group. On the surface, he has a lot of energy and learns to be physically strong. The fluctuation of yuan power is not strong at all. How can he be Lord? Qin Sheng met the little saint in gold armor. He didn't look timid or flustered because of the terrible smell of the strong man, but he was very calm. He smiled and said, "That's right." Little Sage didn't care much, and then he cast his eyes on the warships of Qin Sheng. Suddenly, the eyes of the little sage in Qing's garrison suddenly sharpened, and his golden armor suddenly boiled. Like boiling water, there was a 5-clawed golden dragon between the lightning and flint. At the same time, there was a terrible smell of awe. Poof! In some martial arts realms, only the Fire Hall disciples in the Holy Land could not carry it in an instant. They coughed up blood with a big mouth, looked pale, and crawled on the deck of the warship shivering, afraid to move. This warship once had the aura of great saint-level ferocity. Dressed in gold armor and holding halberds, the little sage's voice is cold and his eyes are full of dignification. At the same time, he locks Qin Sheng. Because Qin Sheng is the lord of these people. Don't move. I suspect you are stained with the spirit of the great saint. Some of you have been taken away. Qin Sheng was also shocked by the astonishing words of the little saint in the gold war armor. My lord, this is what happened. Qin Sheng takes a deep breath. The pressure of the little Holy Land is too terrible. Even though it has been suppressed vigorously, but at such a close distance, even Qin Sheng, who has a double holy body, can't bear it. His viscera were burning, especially his chest, which seemed to be oppressed by hundreds of millions of kilograms of boulders, and his breathing was not smooth. Soon, Qin Sheng explained the details of the incident to the little saint in gold armor. Smell speech, small saint cannot help but exclaim, if really encounter big saint-level fierce spirits chase, unexpectedly can still escape, you can live really is a miracle. That little saint is very clear, even he can't escape from the sky. It's not uncommon, but it's from the declining Heilong mountain temple. The little saint couldn't help looking at Qin Sheng again. The little sage came from a big clan outside the 4 inheritance areas. He was sent by the big clan to experience in the ancient battlefield. In the North Forbidden area, except for the 4 god-beast families, other big families, like Shangguan big family and Huangfu big family, Tongtong also have their own inheritance. In addition to some disciples with ordinary talents who choose the 4 inheritance places to practice, they usually practice in their own inheritance places. Of course, this is not to say that the 4 inheritance places are chicken ribs or even waste for those big families, or even the 4 great beast families, which is absolutely not. After all, there are countless talents gathered in the 4 inheritance areas. There are always a few dazzling degrees that can suppress those big family Tianjiao and even the evil genius of the 4 god-beast families. However, the probability is very low. 1 or 2 will be produced in 100 or even 1,000 years. In any case, it is rare to be able to suppress Tianjiao of all the big families or even compare the evil spirits of the 4 beast families among the 4 inheritance areas. A slap can be counted. The little saint's eyes wandered on Qin Sheng. He felt that Qin Sheng could not see through him. It scared little saint. Who is he? Even in the level of small holy land, it is also the strong of the strong, otherwise it will not be stationed here. The little saint offered a bronze mirror and shot out a tremendous light. After a dozen breaths, the light on the mirror disappeared. He sighed with relief and said, neither the warship nor you are possessed by the great saint-level ferocious spirit. This Qin can rank among the top 3 in the whole ancient battlefield, covering layers of prohibitions. Generally speaking, even the great saint-level ferocious spirits can't be changed to enter here. But the little saint in the gold armor still sailed carefully for thousands of years. That's the ferocity of the great saint. He's not afraid of 10,000. He's most afraid of an accident. If the great saint-level ferocious spirit really sneaks in, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. There are many 4 inheritance places hidden here, even the peerless pride of some big families. The ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous for the ordinary martial artists in Holy Land. If they are not careful, they may be killed or even destroyed. There is no chance for them to reincarnate and be human again. However, for the top students in the 4 inheritance places, even for the proud sons of the big family, this is a very ideal place to practice. Just think about it. If his fault led to the death of all the favored sons in Qin, even the great sage of his family could not protect him. The little saint in the gold armor took back the mirror and said, "You can go." "Thank you, sir." Hearing this, Qin Sheng also arched his hand, put away the warship and took the people away. At this time in a palace. The decoration here is very luxurious. Ambergris lights the lamp. There is a peculiar fragrance in the huge hall. On the gold pillar, a dragon is directly used to resist the ceiling. Of course, it is only the lowest flying dragon. But even so, it also makes people feel extremely luxurious and stunned. Here, there are a lot of talented young girls gathered. They are all dressed in luxurious clothes or spiritual armor. They are all full of heaven. In the eyes of sword eyebrows, they know that they are definitely not something in the pool. That is the young generation who wants to transform dragon into phoenix. Still no news? There were 3 thrones above the temple, and the young man in the middle could not help asking. He was dressed in a blue dragon robe, his eyebrows were shining, his hair was also blue, and he was a green dragon. In his words, he wanted to release the dragon spirit. His name is Dongchen. He is the leader of Qin sect. He is terrible in cultivation. He is already a strong man in the 5 holy regions. Although he has tried to suppress it, the yuanli pressure released from his side is still frightening. Wen Yan, a gorgeous woman sitting on the left side of Dongchen, is willow eyebrow wrinkled. She has a unique face and a straight body. Although she sits on the throne, she can still capture her slender posture. However, this is a goddess of ice and snow. The throne is frozen. The energy released from her body is extremely cold. Even those who have melted multiple holy regions will be directly suppressed. Yuanli is frozen. Her name is Yanning. She is the leader of Zuanbing men. Her cultivation is the peak of the 4 holy regions. She can melt the 5th holy region only a little. Hailangshan Temple is getting too much. Yanning snorted coldly, whose time is also precious. We have been waiting here for 3 days, but we haven't appeared yet. Are they not intoxicated with the glory of 1,000 years ago? The 1,000-year-old Hailangshan Temple is indeed the peak of the 4 major heritage sites, with a formidable background. Even some individual clans in the forbidden area in the north are not rivals. From Yang Ying's words, we can see that the strength of Zuanbing men is far beyond that of Hailangshan Temple. Otherwise, it is impossible to sneer at the Black Dragon Mountain Temple in full view of the public. Ha ha, what Commander Yanning said. At this time, a man said with a smile, his accomplishments are not low. It is obvious that he melted at least 3 holy regions. If Qin Sheng was here at this time, he would surely recognize that this was Wu Yunlong, who had participated in the examination of working disciples before and was troubled by many difficulties. Wu Yunlong had such a high-spirited spirit that he didn't seem to pay attention to Qin Sheng, who was going to examine his working disciples. However, his posture here was very low. In the light smile, more was flattery. It's hard to say. Wu Yunlong is flattering. Qin sect and Zuanbing men always share the same spirit and common hatred. Besides, Wu Yunlong knows that Yanning, who represents the leader of Zuanbing men, has always been one of the goals of Dongchen. Although, it's not the official Taoist couple of Dongchen, but all the leaders' wives have a good deal with each other, this kind of thing is definitely 100 profits without any harm. I got the news this morning that the fire hall of Heilong Mountain Temple had started 3 days ago, but I heard that it was not very peaceful recently, and there was a great saint-level ferocious spirit waking up and raging everywhere. Wu Yunlong made a surprising news. The ferocious spirit of the great holy land, what a terrible thing it is. If you want to kill here, you can't bear it in 9 out of 10. Fortunately, the Earth City is also garrisoned by the most powerful human holy land. Even if they can't bear it, they can delay for a moment, so that they can evacuate safely. When Yan, as expected, Dongchen picked out the eyebrows of his sword, and the man in the grey robe sitting on his right side held the sword all the time and sat with his knees crossed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and shot out the real sword. This kind of eyes, even Yanning, who is already the peak of the 4 holy regions, can't help but take a breath of cool air. What a strong sword spirit! This grey-robed man is like a sword that has not yet been sheathed. When he opens his eyes, the sword will come out of its sheath and give Yanning a thrilling light. If Qin Sheng is here at this time, he will also be recognized. Lonely sword. At the beginning, when Qin Sheng was examining his working disciples, he once helped Qin Sheng's swordsman. I'm not in a hurry. Lonely Dust Sword said this sentence, silence again, do not want to say again. Dongchen Song's eyes flashed quickly. In front of him, this lonely sword is just a triple holy land. Although it's a sword cultivator, it's terrible, but it also gives him the face of Dongchen Song, right? If you don't catch up with the time, let the other 2 inheritors wait? Enough. Dongchen Song said in a deep voice, we have been waiting for 3 days and 3 nights. If we delay the task, who can bear the consequences? The tasks that need to be completed by the 4 major heritage sites can be too simple. Because of the importance of the task, so far, they have no idea what the task is. I'll go along, too. Don't have to wait. Yanning agreed, and a sneer flashed across her face, with the current details of Heilong Mountain Temple, how much contribution can it make even if it arrives in time? The eyebrows of Lonely Dust Sword are tightened, and the war sword in your arms is singing and moving faintly. It seems that you are angry too. I said, are you a little worried? At this time a lazy voice echoed in the temple. The voice is very lazy, and the volume is not very large, but it contains a very powerful soul power, penetrating the spirit of all the people present. Shwa. For a moment, all eyes fell on the door of the palace. Who's here? Heilong Mountain Temple? Countless fiery eyes fell on Qin Sheng, who, like the stars holding the moon, walked into the palace. Dongchen Song's eyebrows and heart flashed an unpleasant color and was about to get angry, but in the next moment, he saw the customized battle armor of Heilong Mountain Temple. The most powerful are only 3 holy regions, most of them are subordinates of 1 holy region. Yanning, from Xianbing Gate, is full of disdain and ridicule in her flowery eyes. Of course, she only takes 1 look and takes it back. As if, let her see Black Dragon Mountain Temple, more people will dirty her beautiful eyes, neck high, just like a proud swan. Lonely Dust Sword looked at Qin Sheng, his eyes were sharp, he stood up abruptly and said, Qin Sheng, it's you? The sharp sword's crazy beating is just like a hot and incomparable fire. The cultivation of Lonely Dust Sword is the lowest among the 3 disciples at the command level, but it has the strongest lethality. Even Dongchen doesn't dare to fight against it. Lonely Dust Sword goes to the extreme of Sword Wei, which is the legendary merciless sect of Taishang. All swordsmen of this sect will practice killing Sword Wei to the extreme, even if they hurt themselves by 909, they will kill thousands of enemies. For this kind of mad sword cultivation, Dongchen Song is not too dare to provoke, even if he is 2 big realms higher than lonely sword cultivation. Therefore, the sword maniac who can cause the Lonely Dust Sword to be so shocked is definitely not an ordinary person. The war sword in Lonely Dust Sword's hand sends out bursts of sword sounds and stirs up the void. Even though it is suppressed by its death and does not stir up sword chi, its power makes Dongchen and Yanning jump with fear again. Lonely Dust Sword stared at Qin Sheng. There was a flash of war in his eyes. All the cells were boiling because he found his opponent. It's true that ordinary people have not attracted the slightest attention of lonely swords, for they are not worth it at all. But Qin Sheng is not the same. Lonely Dust Sword can feel his terrible soul power, as well as his introverted blood power. Although his yuan power fluctuated slightly and seemed to melt a heavy holy land, it seemed to be no less powerful than the ordinary too heavy holy land warrior from the perspective of the yuan power strength. What is inside information? This is the inside story. How long is it before the examination of the working disciples? In such a short period of time, Qin Sheng has improved so much that others may not find it, but Lonely Dust Sword can obviously feel that Qin Sheng is very dangerous. Qin Sheng? How can it sound so familiar? Wu Yunlong is also a little confused. He doesn't seem to know where to hear the name. He was very impressed by the name, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Wu Yunlong stares at the young people who are surrounded by a group of disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple. They are ordinary in appearance, tall and straight in stature, and calm in demeanor. Qin Sheng. Is it you? Wu Yunlong shouted loudly and watched Qin Sheng burst out with anger and murderous intention. Qin Sheng is a disgrace in Wu Yunlong's life. Wu Yunlong's background is not very high, but it is not low. Even his teacher, a little sage, never slapped him. In front of him, Qin Sheng couldn't help it. He was slapped 3 times by the cultivation of Yantian. At that time, it happened so fast that it was even faster than the lightning and flint. Wu Yunlong was still in a daze and was slapped 3 times. Although Wu Yunlong lost his soul contract as a real saint, he was not humiliated by Qin Sheng. With soul appointment in front and Lonely Dust Sword as the witness of soul appointment, even if Wu Yunlong wanted to kill Qin Sheng on the spot, he couldn't help it. Originally, he felt that he would never meet Qin Sheng again in his life. It's just a servitude disciple. He may be trapped in semi-holy land for generations. Besides, the death rate of servitude disciples is very high. Wu Yunlong can't reveal any news to the public. But Qin Sheng, who humiliated him, appears again. Holy land, he smelt a holy land? Wu Yunlong was a little shocked. His face was full of disbelief and doubt. In fact, it's no wonder that Wu Yunlong suspects that it's not long since time passed. Qin Sheng directly melted the holy land. Even if Wu Yunlong asked himself, he could not do it. Hearing this, Qin Sheng looked up and saw Wu Yunlong. He was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, he had a narrow path of enemies. He met his enemies just after leaving the temple of Heilong Mountain. It's me. Is your face better? Qin Sheng asked quietly, seemingly concerned, in fact reminding Wu Yunlong of some past events. As expected, Wu Yunlong was most afraid of Qin Sheng's mention of his being humiliated. He was a powerful man in the Triple Holy Land, and could be a leader in the declining Heilong Mountain Temple with his strength. However, Wu Yunlong can only be a small leader in Qingyang sect, which is a little short of the commander level. Qin Sheng, you are dying. Wu Yunlong glared at Qin Sheng angrily. His eyebrows were full of anger. His face was so gloomy that he could drip water. He dared not make a voice, but only to warn Qin Sheng by sending a voice. After all, today's Wu Yunlong represents Qingyang sect. If Dongchen Song knew that he had been humiliated, how could Dongchen Song hold his thigh firmly? According to Wu Yunlong's character to Dongchen, let alone holding his thigh, it's lucky that he didn't kick off. Well? Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, as if he didn't hear Wu Yunlong's furious voice, but said to himself, look at my memory, I just slapped it a few times. I didn't use much strength at that time, and I think it would have been cured. As soon as the voice came out, the whole temple fell into silence. Every saint who can stand here is a saint, and no saint is a fool. Even ordinary martial artists can guess the dialogue between Qin Sheng and Wu Yunlong, especially the Song of Dongqin, whose handsome face is not happy. However, in the identity and status of Dongqin, it is absolutely impossible to ask a subordinate of Hailongshan Temple who has only one holy land of cultivation. Wu Yunlong's body is stiff. He wants to attack, but he dares to be angry and dare not speak. In his mind, there is more than one idea that he will never die with Qin Sheng. But when he looks at the environment here, he doesn't dare to start. Qin Sheng is hateful. Wu Yunlong would like to cut him to pieces. But if he did it now, he would be against the whole Heilong Mountain Temple. Although the Temple of Heilong Mountain has been weakened countless times, and its strength and inside information are far inferior to that of Qingyang's sect, it is still one of the 4 inheritance places. There are 3 nails in the rotten boat, let alone an inheritance place. Wu Yunlong's talent is a little bit, but the probability of promotion to the little sage in the future is very low. It's impossible to say it bluntly. No matter how poor Qin Sheng is, he is also a registered disciple of the Heilong Mountain Temple, and he can represent the Fire Temple to go out to the ancient battlefield, proving that his talent and strength are recognized by the Fire Temple. Of course, it's not ruled out that he got involved in the Heilong Mountain Temple, it's the matter. I've been arranged to do this hard job. I'll use it as cannon fodder. The ancient battlefield is not very peaceful recently. There are often terrible spirits and monsters. Those with unique talent can be plated with gold in this task, and then they will be able to soar after returning to the heritage site. But if the strength of the poor disciple, the big probability is when the cannon fodder life. If Wu Yunlong dare to behead Qin Sheng in full view of the public, this matter will surely cause the high-level anger of Heilong Mountain Temple. If Wu Yunlong has the talent to become a little sage, then Qingyang's sect can do anything to protect him. The problem is that Wu Yunlong has no such talent. This is more embarrassing. Now that we're all together, let's start. Dongqin glanced at Wu Yunlong coldly, scared him pale, retreated to one side, even afraid of the atmosphere, opened the task. This time, 4 inheritance areas were dispatched. Although the strongest one here is only the 5 holy regions, it is also the first task jointly completed by the 4 inheritance areas in decades. Moreover, today's ancient battlefield is so sensitive that all kinds of terrible forces are watching. If his Dongqin completes this task excellently, it will definitely attract the attention of the senior level of Qingyang's sect, even the attention of the great sage. If the great sage is optimistic about him and accepts him as an apprentice, then his Dongqin song will have a bright future. This mission is very secret. Even at this moment, he doesn't know exactly what kind of mission it is. Thinking of this, Dongqin's handsome face is full of eager colors. He has been rubbing his hands in his heart for a long time. To finish the task in the first time, he should not only be quick, but also win beautiful. Wait a minute. At this time, a very harsh sound made Dongqin's song ring again in the temple. He again? Dongqin's handsome face became more and more unhappy. He was interrupted by the minion of the Black Dragon Mountain Temple in front of him 3 times and 4 times. In the past, he killed Qin Sheng with a slap. Qin Sheng faced the light of Dongqin like killing, and there was no panic and fear on his clean face. He squinted and smiled. I haven't been seated yet, are you too worried? All the people in the audience were amused. Who is this? You want to sit in the Holy Land? I've already reached the peak of the double Holy Land. I don't want to stand still. Where did you come from? It was the disciples of Qingyang's sect and Xianbing's sect who were most surprised. There was only Lonely Dust Sword in Tongtian cult. Except for Lonely Dust Sword, everyone else looked down on Qin Sheng. No, it seems to be a big deal. Not only the people of Qingyang's sect and Xianbing sect sneered, but also many disciples of the Fire Hall of Hailongshan Temple could not help feeling empty. In particular, the dog's leg, Guan Hu, whose face was white, was obviously frightened by Qin Sheng's move. Our Black Dragon Mountain Shrine is far from what it used to be. Before it was fought fiercely with Qingyang, if it was not for the large families in the deepest part of the northern forbidden area to intervene behind it, the Black Dragon Mountain Shrine was afraid to directly drop out the ranks of the 4 great heritage sites. At this time, Dongqing couldn't help sending a message to remind Qin Sheng. In fact, it's not the first time that our Heilong Mountain Temple has been suppressed by Qingyang sect and Xianbing sect. We don't need to touch the moldy head to step back. It's obvious that Dongqing knows that people are very strong. Their Heilong Mountain Temple is now weak. It's not a weakness to stay away. It's not that there's a saying. It's the most important thing to finish the task. It doesn't matter. When Qin Sheng heard this, he didn't even look back at Dongqing and Guan Hu. He continued to step on the last throne in the temple step by step, which is the one beside the lonely dust sword, under the hot eyes of countless ways. Qin Sheng, get off. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Wu Yunlong takes a look at Dongqing and immediately understands it. Obviously, Dongqing wants to embarrass a group of people in the Black Dragon Mountain Temple in front of him. Qin Sheng frowned. His clean face didn't show much anger. He just looked up and saw Wu Yunlong. He said quietly, "Get out of the way. I'm the Lord of Heilong Temple. I should be the same as them." When they heard this, they were immediately happy. Is this man out of his mind? A holy land is the most humble existence here. Even the Black Dragon Mountain Temple in decline is not a big man. How could it be the Lord? I don't know. Maybe it's a related household? The disciples of Qin Yangzong and Zuanbing men couldn't help talking. They looked at Qin Sheng like a clown's funny performance. They didn't pay attention to Qin Sheng's words at all. Dongqing was so impatient that he looked down on Qin Sheng like a god's mansion and said, "Hurry up. What kind of thing, once the Holy Land is heavy, you want to sit with his Dongqing song? He has been a monk for so many years, and he has never sat with people who are different from himself in so many realms. This is a shame to Dongqing song." But Qin Sheng was not the same. He didn't put the people of Qingyang sect and Zuanbing men in front of him. This place is also a Tuqing, which is garrisoned by all kinds of strong people. There is definitely more than one person at the level of small Holy Land. It's a big deal, isn't it, because there are some peerless and powerful people in the little Holy Land? Qin Sheng's eyes sparkled with strong fighting spirit. Since he entered the forbidden area in the north, he has been cultivating for thousands of miles every day. He has also made great progress in body training, martial arts training, and soul refining. He has gone through many vicissitudes in the past years, and he did not know how much he suffered, so he finally came to the ancient battlefield. Repressed for so long, finally can let go. Whoever dares to stop Qin Sheng will destroy him. At present, this Dongqing song is very powerful. It's a powerful person in the 5 holy regions. If this cultivation is put in the Heilong Mountain Temple, it can become a real disciple's terror. However, in Qingyang sect, which is much better than Heilong Mountain Temple, his Dongqing song is still a registered disciple. Maybe after this mission in the ancient battlefield, Dongqing has a great chance to become a high-ranking true disciple. Qin Sheng is sure to suppress the 2 holy regions and even some weak and strong 3 holy regions. Of course, what is the limit of the terrible holy region of Giant Wheel? Even Qin Sheng is not clear. Because Qin Sheng has not yet challenged the limit of Giant Ship. It is not difficult for Qin Sheng to fight with the strong in the Triple Holy Land. For holy spirits, which is terrible. It's really hard for the strong people in the Holy Realm to reach. Maybe the spirit realm of Qin Sheng can't kill the spirit of Dongqing song all at once, but it's not hard to make a small or even a heavy one. The fight between life and death may be Qin Sheng in the 3 undercards. It is not impossible to cut the Dongchen song. Don't forget, Qin Sheng has Tai Zhenlu and Long Dawei. They attack together. It's easy to beat Dongchen's nose and face. With these details, Qin Sheng's language is more powerful. Yes. Wu Yunlong's face was ecstatic. He had been trying to do Qin Sheng for a long time. However, he was a real registered disciple of the Heilong Mountain Temple. Now Dongchen has spoken. He undoubtedly has a big backer. Even if he was later investigated by the Heilong Mountain Temple, Dongchen is in front of him. For the last chance, get out on your own, and don't insult yourself. Wu Yunlong's body slowly glowed, especially his eyes flashed a cruel color. He had already said it very beautifully. He was polite before the soldiers. Qin Sheng shakes his head and ignores Wu Yunlong. Get out of the way, he says. Wu Yunlong sneered and said, what if I don't let it? Qin Sheng's smile gradually faded away, then gradually became serious, and said, get out of the way. Wu Yunlong continued to sneer and said, no. You want to be slapped again? Qin Sheng asked. His voice was not loud, but he stabbed Wu Yunlong in the chest like a sharp knife. Wu Yunlong blew up and burst into a terrible yuanli, which was like a hot flame beating wildly. He couldn't bear it any longer. He started directly, without mercy, and slapped Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and Wu Yunlong was worthy of being the strong of the 3 holy regions, and in the case of rage, the speed reached the extreme. Phew! However, Qin Sheng's movement was faster. He shot 2 sword lights in his eyes, and then he hit Wu Yunlong. Air. If Wu Yunlong is shocked, his body is stiff instantly. Qin Sheng immediately seizes the opportunity and slaps him in the opposite direction. Pa! Wu Yunlong was pulled away, hit the stone pillars of the temple heavily, and then rebounded to the ground. It's painful and painful. Wu Yunlong's whole body is extremely painful, his back is painful and his face is also painful, but the most painful thing is his head. The spirit seems to be splitting up, which makes him miserable. It's deep soul pain. Ha ha, you are a minion of the 3 holy regions. You can't even talk about the commander. You want to sneak on my noble lord? Qin Sheng shook his head as if he was sighing, mocking, and pretending to be forced. What area is Triple Holy Land? That's the strong person who melted Triple Holy Land. Looking at the whole temple, there are not many disciples who can reach Triple Holy Land. Most of them are still Double Holy Land. The faces of the people were appalled and angry, and even more did not believe it. Yes, Qin Sheng is also reminding them that Wu Yunlong is a real powerful Triple Holy Region warrior, and he comes from Qingyang sect. His foundation is very solid. His real combat power is far greater than those Triple Holy Region warriors in the scattered cultivation and small inheritance areas. How can Qin Sheng, who is only 1 holy land on the surface, slap him in the opposite direction? What? Dongchen's face changed dramatically. He couldn't help standing up. His pupils suddenly contracted. He said in a dark surprise, attack from the spirit? It seems to be very strong. Double spirit? Or 3 spirits? Dongchen Song finally understood that the reason for Qin Sheng's presence was that the spirit realm was far beyond the ordinary one, which was his spirit. Yan Ying's beautiful eyes are also amazing. She is just a registered disciple of the Quadruple Holy Land. If you let her hang Wu Yunlong so violently, you really can't do it. Maybe it's Wu Yunlong. He's too wasteful. He's just careless for a while. Yan Ying sneered. Qin Sheng, I will kill you. Wu Yunlong finally stood up. His head was still splitting, but it was much better. He was frightened and angry. What's surprising is that Qin Sheng's spirit attack was too fierce, and he suddenly hurt himself. What's angry is that he lost his face and lost it to his family. He represents the whole Qin sect, and his face was beaten. Is that to prove that Qin sect's face was beaten? Without any hesitation, Wu Yunlong used his most powerful force, the terrible power of Holy Land, to cover Qin Sheng. The extremely hot Yuan force, like being in a volcanic rock stratum, quickly evaporated any water in the air. Are you too weak, or is there no one in Qin clan? Again, I advise you not to insult yourself. Qin Sheng counsels, but how can it be so harsh in Wu Yunlong's ear? In fact, Qin Sheng is kind-hearted, because he knows that his spirit realm has reached 4 levels of Holy Spirit, let alone Wu Yunlong. Even Yanning, who sits on the throne and represents Zuanbingmen, can't bear it. Qin Sheng can't do it. He feels that he is too domineering and bullies others. But Wu Yunlong didn't appreciate it. He vomited 3 large mouthfuls of blood essence and spent a blood amulet to cover his eyebrow. This is a secret method, which can improve your fighting ability and defense ability of spirit. Of course, Wu Yunlong will fall into a terrible period of weakness after using up these 3 big mouths of blood essence, at least for a year and a half. But for himself, for the dignity of Qin clan, Wu Yunlong can't control any consequences. Even if he kills 800 enemies and injures himself 1,000, he will do it. Unfortunately, the reality is too cruel. Qin Sheng's eyebrow is split. He summons the flavor of Emperor's sword, and then merges the strong soul power. A vague sword, lightning and firestone cut the blood sign of Wu Yunlong's eyebrow. Bang! Qin Sheng stepped on it with 1 foot, and the power of the double holy body was close to the body. All the holy armor, holy clothes, and war armor were broken, and the broken holy stripes were like an arc, and scattered everywhere. Me. Wu Yunlong's blood surged wildly. There was only 1 mouthful of blood left. Inside the palace, there was no sound. Everyone was shocked. How can it happen? Wu Yunlong is a powerful man of 3 holy regions. He was severely damaged in an instant. There is only 1 breath left? If it happens once, what about the second? After a short shock, there was a terrible voice in the temple. They all looked at Qin Sheng one by one. This is too strong, isn't it? Even Dongchen's face changed wildly. He never expected that Qin Sheng, who was a holy land, would be so powerful. Moreover, the spirit attack of Qin Sheng directly suppressed Wu Yunlong. Even though Wu Yunlong had offered a blood talisman, it was still destroyed by Qin Sheng. And from the battle just between the lightning and the flint, Qin Sheng didn't seem to be just the spirit attacking, even the physical strength was extremely strong, and he stepped on the spirit armor of Wu Yunlong? This level of power is not available to the strong of a holy land at all. Yanning is also a fool's eye. Her beautiful eyes are full of shock. From the bottom of her heart, she despises Qin Sheng, who comes from the temple of Heilong Mountain. It's just like ants. She can kill her with a slap. But I didn't expect that Qin Sheng, who could die with 1 foot, was stepping on Wu Yunlong. Wu Yunlong came from the most powerful Qin sect among the 4 inheritance areas in the North Forbidden area. Now Qin Sheng even stepped on his foot, which is undoubtedly equivalent to stepping on the foot of Qin sect. You are so mean at a young age. Dongchen's song face gradually down, between the eyebrows flashed to obliteration. Pang Chao will step on its feet. Here, my lord. Pang Chao's face was thin, with a single horn protruding from his frontal bone. His eyes were like poisonous snakes that locked Qin Sheng. Under his eyes, there was a terrible smell of killing. Ha, with Pang Chao, Qin Sheng will surely die. Lord Pang Chao is a real commander. I heard that he has reached the 4 holy regions 3 years ago. That's far better than Wu Yunlong. As soon as Pang Chao came out, there was a cry of surprise. His strength was absolutely second to Dongchen in this group of Qin sect, which was not far from Yanning, from Zuanbing men. Of course, just talking about the strength, Yanning, who comes from Zuanbing men, is estimated to be a little bit stronger than Pang. Bad. Shang Guanshiyu looks at Pang Chao, and her face suddenly changes. She has heard of this person, who is good at killing. In the same realm, there are few rivals, which cannot be matched by Qin Sheng at the present stage. The beautiful eyes of Shangguan's poem Rain twinkled, and finally clenched his teeth. When he wanted to block in front of Qin Sheng, a gray figure stood in the air. Gray robe, holding a long sword wrapped in a long cloth, indifferently said, "Don't make so many fancy things, I'm in a hurry." When Yen, as soon as Dongchen claps the throne, the power of terror breaks out, and the throne turns into powder in a flash. He snapped, "Lonely dust sword, what do you mean?" Just now, Dongchen said that without waiting for Hailangshan Temple, the lonely sword had opposed at once, saying that he was not in a hurry. Now Qin Sheng humiliated the registered disciple of Qin sect. Dongchen wanted revenge, and the lonely sword jumped out again, saying that he was not in a hurry? In a hurry, in a hurry. That's not to say, this lonely sword didn't put their Qin sect in the eye and tease them at will. The face of lonely dust sword is cold, and there is terrible sword light in his eyes. He said indifferently, "I'll only say it again, I'm in a hurry." Hearing this, Dongchen's singing spirit exploded, and his body was full of terrible yuan force. Behind it, there was a round of blue moon rising. It was his holy land's shadow, which solidified the atmosphere of the whole temple to the extreme in a moment. Dongchen is worthy of being the strong one of the 5 holy regions. He comes from Qin sect. After this ancient battlefield mission, he will be promoted to the true disciple of Qin sect without any accident. He became famous when he was young. He never saw any big scene, but he was despised by Lonely Dust Sword for the first time. Too much to deceive. Dongchen stood up, ignored the lonely sword, and said in a deep voice, "You mean that the people of Qin sect deserve to be beaten? If the people who are taught by heaven are in a hurry, we are not worthy of revenge." Lonely Dust Sword indifferently said, "What I see is that I am insulted by myself. It's just a registered disciple of the Triple Holy Land to obstruct a lord and deserve to be killed." His words are sharp, and his words do not give the face of Qin sect. Although Lonely Dust Sword is just an impartial statement of the course of this event, in fact, it has been objectively stated as much as possible, but in the eyes of Dongchen and other disciples, Lonely Dust Sword is also humiliating their King Yangzong. Boom! The yuan power of Dongchen Song's whole body was beating. The blue moon and holy land rose slowly. As soon as his holy land came out, everyone in the temple felt unprecedented pressure. Lonely Dust Sword, you are the one who humiliated our Qin sect. You are blocking Qin Sheng. You are hiding the evil and doing evil for the tiger. Dongchen still didn't do it, because he knew the horror of Lonely Dust Sword. Even though it was 2 big realms lower than him, its real combat power was too much to be feared. The people who practice swords are extremely extreme. What's more, the Lonely Dust Swords are from Tongtian religion. Therefore, Dongchen still wants to use normal means, first buckle up the Lonely Dust Sword and a hat, and even pull out the tiger flag of King Yangzong, hoping not to do it. After all, this time his Dongchen Song takes the goal of completing the ancient battlefield as the first, and other things that hinder him can be thrown aside. As the true disciple of Qin sect in the future, Dongchen is very clear in every step, but Qin Sheng, the chess piece, is wrong from the beginning to the end. Chong. Unfortunately, the answer to Dongchen Song is a sword. The Lonely Dust Sword draws out its sword, and the snow-white blade emits a crystal and sharp sword light, illuminating the whole palace. At this moment, the Lonely Dust Sword changed, and the gray pupils became sharp and purple gold. As like as 2 peas in Qin dynasty, the angry point will activate the blood vessels in the body, and the eyes will become purple gold. Sure enough, after drawing the sword, the lonely dust sword's whole temperament soared again, and there was a terrible turbulence of sword chi all over. Don't underestimate the turbulence of sword chi. Even the strong who smelt a heavy holy land, if they are infected with a ray of sword chi, they will be torn to pieces. It's so arrogant. This lonely sword is really arrogant. If you don't agree with me, you can pull it out. Qin Sheng was surprised at this. He knew the lonely dust sword, but he didn't quite understand why the lonely dust sword helped him again and again. At the beginning, when choosing the inheritance place in the 4 inheritance places, lonely dust sword helped me once. Now comes to the ancient battlefield, lonely dust sword again to help themselves? Qin Sheng would not be so narcissistic about his own king spirit, so he attracted this lonely sword from heaven to worship himself, crying and shouting to be his little brother. Such a story of dog blood only exists in novels, which is impossible to appear in real life. It's a big deal. Shang Yu's wrinkled pretty face was not relieved by the help of the lonely sword, but was more wrinkled. Because it was only a matter of Qingyang sect and Heilong Mountain Temple, and it was obvious that Qingyang sect was in fault. Qin Sheng was right at all. He was the lord of Heilong Mountain Temple, and there was no mistake in sitting on the throne. But now it's not the same. When the lonely sword of Tong Tian cult was used, it caused a big fight among the 4 inheritance areas. Because Yanning, who represents Zuanbingmen, can't stand by. Sure enough, Shang Yu's thoughts of inner worry have not gone away. Yanning also stands up and keeps pace with Dongchen Song. 2 together? The lonely dust sword with a single sword looked at the Yanning, and there was no obvious change in the cold face, which was still extremely cold. As soon as the voice came out, neither Dongchen Song nor Yanying's face changed. Didn't they obviously put Qingyang sect and Xianbing Gate in their eyes? It's ridiculous. Arrogance needs strength. Dongchen Song snapped, and his blue moon suddenly shrouded the lonely sword. The blue moon rises, and the light of the whole temple dims, as if the whole void is only left with this round of blue moon. Cut. In a moment, Dongchen made thousands of handprints with mysterious patterns, and the blue moon suddenly cut into the lonely sword. The repression of the 5 holy regions, let alone the martial artists of the 3 holy regions, is hard to bear even if they are strong in the same realm. Good. Lonely dust sword has a lot of the eyes, no timidity on his face, but more of the terrible sense of the war. The sword cultivation of Tongshenjing is crazy. Once you draw the sword, you need to drink blood. A sword looks crystal clear on the surface, but in fact it's dark blue and bright. The lonely dust sword cuts out a sword, just like a green dragon. Sonorous. Qinglong and Qingyue collide in countless hot eyes, and the holy lines of the whole temple bloom as if in the end. Those weak warriors in Holy Land even experienced temporary blindness. The sword of lonely dust sword is too dazzling. Poof. Dongchen spits blood, his holy land is broken, and the terrible sword Qi sweeps out, hitting him heavily. How could it be so strong? Dongchen is silly. His face is full of shock, and his heart is full of waves. His head is blank. He is a powerful man of 5 holy regions. Martial arts cultivation is 2 big realms higher than lonely dust sword. How could he fail? And it's such a clean loser. The most important thing is that his Dongchen Song is from the strongest of the 4 heritage sites, Qingyang clan. He represents Qingyang Zong, so he can't lose. Once lost, it is equivalent to losing the face of Qingyang sect. Lonely dust sword, you want to stir up the dispute between the 2 inheritance areas. Dongchen's eyes are red and blue. He looks up and stares at the lonely sword. If his eyes can kill people, he believes that the lonely sword has been killed thousands of times. When the lonely dust sword heard the words, the grey robe was hunting under the terrible sword Qi fluctuation. He was still cold, his sword eyebrow slightly solidified, and there was a look of disappointment between his eyebrows. He overestimated Dongchen's song, but he could not bear his sword. Bang! The angry Dongchen's song wanted to say something, but when the shadow came like lightning, he came to a close foundation with him. Dongchen's face was severely bumped and crooked, and then smashed heavily on the hard and incomparable ground, wiping out a lot of sparks. Who is it? Dongchen's handsome face is black and fair, and her hair is lax. Where is the demeanor of the quasi-true disciples of Qin sect? She is in a mess. It's your grandpa Qin. In my mind there was a flash of lightning, a sharp pain in my soul, and a dark shadow stepped on it. This time it was not so powerful, but it made Dongchen's song totally mad, because it was a shoe print. The abrupt scene made everyone startled, as if to see something unbelievable. It's like Qin Sheng? Qin Sheng slaps Dongchen first, and then steps on his face? The onlookers were petrified. Like being shocked, they were stiff and could not breathe easily. Because it's so shocking. It's Dongchen, that kind of arrogant son of heaven, who has a chance to become a small Holy Land-level terrorist existence in the future. But Qin Sheng suddenly killed him, slapped him and stepped on him. If such a thing is not witnessed, who is willing to believe it? Qin Sheng, how dare you insult me? Dongchen's whole body is beating the extremely hot Yuanli. The terrible Yuanli comes out quickly, and then it's a sword to Qin Sheng's head. That Dongchen song is still the strong man of the Holy Land of Wuchangshan after all. Even though his holy land was severely damaged by the sword of lonely dust, the terrible power that broke out can still kill the warrior around the third heaven. Dongchen's heart is broken. Its strength is not as good as lonely dust sword. Now even Qin Sheng of this level has to step on the bottom of his feet. No matter how unwilling he is, and how contemptuous he looks at Qin Sheng, people have done it. Qin Sheng is really stepping on him at this moment. If this kind of thing is passed back to King Yangzong, then he is destined to have a joke in this period of time. But in response to Dongchen, it was a huge dark shadow. It was the real furnace of Tai. With a bang, Dongchen threw up 3 more mouths of blood, and the holy lines on his face turned into the crazy rotation of birds. It's not me who humiliated you, it's us. Qin Sheng's voice was like thunder. With a big wave of his hand, Long Dawei understood. He jumped to Dongchen Song's chest with his teeth open and claws open. Then he slapped him twice. Even if it's a surprise attack, Qin Sheng is still attacking? Soon, Dongchen was beaten to half a human life. Yanning is confused. She is going to rescue her. However, Qin Sheng is so cold and merciless, and the bronze work similar to the red stove seems to be very powerful. Even the spirit ware of Dongchen is smashed and the broken spirit pattern falls to all directions. Even Dongchen has been hanged. I can't change any situation. This is the real idea of Yan Ying's heart. He scolds Qin Sheng for letting go, but Qin Booster doesn't pay attention to it. He divides a power and covers Yan Ying. Others were also stupid, including the lonely dust sword, which was always cold without any change of expression. He took his sword and looked at Qin Sheng again, but he was afraid. Shang Guanxiu is stunned. She probably knows Qin Sheng's real combat power. However, she never thought that Qin Sheng's combat power could rival the 2 powerful Dongchen songs in just a few months. Although this is based on the lonely dust sword hurt Dongchen song, then Qin Sheng took such a big advantage and led Long Dawei to hang Dongchen song. It has to be admitted that this is the element of luck. Enough. At this time, there was a terrible voice of power in the sky, and a little holy man in spiritual armor came down from the sky. This little saint is the one who opened the teaching for Qin Sheng. Just when he appeared, he was filled with a very repressive atmosphere, which is the terrible pressure of the powerful little saint. Lord Zhao, this son is vicious in heart. He attacked elder martial brother Dongqin secretly. Yanning shouted loudly, there is also the lonely dust sword, which contains the evil and helps the tyranny. Zhao Chongyu was full of light, full of holy will, and glanced at Yanning coldly. Yanning felt a moment of emptiness of heart. Under the gaze of the peerless and powerful in the little holy land, she was defeated just after her careful thought. Is the peerless power of the little holy land fooled by her existence at this level? Then Zhao Chongyu cast his eyes on Qin Sheng again, and there was a flash of shock between his eyebrows. In fact, he had arrived at the first aftershock of the battle, and had been hiding in the dark to observe the development of the situation. Zhao Chongyu thought that Qin Sheng was humiliated in 9 out of 10, but he never thought that this son was so powerful. First, he hanged Wu Yunlong, who was 2 higher than him, and then, in the case of a surprise attack, he smashed the bronze furnace. If he doesn't come out again, Qin Sheng is really going to make trouble. The position of Dongqin Song in Qingyang sect is not low. In the future, it will be the genius of true disciples in 9 out of 10. Each of the 4 inheriting places, no matter the strongest Qingyang sect or the weakest Heilong mountain temple, their true disciples are extremely precious. If they don't die, they will make the 4 inheriting places suffer a lot. In Zhao Chongyu's view, some frictions among the 4 inheritance areas are also very normal. After all, there used to be a lot of grudges before. In addition, young and frivolous, no one disagrees with them, and it's delicious to play small games. However, Qin Sheng makes a big deal. How can he beat it down? Not only will Wu Yunlong die, but even that Dongqin Song will be killed. Of course, even if Qin Shengzhen killed Dongqin, Zhao Chongyu would not be punished for his current identity, but he would definitely quarrel with King Yangzong. He didn't want to see it. For this farce, each person will be fined 100,000 lei and Hu Jin. Zhao Chongyu's voice is magnificent and his words are jizhu, which deeply shocked everyone's heart. Qin Sheng would like to be punished. Qin Sheng nodded, turned his hand, and threw 300,000 lei Hu Jin out of the ring. My lord, this is the fine for Qin Sheng, Long Dawei, and Lonely Qin Jian. Qin Sheng didn't lack lei Hu Jin. Lonely Dust Sword helped himself 3 times and 4 times. He helped Lonely Dust Sword pay a fine, which was not too much. Everyone was stupid. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng was so abnormal and promised so simply. Even Zhao Chongyu, a little sage, glanced at Qin Sheng in surprise. He thought that a talented young man like Qin Sheng would have some pride and would not accept punishment. Of course, it's not a punishment at all. It's just a small punishment and a big admonition. Fighting with the little sage? I, Qin Sheng, haven't been so stupid. Qin Sheng sneers at the fact that there is a great sage sitting in the temple of Heilong Mountain, so he dared to offend Xiao Feng and Xiao Sheng. Now he comes to the ancient battlefield, but he has no protection from the great sage. How can he be so stupid? Because there is only 100,000 thunder and tiger gold, he is against Xiao Sheng? Even Qin Sheng has given a fine. The eyes of Dongqin Song, whose face is so gloomy that it can dribble out of the water, are changing. At this moment, he can still feel the burning pain of his face. Zhao Chongyu, a little saint, is here. Maybe his Dongqin Song has swallowed this evil spirit for a while. Once Dongqin turned his hand, he also threw 200,000 lei and Hu Jin. Wu Yunlong had fainted, even if he wanted to pay a fine. 200,000 lei Hu Jin is not a small number for Dongqin Song. His heart is dripping blood. But who told him to violate the rules of Tuqing? If he fought in it, he would be fined, and if he fought in it, he would be killed directly. Zhao Chongyu waved and collected 500,000 lei Hu Jin. Half of the money should be turned over to the operation organization of Tuqing, and the remaining half belongs to him. Zhao Chongyu said directly, let's start the task. Good. Dongchen nodded, but he didn't dare to disobey the order of Little Saint. A treasure box slowly rises in the palace, with numerous and incomparable spiritual patterns on its surface. It represents the Lord of the Four Inheritance Areas and throws out the keepsake. Click. The treasure box splits and turns into countless pieces. A roll of sheepskin roll appears in front of everyone. If you want to arrest Yuan Biao, you can get 3,000 star pills if you capture him alive and 1,000 star pill if you are dead. The tasks on the parchment can be read automatically, and all the people present can hear them clearly. According to reliable information, there are 4 places where Yuan Biao may appear, namely, Misty Forest, Yunming Days, Leijiao Cave and Corpse Raising Place. Each inheritance place can choose a place to capture the important criminal Yuan Biao. For places, there are 4 roads. In the end, the parchment was burned automatically and turned into nothingness in countless hot eyes. It was a rescue mission before, but I didn't expect it to be a wanted person. Qin Sheng murmured. Where is this Yuan Biao holy? It's worth 3,000 star pills? 1,000 star elixir is worth a lot of money. Those who have tempered 7 or 8 holy regions need to be envious. In fact, 1,000 star elixir is to transform Yuanli into the power of holy regions. What is the power of Holy Land? That is the terrible power of Yuan power, transforming into a great realm. Even if it's just a drop of power of Holy Land, it can also let a group of powerful people who melt out multiple holy lands kill red eyes. Melting out the Holy Land does not necessarily melt out the power of Holy Land. Some heavenly conceits, even if they only stay in a holy land, may smelt a drop or even several drops of Holy Land power. This also shows that it is not because the more heavy the smelting is, the stronger the power of Holy Land will be. It depends on one's talent. Talent is a kind of ethereal thing, but the 1,000 star pill can make the warrior melt the power of Holy Land. However, the 1,000 star pill is too difficult to refine. Ordinary alchemists can't refine it at all. No matter how powerful an alchemist is, he can only produce 1,000 star pill in 100 years at most. But an alchemist with this ability can count the number of strokes in the whole north restricted area. This is also one of the reasons why Qiang Xingdan is precious. As expected, as soon as the news came out, the proud sons of heaven from the 4 inheritance places all started to marvel. Even if it's 1,000 star pill, even if it's only for me to cultivate a drop of Holy Land power, then my combat power can also be increased tenfold. I want it. Dongchen Song's original gloomy face suddenly changed into a touch of excitement. Because of the power of Holy Land, 9 out of 9 knocked on the door of the little Holy Land. At this moment, what personal grudges, Tong are put aside, as long as his strength is improved, what grudges cannot be repaid. Yan Ying's pretty face is full of excitement. Although she is just a woman, her ambition is not small. The 1,000 star pill is precious, and it can only be taken by life. Has been in the silence of the lonely dust sword cold, his indifferent voice spread throughout the entire temple. Yes, not to mention the strength of the wanted man, but only the possible places are all Jedi. Misty Forest, which is derived from mists all the year round, covers a large area of dark forest. Ordinary sages will lose their way when they enter, maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years, or even a lifetime. Once upon a time, there was a legend that a little saint entered the misty forest and broke out the most terrible fog. Since then, the little saint did not come out again. That's a little saint. He's thousands of times stronger than them. But when he was unlucky, he fell into the fog forest. Yunming Days is also the most bizarre place in the ancient battlefield. It is said that once entering Yunming Days, the martial arts will be trapped. The martial arts, with the strength of whispering 5 holy regions, will have a rest in 1 day. Even in the small holy region, they will not survive for 3 days and will fall into a dream. The most bizarre thing is that there are fierce beasts in your dreams who break into your dreams and kill you. You didn't hear me wrong, but you were killed in a dream. This kind of death is so weird that it sucks up your spirit in a dream. The Thunder Punishment Cave is a cursed place. Whoever dares to break into it will be contaminated with the thunder punishment. Even if he leaves, he will also be contaminated with the curse. Every breakthrough in the future will also come with the thunder punishment. Of course, if properly used, he can use the power of the thunder punishment to refine his body and soul. Some peerless Tianjiao will specially go to the thunder punishment cave to refine themselves. It's easy to understand that the corpse-raising place was a mass grave that died in battle in the ancient battlefield. The yin qi was so heavy that it became a corpse-raising place. It was once said that the great Holy Land, the most powerful and the most powerful, died in the corpse-raising place and raised it for thousands of years. It was weird and reborn. Each of the 4 roads is extremely dangerous. Let alone the disciples of the Holy Land who have melted 2 or 3 times. Even the Qin Sheng who has melted 5 times should be careful and never take it lightly. What is the level of the most wanted to take risks and escape to the 4 Jedi? It's dangerous enough to be in the ancient battlefield. At present, the wanted man is hiding in 4 extremely dangerous Jedi: the Fog Forest, the Cloud Dream Days, the Thunder Punishment Cave and the Corpse Raising Place. 9 times out of 10, they're all thugs. For roads, then the soldiers are divided into 4 roads. I propose to come here and wait for the inheritance place of the mission method to choose first. At this time, was slapped, stepped on a foot of Qin Sheng has returned to normal, his face ruddy. I'm for first come, first choose. Yanning also nibbles at the shell's teeth and agrees. Lonely Dust Sword also nodded coldly. Seeing this scene, Dongchen finally put down the big stone in his heart. This Lonely Dust Sword finally didn't help Qin Sheng. I am the first to come to Qingyang. I choose the Misty Forest. Qin Sheng said with a smile, with a faint confidence in the smile. The Fog Forest is the most likely hiding place among the 4 roads, and the level of danger is not as high as other places. The most important thing is that the Fog Forest is suitable for survival, mainly not particularly unlucky. There is still a way out. My Xianbing Gate chooses the Thunder Punishment Cave. Yanning said with a smile. Laysan grottos are too dangerous for the ordinary strong in Holy Land, but they can polish themselves, for Yanning. It's Lonely Qinjian's turn. His indifferent Qin Sheng and Yanning look at each other and say indifferently, I choose to raise corpses. Brother Qinjian, you don't have to. Qin Sheng said, it's too dangerous to raise a corpse. Compared with Yunming Days is strange, but it can resist as long as it doesn't sleep, and it can't be returned. But the corpse raising place is different. There are too many terrible corpses. This is an ancient battlefield. There is no lack of corpses. Moreover, the Lonely Dust Sword is a sword cultivation. If you choose the Cloud Dream Days, you can rely on the terrible sword Qi to protect your body. What kind of spirits dare to invade his dream? Smell speech. Lonely Dust Sword shakes his head. Wei, I go to raise corpse place to want to practice sword. My sword Yang Qi is too strong. Raise corpse placing Qi is exuberant. Hope to be able to reconcile yin and yang. Go to a higher level. So it is. Qin Sheng's eyebrow also smelt the flavor of Emperor's sword. He didn't continue to hold on to the sword Wei even though he had some knowledge of it. Langxing said, then I will go to Yunming Days. As soon as the voice came out, Dongchen and Yanning looked at each other and Qin Sheng as if they were dead. Yunming Days is so weird that they dare not touch it. Inside the temple, Zhao Chongyu looked indifferent. As soon as his golden mouth opened, his magnificent voice spread all over the temple. saying, "Since we have chosen our own way, let's go." Lonely Dust Sword took the lead to leave. He bowed to Qin Sheng and said, "Don't die in Yunming days. When we finish this task, we will have a good fight." This lonely sword is really a sword maniac. He even made an appointment with Qin Sheng. It's not that there is any personal grudge between Lonely Dust Sword and Qin Sheng, but that he is very optimistic about Qin Sheng. He thinks that Qin Sheng's rapid progress will be able to improve a lot in a short time, and he will be a strong opponent in the future. Good. Qin Sheng's face is also a touch of war, nodded to agree to this engagement. Lonely Dust Sword is also a unique genius, but it's only a triple holy land. It even suppresses the Dongchen song, melting 5 holy land with one sword. It can be seen how terrible this Lonely Dust Sword is. Phew. Lonely Dust Sword is not superfluous. It turns into a sword light and flies away like lightning. Qin Sheng, it's a pity that you are going to die in Yunming days. Dongchen Song's indifference passed on to Qin Sheng. His eyes were full of gloating. Thinking of this, the resentment in Dongchen Song disappeared. Qin Sheng beat his Dongchen in full view of the public, although it was because he was hit hard by Lonely Dust Sword that Qin Sheng succeeded in sneaking attack. If you do it again, Dongchen is confident to slap him to death. Hearing this, Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes into a straight line and sneered, "Defeated general, what are you, pointing fingers and feet in front of me? What defeated general, when did I lose in your hands?" Dongchen Song is mad and angry. He doesn't speak, but just starts to shout. He was clearly placed in the hands of the evil genius of the Lonely Dust Sword. How could he get into Qin Sheng's mouth and become Qin Sheng's defeated general? This shameless fellow. Dongchen's eyes are full of anger. If the eyes can kill people, Qin Sheng may have died thousands of times. Qin Sheng squinted and despised, but didn't look at the Dongchen Song again. Instead, he smiled at Zhao Chongyu and asked, "My lord, this son has provoked me 3 times and 4 times. I want to apply to fight here and kill him." The gifted disciples of the 3 inheritance areas who have not yet left are completely stupid. What kind of application is this? Apply to kill a holy land 4 times higher than yourself, and it's still Dongchen Song from Qingyang sect. Is it death or death? Zhao Chongyu also said angrily, "You can do it, pay 1,000,000 Lei Hu Jin." 1,000,000 tiger gold? Qin Sheng was surprised. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chongyu agreed, but he had to pay too much Lei Hu Jin. He was also distressed by 1,000,000 Lei Hu Jin. Well, he's not worth $1,000,000. He lives as a dog first. Qin Sheng's quiet voice seemed to tell a trivial thing. Good, good. Dongchen Song is in a bad mood. His eyes are bright with fire. He is angry and has chest pain. He takes all the disciples of Qingyang sect to leave Tuqing. Then the people of Zuanbing men left. The Lord is mighty. Guan Hu jumps out and flatters. You can laugh when you offend King Yangzong? Shangguan Shiyu shook his head and said. Qin Sheng said with a smile, "You know, the people of Qingyang sect are not well-intentioned. When I examine the working disciples, I will kill me 3 times and 4 times. It's just that if we don't discuss the Qingyang sect, who will suffer from the loss when we meet them?" Qin Sheng is full of confidence. As long as he is not a strong and far-fetched strongman of Qingyang sect, he has the means to protect his life. "Let's go to Yunming days now?" asked Dongchen. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "I heard that there is a place called Luiying Mural here in Tuqing. As long as you worship devoutly, you will have to respond to what you want." "You want to see the murals?" Zhao Chongyu, who has not yet left, cannot help asking. The origin of Luiying fresco is extremely strange, which is a kind of traveling merchant walking in the ancient battlefield. Yes, it's merchants. The ancient battlefields have been ruined like this. The risk factor is very high, but it's the paradise of adventurers. That is to say, a kind of merchants appeared in the dangerous place of the ancient battlefield 100 years ago. They looked like an alien, with blonde hair and blue eyes, a white robe, and a 6-star-shaped pendant hung on their chest. Where they passed by, they recited the old words that the ordinary people could not understand. This group of people have no idea where they came from. Some say they come from the deepest part of the forbidden area in the north, while others say they come from the Tianyuan continent, which even the great Holy Land yearns for. But that group of businessmen hardly talks about their origin with here. There were once dark-hearted adventurers who wanted to suppress this group of businessmen, but without exception, the end was extremely miserable. Among them, there are many little saints who died miserably. In the next 100 years, no one dared to make the idea of this group of businessmen. This group of dealers sell some of the frescoes. As long as they are not addicted, they can get those frescoes. Ordinary frescoes, even if they can understand some martial arts, are difficult to attract a group of saints, or even the peerless and powerful eyes of small saints. However, a group of businessmen from unknown sources have different flow shadow murals. If they can see the two murals clearly, they can ask a question, no matter what the question is, they can answer it. Once upon a time, a little sage asked his enemies who copied their home when he was a child. He was able to ask about things in the past few hundred years, or even thousands of years. Once upon a time, there was a warrior of humble origin who could only refine 3 holy realms in his whole life, but he asked where there were treasures, and finally became a great saint. This shocked everyone. For a while, no one doubted the unknown origin of this group of businessmen and challenged the fresco. It's a pity that the defeat of the challenge is cruel. To be a slave of the merchants for 100 years, maybe for a group of powerful people in Holy Land, 10 years is just one shot, but there are only 3 people who can survive in this group for 10 years. The vast majority of the powerful in Holy Land can only survive for 3 years at most. As for what kind of dangerous things we will face when we become the slaves of this group of businessmen, no one knows, because the prodigy who survived 10 years also died in the last few years. Even so, there are still a lot of old-fashioned strong people, the prodigy to challenge the fresco. This group of merchants walked in various places in the ancient battlefield, and they have been rooted in this teaching in recent years. Among the disciples of the Fire Hall, only Qin and Guan Hu have ever heard of the mysterious business practices. Other people, including Shangguan Shiyu, don't know much about them. Sure enough, Qin and Guan Hu were all pale, because they had challenged the frescoes and succeeded in the first frescoes. But they counseled, no matter how tempting the businessmen, they dare not continue to challenge. Smell speech, Qin Sheng nodded, Wei, I want to challenge. Zhao Chongyu's face sank slightly and said, Do you know the danger of challenging the fresco? Yes. Qin Sheng replied with a smile. What if it's dangerous? He wants to save his father, but the ancient battlefield is now in a state of chaos. Even on the periphery, there have been fierce beasts at the level of Great Holy Land. Others can wait slowly, but Qin Sheng can't, he can't wait. The ancient battlefield is so vast, and even with the spirit realm of his 4 holy spirits, the space for the exploration of the spirit consciousness is only 2 miles around. We search by ourselves. When can we find Qin Sheng? The most important thing is that Qin Sheng has a task on him. Once the task is completed or fails, he will follow the team and return to Heilong Mountain Temple. In the conversation with Guan Hu, Qin Sheng learned about the challenge to the fresco. After thinking for a long time, he decided to take a chance. Even Guan Hu can challenge a successful fresco. He wants to ask where his father is. He only needs to challenge 2 frescoes. Zhao Chongyu's impression on Qin Sheng is not bad, but he is still a little saint after all. Since Qin Sheng knows the danger of challenging the fresco of Luiying, he doesn't continue to speak much, and directly turns into a shadow, which disappears in the eyes of all. It's not hard to find the place of the flow shadow mural. One is that the Earth City is not big. The other is that the building is too discriminative. The super high dome, then a 6-star light as bright as the stars, can also send out the soul power fluctuations. As long as the strong one near, whether it is a heavy holy land or multiple holy lands, it can also feel the spirit washed and comfortable. The exterior wall is painted very white, and there are numerous and incomparable spiritual patterns on the surface. Qin Sheng glanced at it like lightning, and couldn't see through it at all. Moreover, through the soul force, he could feel a very insidious breath, and lay dormant in the trade of the shadow mural. Before Qin Sheng and his party got close to each other, there were 3 businessmen who were also wearing white robes and hats outside the white wall. They were 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom were blonde. They didn't look like local people or foreign people at all. So strong. Qin Sheng took a look at the 3 merchants. Although they tried to restrain their breath, Qin Sheng could still feel a terrible power lurking in his body. Even the weakest young businesswoman is far more powerful than the Dongchen song, which smelts 5 sacred regions. Another young male businessman is the strong one of the 9 holy regions, because there are several holy rings on his back. As for the last one, with white hair and a kind smile on his face, he is a unique, strong one of the little holy regions. Qin Sheng was wary of the oldest businessman because he felt that his smile was kind enough, but he always looked at him like a prey. This made Qin Sheng very uncomfortable. "Do you want to see the fresco?" The old businessman coughs gently, glances at Qin Sheng and others, and finally focuses on Qin Sheng. It's worthy of being a strong man in the small holy land, and he is very experienced. He suddenly saw that Qin Sheng, who has the lowest apparent strength, was the leader of the group. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "It's just that I want to challenge. They're just company. Even if the other side is a small holy land, but it doesn't despise Qin Sheng, let that female businessman take Qin Sheng into the white wall. If you want to watch the war, you can also go with you. But remember to make a scene, not to mention pick up a problem." With a smile in his mouth, the old businessman looks like a harmless animal. Pick a thing? Who doesn't know your business style? It seems that people and animals are harmless. In fact, whoever dares to do anything will become a permanent slave. Dongcheng and Guanhu look at each other and tell everyone not to scream in it. Ghosts know the temper of these merchants. If they are caught as slaves, even if they come from the temple of Heilong Mountain, they cannot avoid being slaves. Although the Heilong Mountain Temple is the 4 inheritance places, it is absolutely a giant existence for the ordinary sages, but it is not worth mentioning for their group of businessmen. Even if it is to send the great holy land, it has no face. This is the quirky part of this group of businessmen. So, it's the best not to cause trouble. Shang Guanshiyu comes in and finds that there are already many people here, quietly watching the challengers under the stage queuing to watch the flow shadow murals. "This way, please. Let's register the information first." The businesswoman who led Qin Sheng's way had a pleasant voice, which was full of soul power, quiet, natural, and did not make people unhappy. Qin Sheng nodded and said, "Okay." "Name?" "Qin Sheng." "Age?" 23. The businesswoman's golden eyes couldn't help but look at Qin Sheng more. At this age, she became the lord of Heilong Mountain Temple. This achievement came from either the big clan or the genius of heaven. Accomplishments. Qin Sheng raised his eyebrows and asked for some information before, but it involves practice, which belongs to personal privacy. It's very impolite to explore the strength of the warrior. If you meet a warrior with a bad temper, you may even attack him directly. There was a professional smile on the pretty face of the businesswoman, and her voice was still very light. She was the strong one who melted 6 holy regions. Don't get me wrong, we will set the route to watch the flow shadow mural, because of your cultivation. The businesswoman explains with a smile, you'd better not lie about your accomplishments, because according to the agreement, once discovered, you will become a permanent slave. Obviously, the meaning of this businesswoman is to watch some simple flow shadow murals with weak strength, and watch some powerful flow shadow murals with strong strength. After all, it is fair to do so. After all, the questions asked by the little Holy Land must be much harder than those asked by the Holy Land. Qin Sheng did not hide it, saying, one Holy Land, two holy bodies. As for the realm of spirit, Qin Sheng didn't tell, because the spirit is different from the Holy Land and the holy body. As long as the soul power is not aroused, even the great Holy Land can't be judged. Sure enough, the businesswoman didn't ask again at all, but handed Qin Sheng a sheepskin roll and said, this is the content of the agreement. Every time you watch a flow shadow mural, you can decide whether to continue. Every time you challenge two flow shadow murals successfully, you can ask a question. Of course, this needs to be judged according to the questions you ask. Some of the questions are too difficult. You may need to challenge 10 frescoes before you can answer them. A businesswoman is very professional, despite her high accomplishments. Qin Sheng read the parchment carefully and said with a smile, okay, I understand. As Qin Sheng imagined, they share the same road with Guanhu and Dongqing. Alright, come and line up with me. The businesswoman took Qin Sheng to a place similar to the Colosseum. As soon as he came in, he felt a familiar sight. Shangguan Shiyu, Dongqing and Guanhu all watched the battle. There are 3 other people challenging the fresco. Qin Sheng had 2 people in line before and the other was already challenging. On the channel, Qin Sheng didn't see it very clearly. He only saw the man on the challenge stage with a distorted face and a wild laugh. At last, he cried in a low voice. After a while, he knelt on the flowing shadow mural in a daze, with empty eyes and no human emotion. He failed to challenge the 4th fresco, and was demoted to be a 10-year slave. The cold voice of indifference reverberated throughout the temple, and then a terrible light enveloped the man who woke up. No, I'm not a slave. I haven't failed. Let me try again. The sober man's crazy struggle, the terrible Yuan Li's crazy beating, turned out to be a strong man of the 6 sacred realms. The strong men of the 6 holy regions, even if they look at the 4 inheriting regions, are also the natural favorites to become true disciples. However, when they challenged the 4th fresco, they fell and became the slaves of these mysterious merchants. Although it is only a 10-year period, it is no doubt that it is the same as death. For 100 years, there are only 3 challengers who can survive the 10-year period, and they end up worse after the sentence. Hum. There was a terrible sound of cold hum in the temple, accompanied by a terrible attack of soul power. The powerful man of the 6 holy regions suddenly fainted, then was submerged by a white light and disappeared in front of everyone. Next. The second challenger's strength is much lower, and she is also a woman. She stood on the stage and watched the first flow shadow mural. What was on the mural, Qin couldn't see it clearly. But after 3 breaths, she could see it clearly and didn't fall into a depression. Challenge the second fresco? The voice of indifference sounded again, of course, this time it sounded a lot more friendly. Challenge. It's a great surprise that the woman in the double Holy Land continues to challenge, causing a whirlpool. Haha, double Holy Land challenges the second flow shadow mural. It's like death. A woman, a slave, was about to be born. It's a pity that the woman's figure and appearance are superior. On the observation platform, many people are talking with a smile. They have seen many challengers here. There are successes and failures, but the double nature challenge success. It is extremely rare. In the last 10 years, there has been no challenge success. However, the female challenger's face is extremely firm and her eyes are extremely sharp. Hua, a flash of white light, the second streamer mural finally appeared. After 1 breath, 3 breaths and 10 breaths, the female challenger's face became more and more ugly, and finally cried. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng frowned. The strong man of the 6 holy regions just now was the last one to cry and fall. But in the moment when people thought that the female challenger was about to fail in the challenge, her eyebrows and heart cracked, and she shot a light of imprint, completely recovered. Challenge success, do you want to ask? The voice of indifference rang again. I want to ask. The question asked by the challenger is very secret. No one can overhear it except herself. Even if it's a small holy land, or even a great holy land. After a cup of tea, the female challenger left the challenge stage. The next one is a male warrior of the 4 holy regions. However, after challenging the first fresco, he looks pale, as if his body has been hollowed out, and dare not challenge the second fresco. Even Qin Sheng was surprised to see this. Although the strong man of the holy land of the quadruplet is conservative, even if it's a bit hard to say, it's a bit of advice. However, compared with life, counseling is just a shame, not a loss of life. Next. The voice of indifference spread to the whole palace. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and went directly to the challenge stage. It's covered by terrible array. The divine sense can't penetrate into millimeter. Qin Sheng released his divine sense. Originally, he could explore the distance between 2 miles in the ancient battlefield with his 4 heaven holy spirit. But when he entered the challenge stage, he found that his divine sense had no effect at all. This group of mysterious businessmen is really weird. Qin Sheng couldn't help sighing. At the same time, he was in awe of the mysterious businessman and didn't dare to belittle him. Why is it a warrior of holy land? Cut, this kind of strength will come to shame? A warrior of holy land, I guess the first flow shadow mural failed in the challenge. Some of the strong men and women who were watching the battle were not optimistic about Qin Sheng. They were all gloating. In this case, Qin Sheng didn't know. Even if he knew, he would not care about the opinions of these passers-by. Boom. The mysterious power covers Qin Sheng's whole body, only to see a mural emerging from the challenge stage. It was a mist. At the deepest part of the mist, there were flashes of light, like a beating heart. Fog hook people, Qin Sheng sneer, if not to reach a heavy holy spirit, will directly lose the direction, eternal decline. The first fresco passed. Just after a breath, Qin Sheng passed the challenge. How could it be? Why so fast? It seems that it's just a breath time, isn't it? At first, they looked at Qin Sheng's group of strong people who challenged Luing mural with a sneer. They were stunned one by one, and they didn't want to believe that Qin Sheng could challenge success at such a high speed. Congratulations, Qin Sheng. Do you want to continue to challenge the second fresco? The voice of indifference rang again. Hearing this, Qin Sheng said firmly, continue. On the wall, the originally hazy fog gradually became clear, and it was a woman carrying a lantern who was shaking and shining. Qin Sheng felt a force attracting his spirit. Qin Sheng instinctively moved a step, but it was only 1 step. Wait. Qin Sheng snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and directly cut off the connection. With the second fresco, you can choose to end the challenge and ask questions you want to know. The cold and mechanical sound made the whole hall boil. 3 breathing time unexpectedly challenge success? Everyone questions. Isn't it too frightening? This sun is really just a subordinate of Holy Land? The sound of doubt is more intense because it's not too logical. An ordinary warrior of Holy Land, even the possibility of successfully challenging the first streamer mural is very low. Today's Qin Sheng can not only challenge success, but also pass the second streamer mural between the tourmaline and flint. Seeing this scene, Dongqing and Guanhu were not too surprised. They are very clear about Qin Sheng's strength. The so-called streamer mural is actually a test of a warrior's spirit realm. Shang Guanxiu is also biting Bei's teeth. She is also very nervous, but Qin Sheng doesn't let her down. The second streamer mural challenges success. Under the challenge stage, the businesswoman with golden eyes and blue hair is shining with the color of shock in her beautiful eyes. Obviously, she underestimated Qin Sheng's real strength. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Continue to challenge." The voice just fell, so that everyone was shocked. No one thought Qin Sheng even chose to continue to challenge. Ha ha, this is death. It's just a saint martial artist. It's just a chance to challenge the second streamer mural. It's true that he even tried to challenge the third painting. He was destined to be a slave to the merchants. Some people sneer and some despise it, because most of them dare not challenge the third streamer mural. The third streamer mural begins. The fog gradually receded, and the gorgeous woman with the lantern was wearing a red dress. She painted a beautiful and confused makeup. The picture changed again, and a wooden house appeared. Squeak, the door of the cabin opens. The gorgeous woman in red looks back at Qin Sheng. She looks like two black holes in her eyes. The warrior who is too weak in spirit realm will sink in a moment. Child, please move. The voice of a woman is like a dream. It's really too sweet. It's just like the 9 heavenly Zuan from the 9 worlds, full of demagogues. Boom. Qin Sheng felt that he had fallen into a moment's obsession, crushing his inner desire. The third streamer mural challenges success. Do you want to continue? Knowing that the mechanical indifference sound sounded, Qin Sheng's sharp eyes were covered, and he was in a cold sweat, so he was. I almost fell into a depression. The third streamer mural is too strong. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng's spirit realm with 4 holy spirits, it would sink at once. The challenge succeeded? It's too fast, isn't it? People were stunned, especially those who despised Qin Sheng. Do you want to continue? Qin Sheng hesitated. The third streamer mural is so strong. Who knows what the fourth one will face? Just now, he became the slave of this mysterious traitor because he failed to challenge the fourth streamer mural. Go on. Qin Sheng did not continue to hesitate, but firmly said. Because he wants to ask 2 questions, he wants to know his life experience. Qin Sheng's life experience is a mystery. Even his grandfather doesn't know it very well. In the eyes of countless hot and incredible. On the white wall, the streamer mural reappears. This is the fourth. A white light once again shrouded Qin Sheng, and he returned to a fog, the 6-star lantern, the gorgeous woman's eyes. Qin Sheng woman in red dress is like 9 heavenly Zuan coming from the sky. She invites Qin Sheng into the house. Qin Sheng's will was firm, his eyebrows and heart were covered with the breath of Emperor's sword, which cut off all the evil spirits of invasion. The spirit realm of the 4 holy spirits, even the strong who smelt the 4 holy realms, may not be able to do it, but Qin Sheng did it, and he resisted it. False, all are false. It's all about confusing humanity. Qin Sheng's heart was roaring, his whole body was shining, and his holy body had spiritual lines attached to it, which made many onlookers marvel. Oh, my God, he is still a man, and has become a holy body. It's no wonder that the willpower of those who can persist in physical cultivation and can be refined into holy bodies is extremely tenacious, which is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The body cultivator has been faulted. He still insists on and can build the holy body. Is it possible that he has been inherited by the ancient body cultivator? Some murmured, some marveled, their eyes on Qin Sheng were different. It's not stupid to be able to sit here. Qin Sheng's hiding is the only one to blame. It may be good luck to challenge the success of the first streamer mural in the cultivation of Holy Land, but one after another has successfully challenged the third streamer mural, which is definitely not a matter of good luck, but Qin Sheng is not so weak on the surface. It was not until the spirit lines of the holy body were revealed that all people were shocked. That businesswoman also has amazing eyes. She looks friendly on the surface, but she is very proud in the bone. For those so-called talents, she is a group of fools in her eyes. But her eyes were different when she looked at Qin Sheng. Her face, which had been haughty and charming, showed a look of amazement. "Come in, young man. Your father is here." In the flowing shadow mural, the woman in red standing at the door of the wooden house called softly. The voice was not loud, but it made Qin Sheng look crazy. "My father in there?" Qin Sheng couldn't help it anymore. He went straight to the door. As expected, Qin Zhongtian was in the door. At this time, Qin Zhongtian is 100 times older than he was 10 years ago. He is thin in blood and has no accomplishments. To say something ugly is a waste man. "Father." Qin Sheng couldn't stand it anymore. He knelt down on the ground and kowtowed desperately. Bang! 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 Qin Sheng's eyes are red. There are 2 tears on his once resolute face. He is the strong one of the 4 spirits. How resolute is his willpower, but he also has weak points. His father, Qin Zhongtian, is his weak point. Now seeing Qin Zhongtian end up like this, he suddenly collapsed. Outside the challenge stage, Qin Sheng curled up and cried. Many onlookers were dumbfounded because they just thought that Qin Sheng could create a miracle and break through the 4th fresco. However, depending on the situation, Qin Sheng is afraid of failure. Shang Guanxiu's face is pale. Qin Sheng is kind to her. He absolutely doesn't want anything wrong with him. "Shenger, come in with me. I want to hold you. I was only 10 when I left you." Qin Zhongtian's old hand waved to Qin Sheng. "Please, my father." Qin Sheng stopped kowtowing. His forehead was red and swollen, and there was a faint blood. He is the body of the double holy body. He's so strong, but he's still bleeding. It's conceivable that Qin Sheng can see how excited his father is at this moment. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Qin Sheng gradually gets close to the wooden house, and the corner of the mouth of the gorgeous woman in red who has been beside him is slightly upward, pulling out a joking arc, as if he is mocking Qin Sheng as an idiot. At the critical moment, Qin Sheng's eyebrow was in a sharp pain, which was the light of Emperor's sword breath. In the next moment, Qin Sheng wakes up in a daze. He hears the mantra of the 9 death skill, and finally he wakes up completely. Mirage, a vicious mirage. Qin Sheng snorted coldly, and the old Qin Zhongtian in the wooden house disappeared. When the fairyland is broken, Qin Zhongtian will disappear naturally. Chatter. The woman in red with the lantern suddenly screamed, and her real face began to degenerate. She turned into a fierce ghost and rushed frantically to Qin Sheng. "Go away." Qin Sheng's killing intention was awe-inspiring. He had no good impression on the current shadow mural of this businessman. He was able to know his death spot and weave an illusion. Almost, just a little. If it wasn't for the imperial sword breath and the 9 death magic skill, I might have fallen. Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart are split, and his violent soul force rushes out quickly. A set of sword array cuts at the fierce ghost in red. Poof, the red devil with the lantern turned to pieces. The 4th fresco is a challenge to success. The cold and mechanical sound reverberated in the whole hall, which surprised many onlookers. "Chung, did it work? Isn't it just on the verge of failure?" Countless onlookers were all surprised. They were petrified and stiff as if they had been hit. For streamer frescoes, even the strong of the 6 holy regions are difficult to challenge success. However, Qin Sheng, who only had 1 holy land in his martial arts cultivation, has made it. This record will be hard to break in the next 100 years. Who? The heartstone that Shangguan Shiyu has been hanging is finally put down. She has a long sigh of relief. Lord, you really did it. Dongqing and Guanhu look at each other. It's true that people are more angry than people. Dongqing couldn't help but smile and said, Lord, you are just a holy land, and you have made such achievements. Compared with him, I live on dogs these days. I was so ridiculous before, trying to challenge the Lord. The thought of Dongqing's face burning here made him realize Qin Sheng's real strength at this moment. Dongqinglian dare not challenge the 2nd streamer mural. Qin Sheng challenges 4 streamer murals in one breath. The gap is like heaven and earth. The businesswoman who has been watching her face is unbelievable, because even she has to challenge the 4th streamer mural is very difficult to pass. She is the organizer here. She has been trained as a businessman since childhood. She is most familiar with these streamer murals. Besides, her accomplishments are much higher than those of Qin Sheng. This son should be secretive. She thought to herself. Because she is very clear, to challenge the 4th streamer mural, the Holy Spirit must reach the minimum of 5 heavens. A warrior with a heavy holy land can reach the level of 5 holy spirits? This is absolutely impossible. Moreover, she can see clearly that just at the last moment, Qin Sheng had all rolled up on the ground, but later he was crying. It was obvious that the spirit had collapsed, and only a few steps away would lead to eternal destruction and become slaves to their business. But the final result is that Qin Sheng broke all the illusions and successfully challenged the 4th streamer mural. You can ask 2 questions. Do you want to continue to challenge the 5th fresco? Mechanical and cold sounds reverberated throughout the temple. I want to ask. Qin Sheng didn't choose to continue to challenge, because the 4th streamer mural almost killed him. Although he was carrying all kinds of weapons that could not even see through the great holy land, Qin Sheng could never let himself into danger. What if the Emperor's sword breath and 9 death magic can't protect him? In addition, Qin Sheng is very clear that he has been able to challenge the success of 4 streamer murals with his cultivation of a holy land, which has shocked countless people. If you continue to challenge the 5th fresco, Musho will be destroyed by the forest wind. There are too many people who are jealous and greedy, especially here is the ancient battlefield where there is no royal method and no manager. Killing people and stealing goods is the most normal thing. The purpose of Qin Sheng's coming to the ancient battlefield is to rescue his father, and then finish the task of Heilong Mountain Temple by the way, instead of showing off his skills and pretending to be forced here. Thundering. Between the lightning and flint, a chamber of secrets has been formed, which is airtight, and it is difficult for the divinity of small saints or big saints to penetrate. Inside the chamber, it was dark and empty. There was nothing but Qin Sheng. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. In the next moment, a smooth mirror was formed opposite Qin Sheng. First question. A line of words appeared in the mirror. Qin Sheng thought about 2 breaths, repressed the inner tension, and asked in a deep voice, "Where is my father Qin Zhongtian hiding now?" His question is very ingenious. If he can hide, it is to prove that Qin Zhongtian, Qin Sheng's father, is still alive and knows where he is. 1 question is equal to 2 questions. Qin Sheng shielded his breath and stared at the mirror, because he was afraid that the mirror would appear. Qin Zhongtian was dead. Cloud dream days and misty forest. 2 spots appear on the mirror. Who? Qin Sheng breathed a sigh, and his whole back was wet with tension. How could 2 places appear? Qin Sheng was confused. Has father ever been to these two places, or shuttle back and forth between them? Another possibility is that the intelligence of this dealer is lagging behind, and the intelligence update is not so fast. Whatever the reason, this is also good news. At least it proves that Qin Sheng, who was exiled to the ancient battlefield more than 10 years ago, did not die. In fact, it is a great miracle that the warriors who have been through 9 robberies in the ancient battlefield can live for more than 10 years. Tongshenjing, Shenfu, Dongshenjing, Xingyu, Xiaoshengjing, and Dashengjing. In the ancient battlefield, the creatures in the Great Holy Land are not rare. The martial artists in the all-sky environment, even though Qin Sheng's appearance is peerless, have the ability to fight across 1 or even 2 great realms, but this strength is still the bottom creatures in the whole ancient battlefield. Live. As long as your father is alive, it's a hope. Qin Sheng was so excited that he wanted to go to Yunming Days and Misty Forest. Second question? In the secret room, a line of small characters appeared in the mirror again. Qin Sheng takes a deep breath. He wants to know his life experience. Qin Sheng asked, I want to know who my mother is? The mirror surface flickers with waves of runes, which are unpredictable and seem to be searching for information crazily. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths, 1 tea time. At last, the smooth mirror broke. What's the matter? Qin Sheng is flustered. Isn't this mysterious businessman a terrible existence that is so strong as the Great Holy Land? How to ask who his mother is? This kind of simple questions all appear in this situation. Qin Sheng's heart was filled with some bad premonitions. He felt that his mother's origin might be very important, which led to the mysterious businessman to touch the mold. I'm sorry. I've exceeded my authority. I can't find this person. The cold and mechanical sound blew in Qin Sheng's ear again. Qin Sheng looked up, looked around, and shouted, What is Jia without this person? Can't you find him or can't you check him? Qin Sheng was a little angry, but he risked to become a slave to the merchants, to challenge the streamer murals. He never thought to ask who his mother was. This simple question could not be known. In the empty chamber, there was a dead silence. The cold and mechanical voice was silent. After a full quarter of an hour, he replied to Qin Sheng again, saying, Challenge 4 streamer frescoes. Our dealers have no authority to query your mother's identity. You need to challenge 10 streamer frescoes to query. Hearing this, Qin Sheng was shocked first, and then showed a sneer. What is shocking about his mother? It seems that the identity of his mother is absolutely not as simple as he imagined, that even the merchants who are mysterious and kill the Great Holy Land cannot be touched beyond their authority. Ironically, he was asked to challenge 10 streamer murals. Isn't that funny? Qin Sheng almost killed him when he challenged 4 streamer frescoes, and according to his guess, to challenge 4 streamer frescoes, the minimum cultivation level also requires 5 holy realms. The willpower almost may be 6 holy realms, and even 7 holy realms may fail. It's just a challenge to 4 streamer murals. Now this mysterious businessman has asked Qin Sheng to challenge 10 streamer murals? If Qin Sheng has 10 streamer frescoes to challenge, the lowest strength is the small holy land, or even the great holy land. If I become a great saint, why do I ask you to be humble? Qin Sheng left his face to the mysterious trader, sneering. Smell words, the opposite is silent. Qin Sheng is right. Because they have been stationed in the ancient battlefield for more than 100 years, no one has ever successfully challenged 10 streamer murals. The strong man of the Little Holy Land once challenged, but failed without any suspense. As for the Great Holy Land, how can a giant that roams in the peak of the forbidden area in the north put down his body to challenge a mysterious trader of unknown origin? Of course, there is a Great Holy Land strongman who wants to suppress this mysterious business, but in the end, he also suffered a great loss and ran away in disgrace, never dared to come back to revenge. Mechanical and indifferent voice sounded again, "You can change a problem, or to exchange 1,000-star Dan." When Qin Sheng heard this, he could not help hesitating. Another question? But Qin Sheng didn't know what else he wanted to ask. "Exchange for 1,000-star pill," Qin Sheng said. "It's 1,000-star pill, which is the reward for the 4 elite disciples of the inheritance to complete the task. Of course, if you can capture the wanted man alive, you can get 3,000-star pills. To accomplish this task, apart from the unique contribution of the Lonely Dust Sword of Tong Tian cult, the other 3 inheritance areas should be divided." Of course, Qin Sheng doesn't need to know the precious degree of Qianqing pill. Even the real disciples who have melted 5 or 6 holy regions can't have it. As you wish. A ray of light came down from the sky, disappeared in a flash, and soon disappeared again. A delicate dam box was suspended in front of Qin Sheng's eyes. The surface of the dam box was painted with more than 3 holy lines. Its complexity was so great that even the spirit master who reached 5 holy spirits could not solve it in a moment. Of course, Qin Sheng as the master, to open or easy. Qin Sheng opened the box with his bare hands, and the 1,000-star pill appeared in front of his eyes. The round and saturated red body has no special color, as if it is transparent. The internal structure can be seen clearly, and the stars are dotted with crystal. This is a treasure-level elixir for those who have melted 5 or 6 or even 7 or 8 holy regions to kill red eyes. 1,000-star pill can smelt a drop of holy land power, and then make your combat power soar. The talent is almost, maybe it can only soar 1 or 2 times, and the talent with different talent can soar 10 times in an instant. Of course, the power of holy land is not divine power. If it is consumed, it will be gone. It's hard to smelt a drop again. It should not be a forgery. Once he turned his hand and put the 1,000-star pill into the ring, Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 Calamity Emperor. He could see through the truth of the 1,000-star pill at a glance without seeing any magic medicine. The light disappeared, and the secret chamber disappeared. Apart from the mysterious merchants, the onlookers didn't know which 2 questions Qin Sheng asked. Shua. When Qin Sheng reappeared, countless hot eyes instantly locked him, and he became the whole audience's attention. His name seems to be Qin Sheng, from the temple of Heilong Mountain? It's too strong. Isn't the Black Dragon Mountain temple declining? How could such a peerless pride appear again? I can vaguely feel that Qin Sheng is going to rise in the forbidden area in the north, and his reputation can be equal to that of those big clans, even the peerless Tianjiao of the 4 gods and beasts family. Ha ha, I don't like to hear that. What a huge thing the 4 beast families are. They are far beyond the 4 inheritance places in terms of strength and inside information. Qin Sheng is very strong, and he has some talents, especially in the realm of spirit. However, compared with the genius of the 4 beast families, there is still a big gap. I don't care if you believe it or not. I do. Let's see. A group of onlookers were more involved in the drama, but they were flushed because of Qin Sheng's growth. At this time, the businesswoman greeted Qin Sheng with a smile and said, "Qin Sheng, do you have any interest in joining us?" When Qin Sheng heard this, his face could no longer be calm. She had no idea that the female businessman in front of her could be so direct and let Qin Sheng join the mysterious businessman. Ha ha, it's a bit abrupt. With a smile on her gorgeous face, the businesswoman said, "I'd like to introduce myself to you. My name is Zhao Lin. I believe that we do business with great sincerity. And joining our business is not a mysterious slave, and the treatment will definitely satisfy you." Zhao Lin said as she walked, taking Qin Sheng to another reception room. A pot of flower tea can bloom once in thousands of years. The fragrance of tea permeates the whole reception room. If you are tired again, you can do your best to drink it. Qin Sheng, you have tea first. Zhao Lin's posture is very low, especially after seeing Qin Sheng's talent. Her eyes on Qin Sheng are hot 2 points, not as plain at the beginning. Good. Qin Sheng doesn't have much desire to join in this trade. First, the trade is too mysterious, even the mysterious origin is not clear. If he joins in without hesitation, he will die. Second, Qin Sheng is already a registered disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple. Although his moral integrity is general, he is not a man who is a vendor for glory. The registered disciple is different from the working disciple. The working disciple can leave at will, but the registered disciple is different. It needs the approval of Heilong Mountain Temple to leave. Qin Sheng has 2 holy bodies and can refine the decadent spirit of the animal prison. It is absolutely a piece of jade. It only needs careful carving. In time, it will definitely become a dazzling weapon in the forbidden area of the whole north. In this case, how could the Heilongshan Temple allow Qin Sheng to leave? And Qin Sheng has enough confidence. As long as he returns to this task, whether he completes the task or not, even if he fails, he will be trained by the Heilong Mountain Temple. This is the general situation. How could Qin Sheng give up the big tree of Heilong Mountain Temple? Join us in the business, and guarantee 3,000 star pills every month. Zhao Lin said her offer, you can advance your payment for the next 10 years in advance. I can also guarantee that within 100 years, our businessmen will not disturb your practice. Every time you improve your accomplishments, the number of 1,000-star pills will increase by 3 every month. Qin Sheng blew it up as soon as he heard it. 3,000-star pills a month, 36 in 1 year and 360 in 10 years. Most importantly, the number of 1,000-star pills is not fixed, but increased with Qin Sheng's cultivation, which is a bit scary. Now Qin Sheng's cultivation is just a holy land, from 1 holy land to 9 holy land, that's the gap of 9 levels. That is to say, throughout the Holy Land, Qin Sheng can get a few coins of PHYLL 1,000-star pill, and derive thousands of drops of Holy Land power. Who? When Qin Sheng calculated this astronomical number, he could not help but take a deep breath, which was too shocking. Where is this mysterious trader Holy and from? Where comes the confidence, where comes the financial resources? Qin Sheng's head is full of doubts. Qiang Xingdan is very attractive, but... Qin Sheng squints, he looks at a delicate face, like a work of art, perfect. Zhao Lin smiles, I can't join your business. Hearing this, Zhao Lin's smile solidified. Are you worried about the Heilong Temple? Zhao Lin asked. Don't worry, our commercial strength is far beyond the so-called 4 inheritance places, but we will not bully the Heilong Mountain Temple. Zhao added, we will not initiate a conflict with any big force in the north restricted area. Even the family of the 4 beasts of God in your mouth. Zhao Lin tells a force that Qin Sheng will shake, the 4 beast family, which is a huge thing that is superior to the 4 inheritance areas. But in this Zhao Lin's mouth, why is it so improper? Is this Zhao Lin pretending to be forced to cheat me, or is the mysterious businessman so strong? Qin Sheng had such doubts in his mind. After all, it's Qin Sheng's instinct to pull tiger flag and be arrogant. He has done too many things. Ordinary people can't scare Qin Sheng, but Zhao Lin has done it. Don't worry, our business doesn't mean anything to your genius. Zhao Lin once again said a terrible thing, your father, Qin Zhongtian, also joined our business. What do you say? Qin Sheng can't sit any longer. He stands up suddenly, his eyes shining with fierce fighting. Where is my father in your trade? Are you threatening me? Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart glowed, without any reservation. The spirit realm of the 4 holy spirits was clearly displayed, and the outline of a holy land was gradually formed. It's obvious that as long as Zhao Lin says the wrong word, Qin Sheng will fight a war. Whatever mysterious business you are, how strong you are. All threats to his father must be cut off. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lin's smooth eyebrows flashed a trace of unhappiness, which came to the desolate area of the forbidden area in the north. She had never been so angry, and the terrible Yuan force hidden in her delicate body was also revealed. Zhao Lin said, "Qin Sheng, calm down. Your father was chosen by us when he was in the kingdom of God 10 years ago." Zhao Lin explained, "Otherwise, do you think that with his accomplishments, you can support him for such a long time in this ancient battlefield? You are very clear that in the ancient battlefield, even the Holy Land is an ant-like existence." Zhao Lin's words gradually became cold, but what she said was indeed an iron truth. Maybe, Qin Zhongtian's talent showed when he was in Shenfu. If he didn't join the mysterious business, he would die. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, adjusted his mood and asked, 2 conditions. Hearing this, Zhao Lin was a little unhappy again. How big their business was. Only all kinds of talented talents knelt down and licked them. They never pushed 3 or 4 times like Qin Sheng, but also told them the conditions. Zhao Lin wants to refuse. It's just genius. The most important thing in the North Restricted Area is genius. Moreover, their business has long been coming to the North Restricted Area. The ancient battlefield is just one of the points. At this time, Zhao Lin received a message, which made her delicate body stiff and her pretty face full of unbelievable colors. Maybe it was the mysterious business that gave her some shocking messages. "Tell me," Zhao Lin said plainly. "First, I can't get away from the Heilong Temple, let alone do something to hurt it. Second, I want to know your origin." Qin Sheng said his conditions in one breath. Qin Sheng's voice had just fallen, and Zhao Lin, who had a gorgeous face, fell into silence. She didn't respond immediately. After a quarter of an hour, Zhao Lin turned her hand and hit a piece of jade with dense patterns. The room was instantly encrusted with a layer of border. Well? Qin Sheng's divine sense swept away and found that he couldn't penetrate the boundary at all. He couldn't help his face changing. Even the divine sense at the level of small holy land is difficult to penetrate. "Don't worry." Zhao Lin, with a perfect face and a mess, said with a smile, "I just encrypted this place. Even the strong at the level of great holy land can't probe this place." Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face became more serious. Unexpectedly, he underestimated the power of the border. "First, I have said that our merchants don't even care about the 4 beast families, and even less about the weakest Heilong Mountain Temple in the 4 inheritance areas." Zhao Lin said with a smile, "So, you can continue to choose to stay in the Temple of Heilong Mountain to practice. Before you become the great holy land, we will not disturb you too much. This mysterious traitor is really in Haikao. Even the most powerful giant in the North Forbidden Area, the 4 beast family, is not in sight. Second, we don't have the authority to know what we do with your strength. However, I can tell you that we are not from the North Restricted Area." Zhao Lin's words surprised Qin Sheng. In fact, he had already guessed something, but when he heard it from Zhao Lin's mouth, he couldn't help but set off a storm in his heart. "It doesn't come from the North Forbidden Area, so is it the Tianyuan mainland or the 9 days and 10 places?" Qin Sheng was silent for a while and finally asked. "Tianyuan mainland is still the lower boundary, but its area is larger and stronger than the abandoned forbidden area in the north. And on the Tianyuan continent, there are 9 days and 10 places, which is even more terrible. Because in that place, even God's residence has a lot of respect. Imagine that it is the habitat of a holy mansion. How magnificent and boundless it is. 9 days and 10 places?" Zhao Lin's face changed dramatically. She didn't expect Qin Sheng, a physical practitioner from a remote place, to know the existence of 9 days and 10 places. He's really the son of that man. Qin Sheng's position in their mysterious business is not low. It can be said that it is far superior to Zhao Lin today. It is just a legendary and terrible existence. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes into a straight line and said, I've heard some legends. Zhao Lin said, then you should have heard that Tianyuan mainland will choose some talents and bring them back for cultivation? Qin Sheng had heard of this kind of news for a long time, but it was only in the legend that it could come to him unexpectedly. Isn't it that the great sage is more like a dog? Qin Sheng asked with a smile, why is it that your strength seems to be less than the small holy land? Hearing this, Zhao Lin gave Qin Sheng a bad look and said, who did you hear? The Tianyuan continent is much bigger than the forbidden area in the north, but it is also a lower-level warrior. They also need to connect the pulse, the soul, the sky and the life. However, the Yuan power of the Tianyuan continent is thousands of times stronger than here. There are many clans and powerful people. There are many who can become the Great Holy Land. Unlike here, the Great Holy Land is the strongest. What is Tianyuan? Yuanli pouring down from the sky, which means Tianyuan. In the Tianyuan continent, even the weakest warrior, the lowest level of existence, has no training resources, and the worst can achieve the god's mansion. This is very terrible. As long as it doesn't die in the middle of the Tianyuan continent, the lowest limit is also the warrior of Shenfu territory. But in the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland, the powerful of Shenfu territory is the existence of terror that can build a nation. Qin Sheng listened to Zhao Lin's description. It didn't seem that there was much change on his face, but in fact, there were waves in his heart. What is the great sanctuary full of warriors? I guess it's just a passerby. A great saint is also a passerby in the Tianyuan continent. Qin Sheng said in his heart. Zhao Lin continued, I am only 17 this year. When I am baptized as an adult, I will be promoted to the Great Holy Land. Only in order to come to you, I was forced to suppress cultivation in the North restricted area. You're only 17? Qin Sheng was a little confused, and then his eyes shone with astonishment. He had long seen that Zhao Lin was very young and probably not much older than him, but now he knew that Zhao Lin was not an adult at all. It's too terrible to be promoted to the Great Holy Land as an adult. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled, and he had some expectations for the Tianyuan continent. A Tianyuan continent is as powerful as a cloud, so how terrible is the 9 days and 10 places that are more terrible than Tianyuan continent? Qin Sheng smelt the memory of the master of 10,000 robbers from 9 days and 10 places, so he couldn't help but yearning more for 9 days and 10 places. Qin Sheng swore to himself, I will go to 9 days and 10 places one day. Now do you know the origin of our business? Zhao Lin's mouth slightly pulled up, showing a joking look. She obviously saw that Qin Sheng was deeply shocked by her origin. Do you want to refuse our olive branch? Who? Qin Sheng takes a deep breath and remembers Zhao Lin's words like lightning in his mind. The spirit state of the 4 holy spirits makes him very sure that Zhao Lin is not bragging at present, and all he says is true. Above all forces in the North restricted area. 3,000 star pills a month. The most important thing is that his father didn't die because he joined this mysterious business. It also restricts freedom. The Great Holy Land will not disturb Qin Sheng too much. Finally, Qin Sheng nodded and agreed to join the mysterious business. Zhao Lin smiled and said, many years later, or when you enter the Tianyuan continent, you will be deeply grateful for this decision today. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes into a straight line and said, many years later, your merchants will be glad to bring me in. In the face of Qin Sheng's confidence, Zhao Lin feels speechless. Is this man too conceited? Even in Tianyuan, their business is a powerful force. How many Tianzi born in Tianyuan, want to join in? They have to cut 6 generals through 5 passes. Not strong, How can I bring people to the North restricted area? It's very difficult to fight against the power of rules. Wait and see. Zhao Lin snorted coldly, turned over her hand and threw Qin Sheng a ring. There are our trade badges in it. You can melt them with blood. They can be used for communication. They can save your life when it's critical. And the next 10 years. Qin Sheng takes this heavy ring and looks up to find that Zhao Lin, who has blonde hair and blue eyes, has left. Are all the women from Tianyuan continent so proud and charming? Qin Sheng is in a good mood. He whispers to the air. Of course, the voice is not loud, and it contains soul power. Ordinary people can't hear it at all. Besides, there is the border arranged by Zhao Lin himself. Even if the Great Holy Land is to infiltrate, it is absolutely impossible. Apart from the mysterious business, everyone worshipped Qin Sheng to the extreme, especially the steward, who flattered Qin Sheng crazily. Lord, it's too strong to sweep 4 streamer murals in one breath. Guan Hu flatters and flatters. Of course, he dare not directly ask Qin Sheng what questions he asked. Guan Hu is a flatterer, but definitely not an idiot. And Dong Cheng's face was full of fear. He recalled that he had been fighting with Qin Sheng for the throne of Lord, which was the rhythm of death. Shangguan Shiyu couldn't see Qin Sheng clearly. From the first day when she met her, she thought he was arrogant and despotic, but he was mysterious. Now she has awakened the power of Shangguan's blood but still can't see Qin Sheng. I can feel that you are strong again, said Shangguan's poem Rain, and you have made a lot of profit in that mysterious business, haven't you? How can it be? You don't know how big that mysterious trader is. Even the Great Holy Land won't be able to take advantage of them. Qin Sheng asked. My intuition has always been accurate. Shangguan Shiyu shakes his head. How do I feel that you are avoiding my eyes? Are you guilty? Qin Sheng stares at the sight of Shangguan Shiyu. This woman's intuition is too powerful. A group of people dare not make a sound, especially Dongqing and Guan Hu. Only that mysterious traitor is taking advantage of them. I have never heard that anyone can take advantage of them. If Qin Sheng can take advantage of the mysterious merchants, it will be terrible. No, absolutely not. Qin Sheng's crisp denial, a command, let's go, we choose the cloud dream days, has been far behind the other 3 inheritance. Capture the wanted man alive, 3,000 star pills. I only need half of them. When they heard about it, they immediately beat Chicken Blood, especially Guan Hu and Dongqing. They had to lament Qin Sheng's righteousness. It was 1,000 star pill, only half of it? Then they as leaders, at least half of them can be divided, and even get a complete 1,000 star pill, with good luck. Everyone crazily praised Qin Sheng, but Qin Sheng said to himself, isn't it 1,000 star pill? I have hundreds of them. Boom. The warship opened, making a terrible roar, and left Tuqing under Zhao Chongyu's sharp eyes. Bang! Dongchen claps the table suddenly. The table is made of expensive wood. The holy lines scatter and turn into powder. It's golden grain and wood. It's very hard. It's very difficult to break even the strong man who has melted multiple holy regions. But now Dongchen's song can be made into powder with one slap, which shows how terrible power it contains in its rage. Waste, all waste. Qin Sheng, I want you to die. Dongchen has always been a refined set of people outside, talking and laughing. Mao Tai collapsed in front of him, but his face remained unchanged. But now it is furious, twisted, and full of hair. Since his debut, Dongchen's song has never had major setbacks, let alone been humiliated. Dongchen's face was red, his eyes were bloodshot, and there was a slap mark on his handsome face. He shouted like a beast, if you are humiliated by the arrogant sons of the 4 gods, what is Qin Sheng? It's just a minion of the Black Dragon Mountain Temple. How dare you insult me in public? Dongchen looks up at the sky and roars. His eyes are bright and cold. He glances at a group of registered disciples of Qin sect who dare not make a sound. A group of people are shivering and dare not make any noise, especially Wu Yunlong, who has been beaten so hard to take care of himself. Now he has recovered and has the ability to fight, but his face is white and his body is cold. It is because he provoked Qin Sheng that Wu Yunlong led to unexpected things. I can't swallow this tone. Qin Sheng has to die. Now we'll turn to Yunming days. I'm going to kill this one myself. At this time, Wu Yunlong came out shivering, swallowed a mouthful of saliva secretly, moistened his dry throat, and said, "Elder Martial Brother, Qin Sheng is the genius of Heilong Mountain Temple. It's estimated that there are many life-saving cards on him. If we change our way to Yunming days now, even if we kill Qin Sheng, we may cause some unnecessary troubles." And? Dongchen stares at Wu Yunlong, and his evil spirit is brilliant. The terrible pressure covers Wu Yunlong. You mean Qin Sheng doesn't deserve to die? Bang! Wu Yunlong is directly kneeling on the ground under the pressure of Dongchen in the rage. His whole body's blood will solidify, and he can no longer mobilize a ray of Yuan force. No, Qin Sheng should die. I wish I could cut him to pieces. Wu Yunlong's voice was shaking. There are many ways to kill him. There's no need to stain his hands. When Dongchen finally regained some consciousness. With a slight pick of the eyebrow, he asked, "What's your way to make Qin Sheng die? And don't stain our hands?" Dongchen takes back the pressure. Wu Yunlong's breath is smooth and his face is ruddy. There is one way, but some are expensive. Wu Yunlong preached. He didn't dare to speak directly, because he was afraid that there would be spies here, so it would be troublesome for him to record his streamers and videos and become evidence. Today's Heilong Mountain Temple is far inferior to their Qin sect, but it is also one of the 4 major heritage sites. It has a terrible existence at the level of several great holy places, which makes it urgent to hand him over to Wu Yunlong. Dongchen's face changed a little. He couldn't help saying, "What seems to be it? It's worth spending Lei Hu Jin to buy Qin Sheng's life." Wu Yunlong said, "Bounty hunter, don't know Elder Martial Brother has heard of it?" Hearing this, Dongchen's face changed wildly. Dongchen, the bounty hunter, naturally heard that this is a terrible organization, which contains many powerful people. Moreover, this organization is very mysterious, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He is also a genius who has melted the 5 holy regions. Later, he will become a little saint, but he still hasn't contacted the bounty hunter, and he has never received the olive branch of the bounty hunter, so he becomes a bounty hunter. It is said that as long as the talent is outstanding enough, you will become a bounty hunter and get great benefits. Dongchen's face changed. He took a deep look at Wu Yunlong, and his gloomy brow finally eased. If we can let the bounty hunter do it, it's not easy to harvest Qin Sheng's dog life, and it's not easy to be aware of ghosts. Dongchen Song says. Ha ha. At this time, Wu Yunlong's heartstone finally came down. It's obvious that Dongchen Song didn't get angry with him. He grinned and said, "It's inevitable. The bounty hunter is very big. Even the temple of Heilong Mountain doesn't dare to fight with him." Wu Yunlong's strength is not bad, of course, he knows some secret stories about the northern forbidden area. On the surface, the 4 inheritance areas are the pyramid-like giant forces in the whole North Forbidden Area, but how vast the North Forbidden Area is, and it is also connected with the legendary Tianyuan continent. The real power of the terrible forces is far beyond the so-called 4 inheritance areas. First of all, even those legendary clans can make the so-called 4 big clans drink a pot of water. What's more, in addition to the 4 most terrifying beast families, There are also terrifying forces that are related to the legendary Tianyuan continent. For example, the mysterious merchants that have only appeared in the last 100 years, and the bounty hunters that have appeared in the North restricted area for thousands of years. These secret forces are bigger and more frightening than before. As long as they are able to afford Lei Hujin, it is not impossible to kill Qin Sheng, even a great saint. Of course, the cost of killing a great sage is an astronomical figure. The ordinary Holy Land, even the prodigy who smelt the 9 Holy Land, is unlikely to be able to afford this huge amount of thunder and tiger gold. Wu Yunlong's sneer was filled with indifference and confidence. Dongchen Song shook his head and said, "But even I can't get close to the legendary power of bounty hunter, how can I kill Qin Sheng's mad dog with their hands?" When Yen, Wu Yunlong lets Dongchen come to a secret chamber, where life is cut off. Ordinary people don't want to explore it. Once Wu Yunlong turned his hand, there was a broken yellow talisman floating in his palm. There was gold powder on the edge of the talisman, which was dazzling. Well? This is. Dongchen Song looks at the broken talisman in Wu Yunlong's hand. First, he is stunned, and then his eyes shoot out 2 shocking lights. It's a bounty. Wu Yunlong's voice was shaking, and his eyes were full of hatred. The so-called bounty charms were issued by the Bounty Hunter Organization. Look at this broken bounty charms, I don't know how many masters they sent. Wu Yunlong said, "Ignite the bounty charm, you can communicate with the bounty hunter, and then order to kill." Dongchen takes Wu Yunlong's bounty token and slaps him heavily on the shoulder, saying, "Well, you've done a great job this time. In this mission, if you can capture the wanted man alive, you can get one of 3,000 star pills." Hearing this, Wu Yunlong was very excited and trembled. That's 1,000 star pill. One can smelt a drop of power of Holy Land. When it's critical, there will be several times or even 10 times of combat power. It's definitely like a killing weapon. Hiss. In the secret room, Dongchen didn't wait any longer. He spat out a strange fire, which ignited the reward token. There is no special breath to bloom, and there is no brilliant light of holy stripe to illuminate here. 1 breath, 10 breaths passed, there was still no reaction in the chamber, and the bounty charm on the palm of the Dongchen singer's palm had already turned to ashes. What's the matter? Dongchen looks back at Wu Yunlong with a puzzled look, and there is a trace of unhappiness between his eyebrows. Wu Yunlong is also confused. He is afraid that he is the 10th owner of this bounty charm. Moreover, this bounty charm won from a gambling fight in a brothel. What's not pleasant to say is that it's something unknown. I wonder if this is a fake reward charm. It's not a fake, is it? Dongchen asked, coldly. Fake? Not likely. Just now, Wu Yunlong was sweating all over his face. He had just installed such a big force. If he finally found that the so-called bounty charm was a fake, he could think of how angry he would bear Dongchen Song if he thought about it with his buttocks. Boom. At the moment when Wu Yunlong was about to collapse, in front of Dongchen, he broke a void crack, and the violent void force came out, tearing everything apart, almost swallowed Dongchen and Wu Yunlong. It's a void storm that even little saints can't bear. No matter it's Dongchen or Wu Yunlong, once swallowed up, only death will wait for them. A stream of smoke rolled over, Dongchen and Wu Yunlong took a sip, and fell powerless. No, it's poisonous. Dongchen Song is full of light. The surging yuan force needs to be separated from the body. However, when a wave of wolf smoke covers it, Wu Yunlong is even more miserable. He faints directly and has no ability to resist. Where is this? Don't know how long has passed. Dongchen wakes up. He feels a headache. He lies in a fortress built of unknown wood. It's very big here. People in black robes and with only eyes are coming in and out. Each of them is extremely powerful. The worst is the strong man of the 8 or 9 holy regions. He is the warrior of the 5 holy regions. Qin Sheng wants to urge the Holy Land, but no matter how he urges it, the Holy Land still has no reaction at all. Not only that, but also the power of soul and blood cannot be felt here. What's the matter? Where is it? Qin's face is white and full of panic. The Holy Land is gone, the Yuan power is gone, even the blood power is gone. Isn't he a waste? How arrogant Qin Sheng is. In the future, he will become a genius of little sage. How can he tolerate being a waste? Silence, this is the bounty hunter. At this time a majestic voice came out. Qin looked up and found a shopkeeper sitting lazily on a shop in the fortress. The shopkeeper was submerged by a cloud of wolf smoke, and could not see his facial features at all. But according to the power of the spirit of Qin Sheng, this is definitely a peerless power, little saint. Or the great sage? Qin Sheng can't be judged accurately. Yes, I just lit the bounty charm. Qin Sheng is finally recalled. I'm in the bounty hunter's fortress? Don't believe Qin, he asked in a faint and excited way. The strong man in the shop was surrounded by a cloud of wolf smoke, but he could not see his expression clearly. Even though the spirit realm of Qin Sheng is not bad among the 5 holy regions, the god knows people can't penetrate the smoke and see the real face of the strong one. Yes, not at all. Strong voice with a trace of hoarse, said, "Here is your dream, I invaded your dream." Hearing the words, Qin Sheng suddenly showed a touch of surprise, followed by fear and disbelief. Am I in a dream? How could it be? Even the great sage can't enter my dream silently and colorlessly. Are you the great saint? At this moment, Qin Sheng is full of the spirits of some peerless genius. It's scared to pee. People have invaded all the dreams, seen through everything, and there's no secret. Great saint, I have killed several. The strong man who was destroyed by a cloud of wolf smoke didn't get angry because of this. His voice gently responded to Qin, which scared Qin out of cold sweat again. There are only a few peerless strongmen in the great holy land of the forbidden area in the whole northern region. 1 inheritance place and 1 slap can count them. But at present, the strong man who can invade his dream is so easy to respond that he killed several great saints. Qin suspects that he is bragging, but it seems that the situation is not the same. In fact, he has doubts about whether the so-called reward charm just ignited has any fans. The magic drugs lead to his own hallucinations. Don't waste time. If you light the bounty charm, tell us what you want our bounty hunter to do. The powerful man in the wolf smoke said coldly, "Don't be embarrassed, killing people and crossing goods is our main business of bounty hunters. As long as you can afford Jin, there will be no one in the north restricted area that our bounty hunters can't kill." The bounty hunter has this absolute confidence, and Qin Sheng also very agree. After all, the reputation of bounty hunter has spread for thousands of years. Qin Sheng pondered for a moment, and finally said the name of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng from Heilong Mountain Temple has only 1 holy land? The strong man in the wolf smoke murmured, 1,000,000 thunder and tiger gold. Capture 1.5 million Jin alive. Hearing the song, Qin frowned and said, "Is it so expensive?" He just melted the sanctuary. It's just a minion of a holy land. Why can't you kill it? Dare not, or not. The voice of the powerful man in the smoke of the wolf with sarcasm said, "He has 2 holy bodies and more than 3 holy spirits. Do you think the Heilong Mountain Temple will not be cultivated as a treasure? If you kill him, you will surely provoke the temple of Heilong Mountain, although our bounty hunters are not afraid of it at all. 1,000,000 Jin is the most favorable price. You can give up if it's expensive, but you still have to pay 300,000 Jin's consulting fee." Dongqin Song, Jun Lang's face suddenly flashed a touch of anger. This bounty hunter eat phase is really black, asked Qin Sheng, unexpectedly want to collect 300,000 Thunder Tiger Gold. Black, it's too dark. But Dongchen dare not speak out because of his anger. The reward hunter is such a terrible organization. Let alone him. Even Qingyang's sect dare not fight with him. In the dream, Dongchen Song fell into deep thought. Ignited the bounty charm, let the bounty hunter enter his dream, just casually consult, it will pay a total of 300,000 lei tiger gold. That's 300,000, not 3,000. Not only that, to kill Qin Sheng, even a whole million lei hujin. Such astronomical figures, even a little saint must be heartbroken, and can't be noticed for a moment. The strong man submerged by a cloud of wolf smoke didn't continue to urge Dongchen Song, because it was just a dream, and the passing time was very slow. If you meet a terrible dream maker, you can even forge thousands of years in the dream. Once upon a time, there was a legend that there was a dream-entering skill hidden in the cloud dream, that is, it can let martial artists practice in the dream and change the passage of time. This kind of ability against the sky can rival the function of Tiangang Pavilion. Tiangang Pavilion also has thousands of times of space-time training room, but the contribution value and lei hujin that need to be spent are astronomical figures. Even the small Holy Land and even the big Holy Land are not very willing. However, the practice in the dream is different. Although it is not true physical practice, it still has the function of practice. Some people may spend thousands of years in a dream. What a terrible passage of time. In ancient times, there used to be a god's mansion, 1,000 years of terrible magic power. One dream, we will live for thousands of years. Thousands of years of vicissitudes, what strong can contend with? The terrible existence of this level is far beyond the reach of the powerful at this level. Well, I'd like to spend $1 million in tiger gold, but I don't have so much cash. I can only discount it with spirit tools and spirit pills. A handsome-faced Dongchen Song, suddenly eyes become sharp up, between the eyebrows are full of murderous intention. His hatred for Qin Sheng has risen to a stage that can never be reconciled. Qin Sheng will not die. In 9 out of 10, his Dongchen Song will be possessed. In a short time, let alone practice, there will even be a terrible situation of being possessed by the devil. Qin Sheng, he must die. Dongchen's face is twisted, and he roars like a beast. Go to sleep, as you wish. I'm sure there will be good news soon. The bleak voice passed in the ear of Dongchen Song. The next day, Dongchen woke up. It was lunchtime. He was so dead asleep that he couldn't detect the slightest change outside. Is it a dream? Dongchen murmured. He found that Wu Yunlong didn't wake up and was still sleeping. No. As soon as Dongchen's face changed, his divine sense flashed over his Neji. No, my thunder, tiger and gold are all gone. Not only that, there are not 90% of the holy tools and elixirs. It's all the wealth I've accumulated over the years. Dongchen's origin is not very bad. Although it's not from the legendary clan, it still has a lot of inside information and treasures. It's true. Last night's dream was true. The bounty hunter really took 1 million mine from me. Dongchen Song is frightened and scared. It's amazing that the organization of the bounty hunter is too terrible. It really can invade his dream. The fear is that the strong one of the bounty hunter, who has killed several holy places, can get things from the dream. It's a bit shocking. It makes Dongchen Song creepy. The dream is the dream, which is illusory, which is ethereal. Even if the bounty hunter can invade his dream, can he still take the Thunder Tiger Golden treasure through the dream? It seems that the secret method that can be practiced in the dream exists in the legend. Dongchen bowed his head and whispered, with a smile under his eyes, the bounty hunter will kill Qin Sheng. Although he was 100 of Lei Hu Jin at one time, and let Dongqin Gesh completely become a pauper, he didn't regret it at all. Qin Sheng's genius, especially from Yi Zhang's side, if he is allowed to grow up, he will definitely be a strong competitor. Now that he has reached this level, he has melted many holy regions. Qin Sheng has such a high talent and is still humiliating him in front of the public. It's impossible to swallow this evil spirit for any genius. Either you die or I die. What about the Hall of Fire? What we need to fight against the sky is talent. What we need to fight against is who is more ruthless and whose heart is blacker. Only when the competitors fall down, can Dongqin have more cultivation resources and further development. Boom. Qin Sheng was driving the broken warship, leaving Tuqing like a meteor. He didn't realize that a terrible hunting crisis was gradually enveloping him. There was a delay in the mysterious business, but fortunately the journey was relatively smooth. The defeated warship was impacted by the afterwave of the Great Saint level, and the spirit lines covering the hull surface had peeled off a large area. If Qin Sheng hadn't repaired some of them, some places would have been directly pierced. This is the ancient battlefield. It was a terrible place where the gods fought. There was a place where the spirits fell. How terrible the evil spirit was. If the warship had no spiritual pattern to protect it, there would be terrible creatures following the hulls of the warship and devouring the disciples of the fire hall. Qin Sheng had to be careful when he experienced the sneak attack of creatures at the level of Great Holy Land on the edge of the ancient battlefield. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng suddenly stood up. With a sword in his hand, his eyebrows were split. There was a faint smell of the Emperor's sword, because he saw a terrible shadow rising from a disordered tomb in the distance. Although it's a disordered cemetery, actually it's thousands of meters high, which is no less than a mountain peak. No way. This is the ancient battlefield. There have been too many battles in the past 10,000 years. One by one, the graves are piled up, and there are corpses everywhere. The breath of shadow is terrible. It's a little Holy Spirit. Little saint level. Qin Sheng's heart was beating wildly for no reason, because he had seen the big mouth of blood plate under the shadow. It was so terrible that they could not compete at all. Qin Sheng turns his hand and pinches the last positioning transmission in his hand. He can't fight in the little Holy Land at all. It's really bad luck. First, there are creatures in the Great Holy Land, and now there are creatures in the small Holy Land. Guanhu didn't dare to make a sound. His face had already been whitewashed, and his voice was trembling to everyone. It looks like a ferocious spirit, a body resurrected by the buried strong in ancient times, or a ferocious spirit growing up by devouring the disordered graves. Dongqing's face is also very ugly. He is the most experienced person in the ancient battlefield among all the disciples in the fire hall. But still scared white face. Lord, we are a little unlucky. Dongqing sent a message to Qin Sheng, we should be ready to retreat. A small Holy Land level ferocious spirit, also don't know how many years it has grown up, maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years of ferocious spirit, to eat the bodies of those strong men in the ancient battlefield for the terrible existence of evolution. This kind of ferocious spirit is more difficult than the same level of spirit beast. It's almost a terrible existence that can't be killed. What task, even if the temptation is incomparable, as long as the wanted person is captured alive, there will be 3,000 star Dan rewards. It's a 1,000-star pill that can refine the power of Holy Land. Even the true disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple want to enjoy it very rarely. Lingdan is very precious, but life is more important. Qin Sheng didn't respond. He was holding the directional transmission talisman. In addition, his divine sense covered dozens of 1,000-star elixirs. As long as that little holy and ferocious spirit killed him, he would directly devour dozens of 1,000-star elixirs and smelt dozens of drops of holy power like lightning. A drop of Holy Land power can increase Qin's fighting power several times, even 10 times. Dozens of Holy Land power can increase his fighting power hundreds of times at a time, and it's not impossible for him to beat a small saint to death with one slap. Of course, all this is just Qin Sheng's guess. The warrior of the small Holy Land may have hundreds of drops of Holy Land power in his body at least. After a few breaths, the ferocious spirit of the huge shadow hidden in the thousands of high disordered graves disappeared slowly. Gone? Qin Sheng was a little confused. He didn't expect that the ferocious spirit at the level of Little Holy Land should leave so simply. Maybe the spirit of the Great Holy Land that had attacked us before was left on our warship. At this time, Shang Guanxiyu guessed. When Qin Sheng heard this, he thought Shang Guanxiyu's words were very reasonable. After all, the breath of living beings in the Great Holy Land did not disappear so quickly. Otherwise, it's not worthy of the living beings at the level of Great Holy Land. Boom. The warships continue to fly towards Yunming Days. It takes them a whole day and a night to get to Yunming Days. But in Qin Sheng, they leave soon. In that 1 kilometer high disorderly grave far away, the figure of the old and the young slowly walks out. The old man dressed in black robes, covered his whole body with chains with barbs, covered with layers of complicated spiritual patterns, and flashed the cold light that would make the melting of multiple holy regions powerful people's faces change dramatically. What's terrible is that the old man ignited the soul fire when he walked. Yes, it's the soul fire that can make the spirits ignite. The young man, with silver hair and black armor, has a red spirit pattern on the surface, which looks like a skull. Whether it's the old man in black or the young man in armor, the word reward flickers in their eyebrows. The word reward in the old man's eyebrows is silver, while the word reward in the young man's eyebrows is bronze. Bronze, silver, gold. This is the level of the bounty hunter organization. Above the gold level, there are more terrible stars, kings, and other titles. Master, Qin Sheng is very lucky. The young man opened his mouth. His eyes were cold and his voice was uncomfortable. That young king, silver hair crystal, in the light of the waning moon, appears particularly Myriad. We wasted a lot of treasure in order to get rid of the evil spirit. It sounds creepy when the young king's voice is measured. If at this time, Qin Sheng heard this young king's words here, he would jump and scold in anger. What kind of thing, want to kill Qin Sheng, but also complain about Qin Sheng's good luck? What are these values? Smell speech, that black-robed old man, his eyes are oily green, showing the terrible soul fire. The iron chain seems to be very heavy, in fact, floating, no wind rhythm up, with inexplicable mystery. I'm not strong enough to be a teacher. I suffered a great loss from Qin Sheng last time. When the old man in black mentioned Qin Sheng, he immediately clenched his teeth. His eyebrows were full of anger. He snorted coldly, and the whole sky trembled. Some of the disordered graves in the distance turned into powder and nothingness. When it comes to Qin Sheng, I'm angry. If it wasn't for him, your senior brothers and younger brothers would not die, and I would not fall from the Holy Land to Jiucheng Holy Land. Black-robed old man's eyebrows twinkled, and he seemed to be shocked and angry at Qin Sheng. The young king supported his 5 holy regions in an instant, and barely resisted the terrible pressure of the old man in black robe. Nevertheless, his throat was sweet and he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he was frightened, he was injured and splashed with blood on the chain of the old man in black robe. Sniff. The blood is evaporated in a flash by the soul fire attached to the iron chain. Sure enough, the old man in black looks greedy and looks at the young king named Jiaba. Bang! Jiaba knelt down on the ground directly, his eyes were full of fear, and said, "Don't eat me, master. My blood essence is the worst among so many disciples. If I die, who will serve the master later?" The old man in black robe is very powerful, but I don't know why. It seems that the genius of the middle of Qin dynasty caused him to fall from the Holy Land to the 9 holy places. Maybe the old man in black robe was seriously injured. In order to prevent the further deterioration of the injury, he even gave his hand to 8 of his 9 disciples and sucked their blood essence to stop the injury and survive. Jiaba was an orphan when she was young. She had a terrible talent and was accepted as an apprentice by Jiehui's old black robe. Jiehui practices evil ways. It's very fast to improve his strength. In order to heal his wounds, he has no choice. Is it? Jiehui murmurs, are you the 2nd or the 4th generation of Jiaba? Here, Armor 8 more creepy, he knew a terrible truth. At first, he just guessed. He heard some rumors that his so-called master liked to accept disciples. Every time he accepted disciples, he was a genius. He trained them. However, every time when he was a disciple of Jiehui, there was basically no good end. Now the 2nd generation mentioned in Jiehui's mouth is still the 4th generation. That means we've changed 4 rounds of apprentices? Think back to Jiehui's cruel picture of killing his apprentice on the edge of his own death, absorbing energy and spirit to mend your wounds. Jiaba suddenly becomes stiff and dare not move at all. Well, your blood essence is still a little thinner. It's hard to become a climate. Jiehui finally looses the chain of the terrible soul fire and mutters. A biolison that originally hung in the middle of the heart is finally eased down. He is really afraid that Jiehui took the opportunity to eat him. At this moment, Jiehui is in the stage of absolute hunger and thirst. Don't say it's Jiaba in his small 5-fold holy land. Even a dragon can eat all Jiehui in 3 days. No way. He was hurt too much by Qin Sheng. I live because I'm too weak? There are some circles in Jiaba. How do you feel that you are a group of pigs in Jiehui's circle? If you are fattened, you will be slaughtered? Of course, even if there is some resentment in Jiaba's heart, he is absolutely afraid to show it on his face. Jiehui, in the rage, did not notice the inner fluctuation and change of Jiaba. I thought that Jiehui was not the same as before. Even the small task of hunting the registered disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple should be taken. Jiehui whispered, I didn't get Qin Sheng, but he was so full of blood, and there was a big cause and effect. The worship was stained with the after effect of the Great Holy Land. To be able to meet the Great Holy Land and not die, this is absolutely the son of atmospheric luck. Jiehui's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his old face was full of greed. If I could eat this son along with his great fortune, I would also be blessed with great fortune, and I would never meet a terrible strong man like Qin Sheng again. Between the lightning and flint, Jiehui decides to continue the pursuit. Originally, Jiehui took this task, but it was only 500,000 lei hujin. This money, put in the past, he could not have the house in the eye at all. But now he has been severely damaged by Qin Sheng and his cultivation has been declining. If he didn't eat a few disciples, he would have become a waste man. However, now it is also a thoroughly poor man. We can buy some miraculous medicine to nourish the body with a subsidy of 500,000 lei hujin. But I didn't expect that the target called Qin Sheng was a man with great fortune. Phew! With a wave of Jiehui's hand, the iron chain in his hand turns into a big black snake, carrying him and Jiaba to disappear in the sky of the disordered cemetery. The night of the ancient battlefield is extremely cold. It's the coldest place in the North Forbidden area. Woo-woo. It's not a good idea for Qin Sheng to set up a camp in the dark. The ancient battlefield in the middle of the night is extremely dangerous, because those sleeping ferocious spirits, resentment spirits, and corpse spirits have a high probability of waking up and coming out to look for food. Humming. Qin Sheng has arranged a repair version of the sky sheltering array. The whole warship is hidden without any more vitality. Guanhu, you and Dongqing take turns to watch the first half of the night. I and Shangguan Shiyu take turns to watch the second half of the night. Qin Sheng as Lord, he arranged the task, he left the deck, returned to his own room. Although the array has been repaired, it has no defects. In the cultivation room, Qin Sheng murmured, this kind of big array conceals the creatures below the 5 holy regions, but the creatures beyond the 5 holy regions are afraid to expose their whereabouts. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng couldn't help but have some worries. Now he knows that his father, Qin Zhongtian, is still alive, and he has joined the mysterious traitor, a terrible force that is superior to the 4-beast family. This organization from the Tianyuan continent has filled him with confidence. Maybe father's life is much better than I thought. Qin Sheng murmured. There are many versions of the legend about Qin Sheng's father when he was in the Magic Dragon Wasteland. His talent is the best in the whole Magic Dragon Wasteland, even the comparison between those royal talents, and it has become dim. From this alone, Qin Sheng knew that his father, who only existed in his memory, would never die young because he was exiled to the ancient battlefield. In that case, I will improve my accomplishments first. Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he got hundreds of thousands of star elixirs from mysterious merchants, which is absolutely a terrible fortune. 1,000-star pill. Qin Sheng turned his hand, and a crystal star pill appeared in his eyes. A 1,000-star pill can generate a drop of power of Holy Land. This kind of magic pill even the true disciples should be envious. Here, the 1,000-star pill is round and full, with clear grain. When it became a pill, it even experienced a Dan robbery, accompanied by the breath of thunder. Qin Sheng couldn't help but evaluate the 1,000-star pill in his hand. It seems that the skill of alchemy is not from the alchemists in the North restricted area. Take one first. Qin Sheng swallowed it with a mouthful of starlight, illuminating his whole body. Qin Sheng's face changed, and he said with astonishment, what a pure star power! Holy body. Qin Sheng wakes up the holy body with 2 auras, which are dazzling. If he was not in the training room covered with the array, he would disturb the whole warship, and even the power of Qiang Xingdan would be released to the ancient battlefield. Without any hesitation, Qin Sheng suddenly made thousands of fingerprints, covering the whole cultivation room, trying to shield the vitality. Holy Land. Qin Sheng did not hesitate to summon the Holy Land. The Great Will Holy Land twined Qin Sheng's body in an instant. As soon as the Holy Land came out, the star power of the 1,000-star pill dropped instantly. Boom! Like the Big Bang, the 1,000-star pill contains countless star powers and Qin Sheng's Holy Land melting. Qin Sheng's Holy Land suddenly expanded, and then he was shocked by Qin Sheng's eyes. Double sanctuary? Qin Sheng is a little confused. His Holy Land is just a trace of the power of Qiang Xingdan. How could he be promoted to the double Holy Land? It's too fast. Boom. It was another thunder, which made Qin Sheng's ears blind. Triple sanctuary? Qin Sheng is totally stupid. He smelted a 1,000-star pill, which was originally intended to smelt a drop of power of Holy Land to increase his combat power 10 times. However, what he did not expect was that his Great Will Holy Land directly absorbed the star power contained in the 1,000-star pill and strengthened himself. In Holy Land, how much is not the most important, and the power of Holy Land is the most terrible existence. If you change to another Holy Land warrior, maybe after digesting a 1,000-star pill, you have not smelted the so-called Holy Land power. Instead, you have upgraded your cultivation and will definitely cry without tears. The power of Holy Land is fundamental. However, this situation is not a bad thing for Qin Sheng. Qiang Xingdan has hundreds of them. In his opinion, it only costs 1 Qiang Xingdan to upgrade his cultivation to triple Holy Land. This business is very cost-effective. Come again. Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp and sharp. When he turned his hand, 1,000-star pill glittering with stars hung on his palm again. This 1,000-star pill is really beautiful. Even if Qin Sheng is an alchemist, his alchemy ability is better than him. Even if he looks at the whole forbidden area in the north, he will never exceed a slap in the face. This confidence comes from the inheritance and memory of Qin Sheng smelting the 10,000 robber emperor. Even then, Qin Sheng couldn't help but exclaim that the 1,000-star pill was really like a perfect work of art. 1,000-star pill, it's so gorgeous, as if it's fused with thousands of stars. Refining. Qin Sheng just sighed for a while. No matter how beautiful the elixir is, it's just a medicine. He didn't save it and swallowed it directly. Boom. Qin Sheng's body vibrates violently. It's terrible. The giant wheel Holy Land moves slowly. The triple Holy Land becomes as dazzling as the sun and stars like the 3 holy rings. With the moistening of 1,000-star pill, Qin Sheng's Holy Land was nourished as never before, and soon reached the peak stage of triple Holy Land. Only a trace of it could be refined into triple Holy Land. If you want to be quick, you can't reach it. It's not a good way to encourage your growth. Qin Sheng murmurs in his heart. He forcibly suppresses his impulse to be promoted to the 4 holy realms. In his heart, he madly makes thousands of fingerprints. The terrible power nourishes Qin Sheng's holy body. Not long ago, Qin Sheng's holy body crackled, and his face once again showed a shock and incredible look. How could that be? Qin Sheng was confused again. He took the second Qianqing pill and suppressed his accomplishments. What he didn't expect was that his holy body had evolved. 3 holy bodies. Everything is coming too soon. How long has Qin Sheng's holy body been promoted to double holy body? Now he has taken the second 1,000-star pill, and his body has broken through. As a rocket, Qin Sheng, a young and mature man who has melted the memory of the emperor, has seen many great scenes. But now the scene, but let Qin Sheng feel some dreams, as if living in a dream, too unreal. 3 holy bodies, 3 holy regions, 4 holy bodies. It's easy to crush the strong of the 4 holy regions with such terrible talent and strength. Even if you meet some weak and weak strong of the 5 holy regions, you may be crushed by Qin Sheng's stormy attack. The terrible star power, like ripples, constantly nourishes Qin Sheng's body. The holy body is still a more spiritual practice than the holy region. It also digests a 1,000-star pill. The holy region can upgrade 2 times continuously, but the holy body can only upgrade 1. Qin Sheng's murmuring, he knew from such an attempt, who was more difficult to practice in the holy body and holy land. Third 1,000-star pill. Qin Sheng turned his hand again. This time, he did not stop, but digested the third 1,000-star pill. The first Qiang Xingdan was absorbed by the Holy Land, the second Qiang Xingdan was absorbed completely by the Holy Body, and finally the third Qiang Xingdan was not absorbed by the spirit of Qin Sheng. 1,000-star pill is not soul power. It has no effect on the holy soul at all. Boom. It seems that there is a sound of thunder. Qin Sheng's Holy Land is slowly rolling and exploding with terrible light. The wind is high in the dark. Although there is a repair version of the sky covering array, the ancient battlefield at night seems to be still cold for you. Whoosh. A dark wind blew by, and the disciples of the fire hall who were watching the night on the deck of the warship immediately felt a chill in their neck. Bah, it's really bad luck. With Guanhu and Dongqing, one of the disciples of the fire hall who stayed at night, he quickly rubbed his hands, and even the strong in Holy Land felt cold. It can be imagined how terrible the ancient battlefield was shrouded in night. Lung is nothing. As long as you can catch the wanted man, don't say you can get a complete 1,000-star pill. Even if it's half a 1,000-star pill, it's a big profit. Another, the disciple of the fire hall, who was watching the night at the stern of the boat, couldn't help saying, "I don't have such ambition. I just want to lie down on this mission, get some credit, and then return to my family." If you have a good tone and marry a daughter of a small family, you will be rich. In the two night watchmen who boasted to each other, they didn't realize that there was a crack in the great array of sky covering which could easily resist the invasion of the powerful under the 5 holy regions. The glittering and gorgeous spirit pattern is pulled open by a gap of 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. The old and the young came in from the gap. Their eyes were bright and cold, and they looked up at the so-called sky covering array, all of which were sneering. "This kind of crap is trying to block out the sun? Ridiculous." Jiahui's eyes are shining with cold green light. Before that, he was a real little holy land with unique strength. You don't need to introduce it. Jiahui knows this kind of array. Go ahead and bring back the head of Qin Sheng. Jiahui added lazily, "It's better to live. I also want to use the method of deprivation to deprive this son of his great fortune." Jiaba's face is still pale and his silver hair is fluttering. He has no extra words and disappears into Jia Hui's sight in one step. At this time, Jiaba has heard that the 2 disciples of the fire hall are imagining their future. It's a beautiful wish. It's a pity that you can't realize your dream if you want to go on the road. The cold and arrogant voice came to the 2 disciples of the fire hall who were watching the night at the stern of the boat. They were shocked. Who is it? The 2 disciples of the fire hall were horrified in an instant. They gave a shout of rage. Only to see a young king come out of the fog, eyes cold, purple lips super thin, a look to know is not good stubble. Your guide, go ahead. Jiaba said softly. Before the 2 watchmen of the fire hall could react, his silver hair burst out in an instant, faster than lightning. Enemy. One of the 2 disciples of the fire hall, who were watching the night at the stern of the boat, wanted to shout loudly, but the silver lightning suddenly penetrated his mouth. That armor 8's silver hair is even more terrible than war sword. Just for a moment, 2 disciples of the fire hall, guarding the night at the stern of the boat, all died and had no life. At 80 points of pride, brows are all arrogant and domineering, murmured, "It's really weak and unimaginable, look at the so-called 4 heritage sites of the inside story." Although Jiabadi is very careful, this certain movement has awakened Guan Hu, who is keeping watch at the bow of the boat. What's going on? Guan Hu suddenly opens his eyes. He is just in a state of meditation. In fact, his divine sense has always covered the whole warship. Any leakage will definitely arouse his mind. It's like it's in the stern. At this time, Dongqing also opened his mouth and said, "Let me have a look." Keep the bow. Dongqing did not enter the state of meditation. He went to the stern with the spirit instrument. No, it smells of blood. Maybe there's an enemy attack. Dongqing didn't hesitate to deliver the message to Guan Hu at the first time. In 9 out of 10, the blood essence of the 2 disciples of the fire hall who had just been watching the night at the stern of the boat had been absorbed. Red hair, blood still have some hang in the corner of the mouth. I found it very quickly. At 8 grins, he looks at Dongqing, cannot help but whisper. It's just the weird picture of Jiaba that makes Dongqing's hair stand on end in a flash. Get on the road, all of you. It's just a matter of time. Dongqing was scared. He just looked at Jiabai and suddenly his limbs trembled. His soul was even suppressed directly. At that moment, he knew that the young man with red hair and blood on his mouth was not good at stubble, and the yuanli breath that was emitted from his body was definitely far superior to that of Dongqing. At the same moment, Guan Hu also received a message. Without delay, Guan Hu entered the deck. He had to inform Qin Sheng, who was practicing in the practice room, as soon as possible. It can break the heaven-blocking array between the gods and ghosts, and kill the disciples in the fire hall in the stern of the boat. That kind of strength is absolutely not what Dongqing and Guanhu can contend with. Hell, this ancient battlefield is really different from the past. How can it be so disastrous? Guanhu's speed soared to the extreme. Although the training room on the warship was very broken, it was still a sealed training room. With Guanhu's strength, it could not directly pass through the training room to transmit sound to Qin Sheng. In the cultivation room, Qin Sheng has smelted the 10,000-star pill. His eyes are red, but it's worth it because he smelt 3 drops of holy power. The 1,000-star pill that the mysterious dealer gave to Qin Sheng was very strange. The power of the Holy Land refined was 3 colors: blue, red, gold. Even Qin Sheng didn't understand what terrible power the different colors of Holy Land power would inspire once it was activated. The 3 drops of power of Holy Land are all suspended in Qin Sheng's divine sense, which can be activated in an instant. Bang! 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 At this time a strong door sound came. Lord, something happened, enemy attack! Guanhu cried in a hurry. The training room is well arranged. It's difficult for divine sense to penetrate directly, but the sound is not difficult. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face suddenly changed. He asked Guanhu to come in and ask for help, which proved that the person or the ferocity of the attack was terrible. Even the sky covering array is broken, but I didn't realize it at all. The enemy is very strong. Qin Sheng got up directly, didn't flinch, and Fengqi rushed out. And Dongqing? Qin Sheng looked at Guanhu in a panic and asked. At this time, Guanhu's face was very ugly, and he said in a deep voice, I don't know. He went to the stern to probe and sent a message to me for help. Shua. Qin Sheng didn't respond. Everything happened between the lightning and flint. He was shining all over. The terrible light of the triple holy body was as bright as a big sun. The horrible holy body power can make the void have a terrible shock. This is an ancient battlefield. In those days, there was a place where gods fell. The spirit lines on the warship are all caused by terrible waves. Pooh. Dongqing is in despair. The silver-haired armor 8 in front of him is so strong that his strength is far beyond him. A wisp of silver hair pierces his body. The long silver hair is as sharp as the spirit sword, and Dongqing's body is easily made. Even if he wears the spirit armor, he is as fragile as tofu in front of the silver hair of the 8 armor. Where is Qin Sheng? Jia Bai's face was cold, and he didn't worry about taking Dongqing's life. In front of Dongqing, he regained his unprecedented confidence. His timidity in the shadow of Jia Hui had long disappeared. Dongqing smiled miserably, poohed, and was silent. He had a grudge with Qin Sheng. To put it mildly, he was humiliated by Qin Sheng. But in the face of the enemy, Dongqing is not ambiguous. He has no idea of betraying Lord Qin Sheng at all. Besides, Dongqing, as the commander of the fire hall, has been climbing and rolling in the Heilong Mountain Temple for so many years. He has never seen any cruel role. The young man with silver hair in front of him seems to be young, and his strength is far beyond his own. His eyes are bright and cold, and the killing gas between his eyebrows cannot be formed in half a year. How could such a man live? Since there is no possibility of living, why not show him a good face and leave the last dignity for himself? So hard of mouth? Jia Ba smiled coldly. It's not easy for you to build a double holy land, but you don't know how to cherish it. In that case, go to hell. The silver hair is glittering and shining. There is sword chi. Dongqing closes his eyes and is ready to play back the pictures of his life. I was born in a reckless family, and I am far inferior to those disciples from the big family. I can refine into a double holy land without any help, and I have killed many warriors in the Holy Land. Dongqing murmured in a low voice. He seemed to leave his last words and sum up his life. Chong. At this time, under the bottom of the boat, a sword light came to kill him, and even Jia Ba's face changed dramatically. The silver hair was cut off, and Dongqing fell heavily on the hard deck with a bang. Dongqing suffered a lot of injuries, but after all, he was also a strong man in the Holy Land. He would not fall and die. Who is it? The silver hair was cut off, Jia Bai's face was howling with evil spirit, and his body was releasing a white thick fog, which was extremely cold. Even Dongqing, a strong man in the dual Holy Land, felt cold and piercing, just like falling into the ice cellar. Who dares to cut my hair? Jia Ba has great pity for her hair, even more precious than her life. Now I have been beheaded by someone. My heart is bleeding. Qin Sheng, carrying a dim stone sword, walked out slowly. The shining holy body made everyone dumbfounded. Robbers, adventurers, or killers? With a grin and a ghostly smile, Qin Sheng said, whoever you are, dare to kill my disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple, you can't run away tonight. It's you, Qin Sheng? At 8 saw Qin Sheng, first a lung, and then a touch of crazy color. According to the information, isn't this just made into a holy body? How do you suddenly transform into the triple holy body? There is some confusion in the 8th part of Jia Ba. The triple holy body is not only 1 plus 2, but also 3. The terrible physical strength of triple holy bodies may be that even the strong of the 5 holy regions need to avoid its sharp edge. In fact, Jia Ba knew that Qin Sheng had already joined the mysterious merchants in Tuqing, and obtained hundreds of 1,000-star pills. By using the 1,000-star pills, he improved the strength of the body. Not only that, the holy regions were horribly upgraded to the triple holy regions. Let alone the adopted son of Jia Ba. Even Jia Hui, once a little saint, would never dare to take the task if he knew that Qin Sheng had been selected by a mysterious businessman. It's not that the organization of bounty hunters is not as powerful as the mysterious merchants, but these two forces are both very strong, deep-rooted, and terrifying. Why there are so many reward tasks? Why to annoy the crazy people of mysterious businessmen? Of course, no matter Jia Ba or Jia Hui, they don't know about all this. Even the giant bounty hunter didn't collect such information. To hunt the mysterious traitors? I'm kidding. We need $100 million of mine tiger gold to protect the bottom. How can we only need $1 million of mine tiger gold? When Qin Sheng looked at the cold young man with silver hair and asked indifferently, do you know me? Qin Sheng had some accidents. He came from the 36 dynasties of the wasteland in the frontier wasteland. There were few powerful people who could come to the forbidden area in the north. To be blunt, even one slap could count them. Of course, the exiled criminals should be removed. The forbidden area in the north is too dangerous, and only the dead prisoners can come here and look for life. It can be said that there are no acquaintances or even enemies in the north restricted area of Qin Jirgan. Now, the strange and cold young man with silver hair says his name. And the terrible evil spirit emanated from him, and it was also in the late night of the ancient battlefield. It was dark and windy. It was absolutely impossible to talk about life with Qin Sheng, wasn't it? Cough. Dongqing spits blood and turns black. He is poisoned. Who are you? Do you know that we are from Heilong Mountain Temple? Qin Sheng's face was cold, and there was a flash of killing between his eyebrows. Now Qin Sheng is the lord of the fire hall. He represents one of the 4 inheritance places of Heilong Mountain Temple. He can't just kill with one mouth open. If he only represents himself, Qin Sheng has already started. There can't be so much nonsense. Qin Sheng said that he took out the antidote elixir from the receiving ring. These are all entry-level antidote elixirs, and the toxins that can poison the strong in the Holy Land can also be countered, Come and eat first. Qin Sheng's eyes were slightly red, because he found that Dongqing had begun to loose his pupils, and the breath of life was passing by again. Dongqing is a strong man at the top of the double holy land. He has a strong vitality. Even if his hair is poisonous, it can't cool so quickly. But in fact, he can't open his mouth. With Qin Sheng's help, Dongqing finally took the antidote pill, but it seems that the situation hasn't changed much. Jiaba looked on coldly and didn't stop Qin Sheng from saving people. He said, "I am the one who killed you. You can't save him with me." Although he grew up in the shadow of Jiahui, he was full of death and killing all day long, but he could not learn many terrible skills without being delicious. Among them, the use of poison is what he is best at. Once, because of the poison, he killed a powerful man of 9 holy regions. This Armor 8 is just a warrior of the 5 holy regions. He killed a powerful man of the 9 holy regions by using poison under various coincidences. This is his most proud achievement, which is enough for him to boast for many years. Now it's easy to poison Dongqing, a minion who hasn't even reached the triple holy land. Me. After taking the understanding poison pill, his face had a brief blush, but after less than one breath, his body was convulsed violently, spitting out black blood with severe corrosion. Dongqing looks like a dead man, knowing that his time has come. Qin Sheng's face was gloomy. He looked up at the peerless Jiabai and then sneered, "You can't kill the man I want to save." 9 deaths. Qin Sheng thought in his heart and grasped Dongqing's wound with one hand. The spirit of 9 deaths overwhelmed him instantly. "You want to humiliate me for that?" Qin Sheng sneers at him. His 9 death spirit is the king of all poisons. He has never seen any poisons. Moreover, his 9 death skill will evolve with his cultivation. After 3 breaths, Dongqing, who used to look like a dead man, was gradually red and moistened. At last, all the toxins were absorbed and turned into the purest energy. Boom! Qin Sheng doesn't have the pure energy of greed. He has hundreds of thousands of star pills, not to mention Dongqing's life. Dongqing has made a breakthrough. He has been at the top of the double peak for many years, but he did not get a breakthrough. However, with the help of Qin Sheng, he did not die, but gained great benefits and promoted his accomplishments. Is it true? Dongqing murmured, with an unbelievable look on his face. He had just stepped into the Devil's Gate and was pulled back by Qin Sheng. He also helped him to become a strong man of 3 holy regions. This breakthrough is of great benefit to him. If you can get 1,000 star pill in the next days, maybe you will be a true disciple in your life. That's the real glory of our ancestors. It's not a waste of this life. How could it be? Seeing this scene, the sarcastic smile on Jiaba's face suddenly solidified. He stared at Dongqing, who was 100 feet away, and his eyes narrowed into a straight line, and Qin Sheng, who was slightly pulling a joking arc from the corner of his mouth. Jiaba's face is very ugly. He is the most proud thing to use poison. Even he is not sure how to undo his poison, but what he never thought of was that Qin Sheng did it. The mortal, how did you save him? A8 Force asked. Jiahui, who was hiding in the distance, also took this scene back to his eyes and murmured, "This little guy from Qin Sheng is a little interesting. Even if the warship is stained with the breath of the great sage, he still has the ability of detoxification. It's a man of great fortune. He should be a treasure boy. If you capture him alive, you may get a big treasure." Hearing this, Qin Sheng didn't answer his question in a positive way. He said with a smile, "You are a dying man, and there's no need to know my secret." Qin Sheng is really angry. The young man with silver hair on the opposite side is unknown. He sneaks into their warship and kills 2 disciples of the fire hall. If it wasn't for him to rush out at the critical time and save Dongqing's life, the fire hall would lose 3 disciples at once. None of the wanted criminals have been captured. Now he has lost 3 disciples of the fire hall in turn. Moreover, he has enough tolerance. The other side still hasn't made clear his identity. Qin Sheng can't tolerate any more, because he can only tolerate ate too much. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sheng started. Although the cultivation of the other side was 2 big realms higher than him, he was definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp. He has been looking for his father in the North Forbidden area for so long. Apart from a battle with Qiu Feng and Shaoxing at the same level, he has not really tried a free and incisive battle of life and death. The Holy Body, Holy Land and Holy Spirit have been promoted so much that Qin Sheng can't wait to fight a battle. At present, the cultivation has reached 5 holy lands. This strength can become a real disciple even in the Heilong Mountain Temple. Are ants trying to kill dragons? Seeing Qin Sheng kill himself, Jia Ba sneers at him first, and then turns his silver hair into a silver sword. When he comes down from the sky, he will cut Qin Sheng in 2. Armor 8, leave him a breath, I want to force to ask the chance in him. At this time, Jia Hui's cold and heartless voice blew in Jia Ba's mind. Jia Bai heard that the power of the sword from the sky had been weakened by a half in a flash. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. If he had a sword with all his strength, even if Qin Sheng had 3 holy bodies, he might be cut into 2 parts. Qin Sheng opens his eyebrows and shoots out the imperial sword. After turning his hand, he takes out the stone sword fused in the holy land of the Great Wheel. The stone sword is plain and dull. Although it looks much better than the first one, it seems that it is not a level existence compared with the war sword, which is illusory by the 8 silver hairs of armor falling from the sky. Abai sneered, as if looking at the lost dog looking at Qin Sheng, how dare the firefly compete with the bright moon? However, in the next moment, Jia Ba can't laugh. When stone arrow collides with silver sword, the silver sword almost has no extra resistance and is cut off directly. Then, it is magnified rapidly in the pupil of Jia Ba at a terrible speed. How could it be? Too fast. I can't hide. There are dozens of thoughts flashed in Jia Ba's mind, but Tong Tong was rejected by him. Qin Sheng's stone sword is too fast. It's just like the sword of God. Armor 8 crazily urges the silver long hair, innumerable spirit grain twinkles, interweaves into a big net. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng could not help sneering and sneering, don't talk about meaningless resistance, everything is futile. In the same way, Qin Sheng returned it to Jia Ba intact. Sure enough, poof, the big net made of silver hair was directly chopped by the stone sword. Now Qin Sheng's cultivation of martial arts has been promoted to the Triple Holy Land. Before Qin Sheng's cultivation, his body had integrated so many treasures and medicines, and he had such terrible skills as the 9 death skill. There was no difficulty in fighting across 1 or even 2 realms. What's more, Qin Sheng used the stone sword to integrate the flavor of the Emperor's sword. The sword meaning of the War Emperor made the power of the stone sword increase 10 times in a flash. As for the legendary gems of Zhao Hua Tianbei, Qin Sheng didn't bully Jia Ba. It's not that Qin Sheng is too proud and arrogant, but that he feels that there is a dark force hiding outside the warship. It's not a good thing to expose all the cards at once. The stone sword seems to be slow, but in fact it's faster than lightning. His defense net made of silver hair is directly crushed and then stands on him. Go away. Jia Ba's face was twisted and his voice was shrill. He tried to avoid his head, but he was suppressed by the Emperor's sword breath. If it wasn't for the critical time, he sacrificed his holy land, and a silver light flashed through it, which made him reluctantly recover a little body control and move his head between the lightning and flint. Pooh. Blood splashed in the sky, 1 arm of Aba was cut off, and blood flowed. Armor 8 complexion is cadaverous. The injury of an arm not only lets his face lose completely, but also lets him suffer heavy injury. The most important thing is that his silver hair was cut by Qin Sheng and became bald. It's more painful than killing him. Qin Sheng, I want your life. Jiaba killed with awe-inspiring spirit and thunder-like voice. He sacrificed his holy land, a large silver field, accompanied by terrible silver spider silk. In the deepest part of the realm of Jiaba, there is a silver body and 6 red-eyed spider kings. Qin Sheng took a look and felt that Jiaba was a little crazy. He even turned poisonous spider into his own field. It's like the story of poisonous snake and farmer. Is that kind of cold-blooded animal well developed? Minutes at the critical time give you a bite. After all, Jiaba is a strong man in the 5 holy regions. Even after Qin Sheng cut off her arm, she still has the power of World War I. Hiss. Aba's broken arm is reborn, but what is born is a hairy spider arm with barbs, which makes his head numb. Rebirth with broken arms? It's a little bit of blood rebirth, but it's only by virtue of the power of the evil Spider King. It's not your real power. Qin Sheng's eyes gleamed faintly, and his fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. He carried the stone sword and cut it out again. The stone sword trembles faintly and shoots out its blade. This is the first time that the stone sword flashes its blade. It destroys and drags the withered and decayed sword, and falls like the god of heaven. Jiaba sneers, but he doesn't leave his hand. He drives the Holy Land crazily. The deepest Spider King spits out black blood and turns it into a talisman and sticks it on his brow. In the next moment, a terrible force is generated. Chong. He easily blocked Qin Sheng's stone sword. Seeing this scene, Jiaba was very excited. Waving a spider tentacle, he wanted to capture Qin Sheng. Unfortunately, in the next moment, he vomited blood. The body continued to collapse, blood gurgling out. What's the matter? I am poisoned? And he was afraid, and his lips were black, and his limbs were weak, and he was paralyzed on the ground. No way. I'm good at using poison. How can I not even know that I'm poisoned? Qin Sheng held the stone sword without hesitation. The light of the sword came out. With a puff, the head of Jiaba flew high. In the distance, Dongqing was shocked. Jiaba, who was going to hunt Qin Sheng, was killed. Bang! The head of Jiaba is thrown on the ground like garbage. As a strong man in the 5 holy regions, he has Jiahui's strength to support him. Even if his head is cut off, it is not impossible for him to take back his head and come back to life after death as long as the strong man in the small holy land gives his hand. However, the breath of life of Jiaba is passing fast. It's really too fast. It's faster than the ordinary martial arts in Tongmai area. They can't even hold 1 or 2 breaths. Then, in the endless unwilling eyes, they fall into boundless darkness. Dead? Dongqing's face is muddled. Just now, he thought that he must die. He also felt that Qin Sheng was absolutely dead or not when he faced the bounty hunter who cultivated the 5 holy regions. However, he never thought that he not only did not die, but also improved his cultivation. Even if all this happened, did Qin Sheng kill Jiaba one by one? That's the strong of the 5 holy regions. Even in the Heilong Mountain Temple, there are 8 or 9 powerful people who can become the terrible existence of true disciples. Generally speaking, a strong person of this level can hardly be beheaded face to face unless it is the great power of the small sanctuary level. Guanhu is also scared. He is a minion holding his thigh. He has been optimistic about Qin Sheng for a long time, waiting for Qin Sheng to rise. In this way, he can be a man, and a dog like him can also rise to the sky. But now Guanhu is deeply shocked. First, how can Qin Sheng rise from 1 holy land to 3 holy lands in such a short period of time? What's the terrible sword meaning that just broke his eyebrow and heart? Even he felt deep fear at such a distance. And that's a deep, soul-shaking fear. I bet right. Guanhu murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Guanhu is a kind of wallgrass. Because he hugged Qin Sheng's thigh and offended Dongqing, he also took a great risk. At this time, Shang Guanshiyu finally arrived. How could this be? Shangguan's poetry ring clenched Bei's teeth, and there was a complex look on her gorgeous face. She thought that she had awakened Shangguan's bloodline and had infinitely narrowed the gap between her talent and strength with Qin Sheng. However, the scene in front of her is mercilessly attacking her. Qin Sheng's goods are a monster at all. Let alone the blood of the top 10 of her family. Even the 4 gods and beasts family's natural favorites can't completely suppress him. In the dark place in the distance, Jiahui was stunned at first, then showed a sharp edge like thunder. In an instant, he could feel what kind of breath was coming out of the crack of Qin Sheng's eyebrow. How could his body have the aura of Emperor Clan? Is it the descendant of Emperor Zhan? It's impossible for Jiahui to care about the life and death of Jiaba. In his opinion, a chess piece like Jiaba can cultivate a large number of people when he turns around. It's no big deal if he dies. Did the emperor die? How could he be born again? Jiahui murmured, his brows changing. Is it not the forbidden area in the north, where even the Tianyuan continent will begin to change? In the war of annihilation of the world, the whole 9 days and 10 places and the universe were destroyed. All the fairies, gods, emperors, and generals died. After thousands of years of vicissitudes, the descendants of the fairies, gods, and emperors may be reborn, but this is only limited in the legend. There is no guarantee for anyone. Because, looking at the whole forbidden area in the north, even the 36 dynasties in the wasteland is an abandoned place, which is almost isolated from the world. Here, even if it is as strong as a great sage and with great means, it is hard to break the rules of the north restricted area. Some people say that the people born here are all possessed by fire and should die for their crimes. How is it possible to leave the abandoned land and go to the mainland of Tianyuan? Jiahui's face was hot and cold, and there were countless thoughts in his mind between the lightning and flint. At present, is this son the descendant of the emperor's family, the treasure boy who awakens the blood of the war emperor, or is it the chance to get the weapons that the war emperor once contaminated? Jiahui constantly calculated that there was a profound metaphysics in it. If it is a descendant of the emperor, the Jiahui statue will replace it and devour and refine its blood. If it's my chance, it's more simple. Kill people and cross goods directly. In addition, this son has offended many people, and he is still a big enemy. Otherwise, it is impossible to find our bounty hunter. Since there is a decision in his heart, the murderous intention under Jiahui's eyes suddenly emerges. Me. The stone sword is contaminated with the spirit of 9 deaths, which is the supreme heaven skill of 9 deaths, and there is almost no antidote under the same realm. Qin Sheng's accomplishments are not much lower than that of the 8th armor. Even in terms of his comprehensive strength, he is absolutely equal to him. Therefore, under the corrosion of the 9 dead spirit, the body of Jiaba soon turned into a pool of black water and finally into a stream of black smoke, as if it had never appeared before. Take down the spoils and divide them equally. Qin Sheng throws the Neji originally belonging to Jiaba to Dongqing, who is still confused. The strength of Jiaba is so strong. In recent years, Jiahui, the once little saint, has been assassinating all kinds of powerful people. Jiahui absolutely eats meat. A group of adopted so-called adoptive sons can also drink soup after him. The wealth of A8 is also far beyond the ordinary martial arts of the 5 holy regions. Even if some of them have melted 7 or 8 holy regions, they should be envious. Thank you very much, Lord. Dongqing's divine sense glanced at the ring and found the wealth in it. He shivered for a moment and felt it was very untrue. More than 3 million Lei Hu Jin, Lord, you are really generous. Dongqing was not only saved by Qin Sheng, but also indirectly made a breakthrough in his cultivation to reach the Triple Holy Land, which also gave him more than 1 million Lei Hu Jin. According to Qin Sheng's idea, the wealth in the Neji is probably divided equally between him and Guan Hu. Some other disciples of the Fire Hall can also be divided, but in any case, De Tu and Guan Hu are divided. As for the other commander Shiyu, he is a rising star who has awakened his blood and has a bright future. How can he share the spoils with them? Qin Sheng, you are much stronger. At this time, Shangguan's poetic reign also came, and the city's face without a trace of impurities showed a trace of shock waves. Shangguan clan, once one of the top 10 families in the north restricted area, ranks very high. Although the family has declined a lot in recent years, it is not difficult to make steady progress into the top 20. With the awakening of Shangguan Shiyu's blood, his face, temperament and breath have changed dramatically. She was not the daughter of the island owner who was outside the edge of the forbidden area in the north. It's not polite to say that she is the peerless Tianjiao from the big family. Her accomplishments have lasted for thousands of miles. It's not a big deal to fight across 1 or even 2 realms. But compared with Qin Sheng, she's still a lot worse. The most important thing is that today's Shangguan poetry reign can't see through Qin Sheng at all. Qin Sheng is getting stronger and stronger. There are more and more trumps. Even the mysterious merchants can't see it. That mysterious organization is from the Tianyuan continent. It can't see Qin Sheng, and it still dare not move Qin Sheng. If Shangguan Shiyu knew Qin Sheng's father at this time, Qin Zhongtian had been feared by that mysterious businessman, it would be scared. Smell words, Qin Sheng nodded. The world is too big, we are frogs at the bottom of the well after all. Qin Sheng shakes his head. He is not complacent because of the promotion of cultivation. There are also many prodigious talents in the 4 inheritance areas, not to mention those of your clans, or even those of the 4 gods and beasts family. Qin Sheng murmured, I always feel that there was a big secret when my father was framed. I want to solve the secret mystery. I need strength. Holy Land is not good. Qin Sheng sends a message to Shangguan Shiyu. He feels very good about Shangguan Shiyu. Of course, it's not a feeling between men and women, but a pure sharing of Shangguan Shiyu as a reliable friend. When Shangguan heard the poem Rain, she couldn't help but smile bitterly on the delicate face of the city. When she heard Qin Sheng saying, she was really sitting on the sidelines. The forbidden area in the north is too vast and boundless. There are so many gifted teenagers and girls. If she meets the legendary 4 god beast family's peerless Tianjiao, her last official's poem Rain will be absolutely dim. Compared with the 4 beast families, Shangguan clan's blood power is not worth mentioning at all. It is not a dimension at all. In fact, there is a bigger doubt in Qin Sheng's mind, that is, his mother, who is holy in the end. Even the mysterious businessmen are not willing to disclose too much. Of course, Qin Sheng does not have enough strength. If he can see more streamer murals, he can know the origin of his mother. And although the forbidden area in the north is very big, don't you want to go to the Tianyuan continent, or even the legendary 9 days and 10 places? Qin Sheng asked lightly. When asked about this, Shangguan Shiyu became fascinated, and her family background was just the same. If the branches of Shangguan family had not awakened their bloodlines with the help of Qin Sheng, maybe they could only have a registered disciple in Heilong Mountain Temple. Even 100 years of experience, at most, can only become a relatively weak true disciple. To Tianyuan land? 9 days and 10 places in the legend? Shangguan's poem Rain is a little confused. It's a big idea. If Tianyuan continent is okay, it's not too hard to get a chance to go to Tianyuan continent by relying on Shangguan's power and their own training. But it's only a quota. It's very difficult to go to the Tianyuan continent. It's even a life of 9 deaths. Tut tut. Boy, do you want to go to the legendary 9 heavens and 10 places? At this time a bleak voice came, silent and colorless. It was a large black shadow, radiating a terrible smell. Tong Tong, the fire hall disciple of the whole warship, felt his yuanli solidified, just like falling into the ice cellar, and his skin felt unprecedented tingling. They are the strongmen of Holy Land, especially Dongqing, who has melted the level of triple Holy Land. They still feel that they have no power to fight chickens. Who is this? It's so strong. It's 10 or even 100 times stronger than the just A8. Dongqing and Guanhu look at each other. Their faces are gray. They are totally desperate. If we say that a armor 8, it is already Qin Sheng's obsession. Now we come to a mysterious black robe, strong man who is 10 times or even 100 times as strong as that armor 8. Qin Sheng looks up and takes a look at Jiehui. His eyebrows and heart are slightly split. His heart is beating wildly. His holy soul covers his whole body so that his holy soul won't be eroded by the mysterious black robe power. Qin Sheng's voice was cold and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Is it? Jiehui is a little surprised. However, it's just a rising star in the triple Holy Land. Maybe he can kill Jiaba, but how can he compare Jibei with his adopted son? I'm not in a hurry to take you on the road. Jiehui doesn't show his true face, but Qin Sheng and Shangguan Shiyu can still see the killing intention in his eyes. Qin Sheng suddenly frowned. He had been able to feel the existence of Jiehui for a long time, and he knew that he and Jiaba were coming to take their lives, but he didn't expect that the other side was still so strong. 9 holy regions? Qin Sheng has a headache. In front of him, the mysterious old man in black robe smelted 9 holy regions. When others heard it, they were pale, even the face of Shangguan Shiyu was a little unnatural. 9 holy regions. It's just one step away from the little holy region. The strength is not comparable to that of the 8 in the 5 holy regions. What should I do? I met the bandits of Jiucheng Holy Land. Guanhu panicked. His face was pale, and there was not a bit of blood. Dongqing is also a face of despair, murmured, said, "Heaven wants to kill me," and so on, completely does not leave a little bit of life. There are 9 holy regions in total, and every other one is a big gap. If Qin Sheng now has 3 holy regions, 3 holy bodies and holy souls, it's not too terrible to cut the 8 across 2 big boundaries. The problem is to face the 9 holy regions. There's not a single winner. Dongqing has accepted his life. He could have planned to escape from the dead, that is to say, there must be future blessings in the legendary disaster. However, it never occurred to him that he escaped from the living heaven from the hands of Jia Ba of the 5 holy regions and met Jia Hui of the 9 holy regions. Shut up, fool. Jiehui was so angry that he was like an angry spirit beast. He gave out a terrible breath and awed everyone. I used to be a little saint, but I met a bastard, who was so rebellious that he fell from the Holy Land. Jiehui is very concerned about the fact that he is no longer a small Holy Land. His roar at the bottom of his voice makes the disciples of Huodian on the warship very sad. Even some weak disciples of Huodian fainted directly. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow couldn't help but pick it up. His holy soul realm has reached a very high level. How powerful his soul power is, he can instantly realize that the old man in black robe is possessed by fire. Qin Sheng couldn't help sneering and said, "What little saint is so weak in mind, and there is a sign of being possessed by the devil with a query?" Jia Hui heard Qin Sheng's sarcasm, and his madness was even more terrible. The dark green flame ignited his whole body and made the disciples of the fire hall who were watching around flee quickly. It's the rage of the middle and small saints. Although it's only the once small Holy Land, it has now fallen to the 9 Holy Land. However, as long as the martial artists like Guan Hu and Dong Qing are tainted with one thread, no matter how many life-saving cards they have, they will become a mess of dust. A sharp-toothed boy. Jie Hui used to be a strong man in the small Holy Land after all. Even though he was beaten by Qin Sheng and fell into a big state directly, he was still powerful. His mood was a little unstable, but he was still stable. Who? Jia Hui takes a deep breath to suppress his anger. This sun is really strange. I'm sure it's the first time I've come into contact with this sun, but it gives me a very familiar feeling. Under Jie Hui's thin eyes, there was a twinkling of een and sting. He was doubting that this sun had nothing to do with Qin Sheng's blood feud? I don't think so. No such coincidence. This idea just survived for a breath in Jie Hui's mind, and then disappeared, because in his opinion, such a narrow path of injustice is absolutely impossible. Shua. Jie Hui just took a step and turned her eyes to Shangguan Shiyu. Her eyes became hot and murmured, "What a pretty little girl." Jie Hui's hot eyes are walking up the delicate body of Shangguan Shiyu, just like a lion enjoying its prey. There is the blood of the clan. Your surname is Shangguan. It's from Shangguan clan. Jie Hui's words are light and selective, but you Shangguan people have long been different from before, and will follow me later. I have a skill of collecting and supplementing, which can ensure that you can enjoy the peak of life. Senior. Shangguan Shiyu frowned at Jie Hui and said in a cold voice, "Please respect yourself. Although my Shangguan family has declined, there are still a lot of small holy places." Ha ha, what a tough little girl. How to change other people's rudeness to him. Jie Hui estimated that he would beat her to death with a slap. But such a proud woman as Shangguan Shiyu not only didn't make her angry, but also aroused his desire to conquer her. I like it. Jie Hui's eyes are not covered. You are right to say that Shangguan is a big clan after all. Maybe there are few strong ones in the Great Holy Land, but there are a large group of small saints. Jia Hui seems to be afraid of the sneer Wei. Now the Shangguan clan is in deep water. Who can save you? Jie Hui didn't disclose any more. Although this is the periphery of Yunming days, belonging to the 3 regardless zone, it's not afraid of 10,000, just in case. What if there is a small Holy Land strongman in the 4 major heritage areas patrolling around? Even though the probability is very low, Jie Hui still thinks that it is most important to do business first. Qin Sheng, let me ask you something. Suddenly, Jie Hui's sharp eyes locked Qin Sheng. You'd better be wise and tell the truth. Jie Hui is very confident. Even if it's not a small holy land, it's easy to clean up the young people in this holy land. When Qin Sheng heard this, he was surprised. He was also very curious about what the unknown old man in black robe paid attention to. Seeing that Qin Sheng didn't respond, Jia Hui sneered and said, "You should know that there are 10,000 ways for a strong person like me to make your life worse than death." Is it? Don't talk too much. It's not certain who will beg for mercy then. Qin Sheng sneers, but he is not soft at all. However, he smelt 3 drops of Holy Land power. This kind of big killing tool can weigh countless Holy Land. It's a stiff tongue. Jie Hui was a little surprised, and there was a flash of unhappiness between his eyebrows. His thin body was filled with a terrible sense of killing. Which clan are you from? Don't cover it up. It's not good to lie. Jie Hui stares at Qin Sheng. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he could not help but show a strange smile and laugh, saying, "What? Can you feel the imperial spirit in me? I was going to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I didn't expect was contempt. Forget it, I don't pretend. I'm from the 4-beast family." Qin Sheng held up his head and chest, his eyebrows and heart glistened with the terrible smell of Emperor's sword. The whole body was shining. When others looked at it, it was really holy. At first sight, it was the peerless Tianjiao. Jia Hui hears the words and doesn't laugh. There is a dignified color on the thin and dry face that can't see clearly. He blurts out, "The 4 gods and beasts family?" The 4 beast families are superior to the 10 families and the terrible forces in the 4 inheritance areas. It can be said without hesitation that the strength of the whole forbidden area in the north area, no matter which beast family is also a terrible natural thing for Jiehui. Pooh. In the end, a clear laugh rang on the warship with solidified atmosphere. Shangguan Shiyu couldn't help it. She covered her mouth with her jade-like hands and gave a clear and pleasant laugh. She raised her back and drew a curve that made everyone marvel. Sorry, Qin Sheng, I can't help it. Shangguan Shiyu glances at Qin Sheng. Her cultivation can't help Qin Sheng loading garlic. Qin Sheng is the kind of remote and incomparable family from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. A semi-holy land warrior can establish a small place for one side of the royal dynasty. Now I even boast that I come from the 4 beast family in front of Jiehui. You really have the cheek to put gold on your face. Shangguan Shiyu said with a smile. Jiehui is confused again. He glances at Shangguan Shiyu, who seems to say that Qin Sheng is lying. Then he looks at Qin Sheng again. At this moment, Qin Sheng's mouth is tiny, as if mocking Jiehui. Boom. Jiehui is angry, and the fire is burning all over his body. He says in a deep voice, "Qin Sheng, do you dare to play with me?" The black iron chain around him is like a black python dragon. It's crazy to twist. It's not an ordinary iron chain, but his life spirit device. I don't know how many terrible spirits this big killer has touched. Qin Sheng sneers at Jiehui, who is as furious as a black dragon. He doesn't panic at all. What about playing with you? You are just an old dog who fell from the Holy Land to the 9 Holy Lands. Qin Sheng scoffed and didn't put Jiehui in his eyes at all. You. Jia Hui was so angry that he trembled all over. He pointed to Qin Sheng and couldn't say a word. Good. 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 Jiehui yelled 3 times. He was full of terrible power. The black iron chain was stained with terrible fire. It turned into a black python dragon and shot at Qin Sheng. I'm going to tie you to the ghost chain for 79 days. Jiehui's killing intention is no longer concealed. Boom. The whole warship's spirit grain burst. Under the furious attack of the 9 holy regions, it was going to disintegrate. Run away. With the help of Shangguan Shiyu and others, a group of disciples of Huadian fled madly. The terrible power of the strongmen of Jiucheng Holy Land is not what they have smelted, but what they have touched will turn into powder and die. Good. Qin Sheng was awe-inspiring. He devoured so many thousand star pills. Whether it was holy body, holy land or holy spirit, it was greatly improved. In addition, the giant will Holy Land, Mysterious Stone Sword, and Zhaohua Tianbei and other base cards, it was no surprise that he would kill 8 armors in a second. However, in the face of Jiehui, whose strength is far beyond that of Jiaba, Qin Sheng's cultivation of triple Holy Land is far from enough. I can't be trapped by your ghost forging chain. Qin Sheng made thousands of fingerprints and carried a stone sword. His eyebrow was split. This time, he didn't summon the imperial sword, but a drop of blue water was suspended in front of his eyebrow. The water drop is very conspicuous, with dense spiritual lines and faint trembling void. It seems that there is a terrible power in the blue water drop. This is? Jiehui's pupils suddenly contracted, and then a terrible force swept over him. His pores stood up, his face changed dramatically, and he blurted out, "The power of Holy Land." How could it be? I don't believe it. How can you smelt the legendary power of Holy Land? Jiehui crazily dances the forging soul heaven ghost chain in his hand. Originally, it turned into a python dragon to devour Qin Sheng. Now it becomes a big net, from attack to defense. It's very difficult for ordinary martial artists in Holy Land to smelt the power of Holy Land. Even if they can smelt one drop, it's a great honor. Now Qin Sheng has done it in the triple Holy Land, and Jiehui can feel the power of Holy Land suspended in front of Qin Sheng's eyebrows, which is far more powerful than ordinary Holy Land. Boom! The world shakes, and the worship is finally unbearable. It is crushed directly. The stone sword in Qin Sheng's hand turns into a blue sword, which cuts across the sky. Under the frightened eyes of countless people, it cuts to Jiehui. Hum. Jiehui makes a cold hum. The furious Yuanli rushes out, and the ghost chains turn into black python dragons, which welcome Qin Sheng. Chasm. The ghost chain makes people's scalp numb, and then it is shaken to fly, and Qin Sheng also flies backward. The tiger's mouth splits, chest rises and falls, spits out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Jiehui falls back, and his ghost forging heaven chain whines. He has smelted it for many years, melted a lot of his heart and blood, and had his own spirit for a long time. But he found that his life spirit could not bear Qin Sheng's sword. What is the power of the sanctuary? Jiehui felt as if he had been severely hit by a small Holy Land beast with great blood. There was a sharp pain in his viscera. He has also refined the power of Holy Land, and there are nearly 100 drops. However, when Qin Zhongtian met him some time ago, Jiehui was completely consumed in order to survive. Now all over the body, there is no power of Holy Land. But there is no such thing. I never thought that Qin Sheng, a minion, could also cultivate the power of Holy Land. Jiehui's eyes are bright and cold, and his spirit is crying, which seems to be suppressed by the mysterious stone sword in Qin Sheng's hand. It seems that there is a mistake in the intelligence. Originally, the intelligence introduced that this guy was just a kid in the Holy Land. Now he can not only kill the 4th generation of the 5th Holy Land, but also cultivate the power of the Holy Land and fight with me. Jiehui looks at Qin Sheng, and the black fog finally disappears, revealing his true face. Boy, I admit I look down on you. Jiehui's real face is very lewd, with triangular eyes, mouse nose, and dry skin. It looks like a piece of snake scales and is very dark. Qin Sheng uses the 9 death magic skill. The 9 death chi covers the split tiger's mouth, and the wound instantly heals. I admit I look up to you. As soon as the voice fell, Jiehui's eyes became sharper again. His eyes were like the eyes of a poisonous snake. The scales on his face were more and more clear, especially the eyebrow, which cracked again. A snake moo appeared. Ha ha. Jiehui is also an old guy. How experienced he is. How can he be irritated by Qin Sheng's words? Huang Caoqi is really sharp. I hope you'll be able to talk as hard as you are now. The snake between Jiehui's eyebrows opened suddenly. Shua. Heaven and earth feel dim and dim in an instant, only the snake with Jiehui eyebrows moo. Time and space will be solidified, stop moving. Well? Qin Sheng was also a little surprised. He felt his eyes were hot, and then he felt a sharp pain. Spirit attack? Qin Sheng was shocked, his blood was boiling, blue blood was springing up, and his soul was rolling out, turning into a shield, but he was still unable to resist it, and it was disintegrated directly. A little too much. Qin Sheng was a little annoyed. How could the other side have been the little Holy Land? How could there be so many hidden cards? How could it be so easy for him to explode? What to do? Qin Sheng drained his soul power, but compared with Jiehui, it was a little different. There's no way. Dead horse is a live horse doctor. Boom. Without further hesitation, Qin Sheng melted the red power of Holy Land. Boy, give up the struggle, my heavenly snake ghost eyes may suffer a small loss even in the small Holy Land. You are just a subordinate of the triple Holy Land. What can you fight with me? Jiahui sneers and looks at Qin Sheng as if he were looking at a dead man. At the same time, the ghost forging chain also turned into a black dragon and shot at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng. Shang Guanxiu is desperate. She just escaped from the warship. She didn't sign up for the bottom card, but she can only be activated passively when her life is in danger. She wanted to save Qin Sheng's life, but it was too far away, it was too late. It's over. The faces of Guan Hu and Dongqing are also ashen, with despair under their eyelids. If Qin Sheng died, would they still live? Maybe some of the fish that missed the net might escape. However, Dongqing and Guan Hu, two powerful leaders at the command level, are as dazzling as torches in the dark. Jiehui, a powerful man of 9 holy regions, is easy to kill. It's impossible to have a little difficulty. Will there be miracles? Dongqing murmurs that he has known Qin Sheng for a short time and has always looked down on him. There is no denying that Qin Sheng has frightened Dongqing and created many miracles. This time, however, we are facing the unique strong of Jiucheng Holy Land. The most frightening thing is that he was once a little saint. It's just that it fell to the Holy Land for some reason. This kind of old monster's terrible existence, the means to human life emerge endlessly, far beyond their kind of warrior who only smelt several holy regions. Boom! At this time, Qin Sheng ignited the red fire all over his body, just like the soul-enchanting messenger from the magma hell. This is the terrible power of 2 drops of Holy Land power? Qin Sheng clenched his fists and felt that he had inexhaustible power, whether it was yuan power or soul power. Sky Snake Ghost Eyes? Qin Sheng's eyes could only stare, and Jiehui screamed, his eyebrows filled with blood. The so-called Sky Snake Ghost's eyes were blind in an instant and burst with blood. Ah! Jiehui shrieked, his hands covered the eyes of the Sky Snake Ghost, and there was a smell of blood in his old hands. Qin Sheng only saw him, but he was blind. How could it be? How could this happen? It's also the power of Holy Land, and the power of Holy Land with different attributes dare to be superposed? Madman, this is a madman. The power of the Holy Land is different from the familiar one. This is the power of the Holy Land smelted according to the cultivation methods of the powerful people in the Holy Land. For example, destruction, the martial arts of thunder and lightning, is to melt out the power of destruction and thunder and lightning. If 2 holy regions with different attributes are forcibly integrated, there is no doubt that the 2 furnaces will collide together, which will definitely cause terrible storms. However, Qin Sheng not only did not explode himself, but also raised his strength to a higher level. Cut. Qin Sheng's face is slightly distorted. The power of the Holy Land of the 2 attributes interweaves with each other. Fortunately, the power of the Holy Land of the blue color is only half of the power left. Otherwise, he can't really carry it, and his body will start to collapse. Another reason is that Qin Sheng has become a triple holy body. His physical strength is far beyond the ordinary martial arts in holy territory, even no less than some martial arts who have melted 7 or 8 holy regions. Many reasons add together, Qin Sheng will be able to integrate 2 drops of different attributes of the Holy Land force. Qin Sheng moves faster than the moment when he strides 1 step. The void will crack. Any air or turbulence will be crushed by Qin Sheng. He comes to Jiehui in 1 step. So fast? Although Jiehui is blind, he can still rely on the power of spirit to realize the world. Qin Sheng was very indifferent. He took the sword and went down at the head. Cut. 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 Jian is shining in the sky, like blue and red. The light of the sword is too dazzling, even the sun and the moon will be eclipsed. Qin Sheng's killing will is awe-inspiring. He didn't know where the old black-robed man with triangular eyes came from. But since the other side wanted to kill him, how could Qin Sheng be merciless when he arrived at this situation? This is absolutely impossible. With Qin Sheng's drinking, there was a hurricane in the sky. Qin Sheng's sword speed was too fast. There were 3 stone swords on the sky. At the same time, Qin Sheng's eyebrow broke again. He didn't leave a trace of strength, which activated the imperial sword again. Buzzing. The stone sword sounds like the waking sword of the war emperor. The sky changes color, and it needs to split. The power of law and Taoism rules should suppress the power that does not belong to the North Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Area in the North is a small boundary, a small plain. It also has the power of the laws of heaven. Once it is found that the power does not belong to this plane, it will come to the laws of heaven to suppress it. There is no forbidden zone between the war emperor and the North, but this is an ancient battlefield. Even the gods have fallen, and the breath of the war emperor will soon be covered up. 10,000 dragons die. Jiahui roared, his blood was full of blood. In a flash, he made hundreds of fingerprints. His original soul-forging artifact turned into countless black dragons. It was filled with cold and strange black qi, accompanied by terrible pressure. Not enough. Jiahui burst again, slapped himself on the chest, and with a click, his sternum broke, almost punctured his chest, and then he vomited 3 large mouthfuls of blood essence. Roar. 10,000 dragons gallop, just like the extermination of the world, galloping past. This time, Jiahui hit his 3 big mouthfuls of blood essence. Jiahui also recovered to the peak in this moment. I'm really unlucky recently. I met Qin Sheng, who consumed 100 drops of holy land, and fell into a big realm. Jiahui said to himself, I've been bullied by dogs. Now I've been forced to die by Qin Sheng. Both of them have the same surname Qin, so they can't die easily. Jiahui's heart is cursed crazily. If Qin Sheng knew that Qin Sheng was his father, he would be possessed by rage on the spot, and the spirit would ignite. Hula. In the hot eyes of countless people, 3 stone swords came down from the sky to fight with Wanlong. There was a violent vibration in the sky, and thunder poured down like a heavy rain, just like the destruction of the world. Endless light into shock wave, spread to 100 miles away. Escape. At this time do not escape, when to wait. The disciples of the fire hall found the right time to escape here. Perhaps the scattered escape, especially for those low-level fighters in the Holy Land, is a life of 9 deaths, but it also has some vitality. Kiki. Jiahui was the first one to appear in front of the public. At this moment, he was very embarrassed. His black robe and inner armor were completely damaged, his chest collapsed, and he was cut an arm. Lost? Dongqing, who had fled a long way back, felt that Qin Sheng had died in the war. But in the next moment, a red lightning came down. His face was a little white, but his eyes were like thunder. He carried a stone sword, and the wind was strong and the electricity was sincere. He cut to Jiahui. Pooh. The blood-stained sky, Jiahui was cut again. No, young king, don't kill me. Suddenly, Jiahui gave up running and knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly. Everything has changed so fast that no one can react. What's the matter? Dongqing has run a long way, as if vaguely heard someone begging for mercy. So he looked back. Here. Impossible? Not only Dongqing, but also Guanhu, Shang Guanxiu, and other people were shocked by this scene. Then the mighty old man is kneeling for mercy? Dongqing can't help but deliver the sound to Guanhu and Shang Guanxiu. Smell speech, Guan, who did not immediately respond, but vigorously rub eyes. It's true. The peerless strong man who fell from the Holy Land to Jiucheng Holy Land is begging for mercy. How did he do it? Shangguan Shiyu's peerless face was full of shock. He stared at the scene in front of him. For a moment, she doubted that the picture was unreal, false, and not real at all. Maybe it's enough to fight against the sky by killing the 8 armors of the 5 holy regions in a second. Now Qin Sheng actually turned over his hands and suppressed the black robe of the 9 holy regions. Moreover, looking at the reaction of the old man in black robe, he could not compete with Qin Sheng at all. He was defeated face to face. It can be seen how strong Qin Sheng was. Because of those 2 drops of holy land? Shangguan's poem Rain murmurs, the voice is clear and melodious, very pleasant, but more as to show a shock and disbelief. Now she has cultivated the blood power of the Shangguan people and has a high authority. Her future achievements are the lowest and the existence of small holy land level. Today's Shangguan clan has declined for a long time. There are few powerful people in the great holy land. The dead, the wounded and the dead are still at their peak. There are few great holy places with the power of World War I. The next level is the young generation, with strong blood and strong fighting power. Among all the major ethnic groups, even among the 4 inheritance areas, the young and vigorous strongmen of the small holy land have a terrifying fighting capacity, and even can be compared with a great strongman of the Holy Land. It's not easy for the ancestors of Shangguan people to wake up. Shangguan Shiyu is still in the first stage, but later the lowest limit is also able to become a little saint, and the combat effectiveness is very important. So, the power of Holy Land she also has. And 2 drops. 1 drop of it is the life protection card given to her by the powerful Shangguan people. However, only when she is facing a desperate situation can she be passively inspired. And the other drop is refined by herself, which is also powerful. However, she never thought that Qin Sheng, the power of Holy Land, also had 2 drops, which were different attributes. This was not the most terrible, but Qin Sheng was able to integrate 2 drops of different familiar Holy Land forces, which produced great power and frightening. We can even say that 2 drops of Holy Land with different attributes are enough to wipe out the power between Qin Sheng and the 9 powerful Holy Land. Shangguan Shiyu's heart was heaving, and the waves in her heart could not be calmed down for a long time. Even for a moment, she wondered whether Qin Sheng would have a 3rd drop of power of different familiar holy regions. I don't think so. Shangguan Shiyu murmurs, but from her tone, I don't feel confident. In the distance, the one with a straight body and a red and blue flame beating all over his body was like the immortal god of war who came down from the sky with a sword in his hand. His bright eyes were so indifferent that they swept the Jiahui kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. That's a guy called Qin Sheng. Aren't there enough miracles created all the way? Jiahui lowers his head, shivers, and emits all over his head, which is just the ultimate embarrassment. He used to be a little saint. Although in the 4 gods and beasts family, even in some big families, little saint is nothing, especially those who rely on external force to enhance by force, the number is quite large. Of course, there is no holy land like this. The young saint with strong blood is popular even in the whole forbidden area of the north. At the time of life and death, where does Jiahui take care of the so-called little holy dignity? Naturally, life is the most important thing. If you lose your life, talk about your dignity. Where is this holy? Is it really a rare genius of the 4-beast family who hasn't been in trouble for many years? Although he lost his arms and hated Qin Sheng endlessly, he was still shocked endlessly at this moment, because he had never seen such a strong warrior in Holy Land. The triple Holy Land can melt 2 drops of Holy Land power with different attributes, and can fuse with each other, and finally explode unprecedented power. What's more, the stone sword in his hand and the sword in his brow are full of the breath of the war emperor. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he was. At last, he cursed the bounty hunter organization in his heart. Kicked on the steel plate, this son's words may not have half a lie, he is from the four-god beast family. Think of here, the face of armor, Hui, changed pig liver, color, instantly. Chong. The sound of the sword is like the sound of a dragon. Qin Sheng's stone sword stops in front of Jiehui's eyebrow and sniffs the terrible sword, Qi. This is a stone sword that integrates the power of two holy regions with different attributes. Once stabbed, his Jiehui will definitely die or not. Qin Sheng's face was cold, and his brow was filled with terrible pressure. His breath was no less than that of the real 9 saints. The fusion of the powers of the Holy Land is really powerful. Even Qin Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this kind of weapon can only be achieved if it is refined into multiple holy bodies like Qin Sheng. Because if you change other martial arts, even if you melt 5 holy realms, or even 6 or 7 holy realms, you will not be able to bear the terrible power generated by the fusion of 2 drops of different familiar holy realms. If 3 drops of power from different familiar holy regions are integrated, even the real little saint can fight with them, right? Qin Sheng couldn't help sighing that the power of Holy Land was more important than the multiplicity of Holy Land. However, I want to integrate 3 drops of holy power, at least to build 6 or even 7 holy bodies. Since we are going to kill the saint, the price will be outrageous. If Qin Sheng's thoughts at this moment are known to others, especially Jiehui, he will absolutely curse Qin Sheng as a madman. 7 sacred bodies are like slaughtering saints? It's just a dreamer talking. A good answer to your question will enable you, an old dog, to live for some time as my servant. Qin Sheng said in a cold voice. What? When Jiehui heard this, his face suddenly changed. He looked up and glared at Qin Sheng. Little friend, don't deceive people too much. Jiehui spits out a mouthful of blood, but does not kneel anymore. He holds up his head and chest, and says in a deep voice, I come from the bounty hunter. This organization must have been heard by the 4 beast families? When it comes to the bounty hunter, Jiehui's dim eyes turn a little color again. Obviously, the bounty hunter is afraid of the terrible existence of the 4 legendary beast families. Qin Sheng listens, the sword eyebrow is tiny one coagulate, murmur Wei, bounty hunter? He seems to have heard of the name, but the impression is very vague. Well? Kneel down. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp, and he glanced at Jiehui. With a gentle clap of the stone sword, Jiehui knelt on the ground in a moment. With a click, the hard stone broke. Qin Sheng, dare you? Jiehui looks up and his eyes are about to roll out. His chest is full of killing intention. He has lived for so many years. When has he suffered such humiliation? Qin Sheng's eyes are horizontal, sneer Wei, I have why not dare? If you want to kill me, am I still polite to you? Qin Sheng asked with a smile. What kind of bounty hunter? It seems to be a big one, and it seems that even the legendary 4-god beast family should be afraid of the terrible existence. If we change other disciples from Heilong Mountain Temple, even the registered disciples like Shangguan Shiyu, who have a big ethnic background, should be afraid of the bounty hunter. Qin Sheng, if you can, let him live as a dog. At this time, Shangguan Shiyu also came back. She explained, the organization of bounty hunters is really not easy to get into trouble. Once you get angry, that is, if you don't die, there will only be endless troubles for you. Qin Sheng listened as if thinking. Chong. Qin Sheng put a war sword on Jiehui's neck. The terrible sword Qi broke the spirit lines on his skin, which had already seeped blood. As long as Qin Sheng wanted, it was easy for him to cut off his head with one sword. 100 years of slavery, or death? 1 out of 2. Qin Sheng is very cold and heartless. His eyebrows and heart are dazzling. He is all about killing. Jiehui is confused. He doesn't think of Qin Sheng. Maybe the boy from the four-beast family is so strong. He has the background of a bounty hunter and treats him like this. What Jiehui didn't know was that the bounty hunters had a great future, but the mysterious merchants also had a great future. Moreover, they came from the vast world of Tianyuan continent. Finally, Jiehui clenched his teeth and forced out a drop of soul blood, which made Qin Sheng into his pocket. 100 years of time, but a bullet point, Jiehui still can afford. However, it's not a glorious thing to be a man who has only melted 3 holy realms, even though he has the background of the four-beast family and has been a slave for 100 years. Qin Sheng said, "Tell me your origin and how you fell from the Holy Land to the Holy Land." "Yes, my lord." Jiehui has already confessed his life and said many things, including mentioning Qin Sheng, which surprised Qin Sheng and others. Jiehui is in control of the warship, and soon comes to Yunming days with all the people. The fog here is thick and the visibility is very low. Even the visibility of such 3 spirits as Qin Sheng is only a mile around. It's worthy of being one of the several Jedi in the ancient battlefield, which directly reduced the scope of my divine sense exploration by dozens of times. Qin Sheng stood on the black dragon-shaped warship and couldn't help sighing. The task is still going on. Even though Qin Sheng knows that his father's strength is far beyond his own, even Jiehui in the little Holy Land is beaten to tears and cries for his mother. It takes hundreds of drops of Holy Land's power to escape from the heaven. That's the power of hundreds of drops of Holy Land, especially Jiehui is the small Holy Land. The power of Holy Land refined from the small Holy Land is stronger than that of the general strong Holy Land. Of course, the Peerless Tianjiao, like the four-beast family, should be separated. It's estimated that my father's body also has a big secret. Otherwise, it's impossible to soar from Tongjiuji to Jiehui, who hangs the little Holy Land in 10 years. Qin Sheng said to himself, but the wanted man is still looking for him. Although Qin Sheng, 1,000-star Dan, could not take it to heart, he still wanted to do a good job in the fire hall task of Heilong Mountain Temple. Jiehui. Qin Sheng turned around and shouted. Jiehui suddenly turned into a black flame and came to him like lightning. My lord. Jiehui bowed his head and saluted. He was very respectful. Now he knew that Qin Sheng was the son of his most hated enemy. At the beginning, when I heard the news, I vomited blood on the spot. I didn't want to believe it at all. The probability of this kind of thing is too low. Even if Qin Sheng cleaned up, he would run away at most. His life was saved, but now he has no chance to get revenge. In turn, he was hanged by the son of the enemy. In order to survive, he became a slave. Although 100 years of slave Li's career was just a nap and a flick for the once powerful little Holy Land. The problem is that Jiehui can't accept this kind of humiliation for a moment. After a full day and a night, Jiehui was relieved and accepted the unacceptable fact. Qin Sheng takes a look at Jiehui, but there are 2 pities and banters under his eyes. He feels that this man is unlucky. He is beaten by his father to fall into a big realm, and then he is taken as a slave by himself. How to change other people, may be unable to help this humiliation, directly burst to death. Yes, you can take it up, put it down, and mix with me in the future to ensure that you will return to the little Holy Land soon. Qin Sheng patted Jiehui on the shoulder. If you are smart enough, it's possible for you to touch the Holy Land. Ahui listens, old face suddenly some convulsions, in the heart cannot help sneering. To your mother's great Holy Land, is it really possible for a cat and a dog to be a great Holy Land? Even those legendary clans, every great Holy Land is precious. 2 palms can count it. Besides, are you going to show me the Holy Land? Jiehui lies in bed for a night, and finally he realizes that Qin Sheng is so outrageous, especially the stone sword, the terrible sword Qi in his body, all of which are given by his terrible father. Otherwise, just a triple Holy Land minion, how can he get so many terrible weapons? Of course, Jiehui's inner thoughts at this moment are absolutely impossible to reveal. Now he has been demoted to slavery. As long as Qin Sheng has an idea, he can decide his life and death. Thank you very much. At this moment, Jiehui has not had the arrogant self-esteem that originally belonged to the small Holy Land strongman. Well, it's very good. It's worthy of being once a strong little Holy Land. It's really hard to have such a Holy Land with a general mind. Qin Sheng said with a big smile, I'll ask you, are you familiar with Yunming days? Smell speech, armor Hui is the corner of the mouth mercilessly twitches a few times first, old face is hot, he also does not know Qin Sheng is in praise of him or humiliate him. Back to your excellency, Yunming days is the most dangerous place in the ancient battlefield. Ordinary warriors in the Holy Land, especially those below the Triple Holy Land, are more or less dangerous if they dare to go deep into Yunming days. Jiehui knows everything and says nothing, but he doesn't tell any lies. Qin Sheng smelts Jiehui's soul blood. If he dares to kill Qin Sheng, he will know in a moment. Hearing this, Qin Sheng thought about it. He looked at three people, Shangguan Shiyu, Guan Hu, and Dong Qing. Shangguan Shiyu and Dong Qing are okay, barely reaching the Triple Holy Land, while Guan Hu and other disciples of the Fire Hall are all below the Triple Holy Land. If you dare to go deep into Yunming days, according to Jiehui, it's really more dangerous and less auspicious. What is the consideration of Heilong Mountain Temple? It is obvious that most of the people in the Fire Hall must have a very high death rate among the Jedi in the ancient battlefield. Even Jiehui knows this. How can Heilong Mountain Temple not know it? Dong Cheng's face was a little complicated, and finally he could not help sighing, saying, according to my previous experience, this mission, the Heilong Mountain Temple should have encountered an irresistible force. One more thing is for sure that this force is so powerful that there is no resistance in the four inheritance areas. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for the four inheritance places to let human life fill in this task. Everyone sighed. That's how it is in the forbidden area in the north. The strong are respected and the level is strict. As strong as the four inheritance places, the strong with the level of Great Holy Land also have to admit their fate. When Qin Sheng heard this, the sword eyebrow could not help wrinkling a little and said, it's probably those big families in the North Forbidden area, or even the legendary Four Beast families? When it comes to the Four Beast family, whether it's Shangguan Shiyu or Dongqing, even Jiehui can't help looking up, with some fear in his eyes. The Four Beast family is so famous that some powerful people know that they are the most terrible existence in the North Restricted Area. That terrible force is just 3 words. I can't touch it. For the next quarter of an hour, everyone fell into a dead silence and no one wanted to speak. Qiang Xingdan is very attractive, but Xiaoming is more important. In particular, only 3,000 star pills can be obtained to capture the wanted person alive. Even the 4 inheritance areas should be afraid of the forces wanted. How could they be the roadside cats and dogs? What to do? Guan Hu finally lost his temper and asked. Shua. Everyone looked at Qin Sheng. He was young, but his strength and talent were far superior to their lord. Dong. 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 Qin Sheng's fingers gently tap on the warship, and finally decided to enter the Cloud Dream days. They have come to the edge of Yunming days. According to Qin Sheng's character, it is absolutely impossible to give up. Besides, according to the information disclosed by the mysterious businessman, his father is likely to be in Yunming days. Although Qin Sheng has known that his father, Qin Zhongtian, has no danger to his life, and through Jiehui's news, Qin Zhongtian's strength is far greater than the small Holy Land. Maybe it's the peak of the Little Holy Land, maybe it's the Great Holy Land in the legend. Of course, it's difficult for the great saint to reach the great saint, because the great saint's strength is far greater than that of the little saint. Even if Jiahui consumes hundreds of drops of Holy Kingdom's power, he can be shot dead with a loud hand. Into the cloud dream days. With a wave of Qin Sheng's hand, no one else has any objection. The disciples of the fire hall never fear death, especially Qin Sheng's prestige here has reached its peak. As long as we avoid some dangerous areas, Yunmingday's mortality rate can be reduced. At this time, Sheng Guanshiyu also has a smile on his face, which immediately looks like a blooming spirit flower, which makes many disciples in the fire hall lose their mind. Jiahui is driving the warship slowly into Yunming days. The so-called cloud dream days is actually a boundless swamp, full of smoke and low visibility. Like Qin Sheng's 3 holy spirits, they only see the range of a mile around. Jiahui may be more powerful. He can see about 3 miles around, but other disciples of the fire hall can't. Especially those who have only one holy land can see a few meters with the naked eye. Ah, help! In the mist, there was a shrill scream. Boom! Then there was a violent explosion, accompanied by some terrible fighting. The thick green fog came, and the warship was stained with Jiahui. Be careful, everyone. This is the miasma of Yunming days. It seems that some bandits may have dug up some corpse that has been silent for many years, and it erupted. Jiahui shouted loudly. To make sure everything is safe, he also sent the message to everyone. Hiss. The miasma of green is extremely corrosive. Even the spirit lines on Jiahui's warship have been corroded. His warship was forged with heavy gold when he was in the Little Holy Land. Although Qin Zhongtian once severely damaged the soul grain of the core and peeled off a large area, there are 3 nails in the rotten boat. Now it's just entering the cloud dream days. Some of the miasma encountered actually corrodes the boat. Seeing this situation, Qin Sheng's face also changed a little. He said in a deep voice, everyone is far away from the boat. Don't release the divine sense. This is one of the dangerous places in the ancient battlefield, and it's very strange. Who knows if those miasma will be transmitted through the divine sense? If you're not afraid of 10,000, you'll be afraid of 1. Go. Jiahui controls the warship and prepares to leave here. Save, help me. At this time, a woman came out of the miasma mystery. She was wearing a precious robe and even the real disciples' dress of Heilong Mountain Temple. Heilong Mountain Temple? The woman's face was pale. She offered the keepsake. Qin Sheng could clearly feel the authenticity of the keepsake. Jiahui, let her aboard. Qin Sheng whispered. Yes, my lord. With a big wave of Jiahui's hand, the gorgeous woman was wrapped by his strength and then boarded the boat. Bang! As soon as she got on the boat, she passed out. Jiahui looks at the fainting gorgeous woman in a long robe. Her face is pale, and there is a ferocious wound on her chest. Sir, it's not too safe for you to do so. Jiahui's face changed. A pair of triangular eyes gave out a strange light. There's an ominous smell on this woman, like a pawn on the tarsal bone, he said. Be careful of the bad luck. All of us may suffer. When Qin Sheng heard this, the eyebrows of the sword were slightly wrinkled. It was obvious that he could feel the strange breath of his woman, which was not as clear as Jiahui. In fact, Qin Sheng didn't want to meddle too much, but there were so many registered disciples of the Heilong Mountain Temple on the warship. If he didn't save his life, he might be punished by the Heilong Mountain Temple in the future, and some bad quarrels might spread. Qin Sheng didn't plan to do well in Heilong Mountain Temple, but no matter who changed his feathers, he would be very stingy. But let her on board. This woman has just experienced a terrible battle. Only from the aftermath of the battle, it is definitely beyond the battle of the powerful in the 5 holy regions. Qin Sheng now only has a drop of golden Holy Land power. It's not good to fight with the strong above the 5 holy regions, or it can't guarantee the safety of all the people present. Jia Hui, if you have anything to say, you don't have to wriggle. Qin Sheng looks at Jia Hui and asks in a deep voice. Jia Hui understood that after so many years as a strong man, how could he not understand Qin Sheng's meaning? My lord, I advise you to give up this daughter, otherwise, less than 30% of the people here can leave Yunming days alive. Jia Hui's words suddenly changed everyone's face. Jia Hui is not a cat or a dog either. His words still have a certain weight in everyone's mind. In the end, Jia Hui was the little saint that all of them had to look up to. What a rich experience. Sure enough, this kind of words comes from Jia Hui. Few of the registered disciples in the fire hall dare to object at all. I'm against it. Just at this time, a clear and crisp voice is standing and wearing. Shua. On the battleship, all eyes turn to the sound source. It's the commander of Shangguan Shiyu. Qin Sheng smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Can't bear it?" Shangguan Shiyu shook his head and said, "This is senior sister, Xiaoyu. She is the true disciple of Shuidian. There will be no fake. The credit of saving a real disciple is much greater than catching the wanted one, isn't it?" Shangguan Shiyu explained, "I am not greedy for credit, but I can't do it. After all, I come from Heilong Mountain Temple together. To say the least, it would be bad for our reputation if it was returned to Heilong Mountain Temple." Smell speech, Qin Sheng also nods, Wei, since so, poetry rain you take Xiaoyu elder martial sister, to go in to heal. Xiaoyu is hurt so badly. It's not sure if she can survive. Qin Sheng has already made a decision. Jia Hui is not good at saying anything. It's better to stay here. Qin Sheng looked from a distance at the place where the explosion had just happened. It had been shrouded in fog again, and there was a steady stream of green miasma. He could not see clearly what was hidden in it for a long time. Jia Hui, leave as fast as you can. Night fell. The night of Yunming days is especially cold. If there is no warship or mysterious spirit array cave, the warrior of a holy land will freeze to death in the swamp. When the sun rose, Qin Sheng didn't sleep well that night. Yunming days is not the most bizarre place in the ancient battlefield. I can always feel some ghosts disturbing my dream. Qin Sheng went to the deck and murmured. Jia Hui stayed up all night. My lord, this place is already surrounded by Yunming days. I don't know how many peerless and powerful people have died in this swamp. Jia Hui's eyebrows are all frozen into frost, hissing and being ignited by different fire. Maybe there are strong people who have transcended the great holy land buried below. Smell words, Qin Sheng also nodded. Fortunately, the ancient battlefield has been sealed by many powerful people, and those ghosts are not so easy to escape. Qin Sheng was quite clear about the history of the ancient battlefield. Did not those bad luck come this night? It's obvious that Qin Sheng refers to the bad luck of sister Xiaoyu, who was rescued from the boat. Jia Hui shook his head and said, "It's quiet all night." In succession, many disciples of the fire hall woke up on the warship deck. Due to the environmental impact of Yunming days, even the strong who have melted multiple holy regions, they are like ordinary people here. If they don't sleep overnight, they will feel tired physically and mentally. No. It's not good. A scream came and a registered disciple of the fire hall ran out in panic. Qin Sheng's face was cold, and he shouted, "What's the matter, Manik? That's a man." The peak of the first Holy Land is only a little short of breaking through the second Holy Land. According to the truth, his strength is not the worst among the fire hall disciples. What is it that makes him so confused? The registered disciple took a deep breath and said, "Commander Guanhu, he is dead." What? Guanhu is dead? Qin Sheng's body suddenly shook, and Jiehui and Shangguan Shiyu's faces changed dramatically. Qin Sheng ordered, "Lead the way." "Yes, Lord." Soon, Guanhu's residence arrived. He was lying on the ground, pale and bloodless. His breath of life had long been gone, and his body was stiff. It seemed that Guanhu had been dead for several hours. "What do you think?" Qin Sheng's face was a little gloomy. As the Lord of the Fire Hall, he led 3 leaders. Unexpectedly, one of them died before the task was completed. If there is no proper explanation for this kind of thing, even if Qin Sheng has a terrible talent for alchemy, he will be punished. Shangguan Shiyu glanced at Guanhu and said, "It seems that he was attacked at night, and there is no blood on his body. He should be a killer who is good at attacking spirits." "Killer?" Hearing this, many disciples of the Fire Hall couldn't help but cast their eyes on Jiehui. Jiehui's face suddenly becomes a little unnatural. He is the killer organization from the Bounty Hunter. He is good at killing people and surpassing goods. Jiehui gave a cold snort, and the breath of the powerful of Jiucheng Holy Land suddenly enveloped the whole field. Guanhu's room was like an ice house for a moment, and everyone's Yuanli was frozen and shivering. Why should we cover up when Jiehui wants to kill ants in the Double Holy Land? Jiehui's face was livid and his whole body exuded terrible pressure. He said gloomily, "Jiehui can't be the murderer." Qin Sheng looked around, looked at everyone, said indifferently, "It is absolutely impossible for Jiehui to do such a stupid thing with a drop of soul blood in Qin Sheng's hands. Besides, Qin Sheng, the martial artist of the 9 holy regions, has also made a guarantee that he will have a chance to touch the great holy land. It's impossible to lose it for a little. Even if Jiehui doesn't believe in Qin Sheng, he will believe in Qin Zhongtian. Qin Zhongtian's horror, Jiehui is the most clear, absolutely is the little holy land in which there are few enemies of the terrible existence. Moreover, Jiehui once had doubts. Qin Sheng's father and his father were just like walking around in an idle court. They didn't worry about it. They didn't know if they were playing tricks on him. Even, maybe Qin Zhongtian didn't look down on Jiehui at all. At the beginning, there was a circle of small saints who fought with Qin Zhongtian. It's obvious that Qin Sheng has great prestige among the disciples of the Fire Hall. As soon as his voice falls, no one questions him. It's not him. The real killer is the dream thief. Suddenly, another woman's voice came in. "Shua." Everyone's eyes fell on that gorgeous woman. "Is it her?" "Senior sister, Xiaoyu." There was an exclamation. Xiaoyu has a close-fitting robe, a tall and straight figure, a wonderful arc, and a gorgeous face. Moreover, the cultivation of the 5 holy regions makes her bring her own halo and become the focus of everyone as soon as she appears. Shangguan Shiyu asked with a smile, "Sister Xiaoyu, you wake up." Xiaoyu glanced at Shangguan Shiyu and smiled a little more on her cold face. She nodded and said, "Thank you for your help. If it wasn't for you, I might go with Xiaozhan." "What? Seen your brother Xiaozhan he?" Shangguan Shiyu's pretty face is full of shock. Xiaozhan is a famous true disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple. He has been a strong disciple of the 7 holy regions for decades. As long as he is given another 100 years, it is not very difficult to be promoted to a little holy one. Now Xiaoyu says that Xiaozhan is dead. When it comes to Xiaozhan, Xiaoyu's face is sad and her eyes are misty. "We met the dream thief," Xiaoyu said in a deep voice, but there was still some fear in her eyes. "Dream thief?" Qin Sheng is strange to this kind of thief. Sure enough, except for Qin Sheng, most of the disciples in the Fire Hall haven't heard of the so-called dream thief. When you meet a dream thief, you are still alive? Jiehui is a little cold, he looks at Xiaoyu suspiciously, "That's really lucky." Qin Sheng couldn't help asking, "What is a dream thief?" Jiahui nodded, looked around, and explained, there are many thieves in the ancient battlefield, but the most bizarre and terrible one is the dream thief. The terrible existence that the inception thief is not willing to face even our bounty hunter. Jiahui's words just dropped, which made people wonder again. Even the bounty hunters are afraid? How terrible is that? My God, what can I do? The death of Guan Hu doesn't prove that the robber has come here by following the lead. Panic spread in the whole ship like plague. The ferocious death of Guan Hu shocked them deeply. Here, Dongqing's face is the most ugly. His strength is higher than that of Guan Hu. Guan Hu is dead. Then he may be the next one. Because the answer is obvious, even the mysterious dream thief is unwilling to fight with the bounty hunter. How could the infamous dream thief look like an ordinary fire hall disciple with only one holy land? The strength of Shangguan Shiyu is not far away from that of Dongqing, but Shangguan Shiyu has awakened the terrible ancestral vein of Shangguan clan, and his potential and life-preserving cards are not comparable to those of Dongqing. Think of here, Dongqing's face is faintly white, and when he looked at Guan Hu's last death, he even smiled at him strangely. Bang! Dongqing couldn't bear it any longer, and fell to the ground directly. Well? Qin Sheng, Jiahui, Shangguan Shiyu, and others can't help but look back and see Dongqing, who fell on the ground. I just saw Guan Hu smile at me. Dongqing was sweating all over. He seemed to have fallen into the water. His face was pale like white paper. He pointed to a ferocious Guan Hu with trembling. Isn't it the dream thief who hasn't left Guan Hu's body? Dongqing guessed. Boom. Panic continues to spread, especially those ordinary registered disciples who are weak in strength, one by one, scramble for the first and then leave. Dream thief, no matter what he has, no matter how weird he is, in the end, it's just like a rat in a stinky ditch, hiding his head and tail. Qin Sheng's sarcasm on his face showed that the expert was brave. He went directly to the dead Guan Hu and checked him, but found nothing. There's no insect mouth, is it from the inside of the mouth? Qin Sheng murmured, suspecting that the so-called dream thief was a kind of magician. Jiahui said with a smile, My lord, you don't need to waste any more time. The means of the dream thieves are not clear to the bounty hunters, and their means can only be carried out when they dream. As long as we don't sleep, we will not dream. Jiahui tells us how to avoid the burglar. At this time, Xiaoyu came over and said indifferently, there is no trace of dream thief here. It should be leaving. At the same time, Xiaoyu glanced at Jiahui, but her eyes were not very friendly. Maybe she heard Jiahui not to take her in before she fell into a coma. You're a little ridiculous. After Xiaoyu woke up, the chest injury was almost as good as before. Without special exploration, it would be impossible to know that she was seriously injured yesterday. This is not Qin Sheng's surprise. What shocked Qin Sheng most was that he could feel Xiaoyu hiding her accomplishments. She was not the top of the 5 holy regions, but the top of the 6 holy regions. If she was not injured, she would have reached the 7 holy regions. Although it's normal for a true disciple to hide his accomplishments and reserve his strength, Qin Sheng always felt that Xiaoyu was not as simple as he seemed. And how did the dead elder martial brother Xiaozhan die? Did he really die in the hands of the dream thief? It's a dead end. Jiahui drinks coldly, and the terrible breath and prestige of Jiucheng Holy Land instantly envelops Xiaoyu. Although he has been accepted as a slave by Qin Sheng, he only needs to have a low and arrogant head in front of Qin Sheng. Why should he look at other people's faces? The little girl of Wuchangshan is also worthy of pointing out 3 curses and 4 curses in front of me? Boom. Although Xiaoyu has hidden his strength and reached the peak of the 6 holy regions, how can he bear Jiahui, who used to be a small holy region and had many small holy means, in the face of the 9 holy regions? Moreover, Xiaoyu didn't seem to have much resistance at all, just a little resistance, which was very strange, because in Qin Sheng's view, this kind of resistance was a little perfunctory. There's something wrong with Xiaoyu. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, but he didn't make a fuss. Qin Sheng, like an outsider, had no words and did not stop the conflict of unequal strength. Poof. Xiaoyu knelt down on one knee, spit out a bunch of blood, and dyed the Hua Guiling robe on her body red, which was very solemn. Jiehui, what do you mean? Xiaoyu is not furious, but Shangguan Shiyu is in front of him, shouting at Jiehui in a cold voice. In full view of the public, Jiehui is so scolded by Shangguan Shiyu. His body's terrible pressure is constantly output. However, he did not dare to suppress Shangguan Shiyu by the same means. Jiehui is not stupid. He is very clear about his master and the identity of the Shangguan Shiyu. I just want to tell a little girl that she should not be too lofty and humble for the rest of her life. Jiehui said lightly, although Jiucheng Holy Land is not a master in the ancient battlefield, or even in the whole north restricted area, it is not a man of your strength who can trample on dignity at will. Enough. At this time, Qin Sheng came out to make a round scene, squinted at Xiaoyu, who was still hung with blood on his mouth, and said with a hint of apology on his face, the new brother hasn't been completely tamed, and he has some injuries. It's understandable that he can't control his emotions. I hope that elder martial sister, Xiaoyu, Hai Han, will be there. Qin Sheng's posture was very low, and his eyes wandered freely on Xiaoyu's delicate body. Well? Xiaoyu's face was very unnatural, and she gave Qin Sheng a look of disgust. This kind of dandy is not greedy for her body, she has seen too much. I don't know what elder martial sister, Xiaoyu, can do to stay away from the dream thief. Qin Sheng took back his eyes and pretended to be a playboy, and flattered Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at Qin Sheng coldly. She was not born very noble. She came from a small family in the forbidden area in the north. However, she was also the eye-catching person of countless people since childhood. Her talent was indeed high. She went all the way and became the true disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple. It's hard not to sleep in Yunming days, under the 5 holy regions. Xiaoyu ignored Qin Sheng's flattery and said with a sneer, maybe if you don't sleep for 3 days, the dream thief will dream on the 4th day, and then reap his life. Hearing this, they nodded and agreed. Otherwise, we give up the task and leave Yunming days? Dongqing couldn't help proposing. When Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately frowned. How can he feel that Dongqing is so afraid of death? That's not good. None of the wanted criminals have been caught. If you give up the task, the contribution value of the fire hall will be deducted by the temple. Then you can carry the black pot? Qin Sheng shook his head and directly rejected Dongqing's proposal. In fact, Qin Sheng's biggest expectation is to meet Qin Zhongtian, who has not been seen for more than 10 years in Yunming days. Shua. At this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on Xiaoyu. Senior sister, Xiaoyu, you can escape from life in the hands of the dream thief, and you should also be able to take us away from the dream thief. Shangguan Shiyu holds Xiaoyu's arm. Xiaoyu looks at Shangguan's poem Rain, and her fierce and cold eyes soften instantly. Xiaoyu said, the dream thief is very cunning. He will choose people with weak willpower and not too weak strength. My suggestion is to leave Yunming days as soon as possible, and then return to Heilong Mountain Temple. I think we must have met a burglar, and the clan is only responsible for too many fire halls. Xiaoyu's meaning is very clear. Like Dongqing, the dream thief can't be provoked at all. Let's ask, even elder martial brother Xiaozhan of the 7 holy regions died unexpectedly. The most powerful group of them is Qin Sheng. It's just 3 holy regions. What can they do to resist the robbers? No way. Qin Sheng refused again and said, "That wanted man, I must take it. It's related to the dignity of Heilong Mountain Temple." Let's not forget that the 4 major heritage sites are all involved in this task. At this time our Heilong Mountain Temple left in dismay because of fear. If it was passed on, wouldn't it be a joke after dinner in the other 3 heritage sites? Qin Sheng put away the dandy in his face and shouted with awe. Smell speech. Xiao Jade Willow eyebrow slightly a wrinkle, raised an eye to see Qin Sheng, seemed to just despise Qin Sheng. Xiao Yu thought Qin Sheng was just a dandy disciple who had joined recently and had a little talent. I didn't expect to have this kind of hard blood with the dream thief. It's not okay not to leave Yunming days. Before that, elder martial brother Xiao Zhan and I have hit the dream thief hard, said elder martial sister Xiao Yu in a deep voice. Obviously, dream thieves are also strong and weak. Xiao Yu is estimated to be the weakest one. Otherwise, with Xiao Yu's strength, even at the expense of Xiao Zhan, it's not impossible to escape from Xingtian. I suggest that we all arrange the battle and keep warm together. Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, but it's also a cure for symptoms, not for root causes. The best way is to lay out a vast net. Please enter the urn. Xiao Yun's voice had just fallen, which attracted Jia Hui's merciless sarcasm. Ridiculous. Naive. Dead or alive. Jia Hui's words were cruel enough, saying, "Please enter the urn? By your minions?" Dream robbers are so stupid that they are easy to catch turtles in the urn. Then even bounty hunters are not afraid of the mysterious organization. Besides, it's not difficult for dream thieves to reap the lives of your group slowly, even if they don't rely on dreaming. Xiao Yun is so angry with Jia Hui. As a proud girl of heaven, her face can't hang. However, she is a strong man of 9 holy regions. How can she get angry again? Jia Hui, don't talk like that. I agree with elder martial sister Xiao Yun's proposal. Qin Sheng patted Jia Hui's chest, "Let me be the bait. People are stupid. They didn't expect to be so fierce. That's a dream thief who can kill in a dream. Lord, think twice." A group of Fire Hall disciples can't help shouting, and a group of dog legs. Guan whose bones are not cold, someone wants to top his position and become Qin Sheng's dog leg. It's easy to hide from the enemy, Lord. The strength of that dog leg son is also average. It is the first Fire Hall disciple to find the Guan who stolen and assassinated by the dream thief. Not really. It's really difficult to prevent those who play in. Another dog leg couldn't help jumping out, looking at Qin Sheng with a flattering face. Qin Sheng looked around and took a deep breath. Then he said in a solemn voice, "I Qin Sheng as Lord, Commander and so on. Although the thief is insidious, I am not going to hell." Who is going to hell? Well said. Lord of Justice. Support the Lord. One by one, the 2 legs are more joyful than the other. They are really like the minions of Tongmai. Even the dignity of the powerful in Holy Land is forgotten. Who is Qin Sheng? A rising star of Heilong Mountain Temple, along the way, has created a miracle that even ordinary true disciples can't do. Xiao Yun can't do it. Even the elder martial brother Xiao Zhan, who died in the hands of the dream thief, is the best among the true disciples. He can't do the miracles Qin Sheng has created these days. Qin Sheng first hanged the Dongchen Song of Qingyang sect, then hanged Jiaba, and finally accepted Jia Hui from Jiucheng Holy Land as his younger brother. They are just ordinary registered disciples of Holy Land. This kind of strength is the huge gap between fireflies and the sun in front of Jia Hui. Even Jia Hui is willing to sacrifice their dignity. How much is their so-called dignity worth? Shangguan's poem Rain whitens Qin Sheng's eyes. She is very familiar with Qin Sheng. She is not sure about anything. She never does it. Younger martial brother, the dream thief is not as easy to deal with as you think. Xiaoyun looked at Qin Sheng's high-spirited face and said, I advise you to crush the transmission talisman and go back to the temple of Heilong Mountain. When Qin Sheng heard this, he was not happy. He said in a deep voice, Elder Martial Sister, Xiaoyun, I know you have some scruples about the dream thief, but Qin Sheng is not afraid. If you really don't want to stay, you can leave. Xiaoyun was a little muddled, and a flash of anger quickly appeared on his stunning face. Although Xiaoyun can't speak of the natural beauty of the country, she is also a kind of pretty female disciple among the real disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple. Otherwise, Xiaozhan can't even give up her own life. I can imagine that she is very confident about her beauty. And just Qin Sheng's hot eyes, Xiaoyun is the most familiar, but never thought that Qin Sheng's goods turned so fast. All of a sudden, I'm going to chase you. You. Xiaoyun's face was full of rage. He waved his sleeve hard, then left and went back to his room. At the moment of closing the door, Xiaoyun's eyes were full of the murderous meaning of Yinjia. Since he wanted to make his own bait, Qin Sheng didn't go on his way, but stayed on the swamp of Yunming days. Night was falling. Qin Sheng is sleeping in Guanhu's room tonight. After all, it's a murderous room. Especially at night, it's very cold. In addition, Jiahui, Shangguan Shiyu, Dongqing and Xiaoyun are all buried in the rooms around them. Dream thief? Something like a mouse. Qin Sheng sneered, then closed his eyes and waited for the thief to come. It was a very long night. Except for the very few disciples of Huadian who were really poor, they couldn't help falling asleep, others didn't fall asleep all night. When dawn came, Qin Sheng opened the door of the room. At this time, Jiahui also walked out of the door and couldn't help asking, did the burglar come last night? Qin Sheng looks puzzled. He takes a look at Jiahui, shakes his head, and says, I slept all night. This room is not unusual except for being cold and gloomy. Everybody on deck. Qin Sheng sent a message to everyone. On the deck, Qin Sheng ordered to count the number of people. Well? What about Dongqing? Qin Sheng glanced at Dongqing, but did not find him. Back to Lord, Commander Dongqing is not in his room. A dog's leg replied flatteringly. Dongqing, like Shangguan Shiyu, was ambushed in several rooms near him last night, but now he is not in the room. Is Dongqing a dream thief? Such a frightening thought flashed between the lightning and flint. However, Qin Sheng soon rejected it. How powerful are dream thieves? They dream at night and kill people invisibly. How could such a person be so low in cultivation? He was also humiliated by Qin Sheng. How arrogant the dream robber was. He had to revenge Qin Sheng for a long time. Why wait until now? Disperse people and find Dongqing. Qin Sheng's face is very ugly. He has a bad feeling. To live, to die. Everyone seemed to realize that Qin Sheng's tone was not very good. A group of people went to Dongqing together. The warship was not big either. In less than a quarter of an hour, Dong Jianqing found it in an abandoned toilet. Soon, Qin Sheng and Jiahui arrived first, their faces darkened. Shua. Jiahui is the first to probe Jiahui. Soon, he turns around and shakes his head at Qin Sheng. Without any vitality, the temperature of the body is still warm, and it should die before long. At this time, Shangguan Shiyu screamed, because Dongqing's death was much worse than Guanhu's. Hanging in the abandoned toilet, and dead miserable, eyes were dug out, the face was also written with fingernails 5 words. Next, Qin Sheng. Many disciples in the fire hall panicked. It's obvious that Qin Sheng got angry with the thief. Qin Sheng's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the dream thief was so rampant. He named himself next. A hidden rat. Qin Sheng sneers and waves his hands to let the two legs deal with Dongcheng's body. On the deck of the warship, there was silence. Qin Sheng sat on the throne, tapping his fingers, and asked, Jiahui, what do you think? Jiahui is the highest martial arts cultivator here. Although he is no longer a little saint, as a former little saint, he must be more experienced than Qin Sheng. Rampant. Jiahui's comment on the thief is so simple. The strength of the dream thief is not very strong. I think it's about 7 holy regions. Jiahui guessed. Besides, I guess the dream thief has not left, and is hidden in our group. Jiahui's words broke up the whole warship. People were scared and looked at each other. Did the dream thief hide in their group? The news must have blown up too much. I agree with you. Why didn't you ambush last night? Qin Sheng stood up from the throne and sneered. Since Jiahui said so, the dream thief is the cultivation of the 7 holy regions. Qin Sheng's face was cold, and his fierce eyes swept over the crowd, and finally stopped on Xiaoyun. It's you. Qin Sheng turns his face and doesn't recognize people. Without any hesitation, he pulls out the stone sword directly. His eyebrows are also split. The horrible smell of the imperial sword suddenly covers his whole body. For a moment, Qin Sheng changed. He was like the god of war who had fallen from Zhuchangshan. He was devastated and withered, and his whole body erupted with terrible sword qi. The stone sword becomes as huge as the mountain. Without any mercy and hesitation, it just cuts down on Xiaoyun. The sudden change made everyone jump. Including Jiahui, once a small Holy Land strongman, was also shocked. As for the others, they were all stunned, as if they were shocked. Tong Tong is petrified. Xiaoyun's unique face was shocked. She didn't expect Qin Sheng to start suddenly. The holy body of the Triple Heaven, the holy land of the Triple Heaven, and the shadow of a giant will behind Qin Sheng, plus the blessing of the breath of the stone sword and the imperial sword, made Xiaoyun have some inexplicable panic. Everything comes too fast. Even with Xiaoyun's strength, he can barely reach out a jade hand, which is crystal clear and has the spirit pattern of stars on the surface. He can resist Qin Sheng's stone sword with his bare hands. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng's face became more and more full of sarcasm. Chong. In the eyes of countless astonishment, the stone sword and Xiaoyun's white jade spirit hand collide with each other. A shockwave that can be seen by the naked eye swept around, and the disciples of the fire hall who were low in cultivation were all shocked to spit blood. Most of them fainted, but there was no life danger. Qin Sheng and Xiaoyun both fly backward at the same time. Qin Sheng's tiger mouth splits, and his viscera seem to be displaced. It's burning and painful. However, his triple holy body and his body are far more powerful than ordinary martial artists. Xiaoyun's hands were shaking. He looked up at Qin Sheng, and more of them were shocked. Qin Sheng, what are you doing? How can you deal with Elder Martial's sister? She is the true disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple. Do you know what punishment it is for you to go back to the temple of Heilong Mountain and wait for you to do to the true disciples? Shang Guanxiyu's face was angry, and her delicate body was trembling with anger, blocking Xiaoyun's body. She was very puzzled. Why did Qin Sheng suddenly start? Was it because he died for 2 days and was under too much pressure? Qin Sheng said coldly, get out of the way, she has long been showing the tail of a mouse, and her real strength is not the 5 holy regions, but the 6 pinnacles. No, she killed Dongcheng last night and drained his blood essence and qi. If there is no wrong guess, at this moment, it is the 7 holy regions. Qin Sheng stared at Xiaoyun and asked with a smile, am I right? Dream thief. Giggle. Xiaoyun didn't respond positively, but gave out a clear and pleasant laugh. After a long time, he asked, how did you find out? I asked myself that I was deeply hidden. Even elder martial brother Xiao Zhan didn't find it, so I cut off his head. Xiao Yun turned his hand and carried the red 9-section whip. His face became colder and colder. This fried the pot. Everyone was far away from Xiao Yun. They didn't dare to get close at all. Can you escape? Xiao Yunmei is full of murderous intentions. You all have to die tonight. There is an endless sense of killing in the bleak voice. Xiao Yun turned into countless black shadows and fled in full view of the public. Boom! Qin Sheng held the stone sword, which was a sword against countless black shadows. With a loud roar, the warship was pierced, countless pieces of spirit stripes peeled off, and the wind swept out. It's a pity that the means of the witch is really strange. I can't keep her. Qin Sheng looked at Xiao Yun's figure and fell into deep thought. The dream robber has a supernatural way for a long time. Otherwise, even our bounty hunters would not be away from these people. At this time, Jiahui can't help but say that his face is not too good-looking either. In fact, for a moment, Jiahui also wanted to keep Xiao Yun, but he didn't do it in the end, because it was too difficult, so why did he have to work hard? Can the power of the Holy Land keep her? Qin Sheng sends a message to ask Jiahui. When Jiahui heard this, he fell into a deep thought. After a long time, he said, the power of Holy Land also has its strength and attribute. Maybe some power of Holy Land has some effect. Otherwise, under the small Holy Land, it's hard to keep this dream thief. Panic is spreading, especially those disciples of the fire hall. They never thought that elder martial sister, Xiao Yun, the real disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple, was a notorious dream thief. Shangguan Shiyu's gorgeous face is full of embarrassment and complexity. Xiao Yun proposed to let it in because she offended Jiahui at this time. However, she never expected that Xiao Yun, who had spent several nights together, would be a dream thief. Qin Sheng, it's up to me. Shangguan Shiyu clenches B-tooths and finally hardens his head, saying in a deep voice under the eyes of countless panics. She and Qin Sheng admit their mistake and bow to Jiahui to apologize. Jiahui also nodded, saying that he didn't take this matter to heart. Qin Sheng said with a smile, it's not bad for you. I've also made a decision to let senior sister, Xiao Yun, in. And we all belong to the same clan. I never thought that senior sister, Xiao Yun, had been robbed by dream thief. As soon as Shangguan heard the poem rain, there was a lot of consternation on the face of the city. I was afraid of thinking carefully. It's hard not for Xiao Yun to get along with her day and night these days. It's 9 to 8. Shangguan Shiyu was very distressed, because all the selected disciples of Heilong Mountain, even the registered ones, had to check for 3 generations to prove that they were innocent. As for the true disciples, it's even more strict. I'm afraid it's 9 generations to check. Xiao Yun, who is innocent, can't possibly cut off Xiao Zhan's head. Besides, she doesn't have the strength. The only reason is that Xiao Yun has long been taken away, and the real spirit of Xiao Yun has been lost. In the next time, Qin Sheng asked people to deal with Dong Cheng's body, and let everyone focus on a huge training room, where Jiahui was in charge. However, even so, those ordinary disciples of the fire hall still feel panic. In the cultivation room, Qin Sheng sat cross-legged and murmured, then the next time, I will wait for the arrival of elder martial sister, Xiao Yun. Soon, night began to fall again. Jiahui's warship is suspended in a large area of marshland. There is no light on the hull of the warship, which is particularly gloomy and terrifying. Chatter. At this time, a shadow gave out a strange laugh under a gloomy old kuei tree, 1,000 feet away from the warship. This is an old man with a skeleton and a tattered robe, but he looks like a cold young man. If at this moment, Shangguan Shiyu is here and sees this cold young man, he will certainly scream. Isn't this elder martial brother Xiao Zhan, whose head was cut off by Xiao Yun? A group of delicious Hailangshan kids. The face of the old man is changing wildly. He is Xiao Yun at one time, Xiao Zhan at the same time, and some unknown talented youth at the same time. This is the real dream thief. He has no fixed face. He steals the secrets of the dream of the strong and sucks the spirit of the strong. That's why these crazy people don't even dare to fight with the bounty hunters. However, it's a small trouble to have an angry bounty hunter. The thief's appearance changed to Xiao Yun's again. She snorted coldly and said, "I'm afraid that old dog has been humiliated by the bounty hunter. He was even made into a dog's leg by a minion. If he dared to stop him, he would kill him. The bounty hunter is like a schizophrenic. He is as timid as a mouse and as bold as a dragon." Finally, in a fierce quarrel, Xiao Yun defeated all the heaven's favorites who had been stolen by the dream thief and absorbed the spirit, turned into Xiao Yun and approached the warship unhurriedly. Xiao Yun carefully takes out a piece of swarthy fragrance from the ring. She shivers and ignites, and a strong fragrance finally spreads. "Who?" Xiao Yun took a deep breath, showing an intoxicated look on his stunning face, and exclaimed, "It's worthy of the deep dragon fragrance dug out from the abyss of the ancient battlefield. This smell, ignited a little, can make the martial artists under the little Holy Land unable to bear it, faint and sleepy. The so-called Qin is the real dragon that died in the war of annihilation of the world 10,000 years ago. That level, at least, is the real dragon of the sub-divine realm, even the divine realm. The war of annihilation was so fierce that even the great wilderness was pierced, and the interior of the ancient battlefield did not know how many terrible corpses had been deposited. The real dragon at that level is not Holy Land before death. Even the great Holy Land cannot be provoked. Even 10,000 years after death, its corpse is also extremely poisonous and deadly. So it's very difficult to dig up some deep dragon fragrance in the abyss of the ancient battlefield. How can it be cheap to let the martial arts under the small Holy Land fall into a deep sleep? The size of the finger is worth more than $1 million of Lei Hu Jin, and it's still priceless. The fragrance of Qian spread all around and soon covered the whole ship. Pudong. 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 In such a large cultivation room, there is Jiehui's guard, but those ordinary disciples, as well as Shangguan Shiyu, simply can't bear the power of Qin, lie on the ground and fall asleep. What's the taste? Jiehui took a sip, and felt something wrong on the spot. He was weak in limbs and dizzy in head. He felt like staying up for hundreds of years. Deep dragon fragrance? Suddenly, Jiehui bit his tongue and made dozens of fingerprints to expel the fragrance from his body. Sleep, you can't carry it. In the face of the bounty hunter, I won't kill you. Xiao Yun, wearing a close-fitting and luxurious robe, walked and gave birth to a lotus flower. He shook his feet and said coldly, "Hum." Jiehui snorts coldly, his eyes are covered with red silk, as if he hasn't slept for a century, and his bags are about to collapse to his mouth. If the thief is asleep, he won't wake up in minutes. Seeing Jiehui's hard support, Xiao Yun sneered and lit up the heavy dragon incense again. The black smoke turned into a python and attacked Jiehui. "Go away, dog." Jiehui roars, and his soul is exhausted. Like the spirit beast in the rage, the whole warship boils. Unfortunately, all people fall into a deep sleep. However, the disciples of the fire hall near Jiehui are still living with blood in their mouths. Although we can't die, our internal organs are broken. What a bad mouth, palm. Xiao Yun glanced at Jiehui coldly, and the jade-like palm fell on Jiehui's face. Pa. Jiehui is pulled away, and his face is swollen in a big circle. "How dare you smoke me?" Jiehui roars. He sacrifices the forged soul chain, but his body absorbs the deep dragon fragrance, and his combat power plummets by half. Now, his combat power can only be compared with those of the 5 holy regions at most. Xiao Yun didn't reply, but he slapped Jiahui twice. Jiahui was so angry that he vomited blood. He used to be a saint. Now he has entered the ancient battlefield. He has been humiliated by some people 3 times and 4 times. First Qin Sheng, but a good Qin Sheng is the same as his Jiahui. They are all small holy places. Even if they are humiliated, Jiahui can only resent his incompetence. Then there was Qin Sheng, who was beaten by hanging and even lost his freedom. Now, another Xiaoyun. Is my husband too old this year? How can I be so unlucky? Jiahui's mouth was swollen, and he couldn't speak clearly. Finally, he fell into a deep sleep with endless unwillingness. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyun sneers, waves her hand and takes away Jiahui's promise. As for Shangguan Shiyu, she really wants to take away this proud girl. Ancestors of Shangguan clan. The thief murmured, and his eyes were full of greed. Shangguan clan has crossed the forbidden area in the north for so many years, and was once the top 10 clan. It has tremendous strength, even more powerful than Heilong Mountain Temple. Even though it has declined a lot now, the true ancestral vein of Shangguan's poetic rain awakening is far superior to Xiaoyun in both talent and potential. However, after a long time of silence, the dream robber didn't do anything, and the reason defeated the greed. A rising star who awakened the ancestral vein, the Shangguan clan, could never have planted the bottom card to protect his life. Although beautiful jade is good, it has to be enjoyed. The thief whispered. As a dream thief, his strength is not strong at all, even a little weak. If it wasn't for him to write a dream-stealing scripture together in an ancient battlefield by accident, he is still a prisoner of death, such as who. The dream thief disappeared. He had no shadow. He drifted through many secret chambers and finally locked Qin Sheng's secret chamber. Cut, thought how strong, in the end is not unable to carry the heavy dragon incense. Seeing Qin Sheng, who had fallen into a deep sleep for a long time, the thief sneered at him first, then his eyebrows cracked and he ran the scripture of inception crazily. Dream. The thief whispered, and a shadow flew out like lightning, and fell into Qin Sheng's sleeping body. In the cultivation room, Qin Sheng sat with his knees crossed. He had a keen sense of God and could feel a strange atmosphere in the air for a long time. Heavy dragon fragrance? Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled, his mouth slightly cocked up, pulling out a joking arc. He smelt the inheritance and memory of the emperor. We need to know that the predecessor of the emperor of the 10,000 robbers was famous for cultivating the pill in 9 days and 10 places. Even the most powerful people who have experienced the level of semi-divine state have to achieve a lot less. According to the inheritance and memory of the forefathers of the 10,000 robbers, Shenlongxiang is also divided into many levels. The level of this kind of Shenlongxiang should not be too low, but it is not as strong as expected. There was a flash of sarcasm on Qin Sheng's face. Obviously, in his opinion, such expensive Shenlongxiang was ignited by elder martial sister Xiaoyun, who had fled for a long time. I thought there was a way. Qin Sheng shook his head, and the sarcasm on his cold face became more and more intense. This heavy dragon fragrance is not weak, nor is it a poison. But it's not difficult for a warrior under the Holy Land to fall asleep. The problem is that the dream thief is too unlucky to meet Qin Sheng. Not to mention that Qin Sheng has the inheritance and memory of the forefathers of the 10,000 calamities, and has other ways to digest and inhale the deep dragon fragrance in his body. The most important thing is that Qin Sheng has cultivated the 9 death magic skill, and is ready to die the 3rd time. The 10,000 poisons have not been invaded for a long time. It's impossible for Qin Sheng to fall into a deep sleep. As expected, Qin Sheng's pores were thin and absorbed the heavy dragon fragrance crazily. As soon as Shenlongxiang entered Qin Sheng's body, he was surrounded by the spirit of 9 deaths, and then refined into the purest Yuanli. Can this heavy dragon fragrance also be refined into the power of Holy Land? Qin Sheng looked inside his body and found that a large number of heavy dragon incense he absorbed had been melted by the gas of 9 deaths and turned into a black dragon. Suck it for me. Qin Sheng's face was pleasantly surprised. He used the 9 dead magic skill to absorb the heavy dragon incense. Boom! The whole warship vibrated violently. A whirlpool which can be seen by the naked eye stirred wildly, and it was suspended on Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai. At this time, Xiao Yun, dressed in a gorgeous robe, approached Qin Sheng's practice room. She rekindled Shen Longxiang again. She was afraid that Qin Sheng would be weird. What's the lifeguard card to fight against Shen Longxiang's power? However, she was very confident and opened the door of Qin Sheng's training room. I don't know how to live or die. I'm still practicing. Xiao Yun looks at Qin Sheng from afar, a little surprised, but she can sensitively feel that Qin Sheng has fallen into a deep sleep. A mirage flew into Qin Sheng's eyebrow, and Qin Sheng suddenly trembled. Is it finally coming? Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows slightly coagulated. He knew that the dream thief was coming to steal the dream. There was no panic between his eyebrows, but there was some excitement and bloodthirsty. Dong. Is fantastic. What Qin Sheng first heard was a bell sound, and then a passage. You can't take it with you, but you can't take it with you. If you don't want to bear the fire of karma and burn the spirit, you will give up all you have if you are in a state of iniquity. The voice of the scripture is terrible and full of holy meaning, which can't be resisted by ordinary warriors in Holy Land. But that's Qin Sheng. Shen Longxiang couldn't make Qin Sheng fall asleep at all. The so-called dream thieves are just a group of thieves who are good at attacking spirits. Qin Sheng sneers, his spirit realm is in the Holy Land realm, which can't be counted as high, but it's 3 holy spirits. Generally, spirits are weak points for the strong in Holy Land, because the secret script of cultivating spirits is so rare, and the resource price of cultivating spirits is so expensive that even small Holy Land needs to be distressed. 3 holy spirits cannot be reached by the general 5 holy regions, but the general 6 holy regions can also reach 3 holy spirits. The power of the ghost of the dream thief is very powerful, and it has extremely dangerous sting. The general 5-level Holy Land warrior can't be his opponent at all. In addition to the expensive big killing tool, Shen Longxiang, it's really hard to find an opponent under the small Holy Land. Okay, here you are. In the dream, Qin Sheng is actually sober. He pretends to be shivering, and then gives the 9 death skill, a big killing tool, to the dream thief. The robber took a look and was a little suspicious. 9 dead magic skill? How come I haven't heard of it? Although I have some doubts in my heart, I still have confidence in my dream-stealing scripture and Shen Longxiang. In the eyes of the dream thief, no matter how strong it is, it's just a registered disciple of the Black Dragon Mountain Temple in the Holy Land. How can it be compared with him? Therefore, the Inception thief took away the 9 death magic skill directly. First, he looked at it roughly, and then it became a surprise. How could there be such a miracle in the world? The robber took a breath of cool air, 9 times of death will disappear, and then nirvana will be reborn, seizing the nature of heaven. My lord, I also rely on such miraculous skills to change my life against the sky. This gift will be given to you. In the dream, Qin Sheng's eyes became very dull, as if he had no ability to think. Good. The burglar was very satisfied with the treasure and said, unfortunately, I really don't want to kill you. My identity has been exposed, so I can only harvest all of you. This group of dream robbers always pursues the principle of extermination. Except for mysterious merchants, bounty hunters, and the 4 god-beast family, they can't dare to provoke. Others, even the so-called 10 families and the 4 real disciples in the inheritance area, are still killed. The The first death of the 9-death magical skill that the dream thief started to practice directly in his dream. The breath of death drowns the thief, and the breath of death gradually becomes strong. The thief's breath gradually weakens, falling from the 7 holy regions to the 6 holy regions, and finally to the 1 holy region. It's not enough. I'll see you on the way. At this time, Qin Sheng's ruthless voice rang in the mind of the dream thief. What? How can you fight against Qin and wake up in the deep sleep? The robber was shocked. He is very weak now. His accomplishments have fallen to a holy land. With the invasion of the 9 dead Qi, his breath is weaker and weaker, even the spirit realm. Qin Sheng sneered and forced out of the dream. What wakes up in a deep sleep? Can I tell you that I never fell asleep? Qin Sheng said in a cold voice. Qin is very useful to the ordinary warriors in Holy Land. But for me, it has to be said that there is no harm except to smelt a drop of holy power for me. Qin Sheng squinted and couldn't help laughing. Poof. Qin Sheng forced out of the dream and let the robber spit out an old blood. He pooped and fell to the ground directly. How could it be? How could it be like this? Dream robber is not willing to do it. His body and spirit are weakening. He has practiced the 9 dead skill, but it is 2 against the sky. It is a skill that gods need to practice. If Qin Sheng didn't have a yellow spring fire at the beginning, it would not have been successful. Other people, if they don't have the talent and blood, for them, the 9 death magic is not a treasure at all, but a hot potato, or even a deadly poison. Qin is useless to you, and so is the classic of stealing dreams? The dream thief can't accept his failure at all, but in fact, he really failed and lost in a mess. Finally, the cultivation of the dream thief can't be guaranteed even in the Holy Land, and the holy soul just stays in a heavy sky. This strength, compared with his peak period, has been reduced by 90%. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "It's useless for others, and me. What is the true sutra of stealing dreams? It's just a kind of skill to cultivate the spirit. It's also very precious. It can make the spirit travel thousands of miles at night. This is very wonderful. If we can let the strong dream and steal the secrets of dreams from thousands of miles away." However, there is also a flaw in the true scripture of inception, that is, once it fails to let the other party dream, or even startles the other party, it may be set by the other party to kill the trap. Please enter the urn. Even if there is a strong man who conceals his accomplishments and forcibly wakes up from the dream thief will suffer unprecedented backfire. Now Qin Sheng's dream thief is like this. He practiced the 9 death magic without knowing his life, and then he was backfired. In addition, Qin Sheng forced himself to wake up from the dream, and then backfired twice, making the dream thief very weak. "Don't kill me, I can give you lifelong wealth unconditionally," said the dream thief. The wealth of a dream thief's whole life. Although the cultivation of the dream thief is not high at present, and even the small holy land has not been achieved, the wealth he owns is absolutely necessary for a real small holy land strong man. Is it? Qin Sheng looked sideways, but to be honest, Lei Hujin is not short at all. He has hundreds of 1,000-star pills. I'll give you the true Sutra of Inception. Although it's only the first volume, it's enough to cultivate to the top of the little holy land. The robber threw a ring. There was indeed a scripture of the robber's dream in it. Qin Sheng also judged between the lightning and the flint. The scripture of the robber's dream had not been tampered with. Even I can let you enjoy Xiaoyun's body. The dream thief threw the body of elder Martial's sister, Xiaoyun, directly. She breathed for a long time and was still alive. Seeing your sister, Xiaoyun, is still alive? Qin Sheng had some accidents. He thought Xiaoyun had already died, or was a puppet. He didn't expect that Xiaoyun was still alive, but he just fainted. Xiaozhan is not dead either. The dream thief throws out another cold and stern young man who has passed out of sleep. I don't know if you can spare my life, young Xia? The dream thief asked weakly. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "You'd better go." Boom. This is a tarsal-like organization, more disgusting than the bounty hunter. Qin Sheng is absolutely impossible to be kind-hearted. Besides, the current robber killed Guan Hu and Dong Qing, 2 registered disciples at the command level. Although there are many registered disciples in the temple of Heilong Mountain, even the leader level is Maoyu, it is not on the table at all. But registered disciples are also registered disciples after all. It is absolutely impossible for the temple of Heilong Mountain to have no concern. Without carrying the head of the robber back to the temple, what did Qin Sheng do? Qin Sheng's whole body is beating with terrible sword qi, and the holy body is shining. He didn't leave his hand, and even urged him to use half of the Holy Land power refined by Shenlong's fragrance to directly attack the thief. Hiss. Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart split, turning into an unreal and terrible sword light, and Feng Qi directly stabbed the thief. The creeping dream thief never dreamed that Qin Sheng was merciless after all. He raised his head, showed his true face, cut off his tongue, opened his mouth, spit out a blood arrow, and then turned into a blood talisman, which blocked Qin Sheng's spirit attack. What talisman is so powerful? Qin Sheng's face was gloomy, and his eyebrows were full of surprise. His spirit realm had reached 3 holy spirits. Even the ordinary martial artists of 5 holy realms could not reach the spirit realm, and they also had half a drop of holy realm power. The spirit attack at this level may not be able to be carried by the 7 or 8 powerful holy regions. It's worthy of saying that it's a dream thief. It's not only a powerful way to kill people and surpass goods, but also a good way to protect your life. Qin Sheng wandered in the court, carrying the stone sword and forcing the thief to steal the dream, saying, "I'm very curious. How many cards do you have to protect your life?" The robber spits out 3 big blood again, and his body is more drooping. His face is pale, and there is not a little blood color. Because burning his life essence and forging blood talisman by force has made his body and soul collapse frequently. Qin Sheng, keep a line for everything. I'll see you later. The thief wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth and said leisurely, "Who has ever kicked on the steel plate? You should think that I have eyes and don't know Mount Tai." The robber spits out 2 more mouths of blood. It's obvious that he's at the end of his tether. His body is hard to support and depends on the boat. Cut. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "When you threaten us, why don't you think about leaving a line for everything? Guan Hu and Dong Qing, the 2 leaders, have not begged you for mercy?" Qin Sheng was more and more fierce, and didn't plan to let go of the haggling like a lost dog in order to survive as a dream thief. When the thief heard this, he was stunned. Qin Sheng was really right. Guan Hu and Dong Qing must have begged for mercy before they died. However, he didn't think about anything left in front of them. Instead, he humiliated them and absorbed their soul power. "I can make it up to you 10 million Lei Hu Jin, no, 20 million Lei Hu Jin." The voice of the robber was shaking, and finally the figure came out. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "I don't lack Lei Hu Jin. Don't continue to bargain. Be on your way." Chong. The stone sword was cut out in the air, and the dream robber ran away in a frenzied way. At one time, he divided up hundreds of parts. In the cultivation room, hundreds of dream robbers are running crazy. Separation? Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng said with a quick face and a gentle sneer, "It's just a blind trick. You don't deserve a real separation skill." In the North Restricted Area, the separation skills are all handed down in the Tianyuan continent, or even 9 days and 10 places, which are already broken. Generally speaking, the so-called separation skill is just a blind trick. As long as the spirit realm is strong enough, it can penetrate its real body at a glance. Qin Sheng's eyes turned into golden eyes in a moment. In the dark training room, they were shining all around. The stone sword was in the air, pulling and withering. In a moment, 78 and 10 of them were crushed. Dozens of them were pierced by Qin Sheng's eyes. Now Qin Sheng's spirit realm has reached 3 levels of Holy Spirit, and the spirit realm of Dream Thief, which is like a lost dog, has fallen to the heaven soul realm. He doesn't need much soul power to penetrate the real body of Dream Thief. Where to escape? Holy Land of the Great Wheel. Qin Sheng shouted loudly, and then behind him a great wheel Holy Land gathered together. Countless gravitations covered the whole warship, and the thief who had been pierced through the figure could not resist. A whine killed him. Hiss. The crushing of the great wheel is like the punishment of purgatory. It's unpredictable and cruel. The robber howls wildly. After a quarter of an hour, the robber has no voice at all. Dead? Qin Sheng looked down and saw that the thief had disappeared without trace. His remnant turned into the purest energy, with both yuan and soul power. Good pure yuan force and soul force. Qin Sheng was shocked. His face was full of shock. He didn't expect that the dream thief, whose accomplishments and spirits had fallen to the lowest level, could contain such strong yuan and soul power. My great will sanctuary may be able to purify energy. Qin Sheng mutters to himself that even he himself is shocked by this idea. If so, he will make a lot of money, and there is no bottleneck in his promotion. Try it first. Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out 1,000-star pill from the ring. Nowadays, the most expensive and the biggest tonic is Qian. Boom. The original giant will Holy Land that has stopped rotating slowly turns again at the moment when Qian is thrown in. The ghostly wailing is like the world of purgatory. The 1,000-star pill shines like the sun, and then the great wheel of Holy Land rotates wildly. After a rest, it stops slowly. No more? Qin Sheng felt that the pure yuan power gradually permeated the whole Holy Land. Another one. Qin Sheng throws out 1,000-star pill again. Boom. The great changes happened again in the Holy Land of the Great Wheel. Qin Sheng was shining all over, and a strong breath enveloped him again. For holy regions. Qin Sheng was surprised and murmured, "It's too fast. I still have hundreds of 1,000-star pills, that is to say, if I want to, I can be promoted to 9 holy regions overnight?" This kind of thing sounds really too appalling. Looking at the entire North restricted area cannot have such crazy means. Finally, Qin Sheng endured the temptation. He knew that he had to eat one bite at a time, and the foundation should be strong enough, so that he could easily be promoted to the small Holy Land, or even touch the edge of the great Holy Land. 3 holy bodies, 4 holy realms, 3 holy souls, and a drop of holy power. Now I have nothing to fear even in the face of 7 holy realms. Qin Sheng is very satisfied with his harvest. Where is this? Xiao Zhan was the first to wake up. He was as tall as a magic gun. He was still weak and weak. Fortunately, his accomplishments did not fall, and he still remained in the realm of 7 holy regions. Senior brother Xiao Zhan, are you awake? Qin Sheng had collected the Holy Land for a long time, and his breath was restrained, but the power of the holy body was not concealed. Xiao Zhan's face was alert, and when he reached out, he instinctively wanted to sacrifice the war gun. However, his life war gun had already been stolen by the dream thief. Qin Sheng, with a smile on his face, turned his hand and threw out a long white gun. Senior brother Xiao Zhan, are you looking for this gun? The spirit of the weapon in the war gun is still there, but it has been stolen by the dream thief to wipe out the intelligence. I can't recognize Xiao Zhan at all. Sonorous. Xiao Zhan's war spear in his hand cut several flowers, instilled Yuan Li, and vomited a few drops of real blood. Finally, it was melted again. Who are you? Although Xiao Zhan's face was pale, he had not been on guard against Qin Sheng for a long time, and he could feel Qin Sheng's breath of registered disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple. Qin Sheng is ready to introduce himself, and a cold voice comes. His name is Qin Sheng, the Lord of the Fire Hall. I don't know when, Elder Martial's sister, Xiaoyun, woke up. Her close-fitting and luxurious robe is very eye-catching and has a long breath. Like the peak of the sun, it has recovered in such a short time. Qin Sheng was shocked when he heard that. He couldn't turn his eyes to Elder Martial's sister, Xiaoyun. Qin Sheng smiles and says, Qin Sheng is scared. Elder Martial's sister, Xiaoyun, knows that I am a little registered disciple? At the same time, Qin Sheng wondered that when he was promoted to a registered disciple, Xiaoyun was still on duty in the ancient battlefield and didn't know him at all. Don't come. Xiaoyun clenched Bei's teeth and said, the memory of the dream thief has several paragraphs left in my mind. Don't be cunning, either. I know something about you. Xiaoyun said that Qin Sheng's eyes were slightly tightened. There were many secrets in him. Elder Martial's sister, are you trying to set my example? Although a registered disciple in our district has made some small achievements and smelted the triple holy body, he will not be remembered by Elder Martial's sister? Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line. Although he had a smile on his face, his words were full of murderous meaning. Smell speech, no matter is that Xiao Zhan or Xiaoyun's face slightly changes. Xiaoyun, don't be rude, just say a few words. Xiao Zhan said in a deep voice, no matter what the reason, our life is also saved by Qin Sheng's junior brother. Little younger martial brother, today you save our life, I will report to the temple truthfully, and the reward will be no less. Xiao Zhan said firmly, in the future, I owe my younger martial brother a favor. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water in the future. When Qin Sheng can't help looking at Xiao Zhan more. He liked Xiao Zhan's temper very much. Unlike other true disciples, he is arrogant and withdrawn. Elder martial brother said seriously. Qin Sheng can't help me if I die. I believe that other brothers of the same sect will be like Qin Sheng when they see me. Qin Sheng shook his head and declined Xiao Zhan's kindness. The grace of saving lives is not easy to say. Xiao Zhan can't help but look at Qin Sheng for a few more times. No matter whether Qin Sheng is polite or the real idea in his heart, the fact is that Qin Sheng really saved his life. Without Qin Sheng, he might not be able to wake up again in his life. I owe you one, too. Xiaoyun also said that her memory has not been completely lost. She knows who Qin Sheng is. She is very proud, but she is not ungrateful. It is impossible for her to shirk the debt to Qin Sheng. Wake up. Qin Sheng gently shouted, a soul force covered the whole warship, absorbed the fire hall disciples, including Jia Hui and Shangguan Shiyu, all woke up. I'm not dead? Jia Hui was a little surprised. At the last moment before his coma, he knew that he had inhaled the legendary Shenlongxiang. He thought that he would die. He never thought that he was still alive. Not only did he not die, but all the people present did not lose any money. My lord. Jia Hui's mind was full of thoughts. Soon he knew that it was Qin Sheng who saved their lives. You've all been hit by Shenlongxiang. Qin Shengling said. Smell speech, a group of people face to face with each other. It seems that they have never heard of Shenlongxiang at all. They are naturally very afraid of the unknown things. What's more, this so-called Shenlongxiang is not good at all. Qin Sheng grins. Naturally, he can know what many disciples are worried about. Don't worry, Shenlongxiang has no side effects, just let you sleep. Qin Sheng Langsheng explained, it's good for you to absorb Shenlongxiang. If you feel that your limbs are weak and your sleep is not enough, it is a proof that Chen Longxiang has not been fully refined in your body. A fire hall disciple couldn't help asking, "Lord, what should we do?" Qin Sheng said with a smile, "That's easy. Go back and have a good sleep." Jiehui. Qin Sheng ordered, said, This warship has been scrapped by the way, then that one out. Ahui listens, the corner of the mouth cannot help but mercilessly convulse a few times. The warships that can fly in the ancient battlefield are very precious. Even though Jiehui was once a little saint, there are not many. In just a few days, one has been scrapped. However, it is impossible for Qin Sheng to disobey Jiehui's order. When he turned his hand, a new warship appeared again. This is a scorpion-shaped warship. It is intact. There are numerous and incomparable spiritual patterns shining on the ship. Let's get on board. Everyone can find a training room to have a good sleep. Qin Sheng said with a smile, "Don't worry about the dream thief anymore. I've cut him off." At this time, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yun also appeared in the eyes of the public, which shocked Shangguan's poem Rain. Next thing, Qin Sheng didn't join in. He quickly found the best training room, made hundreds of fingerprints, and set up a heavy ban to ensure that no one could peep. In the spirit realm of Qin Sheng, the prohibition he set out at least requires the powerful of the 8 or 9 holy regions to infiltrate and peep in without being discovered by Qin Sheng. Once Jiuchong Holy Land is near or touched, Tong Tong will be found by Qin Sheng. Who? Qin Sheng takes a deep breath and arranges the spoils first. I killed a dream thief myself. In addition to Qin Sheng, there is no one else here, and the excitement is slowly revealed. That's a dream thief. It's estimated that even the most powerful in the Little Holy Land can't be killed without many means. There are so many ways to escape. Besides, Qin Sheng is just lucky. He has 9 death skills, giant wheel, holy land, and many other terrible ways. 9 death skill is a kind of highly creative skill, even in 9 days and 10 places. According to the introduction of Qin Sheng's cheap elder martial sister, 9 death skill is also a kind of semi-divine power. If it wasn't for the great nature, no one else would have succeeded in cultivation. That dream thief is too careless. Qin Sheng sneers. Maybe he is too weak, and the dream thief has many terrible means. He practiced the 9 death skill like this. He can't be mended, and his realm is falling fast. Otherwise, it's really difficult for Qin Sheng to kill the thief. How much wealth does a dream thief have? Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out a ring, which belonged to the thief. So many tiger gold? Qin Sheng smelt the neji. There is a lot of space in it. There are mountains of thunder and tiger gold in it. After a quick browse, there are 30 million. There are a lot of armor and spiritual tools. It's all in good condition. Qin Sheng grinned. He couldn't help but say with a loud smile, "This dream thief has been killing people and stealing goods for a long time. I didn't expect to get all the cheaper. First cultivate the so-called True Sutra of Stealing Dreams." Qin Sheng watched the scripture of stealing dreams. The scripture of stealing dreams came from the Tianyuan continent. It's just a remnant, but it's powerful and can cultivate to the great holy land. There are 4 levels in this fragmented version of the Inception Sutra. Qin Sheng murmured. They are soul absorption, dream, night tour, and dream stealing. The so-called soul-sucking is to forcibly absorb the power of the spirit of the warrior. This method is cruel, and the ordinary warrior can't do this kind of thing, so those low-level dream thieves can only do this kind of thing secretly. To dream is to directly enter the dream of a warrior and secretly read the secrets of their spirits. Night travel is when the soul comes out of the body and roams between the heaven and the earth at night. This state is already terrible. Even the dream thief has not reached this level, and it needs to be close to his real body before he can dream. The last layer is dream stealing. It can steal the secrets of your dreams silently and colorlessly, and it can also create dreams and guide you to tell the deep secrets in dreams. In general, this level should be at least at the level of Great Holy Land. Let's go. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and began to practice the Sutra of Stealing Dreams, meditating in his heart. After a few breaths, Qin Sheng opened his eyes again and his face was strange. Is the mind drawing so simple? Qin Sheng looked surprised and said, the soul absorption is finished. According to Qin Sheng's original idea, even if he has 3 holy spirits, the power of spirits is very strong, but it will take several days to see the first absorbing souls. However, he didn't expect that several breaths would be completed. If at this moment, the dream robber, killed by Qin Sheng, is here, he will lift the coffin. It's too deceiving. At that time, he got the true Sutra of Stealing Dreams, but it took several years of cultivation to achieve soul absorption. Go on. Although Qin Sheng felt that he was not too fast, he could not stop practicing because he was too fast. Of course, Qin Sheng didn't have no doubt about it. The thief concealed something and even tampered with the true scripture of inception. However, he has checked it many times and found no trace of tampering. That is to say, there is no harm in this incomplete edition of the Sutra of Stealing Dreams. In this case, Qin Sheng naturally continued his practice. Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart are shining, and the rolling soul power is pouring out continuously, thinking about the dream visualization. After dozens of breaths, Qin Sheng opened his eyes again, and his face was very strange. Because he finished it again. This time it's too fast. Qin Sheng's mouth was slightly twitching. The coffin board of the robber can't hold up again. Once he knows it, he will definitely lift it and look at Qin Sheng like a monster. He spent hundreds of years of hard work in those days, but now Qin Sheng only spent dozens of breath time? People are more angry than people. Do you want to continue? Qin Sheng didn't dare to practice any more. It's a secret script that made the thief famous. How could he succeed in practice so easily? Even though his spiritual realm is higher than that of the ordinary dream thief when he began to practice the true Sutra of Dream Stealing, this is not the reason why he practices at the speed of light. Too fast, too fast. Qin Sheng didn't continue to practice, but explored the true Sutra of Inception again. At last, he came to the conclusion that the Inception thief practiced the 9 dead magic before he died, leaving his mark. This is one of the reasons why Qin Sheng practiced the true Sutra of Inception so fast. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and his eyes were firmer than ever before. He said, continue. The 3rd level of the Inception scripture is Night Tour. It's more difficult. After a night, Qin Sheng feels that his soul power has been drained and he still hasn't succeeded in cultivation. Jiehui's worship is hidden in a swamp of the Yunming days. There is thick fog and no other people disturb it. And dozens of miles around the swamp were cleared by Jiehui. The sun was high, but the people on the worship didn't wake up. They all absorbed a lot of deep dragon incense and melted it in the body. It will take some days to refine. Until the 3rd night, Qin Sheng's training room. As like as 2 peas, a false shadow, just like Qin's rise, has emerged from the sky. Soul out of body, it's the sign of cultivating into Night Tour. Qin Sheng in the state of soul looked at his body, which was a wonderful feeling. Unrestrained, this feeling is really wonderful. Qin Sheng's soul flew out of the worship and came to Yunming days. Those grumbling spirits didn't look like me. The true book of Stealing Dreams is really extraordinary. Qin Sheng has some surprises. There are many grievances in Yunming days, and some in deep sleep. Even the most powerful people in the Great Holy Land dare not provoke them. There are a lot of semi-sleeping spirits in the distance. Qin Sheng was a little shocked. Unexpectedly, there were so many terrible grievances buried in Yunming days. This is the ancient battlefield and the most bizarre cloud dream days. 10,000 years ago, the Great War of Annihilation spread over the whole 9 days and 10 places. Even the legendary famine was pierced. What god descendant all was forced to be involved in the war situation? 10,000 years is too long. Now no one knows what happened in those years, which led to such a terrible change. There are a lot of corpses left in the ancient battlefield, and there are also legends about the fall of gods. It can be imagined that under this swamp, what terrible creatures are buried. Some of them have even produced wisdom and regained life, while others have become the spirits of killing. In general, there are many levels of resentment. Qin Sheng's soul came out of his body, and he had a dream at night. He could not help but take a breath of cool when he saw a group of spirits with the same strength as the little Holy Land. The water in the ancient battlefield is deeper than I thought. In the night tour, Qin Sheng said in Zazazui, if there is no prohibition, all the complaining spirits will leave Yunming days and the ancient battlefield. I'm afraid that all the creatures in the North restricted area will die. A little saint in the North forbidden area is already a big figure, but there is a large group here. Qin Sheng just glanced at it casually, and could see hundreds of small saint-level spirits. The most terrible thing is that even the level of Great Holy Land is not rare here. That's the Great Holy Land. A great saint in the North forbidden area is heaven. No matter what kind of forces, even the 10 families in the legend, even the 4 god-beast families, they should treat a great saint with hospitality. It's not the deepest part of Yunming days. Qin Sheng's spirit is flying wantonly. He is in a state of invisibility. It's hard to detect his presence for those spirits in the little Holy Land. There are 2 reasons. The first one is that the level of Inception scripture is still very high. The atmosphere under the night tour is perfect. As long as Qin Sheng is not too close to those spirits in the small Holy Land level, it is absolutely impossible to find him. The second one is that the spirits buried in Yunming days are all imprisoned by the terrible constraints left over from the ancient battlefield. They are extremely large part of the time the state is sleeping, mainly not to stimulate too much energy fluctuations. It is impossible to wake up. Qin Sheng's first night tour didn't go far. After all, it's Yunming days. Who knows if there will be any spirits in the Great Holy Land that Qin Sheng didn't find, or even spirits in a higher state than the Great Holy Land. Without absolute assurance, Qin Sheng didn't dare to travel too far at night. After several tens of miles, he returned to the body. After the soul reconnects with the body, Qin Sheng feels that there is some swelling pain in his eyebrow and heart, but it's still very slight, and it won't get in the way too much. It seems that there is a loss of soul in the night tour. Qin Sheng said to himself, but this loss is nothing. A reasonable night tour can also stimulate the growth of soul power. There was no words in the night. As soon as the dawn poured down, there was a knock outside Qin Sheng's practice room. So early, who will it be? Qin Sheng had some accidents and stopped practicing. At this time, his brow and heart pain had disappeared, and the power of spirit had risen to the top. His eyes were bright and there was a terrible sword light to burst out. It's senior brother Xiao Zhan, senior sister Xiao Yu? Qin Sheng waved and opened the door of the training room. He was surprised. Xiao Zhan is a silver armor with a long gun and a red tassel. Xiao Yun also changed his armor with a bow and a bottle of spirit arrows. Xiao Yun is not only a good melee fighter, but also a good archer. Xiao Zhan's eyebrows and heart are shining, and his eyes are shining with endless fighting spirit. He is a battle maniac, and his favorite is fighting. It is obvious that after several days of repair, both body and spirit have recovered to the peak. Xiao Yun's face is crystal clear and shining. Although he has not been wearing a smart robe that shows exquisite curves, he still can't cover up his noble temperament and amazing figure. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan's resolute face was full of fighting spirit, with a smile on it. He said, "Younger martial brother Qin Sheng, Xiao Yun and I have been trimming here for a few days, and it's time to leave." "So fast?" Qin Sheng was a little surprised, but it was also expected. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yu are true disciples. In 9 out of 10, they came to the ancient battlefield with a mission. Maybe they met the thief in Yunming days, which led to what happened before. Xiao Yun's temperament is still very cold, without any smile, said, "It's not fast, we have been delayed for a long time, and if we don't leave, maybe we will delay the task assigned to us by Zongmin." Xiao Zhan also nodded. It is true that the mission of the clan matters. After all, this mission is related to the lineage of the 10 families. "Brother Xiao Zhan, be careful." Before Xiao Zhan had finished, Xiao Yu immediately interrupted him. Xiao Zhan was stunned, but he didn't go on, saying, "It's okay. Junior brother Qin Sheng saved our life. Are you afraid that he is an internal spy?" Xiao Yun shook his head and said, "It's not about suspecting the identity of younger martial brother Qin, but about the tasks of the top 10 families. In the North Forbidden area, the most terrifying is the 4 beast families, and then the 10 legendary families. As for the seemingly terrifying 4 inheritance areas, compared with those big families, they are not a level of existence at all. We need to know that the so-called 4 inheritance places are just formed by those big ethnic groups. It's not very pleasant to say that the so-called 4 inheritance places are just a big toy in front of their big objects. It's not worth mentioning. This is why Xiao Yu attaches so much importance to the task of the 10 clans. Xiao Zhan didn't think so. He said with a smile, "There are many other places of inheritance that don't taboo those big families. But you don't know what we fear about the Heilong Mountain Temple today?" Originally, Qin Sheng was not very interested in these things, but this time Xiao Zhan made Qin Sheng interested. "Elder martial brother Xiao Zhan, please help me out?" Qin Sheng asked doubtfully. "As far as I know, the so-called 4 inheritance places are not formed by those big families, or even the 4 god-beast families. This kind of information is not a big secret in the North Forbidden area. It may not be known below the Holy Land, but many martial artists in the Holy Land are aware of it." But now Qin Sheng, from the words of senior brother Xiao Zhan, doesn't have much respect for the so-called big families. Hearing this, elder martial brother Xiao Zhan laughed and said, "Elder martial brother Qin Sheng, it's not a big secret. You will know it when you become a true disciple." Based on Qin Sheng's current accomplishments, only the 3 holy spirits will be selected as the true disciples. In addition to the 5 holy regions and 3 holy bodies, it is no accident to become the true disciples. But I'd like to tell you in advance. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Yu's face is a little more unhappy, but it's not disappointing. After all, Xiao Zhan is telling the truth. Qin Sheng's strength and talent are so strong that even the dream thief can kill. This is something that even a little saint can't guarantee. Besides, Qin Sheng saved her life. At this time, if she was disappointed again, it would appear that she was not very kind. "Younger martial brother Qin Sheng, you should have heard that our Heilong Mountain Temple was the first of the 4 inheritance places in those years, and its strength far exceeded that of Qingyang clan, right?" asked Xiao Zhan. Qin Sheng was silent for a while, nodded, and said, "I heard that the decline of Heilong Mountain Temple is just a matter of hundreds of years. As for why it declined, it's not clear. It's true that the Heilong Mountain Temple hundreds of years ago is in the sky. Let alone the Qingyang sect and Zuanbing men. Even the 10 major families and even the 4 beast families are afraid of our 2 or 3 points." In Xiao Zhan's words, there was a secret that even Qin Sheng felt shocked. Qin Sheng did not interrupt, but Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, and then continued, "Our Heilong Mountain Temple has been standing in the forbidden area in the north for thousands of years, which is longer than some 10 families, and we have a foundation in the Tianyuan continent. What? Qin Sheng's face was startled, and his eyebrows were full of unbelievable looks. It's shocking, isn't it? Xiao Zhan said with a smile. I was shocked when I first heard about it. Tianyuan continent is a place that many powerful people in the forbidden area in the North yearn for. There are countless ancestral inheritance places, and also countless strong people. The little saints are like dogs, and the big saints are walking all over the street. Who doesn't want that kind of place? In the Tianyuan continent, there is no lack of basic strength. There may be 4 god-beast families, even some 10 families, but there are also 4 Heilong mountain temples in the inheritance area. This greatly shocked Qin Sheng. Speaking of this, everyone was silent. After dozens of breaths, Qin Sheng finally asked his doubts. Since the Heilong mountain temple has a foundation in the Tianyuan continent, it can completely lead the 10 families or even the 4 beast families. Qin Sheng was puzzled. How can we see others' eyes when we are strong? Now, the situation is that the Heilong mountain temple is not only not compared with the 10 families or even the 4 legendary beast families, even in the 4 inheritance places, it is the bottom existence. Maybe it is more difficult than imagined. The Heilong mountain temple is about to be stripped of the 4 inheritance places. The forbidden area in the north is not without other heritage sites. In the distant past, it was far inferior to the Heilong Mountain Temple. However, in recent years, the Heilong Mountain Temple did not know how much strength it lost. Because our Heilongshan Temple is disconnected from the foundation of the Tianyuan continent. Elder Martial Brother Xiao Zhan said with a wry smile, according to the news from the 4 beast families, the Heilong Mountain Temple was destroyed in the Tianyuan continent. What? Out? Qin Sheng's face was shocked, and his heart set off a storm, which could not be calm for a long time. The foundation has been destroyed. The Black Dragon Mountain Temple did not offend the 10 families or even the 4 beast families. In recent years, the mortality rate of our young generation is extremely high, and the missions they are sent to are extremely dangerous, even directly reduced to the cannon fodder of many big families, said Xiao Zhan. Elder Martial Brother Xiao Zhan's eyes are shining with cold, and his cold face is full of unwillingness and anger. But what if you don't want to? The general trend, without the protection of the Tianyuan continent, although the Heilong Mountain Temple has a very rich foundation, it can't help being targeted by the 4 god-beast families and 10 families for hundreds of years. This is also the reason why the Temple of Heilong Mountain is getting weaker and weaker. Now it has fallen to the bottom of the valley, because the number of disciples who even recruit for hard work has been greatly reduced. Let alone registered and true disciples. Senior brother, that's enough. Xiao Yu finally couldn't help it. She also experienced a lot in the Temple of Heilong Mountain. She added 2 points of indignation again on her face. I haven't mentioned these things. I can't delay any more. The task is late. Those big people have reason to let us be cannon fodder again. Xiao Zhan nodded. He arched his hand to Qin Sheng, and then left the ship with Xiao Yu. Qin Sheng looks at the figure of the 2 people leaving, unable to speak for a long time. Jiehui, is the water in the forbidden area deeper than I thought? Qin Sheng turns his head and squints at Jiehui. Jiehui didn't know when he appeared behind Qin Sheng. Now he has completely recovered. He has smelt the deep dragon fragrance in his body. His holy land has improved a little. This is a good signal. Qin Zhongtian, Qin Sheng's father, blasted the holy land, and then smelted it again. It's not as good as before. It keeps falling. If it doesn't cost a lot of money, he estimates it will fall directly below the 6 holy land. Now it's just melting some deep dragon incense absorbed in the body. There are signs of recovery. Jiehui looks at Qin Sheng once again. He really loves and hates Qin Zhongtian's son. After his father beat him, his son beat him again, and lost his freedom for 100 years. And the good news is that he is really hot and delicious with Qin Sheng, but it's only a few days, and his accomplishments show signs of recovery. Originally, Jiahui planned that it would not take hundreds of years or recover. My lord, the water in the forbidden area in the north is really deep. It may have been the time when the four-beast family dominated. Your Heilong Mountain Temple may be the fifth force, which is superior to the so-called 10 families and other heritage sites. Jiahui said truthfully, but in recent years, the forbidden area in the north has changed a lot. With the rapid fall of Heilong Mountain Temple, there are many forces from the Tianyuan mainland gradually coming to the forbidden area in the north, attracting people and horses. For this, Qin Sheng is the most clear. In the mysterious business of Tuqing, they are rich and powerful. They are hundreds of thousand star pills for Qin Sheng, and even his father belongs to the organization. So the north restricted area is not the same as it used to be. Jia Hui said in a mysterious voice, I've heard that the great powers of Tianyuan are working on ways to get through the north forbidden area and Tianyuan land. How could it be? Qin Sheng was shocked. If he was shocked, he was petrified. Open the passage of two planes, which involves the law of heaven's way of repulsion between planes. Jiahui was quite convinced, explaining, it said that the forbidden area in the north belonged to the Tianyuan continent 10,000 years ago, but the war of annihilation was too fierce, especially on the ancient battlefield, which directly split the Tianyuan continent, and our forbidden area in the north is a part of it. Therefore, the law of heaven between the two has its origin. Qin Sheng said lightly, then it is possible to get through, but it will take a lot of effort. It is estimated that the Great Holy Land, or even a strong person who is one level higher than the Great Holy Land, is not likely to achieve it. What's more, even if we open the passage between the North Forbidden Area and the Tianyuan continent, the cost is extremely high, isn't it? Qin Sheng's accomplishments are not high, but they are the inheritance and memory of the melting of the 10,000 robbers. The forefathers of 10,000 robbers knew that it would take a lot of cost to get through the stable channel between planes, and even the spirits might be irreversibly backfired. Qin Sheng's face became colder and colder. He said, what are those great powers coveting in the northern forbidden area, a deserted place like this? Otherwise, how could we be willing to spend so much? Jia Hui listened, and after a dozen breaths of silence, he slowly answered, shook his head, and said, that level of secrecy, even if it is only the terrible existence of that level of the Great Holy Land, will be known. My peak is just a small holy land, and the organization of bounty hunters, which has a foundation in the Tianyuan continent, is just a non-staff member. Jiahui sighed and felt that the world was too big. Even though he was once a saint, it was not worth mentioning in front of those giant things hidden in the dark. To put it mildly, for those great powers, they are just minions. Qin Sheng and Jia Hui talked for a long time, prepared good wine and meat, and talked from morning to night. At night, Qin Sheng runs the Stealing Dream scripture again. Night tour. With Qin Sheng's murmur, his spirit came out of his eyebrows. This time, I want to swim to the core of Yunming days at night. Qin Sheng became more and more proficient in the classic of Stealing Dreams, and it was not too difficult to support his night tour with the power of his spirit. It's better to search both the father's figure and the wanted man. Today's Yunming days is too dangerous. Qin Sheng, as the Lord, has lost 2 leaders. If he takes a group of Fire Hall disciples from 1 or 2 holy regions to the core of Yunming days, the death rate may be more than 50%. The death rate is so high, Qin Sheng is not willing to take risks. Besides, even if this task is completed, it is only to divide 3,000 star pills. Qin Sheng doesn't think it's worth using them as cannon fodder. Now he has the classic of Stealing Dreams, and has reached the level of night tour. It's better to explore Yunming days with his own night tour. Although it was in the state of spirit, Qin Sheng also brought the imperial sword breath and the god-made steel. As for the mysterious stone sword, the strong man who could cut 5 holy regions with one sword guarded his body. Coupled with Jehwei's protection, Qin Sheng's body is very safe. It's dark and windy at night, but it's suitable for night travel. Qin Sheng in the state of soul turns into a black wind. The wind is strong and the electricity is sincere. He is in the cloud dream. 10, 100, 300, 500. The speed of the night tour was too fast. In less than an hour, Qin Sheng was 500 miles away from Yunming days. This is unimaginable in the physical state. The fog of Yunming days is too big, which contains all kinds of terrible dangers. If you drive the warship on the way, it will definitely cause all kinds of terrible forces to catch it. Before Qin Sheng, they were attacked by dream thieves. That's because they swaggered in Yunming days. Resentment, thief, sin. Qin Sheng swam in the air at night, looking down at all the ways of Yunming days, and said to himself, all of them are buried here. Boom. At this time, the terrible after-effect of the battle lifted a big cloud of rain and fog. Qin Sheng's soul was twisted and felt severe pain. His soul was corroded by a small half. What is that? Qin Sheng looked up at the distance in fear, and then quickly sought shelter. The 2 great saints are fighting each other? Qin Sheng was stunned. It was not the first time that he met the fight between the great saints. This time, he was too close. He just touched the after-effect of the fight and almost collapsed. His spirit realm has reached the peak of 3 holy spirits. If Qin Sheng hadn't suppressed it all the time, he would have reached 4 or even 5 holy spirits. During the time when Qin Sheng came to the ancient battlefield, he had been promoted too fast in Holy Land, Holy Body and Holy Spirit. He wanted to lay a solid foundation to suppress the Holy Spirit. However, even so, in the face of the fighting between the 2 great holy places, the soul and body are facing collapse. Run first. Qin Sheng did not hesitate to recite the mantra of stealing the dream scripture, turning it into a black lightning and leaving the right and wrong place. Who? Qin Sheng left hundreds of miles in one breath, and the soul body that was on the verge of collapse finally stabilized. How dangerous! Qin Sheng looked back and said with lingering fear that there was a slight tremor in his voice. Even hundreds of miles away, Qin Sheng can still feel the crazy fighting between the 2 great holy places. Maybe it's the strong corpse spirit who wakes up from the depths of Yunming days. Qin Sheng murmured to guess. He suspected that it was the strong man who died in ancient times, and then, after thousands of years of degradation, the corpse gradually awakened, and then reborn. Those who have been reborn from the ancient times are definitely better than the great saints. First, they have experienced the war of annihilation. Second, after thousands of years of tempering, the body will become more powerful than ever. It's just a dream here. I almost lost my life. At first, Qin Sheng relied on his own dream-stealing scripture, but he almost suffered a big loss in a casual night tour. Next time, Qin Sheng became more careful. He doesn't want to make the same mistake again. Well? All of a sudden, Qin Sheng frowned and looked at a pile of disordered stone houses on the swamp. This kind of stone house is very common. It's forbidden. It floats on the swamp. Some of the peerless houses are broken. But Qin Sheng feels it's different here. It's kind of weird here. Qin Sheng's eyes are sharp, and he can feel the strangeness here. A large stone house, it doesn't look strange from the table. Qin Sheng smiled coldly. Now his spirit power has been improved so much. With the practice of stealing dream scripture, it is impossible for martial artists of the same level to find any clue here. However, when I met Qin Sheng, it was not very interesting. The strange place is underground. Qin Sheng felt his eyebrows were burning. Without hesitation, he directly controlled his soul and entered the deep swamp. If someone else saw it at this moment, or Jiahui was here, Qin Sheng would be absolutely persuaded not to be so impulsive. Under the swamp, there are many terrible corpses buried thousands of years ago. In recent years, many powerful human beings have also died here. There is 100 times more resentment under the swamp than in the sky. Qin Sheng's face slightly changed. If you change to other martial artists in the Holy Land, you may be directly fainted by the terrible resentment here, right? Fortunately, Qin Sheng's practice is the legendary Stealing Dream scripture. Even if it's only a fragmentary version, it can let him practice to the level of Night Tour. Ordinary martial artists in Holy Land dare not dive into the swamp naturally, but Qin Sheng is not afraid, only adding a little more difficulty. It's hundreds of meters deep. It's true that there are many spirits buried here. Some of them have reached the peak of the Little Holy Land, and some of them touch the terrible corpses of the Great Holy Land. Fortunately, these spirits and corpses are all in deep sleep. As long as they don't inspire too much fighting after effect, they can't wake up. What is that? At this time, in front of Qin Sheng, the carcass of a giant star-like whale was hollowed out and a layer of prohibitions were placed. These prohibitions will be triggered even if the human strongman in the small Holy Land approaches. I'm not afraid of these prohibitions when I'm traveling at night. Qin Sheng is very confident. He recites the formula of Stealing the Dream Sutra in his mind. His eyebrows are shining, just like the fish penetrating the waterlines. Even if there is a lost ripple, it doesn't touch the prohibitions at all. Qin Sheng's soul and body swaggered into the inner part of this whale star monster. In ancient times, there were heaven and earth in the starry beasts, a palace, and a group of people hurriedly walked into a hall. Well, are you all here? Although it's just under the swamp of Yunming days, it's still decorated magnificently. On the throne of the palace, there's a young man wearing white gold armor, with a beautiful face and a bit of heroism between his eyebrows. On top of his spiritual cover, there was a big sun burning with flames. Besides the big sun, there were also heavy halos. 9 holy regions? Qin Sheng was temporarily hidden in the dark because of his night swimming body method, but he could not help but take a breath of cool air and said, "This young man is very strong, and I can feel his blood power is very strong. Even though he has been very convergent, he can definitely compete with a real saint." And in the shadow of the young man in white gold armor, who has 9 major days on his head, Qin Sheng can also see an old man in black in the dark. Little saint's servant? Qin Sheng couldn't help but exclaim again. If it wasn't for his extreme acuteness and how to use his soul power, it would really be exposed. Who are these people? What's the purpose of hiding here so secretly and stealthily? I'm afraid the identity of that young man is not low. Qin Sheng's mind is full of questions. Moreover, among these people, he found that the strength is not low, and there are at least 5 or 6 young martial artists in Holy Land. Even if these people are placed in the 4 inheritance places, they are also absolutely the existence of the arrogant Son of Heaven. Well? All of a sudden, Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows set, because he found an acquaintance. Senior brother Xiao Zhan and senior sister Xiao Yu? Qin Sheng didn't expect to meet Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yu here. During the separation in the daytime, Xiao Zhan once mentioned with him that he and Xiao Yu were going to work for the disciples of 10 families. It seems that the disciples of the 10 families mentioned by senior brother Xiao Zhan are the young people on the throne, wearing platinum war armor and having 9 major days on their heads, right? Qin Sheng's heart is full of speculation. It turns out that he is the lineal disciple of the 10 families in the legend. No wonder he has such a high talent and is not much older than me. He has already become a 9-fold Holy Land. Qin Sheng said in his heart, I don't know which clan's lineage, plus the power of blood, even if I want to avoid its edge. Qin Sheng is very strong, and talent is very dazzling, but at present, compared with the 10 big families on the hall, they are still a little worse. Even when Qin Sheng reached the 5 holy regions, he also had a few drops of holy regions, but would the holy regions of others be less? There is a big gap between the two. However, even if the two fight, Qin Sheng can guarantee to leave calmly, rather than endangering his life. In fact, it's incredible that Qin Sheng can do this. If other people know Qin Sheng's inner thoughts, it will be another wave of cynicism. Your Highness, except for a little delay in the Heilong Mountain Temple, all 4 of our heritage sites have expired. Among a group of young strong men, a tall young man with a green armor and a sword came out. He comes from King Yangzong. His strength is immeasurable. He even reached the 8 holy regions. In the 4 inheritance places, there are very few true disciples who can reach the 8 holy regions. It is a natural thing to build a small holy land in the future. The time is short. Oh? Is there such a thing? Yang Xiao, who was wearing white golden armor on his head for the 9th major day, looked a little cold, glanced at the other side of Xiaozhan, and suddenly the temperature of the whole hall plummeted, and everyone shivered, as if he had fallen into the ice cellar. Xiaozhan's face also showed a touch of consternation. Obviously, even he didn't expect that the disciples of the 10 clans in the legend were so strong. Yang Xiao, we met the dream thief on the way. Xiaozhan took a deep breath, suppressed the terrible power released by Yang Xiao, and then slowly explained it. Dream thief? As soon as Yang Xiao heard this, he suddenly stood up, his eyes became sharp, and the 9 major sun flames above his head lit up the whole palace. The reputation of the robbers is well known. Let alone their 10 families. Even the 4 legendary beast families should be afraid of it. What's more, the dream thief is famous for his cruel and difficult means. Pei Lao. Yang Xiao can't help shouting. Then he points to Xiaozhan and Xiaoyu and says, search them. Don't let the robber leave a secret signal. Then come along. Otherwise, if our event is broken, you can't all follow the funeral. As soon as the voice fell, Pei Lao, who was hidden in the shadow of Yang Xiao, burst out in an instant, turning into a black lightning, and fell in front of Xiaozhan in an instant. Xiaozhan's face was shocked, but he didn't resist, because he knew in a moment that this was a little saint, whose strength was far beyond his own. If he dared to resist, he would suffer. It's fun. Pei Lao sneers, the soul power covers Xiaozhan and Xiaoyu's whole body. After dozens of breaths, the soul power comes back. 6 Holy Spirit states? Qin Sheng, who is hiding in the dark, sneers. In fact, the 6 Holy Spirits are terrible in the small Holy Land. Of course, there are some powerful ones. The Holy Spirit Land directly reaches 9. How could he be a servant if he was only a little saint in 9 Holy Spirit? There is no sign or code. Pei Lao looked back at Yang Xiao, and then the latter was relieved. Obviously, Yang Xiao seems to have met the so-called dream thief and suffered a lot. The people of Heilong Mountain Temple are really troublesome. Even though it was safe for the time being, Yang Xiao didn't give Xiao and Zhan any good looks. Less nonsense. Yang Xiao coughed gently, and then said, this time, let the 4 of you help me hand in hand. It's a big thing to do. As soon as Yang Xiao's voice came out, the faces of people in the 4 major heritage areas couldn't help changing. How can it be a small matter that even the lineage of the 10 families should be treated ceremoniously? Under the eyes of countless expectations, Yang Xiaoshan said, you should all know Qian Xingdan, right? Haha, Yang Xiao, Qian Xingdan we all know. The young man from Qingyang sect, wearing oil green war armor and holding a spirit knife, smiled and said, we Qingyang sect, every true disciple, can be assigned 1,000-star pill at the lowest every year. There was a sense of superiority in the words of the true disciple of Qingyang sect. He looked around for a week and enjoyed the exclamation of others brought out by his words. The 1,000-star pill is extremely precious. There are very few ones coming out every year. Qin sect can make every true disciple a 1,000-star pill at least every year. It's unimaginable in Heilong Mountain Temple. 1,000-star pill is a terrible existence that can cultivate the power of Holy Land. Each one is worth a lot of money. Even the strong ones at the level of small Holy Land need to fight for it. There are no real disciples in Heilong Mountain Temple. Of course, it's not hard to assign a 1,000-star pill to the true disciples of the 7 Heaven Holy Land like Shaozhan every year. However, other strengths have just reached the 5 holy realms, and those who have just been selected as true disciples are afraid that only 2 or even 3 years can they be allocated a 1,000-star pill. In addition to the normal distribution, there is still a chance to obtain 1,000-star elixir when doing the Zonman task, but the difficulty of the task is not that all true disciples can bear. Who doesn't want the 1,000-star pill? Shaozhan's face also showed a touch of excitement. However, the death rate is often very high when you can get the mission of Qin Sheng. A few tasks are 9 dead. Xiaoyu's face is cold as ice. She and Shaozhan communicate with each other. I think that Yang Xiao is a little hostile to our Heilong Mountain Temple. We should be careful. Hearing this, Shaozhan pondered for a moment, then nodded quietly. Over the years, there have been many conflicts between Heilong Mountain Temple and the so-called 10 families, even the 4 legendary beast families. In particular, the 10 families suffered a lot in the Heilong Mountain Temple at that time, and there were many peerless and arrogant people who died in the hands of the Heilong Mountain Temple. The 2 forces fought each other. The Heilong Mountain Temple now has no big backer like that of the Tianyuan continent. It is also normal that it was targeted crazily and killed the strong of the young generation. After all, your Heilong Mountain Temple killed many other people's 10 families, even the disciples of the 4 god-beast family. So, Yang Xiao, from the top 10 families, is a little hostile to the people in Heilong Mountain Temple. The most important thing is that Shaozhan and Xiaoyu met the notorious dream thief. This is not a matter of fun. A little carelessness, improper handling, is a terrible matter of mass destruction. Seeing the hot light from the eyes of the real disciples of the 4 inheritance areas, Yang Xiao grinned and said, "It's hard to refine the 1,000-star pill, and the effect is not so good. Listen, our task this time is to directly enter a desperate cemetery in days, Yunmeng, where there is a tomb of the strong beyond the great Holy Land." Yang Xiao tells a big secret. I have reliable information that the burial object of the strong man is a 1,000-star tree! The sun on his head is small and his voice is not loud, but he can penetrate their hearts like a sharp spirit sword. For a moment, everyone is stunned. What 1,000-star tree? Is there only the 1,000-star tree recorded in the murals? It should be that I had the honor to see that legendary mural. Those true disciples from the 4 major heritage areas, one after another after a brief exclamation, slowly returned to God. Yes, it's the legendary 1,000-star tree. Once we get it, we don't need to wait for the 1,000-star pill every year. Yang Xiao is very proud, his eyebrows are shining, he seems to have been dreaming about how to spend after getting the 1,000-star tree. All of a sudden, Yang Xiao flashed a cruel flash and said, "Remember, this kind of thing can only be kept secret, no matter who it is, it can't be spread out. There are thousands of star trees in days, Yunmeng. The 1,000-star tree is a treasure, which can be used for cultivation and wealth. Let alone the warriors in the Holy Land. Even a great saint will kill red eyes when he sees it. Higher than the great Holy Land, the funerary objects of a powerful man?" Qin Sheng heard the key, and his face was a little unnatural. Above the great sage is the Holy King. The king among the saints is a terrible existence that can become king. A holy king, even a family of 4 gods and beasts, may not appear. Even if he has the holy king, he will not be born all the year round and hide in his small position. Found the tomb of the suspected holy king? Qin Sheng sneers at Yang Xiao, who comes from the so-called 10 families, and says coldly, 1,000-star tree will be moved even by De Sheng, right? How could it be that the younger disciples of Holy Land turned to point to Ran? Qin Sheng snorted again, and the chill on the hidden soul became more and more strong. Those 10 families are really worthy of criticism. Let the real disciples of the 4 inheritance areas act as the cannon fodder to explore the way. Anyone who has some brains will not be blinded by greed and will not end up as a wedding dress for others. Sure enough, after a short period of consternation and excitement, the true disciples from the 4 inheritance areas gradually heard the news of smile on their faces. Instead, they were more and more dignified. Is the king above the great saint? In Xiaozhan's heart, he said, the holy king has disappeared in the 4 inheritance places. Besides, with our true disciples of Holy Land, they will go to the tomb of the holy king? Are you going to be cannon fodder? Don't quit the task yet? At this time a voice like lightning came out, extremely small and secret, and spread to the minds of all the true disciples in the 4 inheritance areas. Yang Xiao stands up abruptly. His eyes are as sharp as spirit saber. He looks at Pei Lao. Someone sneaking in. Pei Lao's old face shakes, then bursts out. The void everywhere is crushed, and the spiritual lines arranged here are crushed. Chatter, there is really a sneaky mouse here. Pei Lao grinned, his mouth pulled out a joking arc, and his palm explored. Boom! Qin Sheng felt a whirl of heaven and earth. Although he was in the state of soul now, he still felt his heart beating wildly. No, it was found. Pei's old palm is as dry as a decadent old kuei tree, but it's chilly. It's so cold that even the void will solidify. Escape. Qin Sheng's reaction came in a flash. He ran Inception scripture crazily and turned it into a black lightning, leaving the palace transformed from the carcass of the whale. Pei Lao's light is quiet and cold. He shoots out substantive ripples. It seems to be very slow. In fact, it's faster than lightning. In an instant, it affects Qin Sheng. In my place, can you still escape? Pei Lao sneered and then took out a wooden sword from his arms. The wooden sword is 3 feet long and very shabby. The spirit lines carved on the sword have been cracked for a long time, but the wood is very cold. Under his eyes, it's all murderous, without any hesitation. Facing Qin Sheng, it's a sword. Roar. Pei Lao's body was full of terrible black light, and then after the wooden sword, there were countless fierce ghosts, and they went to Qin Sheng with their teeth open and claws open. The spirit attack of the little Holy Land. I've been kept for thousands of years, and I don't know how many ghosts have been sealed. I can't stop it. Qin Sheng's face changed dramatically. Just when he was about to sacrifice the god-made steel, a golden flash of lightning suddenly came, holding his spirit with one hand and exploding directly. This is a middle-aged man, wearing some dim gold armor. However, it still gives people a sense of the old's killing atmosphere. Although Qin Sheng is a soul body, he shivers in a moment, because this breath is very familiar. Father? Qin Sheng's voice was trembling, his soul and body were stiff, even he didn't want to believe this scene. Everything comes too fast, familiar figure, familiar breath. For more than 10 years, Qin Sheng has gone through countless hardships. From the remote Beichen state, to the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, to the forbidden area in the north, all the way to the ancient battlefield. When life and death were in despair, Qin Sheng never thought that it was his father who saved his life. Qin Zhongtian was 7 feet tall, wearing a gold crown, carrying a sword that had not been sheathed, and the dark gold armor was shining. He looked at Qin Sheng and his eyes turned red. Shinger, you've suffered all these years. Qin Sheng said in a hoarse voice, I'm not a good father. Boom. Qin Sheng's speed is extremely fast. The golden lightning is violent in the cloud dream, and the void is unstable. Then he wakes up a large number of sleeping spirits. Grumbling. Where to escape? At this time, Pei Lao was also furious and roared to the sky. As a guest of 10 families, he had already reached the peak of the Little Holy Land hundreds of years ago. His strength was so strong that countless younger disciples of the Little Holy Land were shivering. Even some of the weaker big saints have to give him face and call him Uncle Pei. After dozens of breaths, Pei finally arrived. He came to the bottom of a valley, the core area of Yunming days, where he buried many of the world's most powerful people in the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago. There was a gust of Yin and wind. Even for a strong man like Pei Lao, he had to feel his scalp numb and his whole body would be solidified gradually. Pei Lao sneers, kill meaning, still not to reduce, do not escape? In the valley, Qin Sheng and Qin Sheng stand in a huge sarcophagus. Our father and son will be together for a while. Qin Sheng looked at Qin Sheng with a smile on his face. Some old fleas are always going to die. Qin Sheng of the soul body nodded, and his soul body was already broken. It's possible to repair it slowly only by running, stealing dream scripture, crazily. The spirit is no better than the body. Even Qin Sheng has to spend some time repairing it. Ha ha ha. Pei Lao heard Qin Sheng's rave for a moment, then he looked up at the sky and smiled, Huang Caoqi, cut off your limbs first, and you dare to humiliate me. Buzzing. Pei was full of black light, and a round of black sun rose above his head. At the same time, a terrible breath burst out from his body. This is an old grave, more suitable for me to kill people. It's true that if you don't go to heaven, you will break into hell without a door. With the flying of wooden swords and the hair of thousands of ghosts, Qin Sheng was enveloped in an instant. Qin Sheng sneers, looks at Pei Lao as if he were a dead man. With a snap, he snaps his fingers. The ghosts who used to dance with their teeth and claws suddenly collapse and turn into countless pure soul power. The code of 10,000 ghosts? Qin Sheng murmured, frowned, and said, what you cultivate is incomplete. There are several mistakes. You can't reach the great holy land in your life. Poof. Pei Lao spits blood and looks at the destruction of the 10,000 ghost wooden sword. He is shocked and angry, and says, how do you know that my practice is the 10,000 ghost sect? If you don't get into the code, you're the only flea to be a treasure. Qin Sheng sneers, and makes another ring finger. The 10,000 ghost sect, which is the legendary sect, has a long history. Even in the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago, countless big religions were destroyed, but the 10,000 ghost sect still protects its foundation. Of course, those powerful masters of the 10,000 ghost sect have already died. If their foundation is not broken, they can be reborn. The real foundation of the 10,000 ghost sect is in the Tianyuan continent. Although it can't speak on the same day as the 10,000 ghost sect of that year, its influence in the Tianyuan continent is not small. Pei Lao has nothing to do with the Wangui sect. He only occasionally gets the corpse of a strong warrior in Wangui sect, and gets the broken coat on him, which is not complete at all. Pa. The voice of the ring finger is obviously not big, but it spreads all over the void. Heaven and earth rotate in a whirl, and the void splits. Countless void cracks devour the cemetery. Who are you? Pei Lao vomited blood, and a strange and powerful force came from his fingers. He couldn't move at all, so he was affected. The armor was breaking, and the holy stripe was destroying. Qin Sheng hears the words, does not angry from the prestige, has carried the innumerable terrible prestige, pointed to Qin Sheng, said, his father, Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng? Pei Lao had some doubts, and then the old eyes suddenly appeared a moment of panic, blurted out, "You are the four god beast family to kill." Bang! Before Mr. Pei finished speaking, the voice of his fingers disappeared. At the same time, the void exploded, and his body and spirit were annihilated and disappeared. Qin Sheng on one side looked stupid. What power is this? 2 fingers extinguish the top 10 family guests in a small holy land? There was no terrible power, no sense of desperation, just 2 ring fingers. The peak of a little saint disappeared. Who? Qin Sheng's heart set off a storm, which could not be recovered for a long time. I returned to think that I rushed to save my father, but I didn't expect that my father would be stronger than myself. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. There were 2 self-mocks in his eyes. Qin claps his hands, looks at Qin Sheng with a smile on his face and looks at him for a quarter of an hour. There is fog in his powerful eyes. Qin could hardly cry because of his close relatives. How is everything in the family? Qin voice even choked with sobs. Is Grandpa okay? All very well. Qin Sheng said with a smile, in the first 10 years of your leaving, the family still had some Yue in Dian City, and there were some troubles in the back. However, all of them were cleaned up by me. Good boy. Qin hand is heavily patted on Qin Sheng's shoulder, which certainly does not contain any power. Qin said in a deep voice, "It's my father who can't deal with you. It's my father's family who can't deal with you. It's all over. As long as Dad is alive, that's the biggest affirmation for me." Qin Sheng's soul and body were finally completely repaired. What happened then? Qin Sheng finally couldn't help asking, "Why did the Emperor of Dian put you in death row? And my mother's business?" These 3 problems have been perplexing Qin Sheng. As soon as Qin heard this, his resolute face showed a hint of ridicule, saying, "My strength at that time concealed my accomplishments, and I had already reached the Holy Land. Let alone a small Great Fire dynasty, even the whole 36 dynasties in the wasteland could not be put in a dead cell." Qin voice was cold, as if he didn't pay attention to the 36 dynasties in the wasteland at all. It was a lot more complicated than you thought. Qin looks at Qin Sheng and sighs. The so-called 36 dynasties in the wasteland are just chess pieces. Smell words. Qin Sheng's face began to slightly startle. He grew up in Dian City, and was taught from an early age that both the Baichen state and the Dian Emperor were great giants, even though he had melted the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers in the mining area of the Magic Dragon Wasteland, and then grew up all the way. He left the wasteland for 36 dynasties, and then came to the more vast Forbidden Area in the north. Here, any warrior of Holy Land, even if he only smelt a strong one of Holy Land, once they come to the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, they will be invincible giants, and there will be no enemies at all. It's obvious that Qin has been able to play 2 fingers and let Pei, the peak of a little saint, die. Even the spirit can't escape from Xingtian. It can be seen from this, that Qin was so powerful in the 36 dynasties in the wasteland that he definitely concealed a deep cultivation. Father, were you hiding your accomplishments in Dian City because of my mother? Qin Sheng is not a fool either. He came up with the crux of the problem between the lightning and flint. What terrible forces can make today's fathers anonymous? Moreover, Qin Sheng had already known that his mother's identity was definitely of great significance in the streamer murals of mysterious merchants. Hearing this, Qin upright body could not help shivering and roaring. The void was split and thundering, with many terrible threats. Well. After a few breaths, Qin finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, "Do you know the 4 gods and beasts family?" Qin Sheng nodded and said, "I've heard that the 4 beast families are much better than the 4 inheritance places." They haven't been born for many years, and most of them have roots in the Tianyuan continent. When Qin Sheng heard this, he could not help looking at Qin Sheng more. He seemed to say that you know a lot. I was told by the mysterious trader of Tuqing. Qin Sheng said. Qin Sheng frowned and said, have you touched them? Qin Sheng nodded and said, challenge the frescoes, just to add them, but there is no limit. The water of mysterious merchants is very deep. There are many factions in it. You and I should join the same faction. Qin Sheng said in a deep voice, well, it's a fate for two fathers and sons to join the same organization. Your mother's name is Jianglingyu, the saint daughter of the Zhuke family of the four gods and beasts family. Qin Sheng finally mentioned the past. I knew her in the magic dragon wasteland, and got some inheritance. You know that after the War of Annihilation, there are broken inheritance everywhere. We experienced life and death together. Within 2 years, you were born. When we want to live in anonymity for a lifetime, or wait for our strength to rise to be able to compete with the whole four-beast family before we go out of the mountain. Qin Sheng's eyes were misty, and he said in a deep voice, unfortunately, we were not treated at the same time, but we were found after all. The Zhuke family was furious to know that your mother married me, a big Yanqing boy. One is the saint daughter of the four-beast family standing at the top of the forbidden area in the whole north. The other is a poor boy who is helpless and has only one chance to lose in the remote magic dragon wasteland. The gap between the two is too big, it's just like the gap between heaven and earth. In particular, Jianglingyu, even though he was born in an extraordinary family, was also a saint, but his marriage was arranged by the Zhuke family. If he married the White Tiger family, it would be a win-win situation. Qin Sheng can imagine how furious the four-beast family would be if they found out that her mother married her father. Father! At this moment, Qin Sheng also choked. Seeing Qin Sheng's eyes turning red, he could imagine what kind of humiliation he had experienced. The Presbyterian group of the Zhuke family had made an order to wipe out our whole family. In the blood-red eyes of Qin Sheng, there was a faint anger. I tried my best to hit the young generation of their 99 four-god-beast families, continuously, and escaped countless pursuits. Qin Sheng listened to it and immediately showed a look of shock. It's still more than 10 years ago that 99 young people of the four-god-beast family were hit in succession. The four-beast family has not been born for many years. In addition to the depth of the north restricted area, even the four inheritance areas rarely appear. The youngest generation of the four-beast family with the most strength, even the strength and talent, are extremely terrible. At least far beyond the four inheritance of those true disciples. My father was able to make such terrible achievements in Holy Land. Qin Sheng's picture of that year, even though it is still in the state of soul and body, can still feel a blood boil. Too outrageous, too violent, too shocking. Qin Sheng also seemed to see Qin Sheng's look up and said with a smile, Shenger, you don't have to be too shocked, and there's no need to scare the so-called young generation of the four-god-beast family. The four-beast family is very strong, and the inside information is terrible. Looking at the whole forbidden area in the north is also the most terrible group, but their young generation is not invincible. In my opinion, you are no worse than them. Looking at Qin Sheng, Qin Sheng seems to see himself in his youth again. I can't see through you either. You have your chance, you have your creation. Family background is very important, but sometimes family background is like a shackle, which will affect your development. I can't see that you have shackles. You won't be worse than the lineage of the four beast families in the future. Hearing this, Qin Sheng also nodded his head. His base card was more powerful than some old saints. Although he had never met the real disciples of the four god-beast family, it was absolutely impossible to be timid at that time. Fortunately, the four beast families have their pride after all, and they don't care to threaten me with my family. 3 years have passed since the escape. Qin smiled bitterly, looked at Qin Sheng, and said, "You were still young at that time. You didn't have any impression of these fugitive lives." In the end, they sent out the great sage. As soon as Qin Sheng listened, he couldn't help it. A great sage, to capture Qin, who was still in the Holy Land. Let the great sage oppress your father. What is the face of the four beast families? Qin Sheng asked in doubt. Qin smiled and said, "So, the four god-beast family let the two great saints of Qingyang sect and Xianbing sect fight." Qin Sheng was deeply shocked by his father's words again. Let the great sage of Qingyang sect and Xianbing sect fight? These four beast families have really made a good calculation. If they let the following people do it, they will not be ridiculed by the world. It's ugly to eat in these four beast families. Qin Sheng sneered, and his face was full of sarcasm. King Yangzong and Xuanbing men are really not good things. Father, how did you survive that year? Finally, Qin Sheng asked. That's the great saint. It's so strong that the Holy Land is facing the pursuit of the great saint. It's also two great saints. Looking at the whole North restricted area, which Holy Land strongman can compete with two real saints? In the face of the pursuit of the great sage, if it's just a great sage, I can make a thorough discussion, but in the face of two great saints. In Qin hoarse voice, with some self-mockery, I lost in a mess. In the end, your mother's death forced us to survive. Qin said in a deep voice, but I will be exiled to the ancient battlefield. In fact, there are many ancient battlefields. There are also some ancient battlefields on the edge of the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland. Those prisoners who are suitable for exile in Shenfu and Dongtian are suitable for cultivation. But like Qin, a great genius, even the great Holy Land can fight for a short time. Where can I find it? Is there such a genius in the four beast family? No, not one. Unless there is a rare genius coming from the upper world, that one can be compared with Qin. The so-called young generation of the other four beast families has been defeated by him 99 times in a row. Although Qin didn't say it, Qin Sheng knew that the younger generation of the four beast family was not his match at all. My father is worthy of my mother, Qin Sheng said in his heart. Qin said in a deep voice, I was exiled to the ancient battlefield. Your mother returned to the Zhuke family. Everything was hidden. Maybe your mother would be arranged to marry the White Tiger family again. How can I do it? Qin Sheng roared, my mother can only be with my father. Who dares to make my mother sweat? I will let them go to purgatory. Good boy. Qin smiled and clapped Qin Sheng heavily on his shoulder. It's worthy of being the child of Ling Yu and me. Don't advise. Your mother won't marry the White Tiger family. Her talent is not weaker than me, and the Rosefinch family will also weigh it. Qin said with a smile, let's stay dormant for a while, and then we can do it when it's critical. Qin said in a deep voice, it's not the time to make a move. Why? Qin Sheng was puzzled. The four beast family is not as terrible as you think, nor as simple as you think. Qin said, I once beheaded the old and frail sage, but I found that the water here is too deep, especially in recent years. There are more and more powerful people coming from the Tianyuan continent. The water is getting more and more turbid. Qin face was a little delicate. He said, if you don't enter the great sage, you will have to stay and sleep. You can get some capital by tossing around. Qin revealed a lot of information. Qin Sheng nodded his head and asked, what is the forbidden area in the north worth coveting? The forbidden area in the north, a bitter place called the lower boundary. Tianyuan continent is a place of yearning called upper boundary. These two places are not a level of existence at all. In the Tianyuan continent, the great saint is full of streets, and the saint king is more like a dog. And in the North Forbidden area, can you find a holy king? It's said that some people have dug up some treasures of ominous omens in the deepest part of the forbidden area in the north and near the outside area. In recent years, although Qin Sheng has not left the ancient battlefield, the news is still very clever. After all, he has joined the mysterious chamber of commerce that came down from the Tianyuan continent. What information is not easy? The treasure of bad omens? Qin Sheng looks puzzled. Yes, there are treasures dug out by the great sage. They have been promoted to the realm of the king in a short time. Qin Sheng said in a deep voice. There was some shock and disbelief in his eyes. How is that possible? Qin Sheng blurted out. The great saint is no more difficult than the king. It's hard to be a great saint, but it's even more difficult to be a king, especially in the North Forbidden area, which is abandoned and cursed. The spirit of the forbidden area in the north is much thinner than that in the Tianyuan continent. In addition, it's abandoned and cursed. It has the laws of heaven and suppresses the saints. All these factors lead to the transformation of the great sage in the forbidden area of the north into the king, suffering thousands of times more than in the Tianyuan continent. Now the intelligence revealed by Qin Sheng can make a great saint become the king in a short period of time. This is really amazing. No, my father has said that it is a treasure with bad omens. Qin Sheng suddenly woke up. What happened to that holy king later? How is it? Qin Sheng said, first of all, I lost my mind and killed all the disciples of the family. Most of the Taoists of the four-beast family were destroyed and my vitality was greatly damaged. The four-beast families can't resist it? Qin Sheng was a little shocked and a little incredulous. Don't believe it. Qin Sheng said in a deep voice, the power of a king is far beyond your imagination, especially a mad king. The ancestors of the four-beast families have appeared the king, but they all died. Otherwise, I will not watch the destruction of the ashram for nothing. I heard that in the end, the holy king blew himself up, and the four-beast families barely survived. Qin Sheng's information is too explosive. Let alone Qin Sheng in the Holy Land. Even the little saints and even some ordinary great saints will be shocked. The jewel with its ominous signs has returned to the ominous place. Qin Sheng said with a smile, that kind of treasure shocked some forces in the Tianyuan continent. Is that more than that? Qin Sheng was puzzled. The treasure of the ominous omen can only be promoted to the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom of Tianyuan is like a dog. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, I heard that there are many treasures in that ominous place, which may be able to give birth to the power above the Holy Kingdom. The strong above the Holy Kingdom, even in the Tianyuan continent, are very rare. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's face changed slightly. That's enough. You can't go to a bad place like that. Qin Sheng said in a deep voice, that place is going crazy even in the big Holy Land. You haven't even reached the small Holy Land. When you go, you will be the existence of cannon fodder. Boom. Qin Sheng's face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes shone like substantive light, like brilliant sword light, penetrating Qin Sheng's soul. Let me see your foundation. Qin Sheng looks up to the sky and roars. His body overflows with terrible power. The sky suddenly rains heavily. The thunder is destroyed. Qin Sheng's soul is split in a moment. Boom. Qin Sheng is light and floating. He punches slowly. Father. Qin Sheng's eyes widened. He looked at his father incredibly. He roared, but he found that it had no effect. He could do nothing but watch his soul collapse, the spirit line split, and gradually fell into a coma. Dong. There was a bell, and the steel of the heaven burst out. It exploded with terrible power, just like the dazzling sun, dazzling. This is the legendary monument to heaven? Qin Sheng looks up and quietly looks at the stele, showing a shock look. But it's the stele of heaven. How can it be a secular thing if it's a treasure involving the word creation? What is nature? That is to seize heaven and earth. There is an old saying, seize the creation of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are the laws of heaven. If we can get the creation, then we can compete with the laws of heaven. In other words, Qin Sheng is able to rely on the power of building the Tianbei tablet. There is no limit in the north restricted area. He has the power of Saint King's realm level. Although it's just a broken piece of the God-made steel, it's still possible to summon all the other pieces. Qin Sheng could not help sighing. Qin Sheng's face changed. This 9-death skill is also a research skill, but it's too dangerous, too difficult to practice. Can you strip this skill? Qin Sheng made tens of thousands of fingerprints until his soul dried up and a pair of black circles emerged. It's really like the pawn of tarsal bone. It can't be separated. Qin Sheng is not allowed to have the skill that threatens his son's life, even if it is a research skill, it is absolutely not. Poof. Qin Sheng suddenly suffered a terrible backfire, his viscera were broken, his spiritual lines began to collapse, his soul power was drained, but he still couldn't compete with the 9-death skill. That's all. Maybe it's Shinger's creation. In the end, Qin Sheng gave up, and the 9-death skill really exceeded his ability. I don't know how long it took for Qin Sheng to wake up. Are you awake? Qin Sheng's hoarse voice asked with concern, I've just broken your soul body, and now your spirit state has given 6 holy spirits. Qin Sheng stared and felt that his soul power was as substantial as it was. 6 spirits? Qin Sheng felt a little dizzy. After he had finished stealing the Dream Sutra, his spirit realm was about to break through the 4 holy spirits, but he still felt that it would take some time. However, he never thought that his father would break his soul body and reorganize his soul body. He was able to rise to the 6 holy spirits in one breath. That is to say, can one spiritual realm be compared with those who are the most powerful in the world? He is just a warrior of the 5 holy regions now. The spirit realm can already be compared with the ordinary small holy regions. If this kind of thing spreads out, it will definitely frighten a group of little saints to pee, and even startle the great saints. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng couldn't help but take a deep look at his father. What profound accomplishments and opportunities did his father have? He even raised his hand to have this power? Don't look at me like that, boy. Qin Sheng said with a smile. This means, even I have to pay a great price, and for you, only once. Qin Sheng explained, even if I sacrifice everything to do it again, it won't have much effect. Qin Sheng said in a deep voice, supporting death can only promote the spirit realm to 7 holy spirits. The soul power is better than the general small holy realm, and it will not change much. That's what happened. Qin Sheng's face changed. What kind of counterattack did you encounter just now when you used that method? Qin Sheng waved, unwilling to say more, and said, I haven't been a father these years. It's not worth mentioning to do this for you. I can get back to my peak in a month or 2. Is it really that simple? Qin Sheng has some doubts. After all, the just means is too frightening. In such a short period of time, his spirit realm will be promoted to 3 big realms. This kind of strength, Qin Sheng believes that even a great saint has to pay a heavy price. Otherwise, there are so many powerful people in the great holy land of the 4 god-beast family, who can also use this means to make their young generations Tianjiao everyone reach the holy spirit of the little saint. The reality is that there is no such thing as little holy land which can be achieved by cultivating holy land into spirit state. Qin Sheng didn't respond. Qin turned his hand again and offered a treasure from the ring. In the middle of Qin palm, there is a fruit floating. It's all red. At the core, there's a little green. When the fruit comes out, it's a graveyard. What kind of flower and grass has long been dead? Unexpectedly, she died and came back to life. The beautiful flowers and grass grow all over the valley. This is? Qin Sheng felt that the soul and body were crystal and shining. Even though there was no body at this moment, he could still feel the miraculous fruit floating in his father's palm. It's called Tianyuanguo. It comes from Tianyuan continent. Qin grinned and said, I won it from a peerless Tianjiao who came from the Tianyuan continent some time ago. That person's status is not low, and he is not good at it. Take the Yuanhua this day. It should not be anything. If I didn't knock on the mug stick, I don't think even the lineal disciples of the four-god beast family would get it. Qin smiled and said, Tianyuan fruit nourishes the body and holy land. You need to take it right away when you go back, so as not to have more dreams at night. After all, those outsiders in Tianyuan are not good men or good women. Qin Sheng hesitated for a moment and finally accepted. That's the fruit from the upper kingdom, Tianyuan continent. Its power is absolutely beyond the so-called 1,000-star pill. Oh, I almost forgot. Qin turns his hand again and takes out a chain from the ring. The chains are red, the smoke is filled, and the heat is incomparable. Even the martial artists in the Holy Land can't bear it. They are directly ignited and turned into ashes. This is? As soon as the chain came out, Qin Sheng could feel a familiar feeling. Are you the one wanted in the 4 great heritage areas? Qin Sheng has some inner circle. His father is the wanted man he has been looking for. Too unexpected, too shocking, too incredible. It turns out that the wanted men in the 4 major heritage areas that I have been looking for are my father, Qin. How could this happen? Qin Sheng's face was puzzled. His father's strength reached the holy territory more than 10 years ago. In order to make Qin subdue, even in the 4 inheritance areas of Qingyangzong and Zuanbingmen, the 2 great saints together can completely suppress it. Now more than 10 years have passed, and his father Qin strength is far beyond that of the past. How could Qin be captured by their group of registered disciples in Holy Land? It's ridiculous, father. Do you know that your head is only worth 3,000 star pills? Qin Sheng couldn't help but say it funny. Hearing this, Qin could not help but smile mysteriously and said, It's just a little trick of the White Tiger family to disgust me. When I married your mother, they were naturally unwilling and resentful. Qin sneered and said, Although they have grievances in their hearts, they can't help me with your mother's presence, so they can only send my son to pursue and kill me. They know your identity, but with the intelligence forces of the 4 families, it's not difficult to know your identity. That's no wonder, I haven't been very happy in the North Restricted Area. Qin Sheng finally figured out the reason. He came from the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, and always kept a low profile. If he was not forced too tight, he would not be too presumptuous. Unexpectedly, he did not hide it, and was known by those big families and forces. It's just a small skill. It's not going to work. Qin didn't mind. He directly threw the chain to Qin Sheng. Take the keepsake. It seems that you can only see the keepsake without the corpse. It's estimated that you can only get half of the 1,000-star pill. 3,000-star elixirs are awarded for capture alive and 1,000-star elixir is awarded for corpse. Now there are only keepsakes. It is estimated that only half of the 1,000-star elixirs can be worth at most. Although it's only half a 1,000-star pill, it's also a great fortune for a registered disciple in Holy Land. Remember, it's not a good skill to use less of Inception scripture. Finally, Qin told Qin Sheng, next time we meet, I'll teach you Tianyang finger. 2 fingers can kill the strong under the great holy land. You are not qualified in body and spirit. Then Qin Sheng lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found that his soul body had returned to the holy body. Who? Qin Sheng takes a deep breath and looks at the familiar environment in the secret room as if he is in a dream. Is everything true? Qin Sheng's dream-stealing scripture, which had been running for too long, couldn't tell the reality from the dream. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng gave a cold snort, his eyebrows and heart were split, and the power of a terrible spirit spread to rival a little saint. Who is the saint? Outside the practice room, the armor glows. Look around and shout. At the same time, Long Dawei also woke up. He joined hands with Jiehui, no less than a little saint. In the end, no one responded to the 2 of them, and the breath of the little holy land receded like the tide, as if it had never appeared. Training room. Qin Sheng's eyes were clear and bright, and said, everything is true. My spirit realm has really reached 6 holy spirits. And my father is still alive. My mother is the holy daughter of the 4 beast family. Qin Sheng clenches his fists tightly, and tears flicker in his eyes. More than 10 years. Qin Sheng lowered his head and his voice was a little hoarse. Since the disappearance of his father, the whole Qin nationality seems to have lost its backbone. It's getting more and more difficult to live in the western mountains. Qin Sheng, who was once poisoned, was thrown into the mass graves in the Magic Dragon wasteland. If he had not stumbled and touched the inheritance and memory of the Emperor of 10,000 robberies, perhaps he would not have achieved these achievements today. Qin Sheng's eyes were bright and blood red. He clasped his hands and looked up to the sky and asked, how long will it take for our family to get together? No one gave him an answer. Even his father, Qin Sheng, who once killed the old woman and the weak saint, let him sleep. In Qin Sheng's opinion, he didn't want Qin Sheng to experience the humiliation he had experienced. Even being humiliated by the 4 beast family in the North Forbidden area is nothing to be humiliated. However, Qin Sheng just doesn't want this. The 4 beast family? Qin Sheng murmured, his eyes gleaming with dreadful war. From then on, he took the 4 beast family as one of his pursuits. Without absolute strength, it's hard for our family to get together and suppress the 4 families by 3 people. Qin Sheng returned to calm again. He estimated that his father had a great chance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to knock out the 99 young generation of the 4 god-beast family in a row 10 years ago. My father's strength is estimated to be comparable to that of the general saint, which is based on the fact that he has not been promoted to the great saint. Once he is promoted to the great saint's land, the great saint in the north restricted area should be afraid of him. Qin Sheng guessed in his heart, and my mother is the saint daughter of the Zhuke family. How many are the most proud daughters of the god-beast family? Each one is not equal to others. My mother can be chosen as the saint daughter, which is the most talented and dazzling new star of the Zhuke family. I think the strength of my father and mother is probably to achieve the general fighting power of the great saint. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. My father made me sleep, and he was totally protecting me. Now I'm no more than the 5 holy regions, with many cards stacked. I can compete with the young generation of the 9 holy regions at most. In his early 20s, just entering the youth era, he has been able to fight with the strong of the 9 holy regions with the cultivation of the 5 holy regions. Isn't that enough? This talent, this is combat power. Even if you look at the so-called 10 families, even the legendary 4 beast families are excellent enough. However, it is not enough for Qin Sheng's family to compete with the whole 4 beast family. Even those 10 families can't count the great holy land they own. What's more, those four god-beast families definitely have a group of great saints and even lie dormant in the legendary semi-holy king. Strength, my strength is far from enough. I'm still too slow to improve my strength. Qin Sheng has been gnashing his teeth for 10,000 years. If he can reach the Holy King, it will be easy. He will directly crush the four beast families. Suddenly, Qin Sheng turned his hand, and a heavenly spirit fruit was suspended on his palm. The red flesh, the green core, and the numerous and mysterious patterns that ignited one after another. The whole cultivation room is hot in an instant, and the endless spirit is released. Fruit of the gods. Qin Sheng has seen the world, but also smelt the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers. What fruit has not seen? But when he really enjoyed this Tianyuan fruit at close range, he immediately had a feeling of appreciating artworks. Holy power is really powerful, holy lines are really perfect. Qin Sheng took a breath of cool air and exclaimed, I can't help destroying such a work of art. However, in order to reunite his family and fight against the whole four-beast family, Qin Sheng's eyes light out unswervingly, and then bite it. The flesh of the fruit is sweet, and each mouthful is full of numerous mysterious spiritual lines, illuminating the whole cultivation room. Tianyuanguo didn't give birth to the so-called wisdom. In fact, not all of them have wisdom and have their own lives. This requires some chance coincidence. In the end, it's a matter of creation. Tianyuan fruit is not big, 3 mouthfuls are eaten up by Qin Sheng. The flesh is sweet and delicious. It dissolves in the mouth, turns into a dragon with spirit lines, turns into a roaring sound, and then runs rampant in Qin Sheng's body. Poof. Qin Sheng spits out black blood, followed by black blood in his eyes, ears, and nostrils. I have impurities in my body? Qin Sheng didn't have any pain. Tianyuanguo was not a poison. It was just the power of spirit lines, to help him refine his body. I asked myself that I had a solid foundation. I didn't expect that there were still some impurities, and there were still many. Qin Sheng was a little surprised, but he didn't stop it. He was convinced that his father would never kill him. The medicinal power of Tianyuanguo is terrible, and the flesh body is quickly tempered. Rumbling. Qin Sheng's holy body glowed all over, and finally clicked, as if some shackle in his body had been opened. For holy bodies? Qin Sheng was stunned at first, then turned into a surprise. It's worthy of the fact that Tianyuan fruit is produced from Tianyuan continent. A few breaths can make my holy body ascend a heavy day. Roaring. The breakthrough is far from over, and the rolling spirit spurts out. Qin Sheng's holy land rolls and is promoted. 6 holy lands. Then, the holy body clicks twice. 6 holy bodies. Qin Sheng looked up to the sky and roared. He was golden all over, as if he was wearing gold armor, as if the god of war was in the body, invincible. At this time, the medicinal power of Tianyuanguo gradually retreated, and Qin Sheng was satisfied. 6 holy spirits, 6 holy bodies, 6 holy regions. Qin Sheng grinned, isn't that 6666? The spirit realm is comparable to the small holy realm, and the physical body is also extremely powerful, which may not be comparable to the small holy realm for the time being, but for those martial artists in the holy realm below the 9th heaven level, it's just stubble and hard bone. Even if they don't use spiritual weapons, Qin Sheng can beat the martial artists below the 9 holy realms only by his physical body, fist and feet. As for the 6 holy realms, Qin Sheng's holy realm is just a big killing weapon, with the combination of the heaven steel and the mysterious stone sword, the same realm can't resist. I have 1,000-star pill, and I can refine the power of holy land. Qin Sheng was not complacent because of the speed of strength improvement. How many holy regions can be refined by more than 300,000 star pills? Qin Sheng said, in the Holy Land, how much heavy heaven cannot affect the overall situation. The Holy Land power is fundamental. Of course, the number of warriors in the 9 holy regions is generally higher than that in the 8 holy regions. Qin Sheng did not stop practicing. He turned over his hand and used all the 1,000-star pills in the Neji to refine the power of the Holy Land. There are more than 300,000 star pills. Even those who are really strong in the small Holy Land will be jealous when they see them. It's very difficult for ordinary registered disciples to have 1,000-star pill. Even if they are true disciples who have reached the 5-fold Holy Land, they are satisfied to have 3,000-star pills. But it's very difficult for them to get 1 drop of Holy Land power. Unless there are some monsters with terrible talents, such as Qin Sheng, it's not difficult for 3,000-star pills to smelt a drop of Holy Land power. Even the strong of the little Holy Land, if there is no foundation, then it is very powerful to have 100,000-star pills. Qin Sheng joined the mysterious dealer and got more than 300,000-star pills at once. There is no difficulty for him to smelt the power of Holy Land. The night passed. 100,000-star pills have been refined, and there are still 220 left. A total of 30 drops of holy power have been refined. Qin Sheng was very satisfied. It doesn't matter if the power of the Holy Land is 30 drops, even if it is traversed in the Holy Land. Let's keep the remaining 1,000-star pills first. Qin Sheng said to himself, with the strength of my current holy body, I can only bear the operation of 30 drops of Holy Land. The power of Holy Land contains terrible power, and the weakest power of Holy Land can also increase the fighting power by double. Naturally, a strong body is needed to carry these terrible powers. Back to Tuqing? Shangguan Shiyu saw the great change of Qin Sheng. Of course, she didn't know what kind of change Qin Sheng got. Because Qin Sheng hid his accomplishments, she couldn't see it at all. Yes, go back. Qin Sheng said with a smile. When Shangguan Shiyu's willow eyebrows were slightly broken, and he couldn't help asking, our task this time is to catch the wanted. Now we haven't even entered the core of Yunming days, so we just give up and leave? A group of other disciples of the fire hall are not willing to die. So many people have died, but nothing has been gained. Qin Sheng looked around, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, I went out last night, and I have taken the wanted man down. The body hasn't been recovered, but the keepsake has still been taken away. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was shocked, as if they were shocked by an electric shock. They were reluctant to believe this scene. Lord, have you solved the wanted man? Ha ha, it's worthy of the Lord's honor. You can't be defeated at the first move. The keepsake is in your hand. It's probably admitted by the other side of Tuqing. Qin Sheng also had a certain prestige among the disciples of the fire hall. All of a sudden, there was a huge uproar. Well, these days we are all afraid. Qin Sheng called out to Jiehui, each of them gives 1 million Rahu gold, and the dead disciples 5 million Rahu gold to settle their families. When Jiehui heard this, he was embarrassed. There are more than a dozen disciples living in the fire hall here. Plus the dead, Qin Sheng's order cost him tens of millions of Lei Hu Jin. That's tens of millions of Lei Hu Jin, not thousands of them. Even if he was once a little saint, he would be heartbroken. Don't say it's tens of millions of Thunder Tiger gold. Even 1 million of Thunder Tiger gold should be weighed for those who are strong in the small Holy Land. Don't hurt me. Is 30,000 star pills enough? Qin Shengbai takes a look at Jiehui, then turns his hand and throws a ring. Jiehui takes the ring, and the divine sense sweeps it like lightning. Boom! Jiehui is surrounded, as if the body has been thundered. 30,000 star pills? Jiehui's old face was shocked. At the beginning, he didn't want to believe it. It was Qiang Xingdan. Each one was precious. At the beginning, he had many Qin Sheng, but now it's not the same as before. His holy land is all wasted. It's not polite to say that these 30,000 star pills are a huge fortune for Jiehui in Jiucheng Holy Land. That's enough. Jiehui's voice was trembling. He immediately arranged to release Lei Hujin. How big is it? Shang Guanshiyu looked at Qin Sheng in a bad way. This mission is only worth 3,000 star pills, and you will distribute tens of millions of Lei Hu gold? This business is not right. Generally speaking, if the task fails, where there is any compensation, life and death are in the sky, no one can blame. However, Qin Sheng is really heroic enough to rise to the top of his prestige among the Fire Hall disciples. I went out last night and got something. Qin Sheng couldn't help sending a message to Shang Guanshiyu. Shang Guan's poem rain slanted, as if thinking, and then a deep look at Qin Sheng. Found your father? For the purpose of Qin's promotion to the forbidden area in the north, she was very clear about Shiyu. Well. Qin Sheng's admission. He and Shang Guanshiyu have also experienced life and death, and the other side now has a not low position in Shangguan clan, but is a trustworthy person. Besides, as Qin Zhongtian's son, the family of 4 gods and beasts, or even some of the top 10 families, may have known about him for a long time. In this case, it is better to admit gracefully than to cover up. Congratulations. Shang Guanshiyu has a smile on his lips. Qin Sheng nodded, turned his hand, and threw a ring to Shang Guanshiyu, saying, "This is for you. Without your bridge, I can't find my father so quickly." Shang Guanshiyu had intended to refuse, but in Qin Sheng's eyes, he accepted the precepts. His divine sense instinctively swept around the city, and the city's face, which did not contain a trace of impurities, solidified in an instant. 30,000 star pills? Shang Guanshiyu almost blurted out and covered his mouth. That's Qin Sheng. Each one is extremely precious. Although she has awakened the power of Shangguan's blood and received a lot of training, Qin Sheng is not without her, but there are only 1 or 2 of him. Now Qin Sheng gives himself 30,000 star pills at once. This is too scary. Even those little saints of Shangguan clan are far less heroic than Qin Sheng. It's too precious for me. Shang Guanshiyu takes a deep breath, calms his restless chest, and returns the Neji to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "If it wasn't for you, it would be really hard for me to find my father. Your staff, don't forget that I'm an alchemist. 1,000 star pill is not too hard for me. Isn't it difficult to make 1,000 star pill? Is this human language?" Looking at the whole North Forbidden area, the difficulty of refining 1,000 star pill is recognized. It has been recorded that 2 palms of alchemist who can make Qianqing pill can be counted, which is one of the reasons why Qianqing pill is so precious. Every alchemist Tong, who can refine thousands of star pills, will be regarded as the pearl of his hand by the 4 god-beast families, even the 10 families. Tong is very precious and carefully protected. Now Qin Sheng even utters bluster. Isn't it hard to make 1,000 star pill? That is to say, Shang Guanshiyu is too familiar with Qin Sheng and knows that he has an unimaginable foundation, especially the talent of alchemy. The little holy elixir on the dungeon is full of the power of corruption. The whole Heilong Mountain Temple has no way to deal with it. It has not been easily resolved by Qin Sheng. Finally, Shang Guanshiyu did not put off any more, and accepted this generous gift. Tuqing is not big here, but there are many talented Tianjiao people from 4 inheritance areas. At this moment, King Yangzong, Zuanbingmen and Tong Tianjiao all return. This is a task to catch the wanted. The 4 inheritance soldiers are divided into 4 ways. Except for the temple of Heilong Mountain, all of them have returned. Elder Martial Brother Dongchen, you haven't found the trace of the wanted criminal either? The true disciple of Xianbing Gate, that is a gorgeous woman, she couldn't help asking. Dongchen's face was gloomy. This time, he went to the Jedi to find the trail of the wanted man. In addition, he spent hundreds of Lei Hu Jin to find the bounty hunter to kill Qin Sheng, who was stabbed in the flesh. Is that wanted man hiding in Yunming days? Someone couldn't help asking. It's not impossible. The 4 Jedi in the ancient battlefield, apart from the Heilongshan temple, have not returned yet. We all returned empty-handed. Maybe the real Heilongshan temple has turned around. We met a wanted man in Yunming days and picked up a big bargain. There are 4 people in the inheritance of registered disciples whispering, and there is a lot of discussion. Some people don't like it, some people have no expression. Ha ha. At this time, Dongchen sneered. This time, he was not unproductive in the Jedi, and his cultivation was promoted to the 6-fold Holy Land. This time, even if he did not complete the task assigned by the clan, he would become the true disciple of Qingyang clan. No one can change it. Dongchen Song sneers, who dares to speak rudely? One by one, they all watched this future true disciple from Qingyang sect speak. Where is Yunming days? I think everyone knows it very well. Dongchen grinned, but there was a little more schadenfreude in his smile. How many people in the temple of Heilong Mountain can survive in that place? 5? 3? I don't think it's impossible to lose the whole army. The voice of Dongchen Song is very harsh. It's not that there are no disciples from Heilong Mountain Temple in Tuqing, even the real disciples. Their eyes are bright and unhappy, and even some people want to scold that Dongchen Song. However, when they looked around, there were other true disciples of Qingyang sect, each with a terrible breath and a sense of superiority. Forget it, the registered disciples of the Fire Hall are not striving. Even if they can't complete the task, they will come back alive and let the other 3 inheritance places not wait to make jokes. A true disciple from the temple of Heilong Mountain couldn't help but murmur. Even if the task is not completed and you lose your life, you can't blame it for being ridiculed by others. Maybe I saw no one else's right voice. It seems that everyone agrees with his Dongchen Song. That 1 million tiger gold, it's really worth it. Dongchen Song finally smiled, laughing happily. At this moment, a sound of rapid footsteps came. The yellow sand in Tuqing is very long and the visibility is very low. These are not ordinary yellow sand, but the bloodstains of countless dead strong people, with the ability of decay and shielding. Who is it? At this time, sandstorms are blowing in the ancient battlefield. Even the martial artists of the 5 holy regions dare not rush in at will. If they are a little careless, they will be devoured by the rolling yellow sand and will not be left with bones. Everyone's eyes fell on the figure that slowly walked into the Earth City. He was 7 feet tall, straight, and wearing a dark gold armor. Although he didn't shine brilliantly in some days, he still made people feel that it was a valuable armor. Qin Sheng squinted, looked at Dongchen and others, smiled and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Boom. Everyone was stunned, and there was a huge wave in his heart, especially that Dongchen Song. The original smile on his pretty face gradually solidified and finally turned into iron green. Shwa. Everyone's eyes are focused on Qin Sheng, especially those real disciples from other inheritance places. They all look a little surprised, because they can obviously feel Qin Sheng's breath is not weaker than that of Dongchen Song. No way, how can you come back from the cloud dream? Dongchen's face is twisted and unbelievable. He spent a whole million Lei Hu Jin to send Qin Sheng on the road to the bounty hunter. Now Qin Sheng has not lost his life in Yunming days, but seems to have got some improvement in his strength. In terms of Yuan Li's level of heroism, he is no longer equal to himself. Impossible, I don't believe it. How can a bounty hunter fail to kill someone? Dongchen Song's crazy roar, unwilling and resentful expression is obvious. Hearing this, Qin Sheng sneered and said, I not only came back alive, but also accomplished the task smoothly. Huang. Qin Sheng turned his hand and showed a chain in the eyes of all the people. All the registered disciples who had received the task could feel the familiar atmosphere of the chain at the first time. The chain of the wanted man. The lonely sword from Tongtian sect can't help but say in a deep voice. He also made a breakthrough among the Jedi. He has reached the 6 holy regions and has a firm vision. Lonely Dust Sword still has its prestige in Tuqing. Although it's not a true disciple of Tongtian, who knows that it's only a matter of time before he becomes a true disciple of Tongtian. With his strength, it's easy to be a true disciple even in Qingyang sect. In addition, Lonely Dust Sword is a peerless master who uses sword. The outbreak in the desperate situation of life and death is frightening. Such a person with weight said that the degree of credibility is naturally very high. You finished the task? Dongchen doesn't believe it, but he can also feel that the chain belongs to the wanted. Qin Sheng nodded and said with a smile, I'm lucky. I met the wanted man on the edge of Yunming days. He was badly hurt. He was dying. I made up a sword for him. Qin Sheng's voice is not very loud, but as soon as he appears, he attracts most of the attention in the city. The temple of Heilong Mountain can only be regarded as the bottom of the Earth city, and there has been no sense of existence. Until the emergence of Qin Sheng, connected with King Yangzong and Zuanbing men, he also challenged Liuguang murals in that mysterious business. Only one Holy Land cultivation directly challenged 6 Liuguang murals. There are many whirlpools in Tuqing. Everyone didn't know what was sacred about Qin Sheng. After Qin Sheng succeeded in the challenge, he left Tuqing and went to Yunming days. He is Qin Sheng? It seems to be a little gifted, but it's going to be buried in the temple of Heilong Mountain. It's true that he can complete the joint tasks of the 4 inheritance areas. It seems that his strength and talent are not vulgar. Unfortunately, those who offend Qingyang sect are doomed to have nothing to do with it. In Tuqing, a group of onlookers are whispering. Although their voices are not big, all the people here have become holy places. How can they hear poorly? They can hear easily. There are many enmities between Qingyang sect and Heilong Mountain Temple. In the heyday of Heilong Mountain Temple, even the 10 families, even the 4 beast families, were not in sight. Now they are out of spirits. How could Qingyang sect let go of the hatred in those days? This led to the death of many of the Tianzizi of Heilong Mountain Temple. Ha ha ha. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, Dongchen Song began to laugh wildly, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Dying, and then you mend it? Dongchen's face is twisted and his brows are full of violence. That's the joint wanted criminal of the 4 inheritance areas. You are a humble registered disciple in your area. The Holy Land hasn't smelted much. How can he do this? The voice of Dongchen Song is cold, and the cold breath flows out. The ferocity between the eyebrows is like the billowing wolf smoke, which makes some of the registered disciples who are humble in the presence all jump back and dare not approach. When Qin Sheng squints and sneers, it's funny. How can I do it? What can I do with you? You. In full view of the public, Dongchen was even rebuked by Qin Shenglian of Hailongshan Temple. There was no face to speak of. He was furious, and the rolling yuan force burst out from his body, just like a magic emperor came, and the world changed. It has to be said that Dongchen still has some strength. He has upgraded a holy land in the ancient battlefield, reached the peak of 6 holy lands, and his combat effectiveness has directly doubled. It's useless to have a good mouth. You said you killed the wanted man. What about his body? Dongchen Song asked in a deep voice. It was aggressive and held high. Qin Sheng was not in the eye at all. The corpse has sunk into the cloud dream days and is swallowed up by a fierce beast at the level of a small holy land. Qin Sheng frowned, and there was a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Now there is no evidence of death. Would you like to go down and ask? Boom. In the face of Qin Sheng's repeated provocations, Dongchen can't stand it any longer, and there's no rule that we can't start in Tuqing. The Tianling guy facing Qin Sheng is a slap. The rolling yuan force burst out from Dongchen's body, and then turned into a big blue hand, with the palms full of holy lines, and the electric snake came out. Little reptile from Hailangshan Temple, what kind of thing are you? You dare to challenge me again and again and again and again for 3 times. Dongchen's song killed awe-inspiring, and he didn't have any scruples. He directly sent a message to Qin Sheng, I'll kill you even if I'm severely punished by the strong in Tuqing. The big hand, interwoven with blue and yuan power, can soar to the sky and descend, just like the hand of gods and demons destroying the sky and the earth. The whole Earth City has set off a wave of spiritual lines of defense, and many powerful people have been shocked. Well, is there anyone in Tuqing dare to do it? In a palace, Zhao Chongyu's face slightly changed, and Xingyu suddenly covered 1/3 of the Tuqing. As a small saint, the coverage of Xingyu reached this level, which was terrible. The aura of sanctuary? Zhao Chongyu could see that the conflict was only the realm of Holy Land, and the stone in his heart was slowly put down. This Earth City contains all kinds of terrible strongmen. He is just the most ordinary deacon. He can manage the affairs in the little Holy Land. Like those who reach the peak of the small Holy Land, or even touch the threshold of the great Holy Land, they will not put Zhao Chongyu in their eyes. Without absolute strength, it's too hard to rely on rules to frighten those people. Rumbling. Above the Earth City, lightning flashed and thunder thundered, a situation like the end of the world. Qin Sheng looked up and saw a big blue hand like the hand of gods and demons. His face was stunned at first, and he could not help but exclaim that he was the talent who had the potential to become the true disciple of Qingyang sect. It's just a random attack with anger. Even the real disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple dare not fight with it. Sure enough, among those onlookers, there are many true disciples from the 4 major heritage areas. The true disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple look blue, but they dare not do it one by one. Compared with the people of Qingyang sect, their talent and strength are too poor. It's not that they don't want to help Qin Sheng, but once they do it, even they will be humiliated together. Qin Sheng moved and held out his hand to the blue big hand that had come down from the sky. There is no glittering and shining in the palm, not to mention the fluctuation of the yuan force, only relying on the strength of the body to meet it. Ha ha, do you think it's the same time in Heilong Mountain Temple? Fight on the strength of the body alone? Funny, funny. That group of true disciples from Qingyang sect, gloating one by one, felt very funny when they saw Qin Sheng as if he were a fat May shaking a tree. The true disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple dare to be angry but dare not speak. They gnash their teeth one by one but dare not to start. Once they do it, they will not only be humiliated by the real disciples of Qingyang sect, but also face heavy punishment from the law enforcers of Tuqing. Qin Sheng, you'd better ask for more. A disciple from Heilong Mountain Temple can only pray for Qin Sheng in his heart. Even those female senior sisters dare not watch it, because they can't bear to watch Qin Sheng being slapped to death by Dongchen Song. Poof. In countless hot eyes, Qin Sheng's palm hit the big blue hand like the hand of the god and the devil, without any hindrance. The big blue hand was beaten through, and the mysterious spiritual lines broke down in the visible eyes. This. Dongchen Song's indifferent smile gradually solidified, even he didn't have time to shock, only to see a black lightning flash away. There is a strong wind of terrible power, and there is a ripple even in the void. Waiting for the moment when Dongchen Song came back to her mind, she found that her neck was in a light golden light, but there was not a bit of Yuan Li's waving hand holding her throat. Is that Qin Sheng? Dongchen's eyes almost fell down in fear. No way, how could it be him? Why did I lose? I don't understand why I lost. Among the electric lights and flints, countless unsolved mysteries flicker in the mind of Dongchen Song. He couldn't understand how he lost, and how he lost so much. Woo-woo. Qin Sheng's hand is like an iron tongs, holding his throat. Boom. Dongchen wanted to resist and summon the Holy Land, but Qin Sheng hit his Holy Land with a fist. Qin Sheng's fist seal is shining, and there is still no yuan force fluctuation, but the fist is like a big day, soaring to the sky and falling, with the power of Dongchen to collapse. Chasm. The 6 holy regions of Dongchen just agglomerated and were cracked by Qin Sheng. Like a spider's web, there are more and more cracks and finally broken into several pieces. This is the true disciple of Qin sect? Qin Sheng's eyes were full of disdain and ridicule, just as he was carrying a frustrated prey. It's very vulnerable. Qin Sheng also felt that bullying Dongchen was not interesting. He threw it on the ground at will. Bang! Dongchen Song vomited blood, and the Holy Land was broken alive. He would never touch the threshold of the little Holy Land in his life. Unless those legitimate sons and daughters from the 10 families, or even the 4 legendary beast families, have huge backgrounds and various treasure resources, even if the Holy Land is broken, they can recover in a short time, or even remain unbroken. It is not impossible for them to make further progress in the future. But for Dongchen Song, he was abandoned. He could only reach 9 holy realms in his whole life. If he was unlucky, he could only return to 6 holy realms reluctantly. At the entrance of Tuqing, the dust is all over the sky. When the dust is gone, it is still dead. It's outrageous, it's shocking. Even the real disciples of the 4 major heritage sites who were watching in the distance looked stupid. In particular, the group of true disciples from Qin sect talked and laughed about Qin Sheng's life and death in the previous breathing time. They didn't pay attention to Qin Sheng from Heilong Mountain Temple at all. Because in their opinion, Qin Sheng's yuan power fluctuation seems to be quite strong, but it is still a bit worse than Dongchen Song after all. And according to the experience of these hundreds of years, the combat effectiveness and combat experience of the disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple are far inferior to those of Qin sect. Under the above factors, the true disciples of Qin sect can't lose this battle at all. After the next breath, the smiles of those real disciples from Qin sect suddenly solidified. Because Dongchen Song not only lost, but also lost in a very short time. With one stroke, one punch, and even without the use of fist techniques and skills, Dongchen Song was defeated, and its life and death are still unknown. Not only a group of true disciples from Qin sect, Mengquan, but also some from Heilong Mountain Temple. They are all ready to clean up the mess, because in their view, Qin Sheng's cultivation is too weak, and it seems that he has 5 holy regions at most. Yuan Li's fluctuation seems to be a bit worse than that Dongchen Song, and there is a big gap in the cultivation skills. However, it never occurred to me that there was such a big gap in the outcome of the war. Qin Sheng not only didn't lose, but also won very well. Ha ha ha, good job. Finally, the true disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple came to cheer. They were oppressed too much, especially in the ancient battlefield. They were far inferior to the other 3 inheritance areas. They were beaten when their strength was weak, especially for many missions. They suffered a lot of losses and got the least benefits, but they did the dirtiest and most dangerous work. The world's powerful are respected and have a strict hierarchy. They just can't resist, because everyone knows that once they resist, they will have a worse ending. That group of true disciples from the Heilong Mountain Temple didn't take good care of Qin Sheng at all. They thought that after Qin Sheng failed at most, they would fight hard to save Qin Sheng's life. It turned out to be a surprise. Junior brother Qin Sheng really did a good job. It's worthy of being a genius to watch 6 streamer frescoes in succession for the cultivation of a holy land. Our Heilong Mountain Temple may turn over because of younger martial brother Qin Sheng. It can be seen that a group of real disciples from Heilong Mountain Temple are very excited. Lung Hum, a true disciple from Qingyang sect, is the leader of a green armor, carrying a bloody saber, with a blood knife mark on his eyebrow and heart. He looks very fierce. He is afraid that he is 8 feet tall, with big eyebrows and eyes. His whole body reflects a wave of terrible breath. He looks at the 7-peak Holy Land. Shwa. He stepped out step by step, at a very fast speed, and turned into dozens of shadows. Even in the ancient battlefield, there was no delay. In a moment, he came to Dongchen Song, whose mouth was still spitting blood. So hurt? Wang Shua's face was cold, frightened and angry. It's surprising that Qin Sheng has such terrible strength, just by his body. With one stroke and one punch, he has hit the Dongchen Song in the Holy Land a little lower than him. What's angry is that Qin Shengzhen doesn't know what to do, dare to hurt their disciples so badly. Wang Shua elder martial brother, help me. Dongchen's mouth kept pouring out blood. The Holy Land was broken and backfired. Wang Shua turned his hand and took out the healing elixir from the ring. The bleeding of Dongchen was stopped by naked eyes. But for Dongchen's kind of serious injury, it's just a glass of wine and a car salary. It can't be cured if he doesn't lie in the hospital bed for a year and a half. Dongchen is Wang Shua's junior attendant. He has been serving him very comfortably all the time. I didn't expect to be hurt so badly. It's up to the owner to beat the dog, let alone Wang Shua's dog. Stop talking. Wang Shua's face was livid. He put down the Song of Dongchen and looked at Qin Sheng. Yes? Qin Sheng squinted, as if he didn't put Wang Shua's sharp eyes on killing people, and asked, slowly. Collude with the wanted and commit murder in public. Wang Shua looked at Qin Sheng coldly and regarded him as a dead man. Hearing this, Qin Sheng smiled and asked, do you have evidence? Ha ha ha. Wang Shua can't help but look up at the sky and laugh as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. You know who I am? Wang Shua did not answer, but asked. Qin Sheng tilted his head and squinted, still smiling, and said, whatever you do, you have to do it. It's just like him. As soon as the voice came out, there was a dead silence outside Tuqing. Because he Wang Shua, who do not know, from the legend of the 10 families of the king's family. Little brother, there are people outside people, there are people outside the sky. Mr. Wang Shua comes from 10 families. If you dare to offend, there is absolutely no good fruit to eat. I advise you to be soft and take a step back. There's no shame in recognizing the disciples of the 10 families. Suddenly, an old voice came to Qin Sheng's ear. Qin Sheng's eyebrows moved. He knew that someone was admonishing and warning him. What I didn't expect was that Qin Sheng wasn't really afraid of 10 families. Don't say anything about Wang Shua. Even if Wang Yang came here, Qin Sheng wouldn't care. What's more, Pei Lao, Wang Yang's old servant, was not the Tianyang finger of Qin Zhongtian, and the 2 fingers were dead. Of course, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible for Qin Sheng to burst out. According to his father, Qin Zhongtian, he still needs to hibernate. Ha ha, it's the first time someone has spoken to me in such a tone in the 4 major heritage sites. Wang Shua's voice became colder and colder. With the coldness of his breath, it became more and more intense, as if he had been trapped in an ice cellar all around. They are all holy regions, and the general cold can't invade. I didn't expect that Wang Shua's breath is so terrible. Isn't it because our top 10 families haven't fought for a long time that some cats and dogs dare to go wild? Wang Shua's words with endless cold, oil-green war armor, coagulated a layer of ice. Give you another chance to crawl on the ground, offer the keepsake of the wanted man, and then give up your arms. Wang Shua said calmly, I can think of letting you go. Give you 10 breathing time to think clearly. If you lose one arm, it's small. It's important to keep one life. At this time, Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help coming out. Wang Shua, don't involve yourself in this matter. It's obvious that your Qin Yang clan is in front of you. Shangguan Wan'er Jia said, have you thought about the consequences of starting in Tuqing? Well. Smell speech, Wang Shua's double pupil suddenly contract, his eyes in Shangguan Wan'er's delicate body upstream walk, then soon showed some disdain. Shangguan family? I have been kicked out of the top 10 families. What else can I talk about before me? Wang Shua sneers, does not hesitate, backhand is a slap. Boom. Wang Shua's slap came so suddenly that he didn't have any pity. Although it was only the peak of the 7 holy regions, it was his angry attack. With the strength of Shangguan Shiyu, there was no time to resist. Shangguan Shiyu's face was frightened. She activated Shangguan's blood, but Wang Shua's realm was too much higher than her. It was not a level existence at all. At this time, Qin Sheng also flashed out his hand and met Wang Shua's slap. Ha ha, funny, childish. Wang Shua saw that Qin Sheng wanted to grasp his palm with his bare hands. Although he didn't exert any martial arts, he was able to suppress the martial artists of the same realm with his powerful Yuan force. Is it? Qin Sheng's face was not timid at all, but showed a desire to try. In Yunming days, the strength has been improved so much that there has not been a painful and happy battle. The true disciples of Dongchen Song and Qingyang sect can say that it is the general existence at the bottom. At present, Wang Shua is not the same. He is only 1 inch away from the 8 holy regions, but also from the 10 families in the legend. First of all, whether he has the power to awaken the blood of the royal family or not, he is destined to be more powerful than the ordinary Qinjiangzi disciples just by getting the resource cultivation of the 10 families from childhood. At this time, a power of holy land swept by, domineering and vast. For a moment, neither Qin Sheng nor Wang Shua could move. The law enforcement is coming? Qin Sheng frowned, and his whole body was covered by a strong holy land power, which was the holy power of small holy land level, and it was really hard for him to contend with his own power. This is the power of the true little holy land peak? Qin Sheng's face was shocked. I can't compete with it with my strength, even if I use the power of holy land. 30 drops of holy land might be a surprise in holy land, but for small holy land, it's just drizzle, which is not worth mentioning. Jiahui once had hundreds of holy land power. Of course, he had wasted it in the process of fighting with Qin Zhongtian for a long time. Master, do I need? At this time, Jiahui sent a message to Qin Sheng, no need. Before Jiahui had finished speaking, Qin Sheng refused. It's a joke. After Jiahui got 30,000 star pills, he returned to the small holy land in a short time. With the help of Dragon Dawei, it's not impossible to set off a little wind and rain in Tuqing. Well, are you looking for death? Zhao Chongyu was able to fly in the sky in the ancient battlefield. In fact, his strength can be seen. His face was warm and angry, and his eyes flashed a hint of killing. The rage at the top of the small holy land is really unbearable for ordinary people. Some weak warriors in the Holy Land are scared to shiver, even crawl on the ground and dare not move. Zhao Chongyu, I'm the king's family, from the top 10 families. Wang Shua was oppressed like a mountain, his breathing was not smooth, his face was pale, but he still called the name of the law enforcer and showed his family background. Zhao Chongyu snorted again. The terrible power of Holy Land made Wang Shua spit out blood. The green armor showed cracks, and he knelt on the ground with one knee. Whatever family you come from, even the legendary four gods and beasts will obey the rules of our Qin. Zhao Chongyu's voice is like thunder. The terrible pressure on his tall and straight body really changes the color of heaven and earth. Wang Shuo was confused. He did not expect that the identity of the 10 families would not work in the ancient battlefield, but was humiliated. It's really cowardly of you to make my Wang family kneel. After a short period of hair, Wang Shuo roared to the sky. That's the top 10 families in the legend of the Forbidden Area in the north, only the giants of the 4 beast families. Their disciples are Tianjiao one by one. Wang Shuo, like him, can only be regarded as a marginal figure in the royal family. Even so, the royal family has the pride of the royal family. How could it be so easy to kneel down in front of the public? It's impossible for the royal family to abide by the rules of Qin. Young man, you are too young. There are a lot of martial artists in the Holy Land, among which there are some terrifying existence at the level of small Holy Land. Some of them come from other 10 families, some come from once brilliant families like Shangguan family, and some come from 4 inheritance places. Zhao Chongyu's strength is very strong. Even in the small Holy Land and the whole ancient battlefield of Qin, he can also rank among the top 3 terrifying existence. In his words, the general small Holy Land should be afraid of some points. Of course, like the 10 families and other small saints, Zhao Chongyu may not be in the eye. Well? In a big voice, is this the so-called pride of your 10 families? Zhao Chongyu's sword eyebrow is slightly coagulated. He is the law enforcer of Qin, and he is a matchmaker in the small Holy Land. He can defeat one palm of his hand and count it. Now he is humiliated by a marginal lineage from 10 families. Don't talk nonsense. Let me go. You are a little law enforcement official in Qin, our royal family, and you can't provoke me. Wang Shuo's head was pressed very low, almost crawling on the ground, almost to eat the earth, but still Yuanli blasted and raised his proud head. Wang Shuo's eyebrow and heart are complicated and full-bodied, with faint and bright spiritual lines, which can even compete with Zhao Chongyu's holy power for 2 or 3 points. This is the power of the old ancestors, which is the terrible essence of the royal family. Every lineal disciple has the power of an old ancestor, which is unimaginable in other families. That's the terrible power handed down by the ancestors of the 10 families in the Forbidden Area of the North. It's a terrible power. Even if it's beyond the Great Holy Land, it may have touched the threshold of the Holy Land. Of course, in the laws and regulations of the Northern Forbidden Area, there is no strong one in the realm of the king. After all, the king is too strong and invincible, and the Northern Forbidden Area is relatively flawed in the laws and regulations of the heaven, which cannot bear the terrible power of a king. Zhao Chongyu took a look at Wang Shuo and keenly felt the terrible power that didn't belong to him. Once it broke out, even his accomplishments were much higher than Wang Shuo's. Now Zhao Chongyu is a little hard to ride. The people of the top 10 families are not so offended. Even if they are only disciples on the edge of their lineage, they all have such details. His face changed. Finally, considering the terrible changes in the ancient battlefield, he could not help but lean out his hand and press down hard. Wang Shuo's haughty head was pressed down in an instant, colliding with the dust and eating a mouthful of soil. Seeing this scene, a group of little saints in the distance couldn't help but be surprised. In fact, no one thought Zhao Chongyu would come out for Qin Sheng, but what was unexpected was that Zhao Chongyu still suppressed Wang Shuo. Woo-woo. Zhao Chongyu you. Wang Shuo's face is dusty, his hair is messy, and he is very embarrassed. Zhao Chongyu, you are dying. He was roaring, but waiting for him was a more terrifying suppression. Wang Shuo is furious and really wants to activate the imprinting power left by his ancestors, but this imprinting power will be once in a lifetime. Unless he can be promoted to a small holy land, he will have the chance to see his ancestors again and get a stronger imprinting power again. The power of the old ancestors' mark is so precious that Wang Shuo doesn't want to use it on Zhao Chongyu. Unless Zhao Chongyu, who doesn't know how to kill him, he can't use it. If it was before the ancient battlefield, I wouldn't care about you. Zhao Chongyu said with a sneer, with a slight disdain flickering in his eyes. Now that there is an accident in the ancient battlefield, your battle after effect may lead to some terrible spirits at the level of Great Holy Land. Where is the ancient battlefield, do you know? I don't want to be buried with you. Zhao Chongyu explained the reason. Suddenly, everyone was surprised. Today's ancient battlefield is too weird. The spirits, corpses, and spirits who have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years all show signs of awakening. That terrible power is not within the limits of the laws of heaven. For example, the dreaded dry boar kind of ancient corpse is out of the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements, and there is no limit of the 5 decline of heaven and man. Even if it is thousands of times, it will not die in the past. This is the terrible place of the ancient battlefield. As long as the spirits, grievances, and corpses buried in the ancient battlefield don't wake up, everything is easy to talk about. Zhao Chongyu doesn't care and doesn't want to mix water. As soon as Wang Shuo heard this, he immediately understood. He thought a move and offered a bloody token from the ring. I'm going to use the Blood War Order to activate the Blood War Arena. As soon as the voice came out, there was a whirlpool. The bloody battle was rare in Tuqing, and its token was superior to the law enforcer. I'm going to have a bloody battle with Qin Sheng. Wang Shuo said firmly. The sound spread far away, which made the little saints who were not interested in it have the desire to see the bustle again. Tut tut, it's worthy of being a lineage from 10 families. Even if it's only a marginal lineage, there are legendary blood war orders. As far as I know, there are more than 100 blood war orders in ancient battlefields. Even a lot of small saints don't necessarily have it. In fact, the so-called blood war order is jointly issued by the 4 beast families and 10 families. As long as the token is seen, it represents the words of the 4 beast families and 10 families, the strongest force in the North restricted area. Blood Battle Command can summon Blood Battle Arena, Blood War Sword, Blood War Armor and other functions. It has very powerful power. Wen Yan, even Zhao Chongyu, can't help but be surprised. It's a bloody battle. I didn't expect that Wang Shuo could have it. Your bloody order is broken and flawed. Zhao Chongyu's eyes were sharp. His divine sense swept through the order of bloody battle and immediately found his broken token. Your grudges can be solved by yourself after you leave Tuqing. Now it's not suitable for bloody war in Tuqing. Who can be responsible for the ferocity that stirs up the Great Holy Land? Zhao Chongyu asked in a deep voice. All of you understand. The Blood War Order is so precious. It was jointly issued by the 4 beast families and the 10 big families. Each one is very formal. Although Wang Shuo is the royal disciple of the Wang family, he is also on the edge. Otherwise, he would not be attached to the cultivation of Qingyang sect. No matter the 10 families or the 4 beast families, their real lineage can only practice in their family's blessed land. Only those who can't mix with each other, or the sudden rise of branch disciples, can practice in the 4 inheritance areas. This is also why the 4 beast families will create the so-called 4 inheritance places. In fact, in order to estringe the world's talents and possibly miss the branch of heaven's pride. The bloody battle arena summoned by the broken bloody battle is still defective. No one can guarantee that it will disturb the spirits, grievances, and corpses at the level of Great Holy Land that may have awakened. No matter what it is, it may bring devastating disaster to the temporary gathering place of Tuqing. Even though there are great saints stationed here, great saints will not fight for a group of little saints, or even some disciples of Holy Land. They will definitely run away if they can't fight. Our royal family is responsible for the consequences. Just then, a cold voice sounded. A warship came down from the sky, glittering with gold. At a glance, it was no ordinary thing. But the belly of the warship was bitten by some kind of ferocious creature, which revealed countless mysterious spiritual patterns. Qin Sheng looked up and saw the group of people on the deck, some of whom were familiar with each other. Wang Yang? Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, pulled out a slightly joking arc from the corner of his mouth, and said in his heart, "It's really a narrow path for enemies. Just after we separated, we met again." Wang Yang's body was covered with blood that had dried up for a long time. It wasn't his blood, but it came from some kind of fierce beast. The blood still had terrible corrosiveness. If it wasn't for his powerful armor, he would have died in battle if he had replaced other warriors in the 9 holy regions. Wang Yang has 9 holy regions on his head. The sun is shining. It's darker than the days before. It seems that after Pei's death, they were attacked again and suffered heavy casualties. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chongyu's face slightly tightened, because the other side came to Wang Yang, and his position in the royal family was not comparable to that of Wang Shua. "Brother Yang, here you are." When Wang Shua saw Wang Yang, he was stunned at first, then a burst of ecstasy broke out. In the ancient battlefield, people who met the royal family, especially core disciples like Wang Yang, almost stepped into the little holy land. Wang Yang's words are many times more important than his words. Especially, Wang Yang's strength is almost inferior to the ordinary small Holy Land warrior. Even some small Holy Land have regarded him as an opponent of the same big state. This shows how high Wang Yang is here. After all, it's said that he has been practicing in the top 10 families for many years. He's a rare genius who just came out recently. At a young age, it has reached the 9 holy regions, and this talent is many times higher than the 4 inheritance regions. Well, Wang Yang responded and said with appreciation, "Your performance is not bad, and you have not lost the pride of our royal family. Whoever did the best in our royal family, you will be beheaded. How dare the minions of Hailongshan Temple compete with our royal family?" Wang Yang takes a look at Qin Sheng and takes back his eyes. Wang Yang Gui is the legitimate disciple of the 10 families, and he is very deep in the legitimate circle. He has never seen any kind of genius. Not to mention the 4 inheritance places, even the evil geniuses of the 4 beast families have never been seen before. In addition to his youth, Qin Sheng's physical strength was stronger, and he didn't seem to have any bright spots at all. The real genius is all the sun in the sky. It is dazzling. No matter how to hide it, it is impossible to hide its edge. It is obvious that Qin Sheng is not a natural conceit at all in Wang Yang's eyes, and he can't be allowed to look at it in a positive way. "Qin Sheng, I don't deserve it." "Zhao Chongyu, what are you waiting for?" Seeing Zhao Chongyu's hesitation, Wang Yang was very arrogant and reprimanded, showing the arrogant and domineering disciples of 10 big families. In fact, Wang Yang is upset. If he is not so moody at ordinary times, he will be introverted and not so rampant. "Lord Zhao, don't worry, just follow the rules." Qin Sheng looked at Zhao Chongyu with a smile and hesitation. "It's said that the faces of the 10 families, I'd like to step on them." "Well?" Wang Yang listens, double pupil, suddenly contract, shoot out 2 kill meaning. "Stupid minion." Wang Yang threw out such a sentence, and he was silent. He was cultivating himself, and at the same time, he was expelling the toxins that were contaminated with him. "Yang Xiao, is there some misunderstanding?" At this time, Xiao Zhan stood out and couldn't help but fight on Yuanchang Road. After all, Qin Sheng was also a member of their Heilong Mountain Temple, and he also saved him. How could he die in Xiaozhan? Xiaozhan was also badly hurt. His breath was weak, his arms were rotten, and he had a foul smell. "Get out of the way." Wang Yang glanced at Xiao Zhan coldly, then slapped him away. With a click, Xiao Zhan is pulled away. He is about to be hit by the Earth City and submerged by the terrible sandstorm. At this time, Qin Sheng stepped out step by step, not much faster, but he was able to catch Xiao Zhan. Poof! Xiao Zhan's mouth was also broken. That's Jiucheng, Holy Land. 1 foot has stepped into the little Holy Land. If it's not invaded by some kind of toxin now, its strength has been affected to some extent, and its combat power will not be weaker than the real strongman of the little Holy Land. Senior brother. Qin Sheng hugs Xiao Zhan. His mouth doesn't listen to the Milu blood. He is poisoned and suffers from the unknown poison. His arm is rotten. He sees the white bone. No, even the white bone has become the black bone. If we don't detoxify, we will not only lose our arms, but also our lives. Junior brother Qin Sheng, I let you down. Xiao Zhan sighed. His face was white and he looked weaker and weaker. Wang Yang is the direct disciple of the 10 families. It was because of the dream thief that his servants died. In this case, how could Wang Yang give Xiao Zhan face? Senior brother Xiao Zhan whine. Xiao Yu also came and her face was also white. Although she was also contaminated with toxin, her weight was still light, not as serious as Xiao Zhan's life-threatening. Qin Sheng frowned and asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Xiao Yu is crying. Maybe he just said something. In order to help Wang Yang finish the task, they used Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yu as cannon fodder. Although they rewarded 2,000 star pills afterwards, they got their lives. How is it possible for you to point to the tomb with the seeds of 1,000 star trees? Qin Sheng couldn't help shaking his head. However, Qin Sheng also knew that in such an environment, Wang Yang was far stronger than Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yu, plus the halo of 10 family disciples. The most important task was given by Heilong Mountain Temple. The final result is that the 2,000 star pills are indeed in hand, but they are contaminated with the unknown poison in the great saint's tomb, and even the accomplishments close to the 8 holy regions are still unbearable. I see. Qin Sheng looked at Wang Yang in the distance, coldly. Then the eyebrow and the heart split, and a holy stripe came out. Then a Yuan force burst out from the body. It seems that it is intended to use Yuan force to detoxify? Wang Yang glanced at the corner of his eyes in the distance, and immediately sneered at him. He said coldly in his heart, I really don't know how to live or die. The poison spread from the great saint's tomb can also be removed by your minions? Without the help of Pei Lao, Wang Yang broke into the tomb of the great sage. Just after he stepped in, he was attacked by an unknown fierce beast. Moreover, his ship's defense was so terrible that he was still bitten to pieces. In spite of the crazy escape, a boat of people were still infected with some unknown toxins, and then died, dizzy. Xiao Zhan was used as cannon fodder in front of him. His arm was cut by the ferocious animal's tentacle. It was festering and necrotizing. It's good that he can keep it up to now. Qin Sheng doesn't care about Wang Yang's ironic eyes. He runs the 9 death magic and penetrates into Elder Martial Brother Xiao Zhan's body. Elder Martial Brother, don't struggle. I can help you detoxify. Xiao Zhan's instinctive resistance, after all, the body is invaded by the power of making a living. Detoxify me? It's a mysterious poison from the tomb of the great sage. Even Wang Yang, the son of the core of the 10 families, has spent a lot of energy. He doesn't know what kind of treasure he has spent to suppress it. Other bad luck, also contaminated with the poison of the 4 major inheritance of the true disciples, have died out. Even the corpse capital did not survive. There is no real corpse. How can Qin Sheng help him detoxify under such extreme circumstances? Who would like to believe it? Good. Finally, Xiao Zhan took a deep look at Qin Sheng and chose to believe in him. Qin Sheng once saved his life in the hands of a dream thief. Now he seems to have lost his life. It's better to let Qin Sheng have a try than to die in Tuqing. As soon as the voice was down, Qin Sheng's Yuanli infiltrated into Xiaozhan's body. This kind of poison is chronic. As long as it is tainted, it will gradually penetrate into the spirit. Qin Sheng murmured, and this kind of poison is like the pawn of tarsal bone. It is very difficult to clean it up. As long as there is a little bit left, there will be a risk of toxic hair. Qin Sheng's voice was not loud, but it came into Wang Yang's ear. His face changed slightly, and then he showed a sneer. Minions really think of themselves as masters. He was poisoned himself, which cost a lot of money. He had already eliminated most of them, only the last one, but it was not completely eliminated. Thinking of this, Wang Yang felt a little beat again. After a few breaths, Qin Sheng recovers Yuanli. Well, elder martial brother, if you rest for a few more hours, you will be back to the top. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Xiaozhan looks at his rotten arm. The rotten meat has completely disappeared, and then it can heal at the speed that the naked eye can see. It succeeded? Xiaozhan couldn't help but take a breath of cool air and was excited. He knelt down on one knee towards Qin Sheng. Senior brother, it's not necessary. Qin Sheng, supporting elder martial brother Xiaozhan, said in a deep voice, you and I belong to the temple of Heilong Mountain. I should be busy with this. Hearing this, Xiaozhan burst into tears and was deeply moved. With younger martial brother Qin Sheng, it's the luck of our Heilong Mountain temple. We are rising because of you. What often succeeds? Wang Yang couldn't help but stand up with disbelief on his face and look at the blush. Yuanli's breath really gradually returned to the peak, which surprised him. I don't know what means, maybe there will be serious sequelae. In fact, just a moment ago, Wang Yang had an idea in his mind, that is, let Qin Sheng come to help him detoxify. But when he thought about it for a while, he could not bear to hang his face again. He just watched coldly and sent a message to Wang Shua, saying, what are you still waiting for? I command you to activate the Blood War Order and take this sun down. At this time, Wang Shua had recovered his freedom and was no longer imprisoned by Zhao Chongyu's holy power. Wang Shua nodded in a deep voice, lead. Remember, not only to win, but also to destroy the dead, otherwise it will affect the majesty of our royal family. Wang Yang sneered and said, don't leave the whole body, or other people will follow suit, and really think that any cat and dog can challenge our royal family. That's natural. Wang Shua nodded, holding the blood battle order and infusing Yuanli. Rumble. The bloody battle makes the air suspend, the holy stripe tears the void, a force beyond the little holy land comes, and some waves spread. Ancient, vast, strange. Then, a piece of red brick came down from the sky, with supreme power, followed by another piece, and finally continued. After a few breaths, a blood battle arena is formed. The arena is full of blood red. I don't know how many of the most powerful people have got blood. Qin Sheng looks up and looks at the bloody arena, thinking. This ancient skill of summoning is interesting. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, many gods created similar summoning skills when they were in 9 days and 10 places. Qin Sheng said in his heart. Wang Shua stepped out and entered the bloody challenge arena. A power suddenly enveloped him. Then his face turned red. He didn't know what strength had been bestowed on him. He broke through from the peak of the 7 holy regions to the 8 holy regions. This is a big gap. This caused a sound of inexplicable surprise, which Wang Shua also enjoyed. Qin Sheng, have you counseled? Wang Shua looked down at Qin Sheng with a sneer on his face and said, kowtow to me. I can think of giving you a good time. Qin Sheng shakes his head, not only does not have the slightest color of timidity on his face, but also shows some desire to try. It's true that Qin Sheng's fighting spirit is more and more intense. He stepped out and landed on the bloody arena like lightning. Qin Sheng just landed, he felt a binding force covering his body. If the ordinary six-fold holy region warrior was directly suppressed and lowered to a great level, the appearance of the ancient and well-known blood battle arena immediately attracted the attention of the whole Tuqing. The blood is shining in the sky, and there are some bloody heroes. They were once famous in the blood battle arena, but now they are all dead. The spirit is gone, but the pressure is still very strong. In a moment, the whole Earth city is covered. Well, what happened? In the mysterious place of business, there is a big saint looking up. He is short, old and full of white hair, but his appearance is very young. This is the so-called crane's hair and child's face. When he feels the breath of blood battle arena, his originally turbid eyes become sharp as spirit sword in an instant, even the void is shot through. Master Zhao Lin, who is in charge of making tea nearby, is surprised by her beautiful face. She knows her master best. No matter what happens, even the emperor will not show her face. If the strong in the Tianyuan continent want to come to the forbidden area in the north, they must reduce their accomplishments, at least to a large extent. That is to say, Zhao Lin's master is still a great saint, so his cultivation in the Tianyuan continent is its saint king. Qin Zhongtian's son follows him. He is talented and has a strong ability to cause trouble. Zhao Lin's master's eyes pierced through the void and said with a smile, but the talent is really strong. It's not long since he went out to the ancient battlefield, and he has reached the 6 holy regions and 6 holy bodies. How could it be? Zhao Lin's face is full of disbelief. How long has Qin Sheng been away from here? How can he improve faster than her? Zhao Lin has fallen to the North Forbidden Area for a while. In order to fall to the North Forbidden Area, she has been directly reduced from the peak of the Holy Land to a Holy Land. Now she has to practice again, consuming a lot of treasures from the heaven and the earth, and has recovered to the 9 Holy Land. It's easy to know that Zhao Lin has practiced the Holy Land for a long time, even the Little Holy Land. If she practices again and cooperates with the treasures of heaven and earth. However, Qin Sheng is not the same. He has never reached the small Holy Land, and he is a double cultivation of physical and martial arts, and has reached the 6 holy bodies and 6 holy regions at the same time. No mistake. Zhao Lin's master smiled and waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, he has provoked the so-called 10 families, and I can feel that some old guys and the young generation of the 4 god-beast family are dormant, and they don't know what they are up to." Zhao Lin's master was very calm, and even his mouth slightly pulled out a joking arc. This kind of information will definitely cause a terrible impact when it is spread out. However, the legendary 4 god-beast family has not been born for many years. Once it is born, it will definitely be a shock to the sky and set off a storm of blood. Yes. Zhao Lin is very clever. She is disrespectful to her teacher and leaves quietly. A Qin Zhongtian just made me so surprised. Now there is another Qin Sheng. Zhao Lin's master looked at Zhao Lin's disappearing figure and could not help murmuring, "Is there a double pride? It's a small abandoned place, so much to be expected." Zhao Chongyu's face was instantly ugly when he saw the terrible breath from the bloody challenge arena. What about a big voice? Don't look at the current situation of the ancient battlefield, it will only lead to catastrophe. Zhao Chongyu looks down, his eyebrows are split, and he bursts out countless Yuan forces. The surging Yuan power, like the black dragon, becomes a mark, which floats over the Earth City, enveloping the terrible blood gas from the bloody challenge arena. Well? Zhao Chongyu's face was a little white, obviously he was severely backfired by the blood fight arena. Fortunately, it's a bloody order. Otherwise, with my strength, I will lose half my life if I want to completely suppress immortality. Zhao Chongyu's eyes twinkled, his heart was surprised and scared. He saw the endless sandstorm outside the Earth City. I don't know what intuition is. Zhao Chongyu always feels that there are some terrible creatures lurking in the sandstorm that even Shaoxing should be afraid of. Wang Shua's face was red on the blood battle arena, and he enjoyed the blessing of his strength. Qin Sheng, humble reptile. Wang Shua sneered and looked at Qin Sheng as if he were looking at the dead. Now he has the blessing of the blood battle arena power. His accomplishments have risen from the peak of the 7 holy regions to the peak of the 8 holy regions. In addition, his own blood power from the royal lineage, though not pure, is no less powerful than the ordinary 9 holy regions. On the surface of Qin Sheng, it seems that they are just the accomplishments of the 5 holy regions, and they are not a level existence at all. At the same time, more and more onlookers gathered outside the blood battle arena, and Zhao Lin also came. This gorgeous, long-legged, blue-eyed and blonde woman will definitely become the focus of the whole arena. However, Zhao Lin is very cold, just like a goddess of ice and snow. She is not close to people. The general martial artists in Holy Land dare not approach. Why, is there such a woman in such a place? Wang Yang's face is happy, and her eyes are wandering wantonly in Zhao Lin's delicate body. However, Zhao Lin's cold mood glares at her, and she immediately takes back her eyes. A strong and hot woman. Wang Yang was surprised. After all, he could feel Zhao Lin's strength. In addition, the good play was about to start, so he didn't continue to be so unbridled. Smell speech, Qin Sheng sneers, Wei, it is really funny, there is a lot of rubbish. That's the same. If you have something to say, it's your last words. Although he was suppressed by the blood fight arena, Qin Sheng was not timid at all. I'm dying. Wang Shua stopped talking nonsense and with a clang pulled out his bloody sword. When the saber comes out of its sheath, a bloody smell spreads out. Without killing a large number of powerful people, there is absolutely no such strong evil spirit. Bloody wave folding knife. Wang Shua shouted, and his powerful yuan force burst out. It spread to the blood knife along the palm of his hand. The blood knife seemed to be a fierce beast awakened, and the evil spirit was even more terrible. As soon as the bloody wave folding knife comes out, it immediately causes a strong voice of shock outside the Earth City. This is the true saber technique of Qingyang sect. It seems that it has achieved great success. The evil spirit is too strong. Even the real 9 holy regions are strong, they don't dare to face up to it. Qin Sheng is dead, even if he has multiple holy bodies. Body repair is very strong, especially the ancient body practitioners, plus the holy body is extremely difficult to smelt, resulting in the sacred body has been a lot of myth, but myth is only a myth after all. In the face of absolute strength, the myth will only be destroyed like a bubble. No one is optimistic about Qin Sheng. Even Zhao Lin, who is absolutely gorgeous, is a little moved. She wants to stop this unequal bloody battle. With the strength of the blood battle arena, Wang Shua's strength is no less than that of the 9 holy regions. Qin Sheng is very strong, but even stronger is the 6 holy regions and 6 holy bodies. What does Qin Sheng take to resist? Hula. The waves, which are formed by the blood evil spirit, come down to the sky, layer by layer, as if the whole world is only left with that bloody saber. Qin Sheng raised his head. There was no fear on his clean face, and no despair that everyone expected to catch. His fists were full. Buzz. 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 One heavy holy body after another was lit, and finally reached the shocking 6 heavy holy body. Who will fight with the holy body? It's the 6 holy bodies, let alone the Heilong Mountain Temple. Even if you look at the whole forbidden area in the north, it's also a rare physical talent in 1,000 years, isn't it? It's a pity that such a genius, as long as he cultivates well in the Heilong Mountain Temple, will definitely break the sky in less than 100 years. Maybe he can help the Heilong Mountain Temple out of the mire. Ha ha, it's too late to say anything now. That's the destiny. Even God will destroy the hope of Heilong Mountain Temple. Around them were a group of little saints who were talking in whispers. Some of them were pitiful for the Heilong Mountain Temple, while others wished that all the talents of Heilong Mountain Temple had died. Anyway, in places like the ancient battlefield, there are all kinds of people, nothing surprising. My strength is not enough. Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp and his mind moved, calling for the Holy Land of the Great Wheel, a huge gray grinding plate, which appeared in an instant with terrible and strange power. As soon as the Holy Land comes out, the speed of the original Bloody Wave superpower suddenly slows down as the naked eye can see. How could it be? Wang Shua is muddled. He has the power of Blood Battle Arena and the real sword technique of Qin sect. This is not a great commodity. He has the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Even a real 9 holy region strongman should avoid his sharp edge. However, Qin Sheng just called his holy land, and the power of the holy body can be comparable to a 9 holy land? Who wants to believe it? In addition to holy land and skills, there is also the power of holy land. Qin Sheng then ignited a drop of holy land power to instantly improve his holy land. With the power of holy body, it's normal to slow down the saber of the 9 powerful holy land. 9 deaths. Imperial sword breath. Qin Sheng didn't hide it anymore. He used a secret card besides the Holy Spirit, which surpassed Wang Shua's breath for a moment. The feeling of sub-strong state, really cool. Qin Sheng looks up to the sky and roars. He feels that he is full of strength. He flashes and comes to the side of the bloody sword. This is your true sword technique of Qingyang clan? Qin Sheng sneered, and there was a flash of sarcasm in his eyes. It's not so strong. Then, Qin Sheng in countless hot eyes, holding the bloody sword on the body of a play. The bloody saber first rolls like a wave, and then breaks into several pieces with a click. Poof. This saber is Wang Shua's life soul saber. It was so easily crushed by Qin Sheng, and the soul was backfired. There was no terrible power exposure, no frightening energy shock wave. Between the lightning and flint, Qin Sheng smashed Wang Shua's life soul saber. The eyes of countless Taoists are stupid, especially the 4 disciples of the Holy Land, one by one, have doubts on their forehead. With their strength, they just can't catch the trace of Qin Sheng. It's too fast. This kind of speed is not possessed by the 4 common disciples. Is it the 6 holy regions, the 6 holy bodies, and the 2 excellent sports and martial arts? Such a proud son of heaven is so young. Maybe this talent can only be found in the legendary 4 gods and beasts family? The onlookers of the little holy land are different. They are strong one by one, and their eyes are much sharper. Qin Sheng's speed is very fast, but it is only limited to the scope of the Holy Land, and they can't get rid of the eyes of the little Holy Land. Shwa. Qin Sheng's whole body was shining with gold. His dark golden armor, which was given by his father, was still able to give a shocking breath even though it was not activated. His speed is amazing, the wind is fast and the electricity is sincere. Like the eagle hitting the sky, he draws a golden lightning. Wang Shua, who suffered from the sharp knife attack, was shocked first, and then wanted to use the blood power of the royal family. Click! Wang Shua's throat was clamped by an iron tongs, and the 9 dead qi penetrated into his body instantly, sucking up all his forces. You're going to use your blood? Qin Sheng's voice was cold, and his hand was like Wang Shua, who was carrying a dead dog and was powerless to struggle. It's a pity that you are a little late. Woo woo woo. Wang Shua struggled desperately, but the internal force seemed to be evacuated, and the blood force could not even be used. Rumble. The blood battle arena erupts the blood war spirit crazily, and constantly adds to Wang Shua's body. Unfortunately, it's all in vain. Qin Sheng carries Wang Shua and makes several marks. The power of the spirit sweeps around the blood war order, and soon changes its owner. The gap between the two people's spirit realm is too big. It's not a level existence at all. Wang Shua's face is gray. I never thought that Qin Sheng's spirit state is so strong that it doesn't take much effort to erase the spirit mark attached to the blood war order. Qin Sheng, even if I die, I'll find you to back up. Wang Shua's eyes dimmed for a moment, and then an unprecedented sense of killing broke out, followed by a split eyebrow, and a force that did not belong to him spread. Powerful and vast, with the smell of aging. The imprinting power of the old ancestors of the royal family? Qin Sheng's face did not panic at all, but showed a touch of heat. His soul power burst out like a soul knife, which pierced Wang Shua's spirit, and then peeled off the power mark of the ancestors of the royal family. Air. Wang Shua's soul and body split in an instant after he forcibly stripped the mark of the old ancestor of the royal family. He cried out to let his fellow Wang Yang save his life, but it was still a step too late. Bang! Qin Sheng threw Wang Shua, the ghost of whom had died, out of the arena of bloody battle and raised dust. King Yangzong, Wang Shua, die. So it's a failure? It's too fast, and it's a reversal of war. Cut, this Wang Shua is also a dish. I thought it was a king, but I didn't think it was just a bronze. It's true that I lost 5,000,000 Lei Hu Jin and deserved to die. Some of the little saints around, especially those who lost Lei Hu Jin, they don't care whether Wang Shua comes from 10 families or not. 500,000 Lei Hu Jin, although it's only a small amount of money, is still in love after all. He has cultivated the power of Holy Land, and it seems that there is more than one drop. Zhao Chongyu, the law enforcer of Tuqing, who has been watching coldly, flashed a look of astonishment under his eyes. The 6 holy bodies and 6 holy regions have been shocked enough, and he can refine more than one drop of holy region power. Such strength, such talent. Don't say that the Heilong Mountain Temple will be regarded as a treasure in the future, even those 10 families will regard it as a treasure. Moreover, what shocked Zhao Chongyu most was that he could feel that this was not the strongest state of Qin Sheng at all. The spirit realm should be very high. Who is Zhao Chongyu? He is the strongest group in the small holy land. If he has enough resources to practice without any family background, he may be able to touch the threshold of the great holy land. At the same time, Zhao Lin's face was also a moment of disbelief. She felt very dreamy. 6 holy bodies, powerful holy regions, also exert some kind of skill? All of a sudden, Wang Shua lost his ability to resist. At last, he used the power of spirit to peel off the power of imprint. What? So fast? Cut off my royal disciples. Wang Yanghong stood up. At first, he didn't pay much attention to the bloody battle with unequal surface strength. Before the battle, he asked Wang Shua not only to win, but also to destroy and pull the dead without leaving his body damaged. But I didn't think it was just a few breaths. Wang Shua died, the blood war changed the Lord, and even the power of the mark left by the old ancestor of his royal family was separated by Qin Sheng. Wang Yang's face is so blue that the Yuanli visible to the naked eye is burning, which represents his anger today. Qin Sheng, do you dare to kill my royal family's disciples? Wang Yang asked, coldly, do you know that this is a crime of death? That's the disciples of the 10 royal families. Each of them is very precious. Although Wang Shua is only a marginal figure among the disciples of the royal family, he also consumes a lot of resources of the royal family. Now Qin Sheng is beheading Wang Shua, and he's not fighting the face of the royal family? Hearing this, Qin Sheng sneered and said, life and death in the blood battle arena are destiny, whether you are a king or a 4-god beast family. You want to die. The 9 days above Wang Yang's head spread a terrible breath of power, rising like smoke. Get out of here, detoxify me, and then go back to the royal family with me. This is the only way for you to live. Wang Yang is so angry that he doesn't even put Qin Sheng in his eyes at this moment. He speaks to Qin Sheng in an imperative tone. Next, Qin Sheng pasted the imprint power of the old ancestors of the royal family under his feet, and felt that he had a powerful power in an instant. The power of your ancestors is really easy to step on. I feel full of power now. Qin Sheng talks and laughs, as if he treats Wang Yang as an idiot. Get out of here, I didn't fight enough just now. Qin Sheng, if it's not good, will accept it and invite the war. Zhao Lin shakes her head. She knows that Wang Yang is not as vulnerable as Wang Shua. Boom. The terrible Yuanli burst out from Wang Yang's body, just as the sleeping supervolcano has been activated for thousands of years. The 9 rounds of sun above his head sent out a hot flame. The temperature was so high that even the void was distorted, almost to be torn. Thus it can be seen that Wang Yang was so violent even when he was poisoned in his body. Buzzing. The gold armor is glittering and shining. It is also a terrible power blessing, which makes Wang Yang's breath more terrible. Stupid ants think that if they defeat a Wang Shua, they will be able to act recklessly? Wang Yang sneers. He steps on the overlord's steps. Every step of Tuqing is shaking. A holy land can reach such a level. What terrible power does his body contain? Wang Yang snorted coldly and murmured that Wang Shua is just a marginal figure among the disciples of our royal family. He can't get on the stage at all. Do you think he can step on the foot of the younger generation of our royal family by knocking him out? That's really naive. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately sneered, with endless mockery in his eyes, and said, It's clear that your surname Wang is like a mad dog. When you see me, you will bite. If you want to start, hurry up. Don't try to put on any more hats. Your royal family is looking for the seeds of the 1,000-star tree. Who doesn't know that? Qin Sheng sneers, unexpectedly burst out a big melon. What are the seeds of a 1,000-star tree? Isn't that the legendary thing? It can grow the treasure of 1,000-star pill. There are traces of such treasures in the royal family. However, many real disciples have been recruited and many have died in our 4 inheritance places. A group of little saints suddenly burst into the pot, including Zhao Chongyu, who was also blushing and glowing in the eyes. Nonsense, it's a 1,000-star tree. It can plant the 1,000-star pill directly without consuming all kinds of big costs to refine it. It's very difficult to refine Qin, and the cost is very high. Besides, the alchemists who can refine Qin in the north restricted area can count 2 palms. Perhaps, there is no lack of such alchemists in the 4 beast families. However, Zhao Chongyu and other little saints from the 4 inheritance areas have a great demand for Qin. As for the true disciples in Holy Land, a 1,000-star pill may be able to change their fate. If we can get the seeds of 1,000-star pill, we can plant 10 gene, 8 gene, even hundreds of gene 1,000-star pills. As soon as Wang Yang heard this, his face suddenly changed. He was wondering who had leaked the news. Xiaozhan. Wang Yang roared with a loud voice, which showed his killing intention. He said, You are so brave. We have signed a soul pact. Dare you to let the news out, and wait for the destruction of the body and the spirit. Xiaozhan, who was watching the battle in the distance, looked at Qin Sheng with a complex face, and then at Wang Yang with a look of killing Yitingding. I didn't break the covenant. Then there was no more talk. If there's any violation, we'll know if we can catch up with the torture and extort a confession. Wang Yang stretched out his hand and his fingers turned black. His skin was covered with scales. He didn't know what kind of skill he practiced. His fingers were so sharp that he even tore the void. If this claw hits Xiaozhan, he will surely die. Ha ha, what a joke! Qin Sheng traverses the void and is crystal clear. Although the golden light is not as dazzling as Wang Yang's gold war armor, the power contained in it is really more terrible. Qin Sheng did not hesitate at all, and at the same time extended a hand. How dare ants compete with real dragons? Seeing this scene, Wang Yang was not angry, but surprised. His 5 claws went to Qin Sheng's Tianlingai like lightning. Chong! Qin Sheng stretched out his hand to block the fire, and a wave of shock waves that could be seen by the naked eye rolled around him. Bang! The terrible energy shock wave sent Xiaozhan flying. Qin Sheng pulls Xiaozhan, retreats like lightning, and then rushes to Wang Yang again. I didn't have a good fight just now. Come again. Qin Sheng was so excited that he beat him with a pair of gold fists. Wang Yang is not a good stubble, it seems to be reckless. Step on you with your ancestor, how dare you hide? Qin Sheng suddenly burst out to drink, and the mark of the old ancestor of the royal family attached to the bottom of his feet broke out in a moment. Wang Yang was suddenly enveloped by a great shadow. After a few breaths, the energy on the mark disappeared, but Wang Yang had nothing to do with it. Well? What's the matter? Qin Sheng's face was a little bad, but he didn't expect that the power of the mark of the old ancestor of the royal family would scare people so much. Wang Yang sneered and said, "What a fool! How could the mark of our ancestors be used to attack the people of our royal family? As long as there is royal blood on the body, the power of the seal will not cause a little damage to us." So it is. The ancestors of the royal family are really strong. Qin Sheng can't help but be afraid of them. It's just a so-called ancestor of 10 families. It has such a great ability. If it's the ancestor of the 4 god-beast families, how terrible the ability to connect with heaven. No wonder my father once warned me that I would stay dormant for the 4-beast family. Qin Sheng murmured to himself, "Is that right, Jia Hui? What are you still doing with the long dawei? Waiting to see the play?" Qin Sheng shouts with arms. At one command, Jia and Long Dawei appear in an instant. At this moment, Jia has recovered to the cultivation of the small holy land. Of course, there is still a little distance from the peak. The strength of the Holy Land of nearly 100 drops is enough to make people feel headache. And the cultivation of Long Dawei has also increased a lot. As the spirit of the alchemy furnace of once immortal descent, it has a strong plasticity. As long as there are enough resources, he can immediately in order to recover to the terrible situation of demigod. In the semi-divine realm, even in 9 days and 10 places, it is an absolute strong one. In those days, the emperor only touched the threshold. Of course, Long Dawei is still a long way from its peak, but after taking dozens of Qianqing pills from Qin Sheng, it has also reached a small holy land. Boom! Boom! 2 fighters of the little holy land swarmed on, and Wang Yang was only a 9-fold holy land. Although he had fought with the old and infirm saint, Jia and Long Dawei were not good at it. Wang Yang's nose was bruised, his face was blue, his head was full of hair, and his clothes were ragged. The whole person was in a mess. Where else was the spirit of Wang's legitimate son? Qin Sheng, you dare to hit me in the face, you want to die. Wang Yang's mouth is not easy to speak. Bang! Qin Sheng is an iron fist to Wang Yang. Qin Sheng made a dragon with a left hook and a rainbow with a right foot. Click, Wang Yang's mouth was hit askew, the hardest teeth were broken, burst out. Poof! Wang Yang fell to the ground and fell directly on the bloody arena. He couldn't move. This. In a moment, countless hot eyes become dull. Am I right? That's Wang Yang. He was beaten up by Qin Sheng? No, their 2 thugs are little saints? Wang Yang was also beaten and blinded. It was totally unexpected that Qin Sheng had two subordinates in the Little Holy Land. The registered disciples of the Little Black Dragon Mountain Temple have two servants of the Little Holy Land? Wang Yang's face is full of disbelief, but the strength of those two sages is not only the real little saints, but also the bottom of the Little Holy Land. What is the origin of the other party? Think of here, Wang Yang's heart suddenly some beat drum. As a royal disciple of the top 10 families, he has awakened part of the blood power of his ancestors, but he is only equipped with a servant of a small holy land, and has fallen in Yunming days. The funniest thing is that Wang Yang doesn't know how Pei Lao died. Is Pei's death related to you? Asked Wang Yang, gnashing his teeth. Qin Sheng said with a smile, what Pei old? I only killed Tu Lao and Li Lao. I don't know Pei Lao. Wang Yang's murderous mind is fierce, and his eyebrows are full of violence, don't you admit it? You are the dream thief that night. Pei Lao will catch you, and then, after that night, life and death will be unknown. No wonder Pei didn't understand. You have two accomplices. Smell speech, Qin Sheng sneers, Wei, fight not to win, buckle the hat, disorderly? It's ridiculous. That's what the 10 families eat? I'm really sorry. You're so embarrassed. How could Qin Sheng admit that he killed Pei Lao? In fact, Qin Zhongtian, his father, used Tianyang finger to kill Pei Lao. Qin Sheng also remembered that he was going to sleep now. He let Jiehui and Landui jump out. It was not stupid to humiliate Wang Yang, but he realized that there seemed to be a bad atmosphere around him. This breath is very obscure, and not in the Earth City, but outside the sandstorm. Finally, it was the ferocity, beast or corpse of the ancient battlefield. Qin Sheng didn't know. Anyway, it was not a good thing. Show Jiehui and Landui. Qin Sheng just wants to shake the mountain and frighten the tiger. As for hanging Wang Yang, it's just a bad breath by the way. Elder martial brother Xiao Zhan almost fell down. Qin Sheng can't bear this evil spirit. You're the only one who wants to humiliate the people of my royal family for something like ants. All of a sudden, one burst came out, and two quick bursts came. Nephew Wang Yang, let's help you suppress these two people. Go and cut off this son's head. The little saints, who have been around for a long time, are the old generation figures of the royal family who are still dormant in the dark. The two strongmen of the Little Holy Land are full of light, holding the spirit tools that emit terrible pressure, and are respectively wrapped with Jiehui and Landui. Rumble. The power of the Little Holy Land is too terrible, and the blood battle arena seems to be a little shaky. But at this time, Qin Sheng can't control so much. Qin Sheng, I will take my life. Wang Yang burst out to drink, and his whole body even radiated 5 lights. The 9 major days above the head are shining, and the 5 lights of the body are rising. That is the power of Holy Land. God, Wang Yang is worthy of being the legitimate son of the top 10 families. His strength is far greater than that of Wang Shua just now. He has even tempered 5 drops of holy power. A drop of Holy Land's lowest strength can double the combat power. Wang Yang has 5 drops, that is, the lowest strength has also increased by 12 times. It's no wonder that it's said that Wang Yang once beheaded an old and frail saint. I sneered at it at the beginning. Now it seems that this matter is not groundless and has a certain degree of credibility. The power of Holy Land can be different. The power of Holy Land is extremely difficult to refine, and it costs a lot of money. If there is no huge family background or peerless talent, it is absolutely difficult to refine. Generally speaking, the martial artists in the Holy Land, even the genius of Jichangshan, are qualified to produce 2 or 3 drops of Holy Land power. Wang Yang is so young that he has just broken through the Jichangshan Holy Land for a long time. He has actually refined 5 drops of Holy Land power that is horrifying. This talent, this resource, is also hard to find in the 4 inheritance places. Wang Yang enjoys being looked up and worshipped. Although his nose is swollen, his face is blue, his eyes are crooked, his mouth is crooked, his head is full of hair, and he is in a state of embarrassment at this moment. The superiority brought by the 5 drops of Holy Land power makes his mood calm a lot in a moment. Cut. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "Isn't it the power of Holy Land? I have it, too." Boom. Qin Sheng stepped out and swam in the middle of the sky. A terrible breath spread out on his body, directly drowning out the pressure from the 5 drops of Holy Land power on Wang Yang. When they saw it, they were completely dumbfounded. They were stunned and stiff, as if they were struck by lightning. 10 drops of holy power. I'm not dazzled, am I? The cultivation of 6 holy regions has produced 10 drops of holy regions? Bad old man, you have no eyesight. 10 drops of holy power. Several little saints with gray hair can't help shouting. 10 drops of holy power, even in the 9 holy regions, is a rare and terrible existence. Qin Sheng's hand, dark golden armor hunting, with a terrible breath, quickly let Wang Yang despair. He also wanted to resist, but brought him a fist. With a click, Wang Yang's body was on the verge of collapse. He vomited blood again. He thought he would win if he had 5 drops of Holy Land power. But he didn't expect that Qin Sheng had even tempered 10 drops of Holy Land power. What a monster! That's the power of Holy Land. It's harder to refine than Holy Land. It was thought that Qin Sheng was from a small place like the Heilong Mountain Temple. There was no flash at all, that is, a soft persimmon that people could hold at will. But the gap between the flesh and the power of the Holy Land. Today, Wang Yang really kicked on the steel plate. Poof. Bang. On the other hand, the battle between Jiehui and Longdui is over. The 2 old saints from the royal family have fled, one has been interrupted and the other has been removed. Although this kind of injury is nothing to a saint, it's embarrassing to lose face. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes at Qin Sheng have changed. Originally, contempt, as if they looked at the dead, has changed into consternation, horror, and inconceivable. In the center of the sandstorm, this is the absolute forbidden area of life. Let alone the powerful human beings in the Holy Land. Even a little saint, they are extremely difficult to cross, and may even lose their lives. However, there is a worship here. It is tiger-like and powerful. Especially the bow of the tiger is indestructible. Even the great sage can't destroy it in a moment. On the deck of the warship, the strong men of the throne all exude a very terrible atmosphere. Here, except for the young people in the center, cultivation is not lower than the little Holy Land. The young people are at most in their 20s. They have beautiful looks. They are holding a folding fan, a spiritual robe and a tiger-shaped jade crown, but they have different styles. The younger generation of your Wang family is really inferior to the younger generation. The young man opened the golden mouth, and his voice was not loud, but in the ears of such a group of little saints, he was as furious as a mountain god. It's true that this young man is only the cultivation of Jiucheng Holy Land, which makes a group of small holy places so frightened. How is this possible? It's natural that the other martial artists in Jiucheng Holy Land will not bring such terrible effect, but this young man named Baelish is a white tiger from the 4 gods and beasts family. The white tigers are extremely powerful and have terrible white tiger blood. Don't look at the appearance of the scholar of Baelish school. Fight. Once the blood power is activated, a large number of small Holy Land warriors here can't escape from Xingtian. It's true that there is no vitality at all. The power of white tiger's blood is not for fun. The white tiger family, which only exists in the legend, has a terrible blood power. Once activated, this power is at least equivalent to 100 drops of Holy Land power. In the Holy Land, the ability to refine 10 drops of Holy Land power has become a leading genius. However, this 100 liche can be comparable to the power of 100 drops of Holy Land only by the blood power of the White Tiger family. Thus, how terrible the talent of the 4-god beast family is. You know, Jiehui, who was hanged by Qin Sheng at the beginning, has been cultivating for so many years, that is to say, refining 100 drops of Holy Land power. Jiehui is a small Holy Land, which is a higher level than the present one. What's more, no one knows how many drops of holy power have been refined in front of us. So, in this worship, this 100 liche's cultivation seems to be the weakest, but the real combat power is the strongest existence. My lord, Qin Sheng is the son of Qin Sheng. There should be treasures in his body. Otherwise, the legitimate son of our royal family will not be defeated. There is also a strong young generation of the royal family on the warship. He has no hair, and his head is carved with mysterious spiritual patterns. He is a powerful little saint. Bai Lichue raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "Your name is Wang Yuan, right? Can the young generation of the royal family rank in the top 3? Wang Yuan immediately knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Go back to adults, yes. Go ahead, this farce should be over. Don't kill him, break his limbs, and take a breath," he said. That sneaky Qin Sheng may be hiding in the dark. In fact, the information about Qin Sheng has been known for a long time by the 4 beast families. Qin Sheng is too strong and has a close relationship with some organizations from the lower reaches of the Tianyuan continent. This is a big curse, but the 4 beast family has no way to solve it at present, so we have to wait for the right time without getting angry. Wang Yuan immediately took the command, left the White Tiger warship, used the secret technique, passed through the sandstorm, fell on the Earth City in the air. Then, Wang Yuan saw Qin Sheng, who was careless in taking back the blood battle, and suddenly showed a trace of surprise. What level of treasure is Wuzhishan? Wang Yuan is the most clear, especially the Wuzhizensai on the top of the mountain, which is the real work of the great sage from the family, with the supreme power. Let alone the martial artist in the realm of Holy Land. Even a little sage dare to fight with it head-on, it will suffer great losses, not die or hurt. However, the 3 people above the Tuqing, 2 little saints, though not very good, were not hurt. Qin Sheng, though spitting blood, blinked and jumped again. He was not like a dying man at all. Originally, Wang Yuan was a little sage, and he had a larger realm than Qin Sheng. However, in view of Qin Sheng's 10 drops of holy power, his real combat power has not lost that of a real saint. In addition, the Bai Liche of the White Tiger family has been very unhappy. Therefore, Wang Yuan no longer hid and pinched the weapon. When he sacrificed the weapon, he wanted to destroy Qin Sheng. But it never occurred to me that Qin Sheng was so strong that even the 5-finger mountain cracked. Wang Yuan, however, killed an old-fashioned little saint with Wuzhishan. His stone sword is absolutely nothing. Wang Yuan's eyes are very sharp. He spits out a chapter of yellow paper and pastes it on the Wuzhishan. The Wuzhishan is glittering and shining. It expands again and smashes Qin Sheng in the air. Come back? Qin Sheng's face slightly changed. He had been hurt by his internal injury just a moment ago. Now, Wang Yuan pasted an unknown yellow paper on Wuzhishan to shoot terrible power to Wuzhishan, which is beyond his current living range. Light up 30 drops of Holy Land? This is Qin Sheng's last card. The power of blood has not been fully awakened. It will not bring him too much help. As for the attack of spirit? There are too many little saints here. This is Qin Sheng's biggest bottom card. I don't want to use it until I have to. At this time, the sky again sent a terrible breath. Ha ha, Wang Yuan, it's really ugly for you to bully snacks like this. A sarcastic voice came out. It was a young man. He was wearing a black armor, holding a long gun, and the red tassel burst out. It turned into 2 real dragons, with 4 or 2,000 caddies, which easily shook the 5-finger mountain away. The young man is very handsome. Although his eyes are deep, he seems to have no sleep at all, but his breath is very frightening. Even Wang Yuan, who has the 5 fingers shaking prison copy of Buddha's Yip report, has been compared. They have the same accomplishments, but the breath emanating from the whole body is the existence of 2 levels. Sheng Wendufi? Wang Yuan took a look at Sheng Wendufi with fear, then said in a cold voice, "Don't mind your own business, it's not something you can point to." The onlookers in Tuqing, especially the little saints, had apparently heard of the fame of Sheng Wendufi and Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan comes from the royal family of the top 10 families. He is a strong one among the strong in the small Holy Land and has long been famous. Sheng Wendufi is stronger than Wang Yuan. He began to crush Wang Yuan since he was a child, but Sheng Wendufi came from the declining Shengguan family. The former Shengguan family was also able to be selected into the top 10 families, but these years, it has become weaker and weaker, and now it has dropped out of the top 10 families. The family's background is far less than that of the royal family. Of course, there are also 3 nails in the rotten boat. Although it can't compare with the royal family, there are still many proud sons born. And Sheng Wendufi is one of them. He is the most talented and powerful young generation of Shengguan family. Although it's just a small holy land, it has long been said that Sheng Wendufi can fight against the real saint. This is not a general praise. The great saint is the great saint after all. It's not the same as the little saint at all. However, like Sheng Wendufi, even the proud sons of the 4 god-beast family still have enough courage to fight with the great saint. "Brother Dufei, you are here at last." Sheng Guanxiyu's face cheered and shouted to Sheng Guandu. Sheng Wendufi nodded. She was very fond of Sheng Guanxiyu, the little sister, because they both awakened their ancestral vein, and will take on the responsibility of the rise of Shengguan family in the future. A long time ago, Sheng Wendufi was in seclusion. In fact, he was sleeping. His practice required a long time of sleep. It was very strange. Even if he suffered from any serious injury, as long as he found an absolutely safe place to sleep, he could not only recover, but also go further. This is the adventure of Shengguan Dufei. He is also the most powerful young generation of Shengguan family. He is very precious when he is enshrined as a treasure. "You are Qin Sheng?" Sheng Wendufi didn't take care of Wang Yuan, but turned his eyes to Qin Sheng. There was no animosity in his eyes, more admiration and admiration. In fact, Sheng Wendufi had already arrived. He was very curious that Sheng Guanxiu would wake him up in a hurry. He asked for help crazily, even at the expense of the royal family. Obviously, she was very optimistic about Qin Sheng. In fact, Qin Sheng is really great. Even if Wang Shua is hanged, there will be no royal disciples. Let alone the royal family, there are many senior officials who have been weak for many years. Wang Yang's strength is very strong, but there will be a certain chance to meet the genius of the great saint threshold in the future. This kind of arrogant son of heaven is very few in the Shengguan clan. However, Wang Yang is not Qin Sheng's opponent at all, and even meets a better Wang Yuan, who can still resist. Originally, Sheng Wendufi was very curious about Qin Sheng's limit, but in order to make a good relationship with Qin Sheng, he chose to send coals in the snow instead of icing on the cake. "Yes, I have." Qin Sheng is very polite. This surprised Sheng Wendufi. He thought that Qin Sheng's high talent was absolutely arrogant, but he didn't expect to be so polite to him. Qin Sheng is not a dandy disciple either, but he came from the bottom to change his life. He can also feel the kindness of Shang Wendufi. There is no need to put a face on a person who is kind to himself. Don't call me senior. I'm a few years older than you. I'm old. Shang Wendufi laughed and scolded, saying, you and my peers, I just have a higher level of cultivation, but in fact, it's nothing. With your talent, I can soon reach the small Holy Land. Just call each other names. The words of Shang Wendufi surprised all the little saints present, especially Wang Yuan, who was very familiar with Shang Wendufi and how arrogant he was. How could he be so low in front of Qin Sheng? Isn't that Qin Sheng another heavy identity? Wang Yuan's hesitating guess. Wang Yuan's eyes are changing. He is beating drums in his heart. Now it's hard for him to ride a tiger. Shang Wendufi, it's not just about my royal family. I'm not afraid to tell you. There are also white tigers behind it. Wang Yuan coldly told Shang Wendufi, you should know how the white tigers behave. The sword brow could not help wrinkling a little when Shang Wendufi listened. Then he took a look at Qin Sheng and Shang Wanqiu. Qin Sheng, I'll ask you. Did you offend the white tiger family? Smell speech, Qin Sheng's heart set off a wave of waves, secretly Wei, as expected is involved in the white tiger family. Qin Sheng, the white tiger family, naturally knows that one of the four beast families is as famous as his mother's Zhuke family, and according to his father, Qin Zhongtian, his mother was married to the white tiger family. Later it was Qin Sheng's father, who married Qin Sheng's mother. According to the truth, the white tigers should hate my father very much, and me, right? Qin Sheng's heart guessed that. At the same time, a sneer appeared on his face, pointing out that I was persecuted everywhere. It's estimated that he also cared about the so-called white tiger family by thousands of stares. This white tiger family is really hateful. Qin Sheng could not help but let the white tiger family kill the people. If it wasn't for them, the three of them would have been reunited. Of course, this kind of hatred can still be revealed. When the strength has not arrived, according to his father Qin Zhongtian, it is necessary to hibernate. The white tigers of the four-beast family? Qin Sheng asked with a smile. Shang Guandu nodded and said, yes. They are high. I'm just a registered disciple of the Little Black Dragon Mountain Temple. I can't even talk about the true disciples. There is no intersection. How can I offend them? Qin Sheng explained with a smile that the voice was not loud, but through the soul power, it spread to most of the Tuqing. Qin Sheng's words made all the onlookers scream for a while, because today's bustle led to the legendary four-beast family. For tens of thousands of years, the four-god-beast family has been the manager of the whole North Forbidden Area. The four-god-beast people rarely leave the core of the North Forbidden Area. Occasionally, there may be some collateral disciples come out to communicate with the 10 families. For thousands of years, the four sacred animal families have been standing high, just like the gods in the sky. They are the terrible existence that these little saints, even the great saints, have to worship. Even if they contact with each other, they are only the collateral of the four beasts, not even the collateral. Maybe they are just the vassal families. It has been said that the so-called 10 families are the vassal families of the four god-beast families. The servants, maids, and servants who have served in the four god-beast families return home, leave the core area of the forbidden area in the north and return to the 10 families established in the countryside. After 10,000 years of development, the 10 families today have been formed. This shows how terrible the four-beast family is. When Shang Wendufi listens to it, he is in some trouble. Maybe the king's family of the 10 families can still be tough, depending on his talent and strength. But the four beast families, especially the white tiger family, who is grumpy and spicy, can't offend the white tiger family even if they borrow 100 courage. Qin Sheng looks at Shang Wendufi's embarrassment. He doesn't want to embarrass Shang Wendufi's family. After all, Shang Guanqiu and Shang Wendufi have done well enough. Elder brother Shangguan, you don't have to be embarrassed. Qin Sheng said with a smile, although I didn't offend the so-called White Tiger family, I'll take the responsibility alone, you'd better back to one side. Shang Wendufi is a family man after all. He doesn't represent himself, but the whole Shang Wendufi family. If he offended the White Tigers, Qin Sheng still had his father behind him, and the mysterious businessman from the Tianyuan continent. As for the Heilong Mountain Temple, he was only a registered disciple, and he didn't get any real skills of Heilong Mountain Temple. Strictly speaking, Qin Sheng can only be regarded as an idle person and a registered disciple in the Heilong Mountain Temple now. It's just to get rid of his name. It's nothing at all. Ha ha, what are you doing alone? Just after Qin Sheng's voice fell, the whole Earth City was covered with terrible sandstorm. Countless holy lines were shining. The sandstorm that even the little saint would suffer was activated by the large array covering the Earth City. With a click, I don't know which spirit array was shattered, and there was no defense. The terrible breath fell on the Earth City in an instant. Who is disturbing Tuqing? The magnificent voice sounded under the two city, and a breath of destroying the sky and the earth spread, which made a little saint stunned and shivering. Even some weak little saints were directly prostrate on the ground and dare not move. Qin Sheng's Yuan power was also sealed, which was difficult to mobilize at all. Great Sage? This is the power of the Great Sage. With only one breath, all saints will freeze and dare not move. White Tigers, Baelish. A warship has landed on the Sky Dome. The hull of the warship is tiger-headed and powerful. It's not a common thing at first sight. The spiritual patterns on the hull are extremely complicated. Even the little saints can't understand it at all, just like they can't understand it. Haha, it turns out to be a distinguished guest of the White Tiger family. I'm in a closed door. I've lost my welcome. This great saint is the Lord of Tuqing. He has great strength and a long life. He has never seen any power. But as soon as he heard the White Tigers, the overwhelming atmosphere of the great sage disappeared like the tide. You are welcome, old man. I have a small matter to solve in Tuqing. Maybe there will be some small waves. Baelish is a handsome god, with a sword eyebrow and starry eyes. When he claps a folding fan, it's like setting off hundreds of millions of stars. I don't know what kind of skill he practices. Mingming is only the cultivation of Jiucheng Holy Land, but the pressure released from his body is far beyond the ordinary little Holy Land. Is it true that the White Tigers are distinguished guests? It's impolite that I didn't show up. Don't worry about it, as long as I don't attract fierce animals and corpses from the Holy Land. The city leader of Tuqing is extremely polite. From his words, what's the majesty of the great sage? The stronger the strength is, the clearer you can see it. The more you know it, the more terrible the four-beast family is. When a group of people heard the dialogue between them, the little saints around them were dumbfounded. They dared not make any sound, even their breathing slowed down. They were afraid that they would attract the attention of the Lord of Tuqing and the Baili Che from the White Tiger family. One is the strong one among the great saints. As the leader of Tuqing, even in the forbidden area in the north, he has a head and a face, which can be regarded as a big crocodile. The other is not high in cultivation, even the little Holy Land has not been reached, but the 4 words from the White Tiger family can scare a group of little saints. In addition, this hundredly Che's majesty is inferior to those real little holy places. Not to mention that the other side has the power of White Tiger and Beast blood. Both of them are too dignified. Even Zhao Chongyu didn't interfere in the conversation. Is Chongyu available? The magnificent voice of the city lord of Tuqing spread all over Tianyu. Zhao Chongyu immediately knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Subordinates are here." I have received Mr. Baelish on behalf of the old man. What needs must be met? At the command of the great sage, Zhao Chongyu immediately took command. The atmosphere of the Lord of Tuqing disappeared, as if he had never left. Seeing this scene, Bai Lichue was very satisfied. He came down from the sky, just like the arrival of God. There were gorgeous beauties scattering flowers, and little holy land accompanied by reading children playing music. It's very showy. Qin Sheng muttered in a low voice, though the voice was very small. How sharp was Bai Lichue, and he caught it in an instant. Bai Lichue is standing high. Every step is like an ancient god of war beating a drum on the battlefield. It makes countless people on the scene feel crazy and feel a sharp pain in the eardrum. I can't stand it. The breath is too strong. Let's leave quickly. Those weak holy regions left one after another. Some of them ran slowly, and even were suppressed by Baelish's terrible breath, causing 7 holes of blood. This is still the case of Baelish's deliberately astringent breath, otherwise, with his terrible breath, there will be no life under the small holy land. The terrible breath shrouded Qin Sheng. This breath, mixed with the oppression of soul force, at least reached the level of 5 holy spirits, the same as the level of soul force of small holy land. How can the warriors of the Holy Land bear the oppression of the spirits of the little Holy Land? In Qin Sheng's side, Shangguan Shiyu bled instantly, that is to say, Shangguan Dufei had a chance to react. He waved away with Shangguan Shiyu and gave her a soul medicine to treat the trauma of the spirit, which stopped the bleeding of the 7 holes. Other Holy Land warriors may collapse in a moment, but Qin Sheng is not the same. His spirit realm has reached 6 levels of Holy Spirit, which is a little bit stronger than the ordinary small Holy Land. How can he fear the spirit pressure? However, this hundredly che hurt Shangguan Shiyu or let him clench his fists. Qin Sheng was angry. Qin Sheng's clean face was not timid at all. It seemed that what he met was not a disciple of the 4 beast family, but a registered disciple of the 4 common inheritance places. What a great prestige! Is that how you white tigers behave? Hearing this, Bai Lichue frowned and looked down at Qin Sheng. He was surprised that he could bear the pressure of his own spirit. This is Qin Sheng, the little bastard who robbed my uncle's wife. Bai Lichue thought coldly, there are some abilities in the cultivation of spirit, but that's the same thing. I can be afraid of death with one slap. Hundredly Che's eyes despised, waved his hand, and motioned to the maids and fellow schoolchildren who had reached the small holy land one by one. 5 maids, for reading boys, symbolize the meaning of the 9th 5. And each one is the cultivation of the little holy land, which makes the eyes of countless people in the field dull. The servants of others are all in the same big state with them, and each breath is powerful. It is absolutely not forced to upgrade to the little holy land by external force, but also through cultivation, 1,000 hammer and 100 practices. With this alone, we can think of how terrible the family background of the 4 mythical beasts is. Baelish gave a cold snort, which immediately made the heaven and the earth roar. The void was distorted, the clouds were thick, and the thunder was shining. He looked down on Qin Sheng like a white tiger god of war, and said, I white tigers do things. What's your turn to comment on it? Get down. The palm of Bai Liche's hand is empty and lifted. In a flash, the golden light is shining. There are endless holy lines interwoven. With the terrible pressure, it falls to Qin Sheng's whole body. Qin Sheng raised his head and jumped in his heart. It seemed to be a random strike by Bai Lichue, but it was extremely dangerous. Even if the bottom card was exhausted, it would be unbearable. I will. Jiahui jumped out and made hundreds of handprints. Countless holy lines were interwoven into a bronze ancient clock in an instant. Funny. Bai Lichue smiles, and the power of his hand is increased by 2 points again, which falls on the bronze ancient clock in front of Jiahui. Dong. The ancient clock, which is made up of numerous yuanli and lingwen, is sounded, and then the ancient clock cracks with a click. Like the spider web, the cracks are more and more dense, and the cracking speed is faster and faster. Bang! Finally, in Jiehui's astonished eyes, the bronze ancient clock burst into countless pieces, and then the terrible golden palm beat fell on its chest. Jiehui fell like a broken kite, and the blood spat wildly, and the chest collapsed. Life and death are unknown. Hiss. Countless onlookers, especially the group of little saints, were all dumbfounded and stunned. Jiehui's strength was no less than them, even stronger than some of the little saints present. However, in the face of Bai Li Che from the White Tiger family, he has no resistance at all. Jiehui. Qin Sheng's face was extremely embarrassed. He also had to look at the master when beating the dog. Although Jiehui was only his servant, he was severely hurt by Bai Li Chui in the public eye. Moreover, Bai Li Chui didn't seem to use all his strength completely. Instead, he hit Jiehui at will. It can be seen how strong the real strength of Bai Li is. What? Not satisfied? Bai Li Chui was not happy with Qin Sheng for a long time. Now when he saw Qin Sheng's anger, he felt happy. It's not much harder for me to beat you than to bully a dog. Bai Li Che sneers, let Wang Yang go, you kneel down to plead guilty. I can let you leave Tuqing alive. Qin Sheng's eyes are full of anger. The anger has been ignited. The power of 30 drops of holy land in his body flickers faintly. Of course, he is still dormant, not exposed. Want Wang Yang? Qin Sheng's body twinkled, and he mentioned Wang Yang's heavy injury with one hand. He is worth 10,000 star pills, plus the person who hurt me. There are 20,000 star pills in total. Hand in the money, hand in the delivery. Qin Sheng's voice spread all over Tuqing, and suddenly fell into a dead silence. Some people doubted whether they had heard it wrong or not. Hello, are you a fool? My master asked you to let Wang Yang go unconditionally, and then knelt down to plead guilty. One of the reading boys jumped out and shouted at Qin Sheng. Dry tongue. Qin Sheng's eyebrows split, and the terrible breath of the power of the holy land of 30 drops suddenly enveloped the raving accompanying reading boy. At the same time, the great wheel of holy land rotated, and the stone sword drew a gray sword air. The companion scholar who had reached the early stage of the little holy land didn't react. His face showed a look of panic, but he found that he couldn't move. The gray sword energy hit his eyebrow in an instant, his soul body was broken down, and the spirit began to disintegrate, but it didn't stop. As soon as Long Dawei opened his mouth, he put the companion scholar into the Tai furnace. Sniff. The Tai real furnace is activated, and the terrible fire is burning the accompanying reading boy. Wow, it's so hot. Let me go. Master, help me. The schoolboy was just a sparrow with noble blood. He was just a man. Qin Sheng, you want to die. Everything happened so fast. Qin Sheng and Long Dawei cooperated with each other. They baked the sparrow in the real oven of Tai in a flash of thunder. Bai Li Chui was shocked and angry. It was Qin Sheng's 6-fold cultivation of holy land that made 30 drops of holy land power. The general martial arts of 6 holy regions can refine 1 drop of holy region power, that is to say, it is heaven's pride. Even Wang Yang of 9 holy regions has refined 5 drops of holy region power, and even his 100 Li Che has also refined 60 drops of holy region power. Of course, the power of holy land also has hierarchy, and the power of different levels of holy land is also different. Obviously, the power of holy land refined by Qin Sheng was not low, and the power of holy land of holy stripe was not low. The power of holy land can be divided into 3 levels: rune, holy grain, and treasure grain. The power of Rune Holy Land is the worst, and the power of Treasure Grain Holy Land is the strongest. Although Qin Sheng had only 30 drops of Holy Land power, the single round power might be no less powerful than the ordinary 60 drops of Holy Land power of Rune level. It's angry that Qin Sheng even roasted his reading boy in front of the public, even if it was the spirit beast shaped by the sparrow. Let go of my spirit beast, or I will. Bai Li Che's face was gloomy, and there was a sense of killing between his eyebrows. Qin Sheng sneers, claps the Tai real stove, that sparrow is tested fragrant, the whole body is golden, 1 drop contains the spirit grain juice drops to the ground. The companion of the white tiger family is a sparrow spirit? Qin Sheng burst into laughter and tore the general barbecue to Jiehui, who was already awake. Take it, and make up the barbecue with sparrow essence. Although Jiehui is seriously injured, his mouth is watering. The real spirit beast's cultivation has reached the little holy land of the cultivation of human martial arts. It is extremely cunning and hard to capture. Now Qin Sheng even uses it to make barbecue. Really? Jiehui asked uneasily. He became a bounty hunter. He had never seen anything in the world, but it was the first time that a real beast was used as a barbecue. Even if the bounty hunter organization catches the spirit beast, it is also used to refine medicine. No such tyranny as Qin Sheng is used as barbecue. Qin Sheng squints and despises, saying, "Isn't it just a sparrow essence? Are you afraid?" Afraid? What a joke. Jiehui is a bounty hunter. Their organization has its own foundation in the Tianyuan continent. How can they fear the so-called white tigers? Where is your oven from? It's delicious. Jiehui has eaten the sparrow barbecue, his mouth is slow and golden, and the sparrow has become refined. He is also a real spirit beast. He is the remedy for tonic. After receiving a slap from Bai Li Chui, his chest has collapsed. Suddenly, there are a lot of spirit lines interwoven to repair his chest. Well, the barbecue of sparrow essence is really delicious. Qin Sheng takes a bite, and the corners of his mouth are shining with golden spirit lines. His eyes are cold, like the eyes can kill people. Qin Sheng may have died thousands of times. Qin Sheng, you are challenging my bottom line. As soon as Baelish Jinko opened, the voice was cold, and even the whole Earth City was in the ice and snow. At the same time, those onlookers stared round and looked at the scene inconceivably. That's the white tiger's reading boy. Qin Sheng suppressed it directly and then baked it to eat. What kind of plot is this? Don't even dare to write a novel like this? Zhao Lin's eyes were full of shock when she watched Qin Sheng's breath of 30 drops of holy power. As for his big hand, Long Dawei and Taizhen Lu, they ignored it. Progress is so strong. Zhao Lin is very arrogant. She is from Tianyuan continent. What kind of arrogant person hasn't she met? Including herself, she used to be a great saint. But Qin Sheng's progress really made her feel shocked and under some pressure. However, the cultivation of the 6 holy regions has this ability to refine 30 drops of holy regions, and it seems that there are many holy regions at the level of holy stripe. Zhao Lin's heart set off a stormy wave. No wonder the master valued him so much. At first, Zhao Lin thought that Qin Sheng was Qin Zhongtian's son, so she flattered Qin Sheng. Now it seems that Qin Sheng is not wrong. Qin Sheng really has a high talent. Is it? Qin Sheng sneered and said, "You are also challenging my bottom line. What about the white tigers? You can do what you want? This is the ancient battlefield, not the home of your white tigers." Since he couldn't bear it, Qin Sheng didn't stay dormant any longer. Let's have a good fight first. As for offending the white tigers? Behind him is the Hailangshan Temple. If the Hailangshan Temple can't manage it, isn't there the mysterious businessman from the Tianyuan continent? Good. 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 100 Li Che listens. First is a lung, the eyebrow is gloomy enough to dribble water. He finally shouted 3 good, then claps the folding fan. Take you on the road. Little bastard. The breath of Barish soared, and his folding fan stimulated countless terrible air currents. At the same time, he lit up 60 drops of Holy Land power in his body. Wait a minute. At this time a delicate drink came out. Zhao Lin did not know where to burst out, blocking in front of Qin Sheng, her long gold hair flying wantonly, long and full of suffocating curve. People cannot move their eyes at all. She steps on the lotus steps, fingers holding the lotus. Before the eyebrow, there is a snowflake. A terrible holy land covers all people, and time and space seem to be still, including the fierce 100 Li Che. Bai Li Che's face changed dramatically, and his eyes were round. The blonde woman in front of him was so amazing. The most shocking thing about the gorgeous face and charming body is the outgoing temperament of this blonde girl. This woman should only be in the sky. At this moment, Bai Li Che couldn't help but wonder. Who is Barish? The White Tiger's lineal disciple, one of the most powerful and mysterious 4 beast families in the Forbidden Area in the north, has super talent and terrible fighting power across a great realm. His talent is as bright as the stars in the sky. What woman hasn't seen it? But at this time, the woman in front of him directly awed Bai Li Che. In a moment of astonishment, Bai Li Che soon took back his eyes, and his spiritual practice was also very high. Especially his self-esteem was so strong that he could not do something that only secular men could do: lick the dog. Who are you? 100 Li Che thorough returned to God, that handsome face of the amazing color lightening off, replaced by more and more rich cold. In fact, it's obvious that in 9 out of 10, this gorgeous blonde and blue-eyed woman has a great relationship with Qin Sheng. Otherwise, it's impossible to take the risk of offending the White Tiger family to stop him. You should know that even the Lord of Tuching here, a real saint, should give him 3 points of face. What is the sanctity of this gorgeous woman? Zhao Lin's beautiful face, which almost choked the powerful people in Holy Land, showed a smile and said, "You can't move my people." The voice is clear and moving. Even some martial artists in Holy Land feel that Zhao Lin's voice seems to make people feel comfortable and has the magical effect of treating the bruises of spirits. Zhao Lin's voice was not loud, but it spread all over the city, including the great sage of the city who said that he was shutting down. The atmosphere of the scene has become more depressed. Countless hot eyes are looking at Zhao Lin and Baelish. A proud woman, a proud son, but more people are jealous of Qin Sheng. Such a gorgeous daughter of heaven unexpectedly offends the legendary Bai Li Che of the Mountain Tiger in the Forbidden Area of North Earth. What is the relationship between Qin Sheng and Zhao Lin? Ha ha, girl, I see you are weak, but your tone is quite big. The coldness between Bai Li Che's eyebrows became more and more intense. He sneered, as if he didn't pay attention to the woman in front of him. When he clapped the folding fan, the sky suddenly roared with a terrible thunder. This is not an ordinary thunder, but a terrible thunder summoned by Barish, with 60 drops of holy power. There's no sign of this at all. It's said to do it, and it's accompanied by a terrible sense of killing. The 100 Li Che of 9 holy regions and the power of 60 drops of holy regions, let alone the great realm of holy regions, even a small holy region with real value should avoid its edge. Zhao Lin raised her head, held out her plain hands like sheep fat baby jade, made a ring finger, a crystal jade bottle with green light appeared out of the sky, and then shot out numerous and incomparable spiritual patterns, confiscating the thunder that suddenly came from the sky. Seeing this scene, Bai Li Che was shocked and angry. What surprised him was that Zhao Lin was absolutely strong at present, even if he didn't have a full grasp of her, and the jade bottle in his hand was nothing. His angry strike borrowed his own life spirit device. How terrible the power contained in that thunder is. Baelish himself is the most clear. And the jade bottle in Zhao Lin's hand is just like such a thunderclap full of destruction. It's in the bottle. This is a treasure of great value. Bai Lichui's face was very gloomy, because he knew at this moment that the gorgeous woman who was standing in front of him was not an ordinary person. Such a treasure was given by the elders of the family in 9 out of 10. However, Zhao Lin, in full view of the public, such a light-hearted way to defuse her anger, still hurt Bai Lichui's self-esteem, which is the reason for her anger. Zhao Lin's red lips gently pull out a delicate arc, said, "Is your tone big? I think you know it now?" Smell speech, Hundredly Che didn't refute immediately. The complexion is gloomy enough to dribble out of the water, the duel between the peerless masters, 1 or 2 moves to know the strength of each other. Zhao Lin's words are right. She has a gorgeous face and a temperament that even he is ashamed of. As long as her eyes are not blind, you can see that Zhao Lin is not a worldly woman at will. This woman must have an amazing identity and terrible strength. Qin Sheng, the matter between you and me is a man, you come out and solve it with me. Bai Li's sharp eyes suddenly fell on Qin Sheng. He clapped the folding fan and said, "Now you let Wang Yang go and apologize." 10 million Lei Hu Jin. Let it go. How are you? When Qin Sheng heard this, he was carrying Wang Yang, who was just like a dead dog, but he didn't do it at all. He sneered and said, "Your dog is biting people." Now he finds himself kicking on the steel plate, and he still wants me to apologize? 50,000 star pills. I'll let your dog go. Qin Sheng finally let out his cruel words. Bai Lichui was so angry that he vomited blood. His dog was trampled on the foot of Qin Sheng, and his schoolboy was burned and eaten. It was a shame to him. No matter who you are, I will cut you off. Hundredly Che's eyes were full of fierce light. He turned into a war sword with a clap of folding fan. At this moment, he also put on the war armor, the golden war armor, and portrayed the complicated and mysterious holy lines, which were like the lines of a tiger, and were dazzling. Zhao Linbai glances at Qin Sheng and feels that the goods are really going to be infuriated. She turns her hand and throws a token, which turns into streamer and lands in front of Bai Lichui. It's not so much a token, but a jade talisman in the shape of a tiger. It even resonates with the white tiger family. Hufu? Hundredly Che was immediately blindfolded and looked at Zhao Lin in fear, because this is the amulet belonging to the white tiger family. There are many levels of Hufu, including white gold, purple gold, gold, and bronze. The present one is only the lowest bronze tiger amulet, but even so, it is enough to let Baelish, the legitimate disciple, look up to the existence. Because no matter it's white gold or bronze tiger talisman, it's also the most top group of people in the white tiger family. Without absolute strength, it's impossible to get any tiger talisman. Hufu can command the people of the white tiger family. Seeing Hufu is like seeing the elders of the white tiger family. How could it be? Bai Lichui's face is changeable, his eyebrows are full of shock and disbelief. Looking up at Zhao Lin, who looks as usual, he yells, "How can you have the tiger talisman of our white tiger family? Say, did you kill the strong man of my white tiger family and get the tiger talisman?" The reversal came so fast that not only Baelish could not accept it, but also the melon eaters around Tuqing were shocked. It's the amulet of the white tiger family. It's a legendary thing. It is said that only the great sage of the white tiger family can have the lowest level of tiger talisman. Is there any great relationship between that woman and the white tiger family? It's normal for such a proud girl to have a relationship with the four-beast family. Things are getting more and more interesting. The people who eat melons eat with relish, because now not only the white tigers are in danger, but even the legendary tiger talisman has appeared. Asked by Bai Lichui, who was on the verge of anger and collapse, Zhao Lin's demi was only slightly wrinkled. She responded indifferently, "A tiger charm, a gift from your white tiger family." As soon as the voice fell, Baelish was even more shocked. Did the White Tiger family give the amulet to the White Tiger family? It didn't happen, but it also shows that the other party is not small, or even not weaker than the White Tiger family. Otherwise, it's impossible to send the amulet to Zhao Lin, which can command the strong of the White Tiger family. Bai Liqi's eyes glistened, and he doubted whether the words of this gorgeous woman were true or not, but Zhao Lin sneered. You should have heard of the mysterious traitor? Zhao Lin said with a smile, do you think I will lie because of this? Baelish completely believed that the mysterious merchants who have never heard of otherworldly saints may not know, but he Baelish that is more clear. The so-called mysterious traitor is from the legendary Tianyuan continent, mysterious and powerful. 10 years ago, the mysterious traitor also recruited disciples in the Four-Beast family. The forces of the Tianyuan continent, even the most arrogant disciples of the Four-Beast family have to lower their heads to accept examination and selection. However, it is a pity that time is not selected. Baelish looked at Qin Sheng and Zhao Lin strangely, and couldn't help saying, that Qin Sheng was chosen by your mysterious businessman? Zhao Lin didn't respond, just nodded indifferently. Seeing this scene and getting a positive reply from Zhao Lin, Bai Liqi can't stand it anymore. How arrogant he is. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng, who was despised at all, let mysterious businessmen with terrible roots in the Tianyuan continent choose him. What makes Baelish very sad is that he was eliminated in the second round. This time I really kicked the steel plate. Bai Liqi spits blood in his heart. He thought that the White Tigers could walk horizontally in the North restricted area. Except for those terrible forces coming down from the Tianyuan continent, no one could compete with him at all. However, it never occurred to me that I was so unlucky and really met such a force. What hurt Bai Liqi most is that Qin Sheng was chosen by the mysterious businessman, but he failed. Merciless frustration spread to the four limbs of Bai Liqi. Finally, he took a deep breath, looked at Qin Sheng, and said, I have 50,000 star pills, but I will not give them to you. After all, Bai Liqi is also the legitimate disciple of the White Tiger family. He has a head and a face, and has a very proud self-esteem. For a dog, in front of the public, to a despised Qin Sheng? Even if the other side has the amulet, it's a big concession that he didn't continue to kill him. Now he has to apologize, and it's still 50,000 star pills. That's Qiang Xingdan. Although he has a high position, it's not a small amount. Is it? Qin Sheng smiled indifferently and said, then let's take your dog on the road. No, help me. Wang Yang immediately panicked. He could feel Qin Sheng's killing breath. I have the coordinates of the great saint's tomb, Bailey, you need to save me. Hearing this, Qin Sheng couldn't help but have his own idea. The coordinates of the great saint's tomb. There are seeds of the 1,000-star tree in it. Who will buy them? Qin Sheng suddenly cried loudly. As soon as the voice fell, a group of little saints who ate melons suddenly became stupid, including some of the great saints who were dormant in the dark and were about to move, even moved. That's the great saint's tomb. Maybe it's a lot of treasures, plus the legendary thing that there are thousands of star tree seeds. Some people want to buy it, but they are scared not to buy it by Bailey's murderous eyes. Ha ha, I want to see who dares to buy it. Bai Liqi's voice is not loud, but it contains warnings and murders. The subtext is very obvious, that is, who dares to buy this piece of information, that is, to conspire against the White Tigers. Being stared at by the White Tiger family, let alone the little sage, even the real great sage can't bear to go. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng can't help frowning. The tiger flag of the White Tiger family is really frightening. Ordinary little saints and big saints dare not face them in public. I'll take it. Zhao Lin chuckled. She turned her hand and threw 50,000 star pills. The 1,000-star elixir is crystal clear, blooming with brilliant starlight, especially so many without 1,000-star elixir together, even the sun can't compete with it. Do you want to trade with me? Qin Sheng shakes his head and refuses Zhao Lin's Qiang Xingdan. He knocks out the coordinates of the tomb from Wang Yang's mouth. Lang says, since someone makes me unhappy, I will make him unhappy. The coordinates of the tomb of the great sage will be published for free. With a wave of Qin Sheng's hand, a coordinate appeared over the Earth City. Qin Sheng, you want to die. Baelish was so angry that he did not expect Qin Sheng to announce the coordinates of the tomb so white. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and said without hesitation, who wants to die? You guys, what are you hesitating about? The coordinates of the tomb of the great sage have been announced. If you are interested in Taoism, you can take risks with me. Qin Sheng ha's voice, let Jiahui set sail. A group of other small holy places also left Tuqing and rushed to the tomb of the great sage. Mr. Bailey, we. Wang Yuan looked at Bai Li Chei's face, hesitated for a moment, and summoned up courage to ask. Pa. Bai Li Chui's backhand is a slap. It's powerful. Even Wang Yuan in the small holy land can't stand it. His face is broken and his teeth are broken. Wang Yuan covers his face and looks at Bai Li Chui in horror. He dares to be angry but dare not speak. Waste. Baelish roared to the sky, releasing the terrible pressure. You know, I have never suffered the humiliation like today since I was born. It's a disgrace, because of your royal family. Bai Li Chui is the son of heaven. Today, in front of Qin Sheng, he eats shriveled food again and again, which can't be swallowed. Wang Yuan kept spitting blood and looked at Bai Li Chui in fear. Bai Lish seemed to look at the dead man and look at Wang Yuan. He shook his head and sighed, what 10 families dare to call themselves kings, and they can only scare those mortals in the secular world. Although the North restricted area is only a restricted area, it is so vast that even the 4-beast family can't find out all the places. It is said that the core area of the forbidden area in the North has unprecedented prosperity. It is the place where saints practice. In addition to the habitat of the 4 gods and beasts, they are all called the secular world. In the eyes of the 4 gods and beasts family, they are nothing. Please calm down. One of the students looked sad. Obviously, his companion was roasted alive and eaten by Qin Sheng in full view of the public, which made him extremely resentful and sad. Young master, can we just let Qin Sheng go? This schoolboy also followed Baelish for a long time, and also had feelings with each other. The speaking weight in front of Baelish was a little bit. Hearing this, Bai Li Chui's eyebrows were full of rage. He said, Qin Sheng's son-in-law, his father and mother are not good things. Now he has joined the mysterious businessman from the upper world. It's hard to get revenge. However, if he dare to go to the tomb of the great sage, that is to give me a chance. Bai Li Chui's eyes are full of killing intention. Lang Xing said, all of them embark on the boat and pull out the great saint's tomb. The seeds of Qiangxingshu can only belong to me, Bai Li Chui. Roaring. The white tiger warship started to make the whole Tuqing boil, and countless spiritual patterns were released. Then, the void was distorted, and the warship turned into a white light and disappeared in the vast ancient battlefield. Zhao Chongyu looks at the Baelish who left. His eyes are shining and his strength is strong. But compared with the real Tianzi Jiazi, there are some bottomless in his heart. One mountain cannot hide 2 tigers. There will be a fight between the dragon and the tiger in the tomb of the great sage. Zhao Chongyu murmured in a very low voice, which only he could hear. Is it Qin Sheng who can counterattack in the end, or is Baelish better? I can't see through, I can't see through. In the end, Tuqing restored its former tranquility, leaving only Zhao Chongyu's sight on the street. In the warship, a group of Qin Sheng celebrated on the deck, took out the good wine collected before, and some barbecue with noble blood. These barbecues are not as good as that sparrow essence. Jiahui ate a lion's leg barbecue, full of golden juice, full of color and fragrance. The leg of the barbecue is still glittering with spiritual lines. Longdewei is not like Longwei, who has gone to 9 days and 10 places, following Xiaobingning. He doesn't like barbecue. Long Dawei said with a smile, "You want to be beautiful. That sparrow essence is a real beast." It's said that in the core of the forbidden area in the north, there are rich cities, all of which are Lei Hu Jin, paper-intoxicated fans, and countless spiritual beasts. One of the little saints who chased Qin to rise in Tuqing couldn't help laughing. "Is there a core area in the north restricted area?" Qin Sheng asked as he ate the barbecue of the golden elephant. "Of course, you don't know, brother Qin Sheng. The core area of the forbidden area in the north is called bustling. There are all kinds of terrible strongmen. Of course, most of them are also the strongmen of the four-beast family, and some of them are scattered and so on." The little sage took a sip of wine and boasted with a red face, "One of my brothers has been to the core area. It's said that where is the gateway to the Tianyuan continent." When Qin Sheng heard this, he couldn't help but move in his heart. No wonder it was so prosperous. It was originally connected with the Tianyuan continent. Qin Sheng, by leash, is the one who will report. At this time, Shang Wendufi also couldn't help saying, "A bronze amulet may be able to make him afraid, but it's a little difficult for him to swallow today's grievances. Obviously may not dare to retaliate against you, but it's hard to say in secret." Hearing this, Qin Sheng was silent. Now he remembers his father's admonition to him. Hibernate. In the face of the four-beast family, his strength is not enough. Before he reaches the small Holy Land, we can say that Qin Sheng is a laggard. However, now that things have been like this, we can only force ourselves to improve. "I hope I can get something from the tomb of the great sage," Qin Sheng said in his heart. Rumble. As soon as the voice is over, the tomb of the great sage will arrive. "Here we are?" The crowd's face brightened and soon became serious. "This is an abyss. The place where Qin Sheng and Qin Zhongtian met last time is not the same. It seems that it is a different tomb. There is a strong sense of resentment here. Those who are not determined in the Holy Land are likely to be invaded by such resentment. I didn't expect there was such a place in Yunming days." Qin Sheng's face slightly changed, because on both sides of the abyss, some coffins were placed at will. Some of them are wooden coffins, which are broken, faint and flickering with phosphorus fire, others are sarcophagus. There is a sound of fingernails cutting the stone wall, and another corpse spirit that is awakened but sealed by sarcophagus. That sound really makes people feel numb. "Hello, the great saint's tomb is right below?" Qin Sheng is carrying Wang Yang like a dead dog. His face is gray. The coordinates of the tomb of the great sage have been made public. This is no doubt to annoy Bai Lichue. Even if Qin Sheng is kind enough to let him go, he will take off several skins even if he doesn't die. "Yes." Wang Yang replied weakly, "If you don't believe it, you can ask Xiaozhan." Smell speech, Xiaozhan nodded his head, his face is a little unnatural, it is obvious that he was not lightly frightened here before. Even Xiaozhan, the peak of the 7 holy regions, is like this. It can be seen how terrible the great holy tomb is under the abyss. The abyss may be tens of thousands of meters deep. Ordinary warriors in Holy Land dare to come down and die. Because the coffins on both sides of the abyss will be awakened by corpses. They don't know what race they are. There are humans, monsters, and beasts. There are many kinds of them. The only thing that can be confirmed is that they are very strong in prehistory. Bang! At last, the warship landed on the ground. At this time, there was a little sage who arrived ahead of time. They came to the edge of the tomb of the great sage, but they did not dare to enter. Brother Qin Sheng, you are here. A group of little saints are also human spirits. When they saw Qin Sheng, they complimented each other. This great holy tomb is the treasure of Baelish. They just want to drink some soup with them. Qin Sheng can't come. They really dare not fight with Baelish.